Chapter 1. Are you really not going to school anymore? The shout was scattered by the wind. Jiang Xinghuai's hands were on the iron rod as he leapt onto the rooftop, rolling as he landed, his back brushing against small pebbles. In less than a second, he got up quickly and ran forward. What to read? He didn't like studying anyway. Before, he only used his poor grades to prove his existence to his father. He didn't need that anymore. Do as you wish. This is what his father said. He had to follow through, he had to obey. It's almost time for the college entrance exam. Are you really not going to school anymore? The voice came again. Without even turning his head, Jiang Xinghuai stared at the downward stairs ahead, showing impatience. Take care of your shoelaces, stop staring at me. Chen Zhou looked down at his shoelaces upon hearing this, seeing a pair of simple canvas shoes. He called out in confusion, my shoes don't have laces. As he spoke, he forgot about the stairs in front. By the time he noticed, his steps became disordered, hastily grabbing the rusty iron railing, hurriedly stopping and almost kneeling down. As he looked up, Jiang Xinghuai had already jumped into the air, gliding over the stairs with a perfect twist, landing smoothly. Cool. Chen Zhou blurted out. Jiang Xinghuai stood steady, turned and walked upstairs, slowly coming to a stop in front of him, raising an eyebrow. We're brothers, so there's no need for such flattery. Chen Zhou casually waved his hand. How could I do that? How couldn't I? Jiang Xinghuai chuckled, extending his hand while smiling. Even if you kneel and don't say anything, you're still my good brother. Is this why your dad stopped talking to you? Laughing, Chen Zhou caught his hand and stood up. Jiang Xinghuai let go and turned to walk forward. Hey! Calling after him, Chen Zhou followed. Sorry. What about drinks? Asked Jiang Xinghuai. I left them on the rooftop earlier. Chen Zhou finished, then asked, are you really not going back to school? Jiang Xinghuai remained silent, walking toward the rooftop and looking down. It was nearly evening, and the music square below was already lit up with colorful night lights, bustling with people. There were skateboarders, roller skaters, guitar players, boys performing jumps off walls, drawing screams from young girls. Countless voices blended together, rising with the airflow, noisy yet distant. Cold yet. Chen Zhou tossed over a can of chilled cola. Jiang Xinghuai raised his hand to catch it, pressing it against his face, sitting down at the edge of the rooftop. Did you tell your dad? Does your dad have any opinion? Chen Zhou pulled the tab open, tilted his head back for a drink, sighing longingly, ah, comfortable. Opinion? Jiang Xinghuai supported himself with his hands behind him, tilting his head back, his legs dangling mid-air, his voice tinged with sarcasm. His secretary says Mr. Jiang is busy, we'll make another appointment in a few days for discussing this. Today is the 15th day since I dropped out. My father's secretary booked a meeting for me, but who knows where it went or when I'm ranked. Whether it will make the schedule before the college entrance exam. Chen Zhou sighed, oh, poor thing. Brimming with maternal affection, Chen Zhou said, come here, brother's gonna hug you. Jiang Xinghuai turned his head and glanced at him, speaking slowly, I admit, I lack love, but that's not a big issue. What you need to know is what you're lacking. Chen Zhou was confused, what am I lacking? A father who could easily slap you dead. Jiang Xinghuai sneered coldly, standing up nimbly and taking large steps back, facing sideways. What are you doing? Chen Zhou turned around to look. To see Big Fei. Shouting, Jiang Xinghuai charged forward. No sooner had Jiang Xinghuai spoken when Chen Zhou saw him bending forward like a swift arrow piercing through the air, jumping between the gap of two buildings. Jiang Xinghuai opened his eyes wide, his arms stretched out. The wind flowed through his hair, and beneath him was a height of dozens of meters. Chen Zhou ran over immediately, shouting loudly, dead already. Not yet, son. Jump fast. Jiang Xinghuai's voice came from nearby on the adjacent building. Dad, I'm sorry. Catch me. Saying this, Chen Zhou jumped without hesitation. This building had a small balcony with a couple of flower pots on either side filled with cigarette butts. The window was open. Jiang Xinghuai landed steadily on the balcony, swung in, and entered through the open window. At the same time, a man in his 40s, wearing a large bathrobe that barely concealed his protruding belly, was walking over from the far end of the corridor with a cup of whiskey in hand, his eyes closed gracefully. With a light thud, Jiang Xinghuai landed inside, thoughtfully closing the window behind him, turning around to find himself face to face with the man, almost bumping noses. Hearing the sound, the man's eyes widened, and the liquor spewed out of his mouth like water from a sprinkler. Jiang Xinghuai moved aside with disdain, snatched the cup from Zhu Gaofei's hand, took a sip, and frowned as he evaluated, is this beer expired? Zhu Gaofei's face turned green as he carefully protected his cup and snatched it back, shouting loudly, know your goods, this is whiskey. A collector's edition. What? What collector's edition? Brother Fei, what new treasure have you found? Chen Zhou flipped in through the window behind them, walked between the two, and grabbed the cup from Zhu Gaofei. He tilted his head back for a drink and exclaimed, good liquor. Zhu Gaofei's pained expression transformed into one of finding a rare kindred spirit, his trembling hand reaching out, good boy. But. After tasting, Chen Zhou gave another evaluation. This beer tastes a bit too strong. Get lost. Zhu Gaofei couldn't help but be angry, snatching the cup back. Two kids who only drink cola every day, do you even know anything about alcohol? Today, we're drinking. Jiang Xinhuai declared. I'm warning the both of you, said Zhu Gaofei glaring at them, if you keep sneaking in like that again, tonight when the venue heats up, I'll make you two perform a pole dance on stage. The whiskey is great. Chen Zhou clapped to praise. The whiskey is amazing. Jiang Xinhuai echoed in support. Exactly. Zhu Gaofei proudly lifted his chin, shook his empty glass, and took a proud gulp. A minute later, not even a drop passed the rim of the cup. Zhu Gaofei. Where's the alcohol? Zhu Gaofei exploded in anger, grabbing Chen Zhou by the head and shoving it toward his groin. Jiang Xinhuai had already run away, leaping over the railing of the corridor and landing behind the bar counter where he opened a can of beer. The elementary school kid is just making noises for his dad's attention again, Zhu Gaofei mocked as he looked toward the bar. Chen Zhou shrugged, at most, I'll drink 5 bottles of your beer. Isn't it about the drink? It's about feelings. Zhu Gaofei indignantly grumbled, that drunken little bastard last time hugged me and called me dad, pouring out his heartfelt words, bursting my fatherly love until I was in tears all night. The next day, just the next day. That brat child turned around and stopped calling me dad, instead calling me fatty ass. That kid is just shy, but he usually still respects Brother Fei. Chen Zhou explained for his friend. Fatty ass. Why can't you open this bottle? Jiang Xinhuai shouted from below. The fatty coldly smirked, rolled up the sleeves of his bathrobe, and resignedly went down to open the bottle for the damn kid. At 10 in the evening, the highly exclusive quiet bar slowly began filling up with more people. Jiang Xinhuai also drank too much, lying on the corner for quite a while before managing to prop himself up on the sofa. What's wrong? Chen Zhou happened to come down from the stage after taking off the guitar. Jiang Xinhuai swayed before standing upright. Watch where you're going. Chen Zhou helplessly followed behind. Jiang Xinhuai's consciousness was somewhat muddled, but he still finished urinating after some effort and managed to successfully push the door and step out. Just at this moment, a woman covering her neck staggered out from the adjacent women's restroom. Her disheveled hair made her collide directly with Jiang Xinhuai, who had just stepped out from the men's restroom. Jiang Xinhuai's footing was unstable, and he was pushed backward, hitting his head on the wall. He quickly reached out and held onto the wall, managing to stabilize himself though his head felt slightly dizzy. The woman then leaned forward again, mumbling something incoherent that sounded more like an unconscious growl, which Jiang Xinhuai didn't hear clearly. What did you say? Jiang Xinhuai furrowed his brow, pushing her away to create some space between them. It was at this moment that the woman suddenly raised her head, her neck bending unnaturally backward. Jiang Xinhuai finally saw her full face. Her facial expression was contorted, her veins protruding, her eyeballs bulging as if they were about to fall out. Jiang Xinhuai! Exclamation point. Jiang Xinhuai instantly sobered up and instinctively used all his strength to shove her hard. The woman retreated 2 steps, showing no sensation, and immediately lunged forward again, directly hugging Jiang Xinhuai. Sister. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Jiang Xinhuai struggled desperately. Sister. Wait. Don't do this. Although the commotion wasn't too loud, Chen Zhou was waiting just ahead and quickly came inside upon hearing Jiang Xinhuai's voice, astonished when he saw the situation. What's going on? She's declaring love. Jiang Xinhuai tightly resisted against the woman's shoulders. It doesn't seem like it. Chen Zhou shouted. Then why the hell are you asking? Help. This ant is going to bite me. Jiang Xinhuai yelled at him. Chen Zhou pulled twice, but unexpectedly the woman was incredibly strong, he failed to pull her off. All he could do was lock her throat while frantically shouting, Brother Fei. Brother Fei. Brother Fei. Zhu Gaofei hurried over upon hearing the commotion but was unable to pull the woman off either. Later, 3 more men came and it took all of them tugging on each of her arms to subdue the woman. Breathing heavily and still shaken, Jiang Xinhuai's eyes were filled with surprise and terror. After a long pause, he remarked, this ant is incredibly strong. Are you alright? Zhu Gaofei's complexion also looked grim, concerned that something unfortunate might happen to this young man. Jiang Xinhuai shook his head and immediately felt a sharp pain in the nape of his neck. Instinctively, he touched it, and when he saw blood on his hand. Bitten. Did I get bitten just now? Or did I hit the tile corner? Was it a bite? Zhu Gaofei asked, seeing the blood on his hand. Ah. I think it's a bump, Jiang Xinhuai wasn't sure. A bump? Zhu Gaofei instructed directly, let's go to my room for some disinfection first. He then told the store service staff to call the police and gave an apologetic smile to the several men who came to help. You guys, lend a hand, take her out. The woman seemed as if she had been drunk, not at all aware of the current situation, continuing to struggle and emit low growls from her throat. Before Jiang Xinhuai and Chen Zhou went upstairs, Jiang glanced back at the woman pinned down on the ground, and his heart started racing suddenly. Is there any bleeding? Chen Zhou pried open his hand, taking a look at the back of his neck. Does this woman have any diseases? We'd better go to the hospital. No, Jiang Xinhuai refused. I should have hit the wall corner. She didn't bite me. Should have. Chen Zhou warned him. Just a few days ago, there was an incident exposed on Weibo where someone in country A bit another person to death on the street. They said it was due to some viral infection similar to rabies. Are you sure she didn't bite you? Wait, there's a phone call. Jiang Xinhuai pushed him aside, pulling out his ringing phone from his trouser pocket. The caller ID showed Xiao Su. Xiao Su was the property management for his house. Why would he call him at this moment? Hello, Jiang Xinhuai asked in puzzlement. Mr. Jiang, this is Xiao Su from Building A. Xiao Su awkwardly chuckled. We received a complaint. The sound from your stereo was too loud, seriously affecting the owner of 1702. There's no one at home, Jiang Xinhuai frowned in response. I'm really sorry, but the owner of 1702, your neighbor, has provided us with an audio recording, Xiao Su replied. I've told you, there's no one at home, Jiang Xinhuai hung up impatiently. Your new neighbor complained again about you. You haven't even been home recently. Is he causing trouble? Chen Zhou unscrewed the cap on the alcohol bottle. Lower your head. With a scowling face, Jiang Xinhuai lowered his head. The wound on the back of his neck inexplicably hurt worse and worse, like being burned by fire. The phone rang again. Chen Zhou's hand trembled from shock, splashing a large amount of alcohol directly onto Jiang Xinhuai's nape. Ah, Jiang Xinhuai gasped sharply, almost collapsing from the pain. Shit. Shit. Are you okay? Chen Zhou panicked. Do you want me to pour water over it? Use the water in your brain. After cursing at him, Jiang Xinhuai sulkily picked up the phone that had been continuously ringing in his pocket. The voice on the other end first apologized for disturbing before issuing the same request again. Sir, we can't do anything either. The gentleman from 1702 says that your stereo has played Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf 21 times. Do I look like I enjoy listening to those cheesy sheep songs? Jiang Xinhuai, covering his neck, clenched his teeth. There's truly no one at home. Are you sure that guy's ears are fine? Mister. This is the situation. It's bull crap. Ask him if he's hallucinating or needs a trip to the hospital for his ears. I'll pay for it. Jiang Xinhuai's patience wore thin. Sorry, the gentleman is right beside me. He insists there's nothing wrong with his ears. And he requests that you return as soon as possible because he needs rest, otherwise, he will call the police. Jiang Xinhuai paused, exclaiming angrily, report him. Let him file a report. Since I grew up, there's no one I respect except for the police officers. Tell that jerk that not reporting means I'm my son. With that, he threw the phone away and irritably drank the whiskey Zhu Gaofei had kept in the glass cabinet in the room. 1 a.m. A thoroughly drunk Jiang Xinhuai staggered into the apartment building, swaying towards the elevator. In the elevator was only a tall man. Jiang Xinhuai reeked of alcohol, and the man furrowed his brows, trying to move away. Jiang Xinhuai was completely oblivious to the man's disdain, attempting instinctively to press the floor button. But alas, his knees buckled. With a thud, he knelt before the man. Jiang Xinhuai tried to stand up but failed. Losing spirit, he leaned against the elevator. Looking up at the only man inside the elevator, he slurred his words in pleading, Uncle, could you help press the elevator button? I can't see clearly. The man looked down at him and extended a hand to help him up. I'm on the 17th floor, thank you, Uncle, Jiang Xinhuai said politely with slurred speech. There were 2 apartments per floor in the building, emphasizing privacy and minimal interaction. Thus, only 2 homeowners lived on the 17th floor. Unluckily, the man also resided on the 17th floor. Without hesitation, the man withdrew his hand that had been offered to assist the boy. Chapter 2. Jiang Xinhuai was completely drunk, with a blurry vision of white shadows. However, his mind still retained a shred of awareness due to the insecurity of not being home yet. The man standing beside him acted as if he hadn't heard Jiang Xinhuai speaking and remained silent. Furrowing his brows, Jiang Xinhuai stopped asking for help and strained to keep his eyes open as he looked at the digital panel of the elevator, searching for the button of the 17th floor. The keypad glowed with white light, hurting his eyes so much that he couldn't make out any number. He began counting upward from the numbers one by one, then paused suddenly. The button for the 17th floor had already been lit up. Before he entered, Jiang Xinhuai blinked his sore eyes, thought for a moment, and tilted his head toward the man. Are you also going to the 17th floor? Fu Yan furrowed his eyebrows slightly without replying. Are you my neighbor? Jiang Xinhuai went straight to the point. Only now did Fu Yan lower his gaze to look at him. The boy didn't look very old, about 17 or 18. He wore a pair of ripped jeans, a white t-shirt, and around his neck were 2 cross chains. Jiang Xinhuai took this opportunity to observe this neighbor who had moved in more than a month ago but had never been seen, despite lodging several complaints against him. Shoes, black suit, tie. He appeared well dressed, yet why did he love to report things? Uncle, weren't you about to pull me just now? Jiang Xinghai always knew how to irritate others. Fu Yan was slightly startled. Just now, he was called uncle, but now it changed to an older uncle. Can you stand up? Fu Yan asked him. Aren't you about to call the police? Jiang Xinghai taunted. If you want me to. Fu Yan complied effortlessly. Then pull me. Jiang Xinghai sweetly smiled. Thanks, uncle. Fu Yan extended his hand. Jiang Xinghai squinted, not reaching out his own hand. After staring at the man for a while, he reached out and slapped the man's palm with a loud sound. So eager to help, uncle, he questioned provocatively, could you stop filing complaints against me in the future? Fu Yan withdrew his hand calmly and wiped the palm with a handkerchief. With a ding, the elevator arrived. The man exited the elevator. Jiang Xinghai let out a cold humph, his limbs weak, his vision dizzying as he slowly shuffled out while leaning on the elevator walls. Uncle isn't going to support me anymore. Jiang Xinghai continued walking forward, not forgetting to irritate this timid person who only complained behind his back. This person was as detestable as his stepmother. His stepmother would always whisper bad words into his father's ear, inciting trouble. Now, it was good, his father ignored him and truly left him alone. He leaned against the wall and walked a few steps forward but experienced dizziness. His knees felt too soft to hold him up. I'm really about to kneel, Jiang Xinghai muttered to himself. Hearing the noise, Fu Yan turned around and saw the boy had already fallen to the ground. Standing in place, Fu Yan waited for a minute, the boy groaned twice but didn't get up. Sighing, Fu Yan approached anyway. Are you still awake? Fu Yan asked. The boy responded with a groan. Fu Yan firmly grabbed his arm and hoisted him up. The boy had no strength at all, so he could only half carry him forward. After taking a few steps, Jiang Xinghai shook his dizzy head and regained some alertness. Glancing over, he saw the man's black tie brush past his nose. Jiang Xinghai's nose started to itch, so he sniffed. Listening to this sound, Fu Yan frowned. Is he crying? For a while, Fu Yan hesitated before finally reaching out to pat him lightly on the back as a sign of comfort. Jiang Xinghai wasn't sure why this man was suddenly patting his back, but they had already arrived at the door. He pressed his fingerprint onto the door, thanking him mockingly, thank you, uncle. You're welcome. Fu Yan continued to support him. Jiang Xinghai. Was this uncle really dumb or pretending? Couldn't he hear the sarcasm? Good night, uncle. An exasperated Jiang Xinghai opened the door. Good, Fu Yan didn't finish his sentence. Jiang Xinghai swiftly entered, rolled his eyes, and closed the door. Bang, the door slammed shut, nearly hitting Fu Yan's nose. Fu Yan, night. Fu Yan gazed at the tightly shut door, his expression serene. Once inside, Jiang Xinghai didn't even enter the bedroom but collapsed onto the carpet beside the sofa and fell asleep. All night long, his brain buzzed chaotically with sheep dancing. Why sheep? Jiang Xinghai didn't know. Until a shrill mobile phone ring shattered the quiet. Shit. Struggling, Jiang Xinghai pried open his swollen eyelids. Immediately, he arched his waist, pressing his hands onto his stomach. It took him quite a while to finally pay attention to the ringing of the phone. He grabbed the phone and rubbed his eyes. It was a call from Mr. Su at the property management. Jiang Xinghai furrowed his brows and answered, hello. Mr. Jiang, sorry to disturb you, but we've received another complaint, could you please turn down the sound system in your place? Su's voice sounded troubled. What? Jiang Xinghai blinked, only then realizing that some music from Happy Sheep had been playing incessantly in the background. Happy sheep, pretty sheep, lazy sheep, boiling sheep, soft and fluffy. Hold on. Jiang Xinghai got up from the floor, unsteadily walking toward the gaming room filled with various electronic devices. In the corner stood a waterdrop-shaped speaker, almost half as tall as a person, relentlessly blaring noisy sheep tunes. Don't look at me. I'm really just a clever sheep beyond imagination. Jiang Xinghai stared at it blankly, wide-eyed. He thought all night it was the throbbing pain in his head due to drinking too much yesterday. But now he realized this thing had been going off for hours, explaining why his brain had been crowded with sheep all night. With an unpleasant expression, Jiang Xinghai bent over and pressed the power-off button. The music didn't stop. The happy sheep continued its chaotic noise. What's happening? Mr. Jiang, the owner of 1702, has mentioned that once the noise level in the residential building exceeds a certain decibel, it becomes illegal. If he calls the police, you will be in trouble, and so will we. We hope you can understand, Su softly urged over the phone. My speaker is broken. Jiang Xinghai, irritated, pressed the buttons again, but the happy sheep music kept playing non-stop. Broken? Su immediately asked, shall we send someone to repair it for you? We have service providers who can. I'll fix it myself. Jiang Xinghai was losing patience. It's not a bother. I can come up right away with my tools to take a look. Mr. Jiang, if you don't mind. Thinking about complaining about your noise pollution? Jiang Xinghai questioned. Have a pleasant weekend. Su hung up decisively. The speaker still played without stopping. Annoyed, Jiang Xinghuai slapped the speaker hard. With a bang, the room finally fell silent. Huffing, Jiang Xinghuai turned and walked towards the bedroom, shedding his clothes as he went. Clothes were scattered everywhere as he entered the bathroom. After taking a shower, he only wrapped a towel around his waist, not bothering to dry his hair before rushing out. Starving, he ordered takeout and rummaged through the living room for something to eat, trying to fill his stomach first. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. It was urgent. Jiang Xinghuai frowned, dropped the soggy chips in his hand, stood up straight, and approached the door. "Who is it?" There was no response from outside, only another quick and messy knock. "You're mute or what? Speak up." Jiang Xinghuai opened the door. The person outside stepped back 1 or 2 steps upon being pushed by the door, still remaining silent. It was a man, tall and thin, wearing a cap familiar to Jiang Xinghuai, which indicated it was part of the property management staff uniform here. "Su?" Jiang Xinghuai asked hesitantly. Upon hearing his name, Su slightly raised his head, showing unfocused eyes and a ghostly pale face. Jiang Xinghuai wiped wet hair out of his face, confirming it was indeed Su. He immediately said, "Didn't I say I didn't need you to repair it? I can." Save. A faint mumble escaped Su's throat. "What?" Jiang Xinghuai didn't hear clearly. "What did you say?" Su took a couple of difficult steps forward, stretching out his hand. Instinctively, Jiang Xinghuai moved to support Su's hand. "Wait. Su clutched his hand, tightening more and more, eyes widening significantly. Swallowing hard, Jiang Xinghuai said, "All right. Brother, it's my fault. I didn't know this would affect you so much, but I truly turned off the speaker just now. Please, brother, don't do this." As soon as Jiang Xinghuai finished speaking, Su's eyes suddenly widened drastically, then his whole body collapsed straight down. "Hey!" Losing balance, Jiang Xinghuai managed to grab onto the doorknob just in time. Their tightly gripped hands quickly tightened further before separating due to the force. Jiang Xinghuai landed with a thud, hitting his back against the door. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. Clutching his sore bottom and nearly slipping bath towel, Jiang Xinghuai started picking up the shattered pieces of his phone. Pressing a few buttons, the phone remained unresponsive. "Are you crazy?" Lying on his back, Su's pupils rapidly filled with coarse blood vessels. Green veins burst forth from his neck, spreading upward until his entire face was covered in grotesque patterns. It was eerie and terrifying. "I told you I turned off the speaker, I did." Jiang Xinghuai was still ranting and pressing his phone, unaware of the shadow slowly rising behind him. Su got up from the ground in a mechanical, rigid manner. His arms were uncontrollably twisted backward on both sides, they didn't move as he stood upright, legs carrying his waist carrying the upper body, all stiffly standing straight up. "I'm telling you. Don't try this crap with me. Do you think I grew up scared, damn it?" Jiang Xinghuai shouted angrily as he turned around, only to jump back in shock. "What is this thing?" Su, now transformed, made a swallowing sound in his throat, tilted his head, and stared unblinking at Jiang Xinghuai with bulging eyes while still making that swallowing sound. Jiang Xinghuai also swallowed hard, sensing something wrong. "No, you're fine, aren't you?" Suddenly Su lunged toward him. What are you doing?" Jiang Xinghuai dodged swiftly, squatting down and picking up one of the old skateboards lying nearby, swinging it toward Su's waist. Su stumbled back several steps. Jiang Xinghuai took the chance to distance himself, holding onto his bath towel, wide-eyed and unsure of what had happened. Su charged forward again without any sign of pain or restraint. Jiang Xinghuai blocked them with the skateboard, gasping out, "Wait. No. Su Dawei, what the hell is wrong with you? Are you insane?" Su didn't reply, but seeing no way to break through the skateboard block, rammed straight into it. Being light-boned and slim, Jiang Xinghuai flew back and hit the cold tiles with his bare back. The skateboard went flying out of his hand. Hiss, Jiang Xinghuai covered his throbbing back of his head with one hand, enraged, and yelled up, "Damn it. I'm telling you, you're done. You're fired. Pack up your stuff and get out tomorrow." Su paused for a moment. Seeing him stop, Jiang Xinghuai breathed a sigh of relief, hoisting his nearly slipping bath towel and struggling to stand against the wall, threatening, "Good that you know fear. But let me tell you, this isn't over. Just wait until I report you to your boss tomorrow." Su immediately stepped forward 2 paces. Don't report. Jiang Xinghuai flinched, stepping back a step. "Will you not report if I beg you?" Jiang Xinghuai's retreat seemed to trigger some switch, and Su began walking faster. "Su Dawei, what are you doing?" Jiang Xinghuai quivered, pointing at him, threatening, "You're crazy. Do you know who I am?" Su didn't care anymore who Jiang Xinghuai was, and his intention was clear, to bite. "You're done, Su Dawei." Jiang Xinghuai was infuriated, crawling away and trying to grab a skateboard from the floor. Too late. Su Dawei rushed over again. In an instant, Jiang Xinghuai unleashed incredible flexibility, twisted his waist, picked up the board, and struck heavily. Su froze mid-motion, just inches away from Jiang Xinghuai's body. Jiang Xinghuai panted, every muscle tight as he stood stock still. One end of the skateboard was lodged directly into Su's mouth. Enraged, Su started biting the skateboard. Something wasn't right. Jiang Xinghuai felt a chill creep up his spine as he leaned against the wall. This situation was absolutely abnormal. With a crack, the skateboard, caught in their mutual force, was about to snap under unbearable stress. The skateboard would break soon. These boards outside had already been used so much. Shaking hands, Jiang Xinghuai glanced at his neighbor's tightly closed door and slowly sidled toward the neighbor's door. Desperate, because the scene before him was terrifying, he resorted to seeking help shamelessly. Hey! Is anyone there? Jiang Xinghuai kept his upper body still, kicking at his neighbor's door with his foot, yelling, Uncle! Open the door! Help! No one answered, and no one opened the door. Jiang Xinghuai couldn't hold on much longer. Su was provoked by the loud kicking on the door and violently retreated, pulling the skateboard out of his mouth. Bending over, he bit toward the exposed area where the skateboard could no longer shield. Ah! Jiang Xinghuai felt a sharp pain on his thigh, followed by a sudden cool sensation throughout his lower body. He looked down quickly, and saw that Su Dawei had bitten his bath towel and pulled it off. Looking at his exposed private parts and the bite marks on his thigh, Jiang Xinghuai went berserk, you perverted freak. The deranged Su Dawei continued his second vicious attack. Jiang Xinghuai was beside himself with anger, blurting out anything that came to mind. He tightly grabbed Su's hair and pressed down hard, do you have any idea how much this bath towel costs? Su. Jiang Xinghuai went on, handmade in the UK, £100,000 per piece. Su hesitated for a moment as his mouth opened, and the bath towel dropped from it. Even an invisible trace of fear appeared on his expressionless face. Jiang Xinghuai pressed the advantage, you wouldn't be able to pay it off even if you worked 100 years without eating or drinking. Su closed his mouth. Breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling, Jiang Xinghuai kept holding onto his hair, not daring to let go. The two remained in this strange truce-like state. Until steady footsteps approached from behind. Jiang Xinghuai realized something, turning around joyfully. 1, 2, 3, when he was about to count the fourth second. The door of his neighbor's apartment was pushed open from inside. A man in a suit appeared, calm and collected at a glance, ready to help. A glimmer of hope lit up Jiang Xinghuai's eyes. The next moment, a flicker of unease passed over his neighbor's expressionless and icy face. Jiang Xinghuai didn't understand why such an expression would appear on his face. He turned his head, discarding his anger and prejudice. With the mindset of a normal person, he appraised the scene between him and Xiao Su. It truly was an unseemly sight. Jiang Xinghuai. There was a bang, the door behind him slammed shut with great force. Jiang Xinghuai protested in anguish and fury, it's not like that. Chapter 3. Jiang Xinghuai felt utterly humiliated. There was no way he could summon his neighbor once more to come out and see him naked. He didn't want to explain a proposition like, why I stripped and stood outside your door shouting you out for a look, but I'm not a pervert. Listen, I don't ask you to compensate for the bath towel, nor will I complain about you, Jiang Xinghuai negotiated, suppressing his trembling voice. And I'll even treat you to some crayfish, how about it, Brother Xiao Su? Brother Xiao Su didn't understand, Brother Xiao Su became agitated, straightened up and broke free from Jiang Xinghuai's hand. Jiang Xinghuai turned and ran. Xiao Su grabbed his arm, Jiang Xinghuai gave a hard shake, but failed to break free. In panic, Jiang Xinghuai kicked out with his foot. Xiao Su stepped back, caught his ankle, and dragged him backward. Shit! Jiang Xinghuai fell on his back, hitting the back of his head against the ground. The world went black for a second, Jiang Xinghuai blinked repeatedly. Without missing a beat, he vigorously kicked with his legs, pushed away from whoever restrained him, and began crawling forward. Until his hand touched the wall, Jiang Xinghuai shook his dizzy head, and his vision gradually cleared. He tightly leaned against the wall, with nowhere to retreat. Next to him was a closed door. In front was Xiao Su, drooling, running towards him. Jiang Xinghuai gritted his teeth and suddenly turned around, pounding furiously on the door, shouting, Uncle! Uncle! No! Brother! Brother, open the door! This guy is crazy! A pervert! Brother, I'm sorry! Open the door! Come on! Show yourself! Uncle! Xiao Su lunged at him with an open mouth. Jiang Xinghuai closed his eyes in terror. Click! The door opened. Xiao Su tilted his head upward to look. In an instant, a long knife cut through the air and slashed onto Xiao Su's shoulder. A cool sensation swept across Jiang Xinghuai's face as he slowly opened his eyes, blinked again, and absent-mindedly wiped the blood off his lashes. Xiao Su wasn't as composed anymore. Stimulated by the smell of blood, he started breathing heavily, his pupils constricted, angrily opening his mouth and rushing forward once again. Fu Yan kicked Xiao Su's leg. Xiao Su's body shifted sideways, kneeling down. Fu Yan glanced at the boy still crouching near the door, covered in blood, unmoving. With a frown, Fu Yan quickly removed his jacket and threw it over. "Come here." Jiang Xinghuai heard the man say this amidst the darkness. Only just in time for Fu Yan to switch hands holding the knife did the boy on the ground crash into him like a heavy cannonball wrapped in the suit jacket. Subconsciously, Fu Yan caught him and shoved him behind himself. Just as Fu Yan had managed to stand upright, Xiao Su, now envious, mimicked his earlier move. He ran over with drool streaming down. Fu Yan frowned, lifted his leg, and delivered a swift kick to the waist. Xiao Su flew far away, sliding along the smooth floor an equally great distance. At that moment, Jiang Xinghuai clearly saw a long cut stretching along Xiao Su's arm. "Shit." Jiang Xinghuai gasped in shock, muttering to himself, "This guy is badass, he actually swung." Fu Yan turned his head upon hearing the sound. Seeing him turn around suddenly, Jiang Xinghuai paused for a second, then managed to pull a smile, expressing admiration anew. "Wow. That was so cool. Uncle, you were really..." Xiao Su rushed forward yet again. Fu Yan pulled him inside, swiftly closing the door. The very next second after the door shut. Boom. A heavy, dull thud sounded as Xiao Su crashed against it. The thumps continued, one after another, with increasing fury from the person outside, causing the door panels to tremble. Within, though, there was a silence. In the confined entrance hall area only their breaths were audible. One hurried breath came from Jiang Xinghuai. The other remained calm, it was Fu Yan. Both were tensely silent without words. Until the sounds outside gradually subsided. With lingering fear, Jiang Xinghuai glanced at the door before shakily putting on his suit jacket. "Thank you, uncle, you." Fu Yan immediately turned and walked away with the knife still in his hand. "What?" Jiang Xinghuai looked stunned. "Where are you going?" "I haven't finished thanking you yet." Without saying a word, Fu Yan rapidly headed toward the glass window at the forefront of the living room. "Wait, isn't what we did self-defense? Shouldn't we call the police?" Jiang Xinghuai jogged alongside, passing the coffee table and grabbing a piece of paper at random to wipe his face, then noticing after wiping that the paper was completely soaked in blood. "When the police arrive, just tell them I cut him." Jiang Xinghuai knitted his eyebrows while touching the back of his own head, since he attacked first anyway. "Shit, I'm sure I got a concussion. Why does everything look blurry?" "Look." Fu Yan paused by the window, gazing downward seriously. "At what?" Jiang Xinghuai asked, following Fu Yan's gaze through the glass toward the street below as he spoke. "We should hurry and report this. Is Xiao Su acting insane?" Jiang Xinghuai's voice suddenly froze, holding his breath for a moment before Jiang Xinghuai stared wide-eyed. "Shit." The lush greenery in the small garden downstairs was trampled into chaos. Extending from the grass to the roadside, 3 or 4 people lay there, large patches of blood soaking out beneath them, leaving their life or death uncertain. Chills ran down Jiang Xinghuai's back instantly as he asked shakily, "What happened here?" "Look over there." Fu Yan pointed towards the fountain below. Jiang Xinghuai turned his head to look down. The fountain pool had spread with mostly blood, and the deepest part covered half of a woman who still had one last breath left, but kept trying to crawl deeper into the water. Standing outside the fountain, a young man dressed in a suit tilted his head and violently dragged the woman's exposed calf from the pool. As soon as the young man dragged most of the woman's body out, he immediately pounced on her face and started tearing at it wildly. Like a mad dog. The woman's weak struggle ceased quickly. What the hell is going on? Are they all crazy? Jiang Xinghuai gripped the window frame hard enough to whiten his knuckles. "Call the police." "Did you call the police?" "They are all..." As Jiang Xinghuai was speaking, he suddenly remembered Xiao Su who attacked him by the door, and then associated it with the scenes outside. Jiang Xinghuai experienced a brief moment of confusion and deep disbelief, turning to look at the tall man beside him, trying to stay calm while asking, "What's wrong with them?" Mental disorder, uncontrolled physical movement, highly aggressive, and preliminarily judged to have strong contagious potential transmitted through wounds. Fu Yan analyzed calmly both for the boy and to sort out the information in his own mind. This condition might... Attention, we now interrupt with an urgent news broadcast. According to the Epidemic Control Bureau, a large number of unidentified virus infections have been detected in our city, and the infected population is rapidly increasing. Both quickly turned their heads to look at the TV that had come on in the living room. Initial symptoms include mental confusion, stiff limbs, and high aggression. Transmission routes involve blood and saliva. Time from contact with the source of infection to contagion is 5 to 10 minutes. This virus is an extremely fierce lethal virus. Citizens are advised to lock doors tight and avoid. What? What kind of virus? Upgraded rabies virus? Jiang Xinghuai frowned, suppressing the growing panic inside him. Fu Yan focused intently on listening to the news report. It matched his judgment so far without deviation. After discovering violent attacks happening downstairs, he had immediately called the police. But soon, watching those who suffered fatal attacks downstairs only to rise a few minutes later and swiftly attack others passing by made him realize something was not right. At that time, he already had a vague conjecture. Just then, cries for help came from outside the door. He opened it and got a close-up view of property manager Xiao Su, who was in an abnormal state. The dilated pupils were among the criteria to determine whether someone was dead or alive. At this point, he finally became fully aware of the severity of the situation and its inevitable catastrophic consequences. On the television, the news broadcast continued to repeat warnings. Jiang Xinghuai followed along in bewilderment, repeatedly confirming the content of the news report. He refused to believe it. Bang! A loud noise startled Jiang Xinghuai out of his daze. Xiao Su outside the door must have heard some slight sound and began to violently bang on the door again. Jiang Xinghuai managed to recover his senses after a while. After a bit, he suddenly thought of a possibility, gritted his teeth, and asked, "Uncle, do you play zombie games?" Frowning deeply, Fu Yan remained silent, his expression darkening. As if on cue, Xiao Su let out a howl outside the door, accompanied by the familiar background music from zombie games that Jiang Xinghuai knew too well. Finished, finished. Jiang Xinghuai slumped, sitting heavily on the carpet, shouting repeatedly, "We're done." Fu Yan came out of his reverie, looked down at the disheveled boy wearing nothing but a suit jacket, furrowed his brows, considered for a moment, and sighed, reaching out anyway. "My spicy crayfish order hasn't arrived yet." Jiang Xinghuai wailed with a mournful face. "Fu Yan. What can we do?" Jiang Xinghuai cried. Fu Yan turned and was about to leave. "Uncle." Jiang Xinghuai sniffed, looking up at him, and suddenly said, "Can I borrow your phone? My cell phone is broken, and I want to call my dad." Closing his eyes briefly, Fu Yan opened them again and handed over the phone. Jiang Xinghuai took it and quickly dialed the number. This time, his father answered quickly, and it wasn't his secretary. "Xing. Jiang Liangyuan's voice was urgent. "Why did you change your phone number? I couldn't reach you. Do you know what's happening? Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" "I'm fine, I'm home, I haven't gone out. I saw the news." Jiang Xinghuai quickly reassured him. "I'm about to get on a plane, just wait for Dad to come back. Absolutely don't go outside, hear me?" "Aha." Jiang Xinghuai felt his nose tingling with emotion. This was the first normal conversation he'd had with his father in a month. Jiang Xinghuai fought back tears and swallowed hard against the lump forming in his throat. "Are you okay? Is there no virus in the US yet?" "It's fine here so far, don't worry about me," Jiang Liangyuan said, then added, "Stay at home and don't leave. This disease will probably be under control in a few days. I have to make a stop in Beijing first. After that, I'll come find you. Don't go outside." "Aren't you coming home first?" Jiang Xinghuai asked, confused. "Xing, Auntie and Anan are scared being alone, so I need to see them first," explained Jiang Liangyuan. "Dad has no choice, Anan is still too young, it's not safe for him and Auntie to stay by themselves over there." "But," Jiang Xinghuai faltered, "I'm alone here. Dad will go see you as soon as they're settled. Stay home and wait for me." "I'll only be a few days," Jiang Liangyuan assured him. "If you don't mind, I could bring them over here instead, and our family can all stay together." The injury at the back of Jiang Xinghuai's head started throbbing again, sending waves of sharp pain shooting through his ears. The sound of Jiang Liangyuan's voice seemed to fade away into the distance. "Uncle, whole family. What bullshit." An oppressive feeling overwhelmed Jiang Xinghuai again. Clutching the phone tightly, he tried to speak reasonably. "Dad, we're not really part of the same family. What nonsense is this? Be more understanding. You'll be an adult soon, stop acting like a child." Jiang Liangyuan scolded. That sentence set off every fuse sparking inside Jiang Xinghuai until the explosion finally came. "So what if I'm about to be an adult? Isn't that brat also about to grow up?" Jiang Xinghuai shouted furiously, interrupting him. "Is he your son? Why do you always rush to cater to him? Do you even realize how many times your real son nearly—" "Enough. I don't have time to argue with you right now." Jiang Liangyuan cut him off harshly. "Jiang Xinghuai. When will you ever understand things properly?" Jiang Xinghuai fell silent. Understand things properly? Understand what? He didn't understand jack squat. "Jiang Xinghuai, I won't argue with you now. In a few days, I'll visit you, and you better behave." "Dad," Jiang Xinghuai sniffed, interrupting him again, "you don't need to come see me anymore." "What?" Jiang Liangyuan was angry. "Do you know what kind of situation this is, and you're still—" "I mean it." Jiang Xinghuai shouted, "Don't come see me anymore. I found a new dad." And after shouting this, Jiang Xinghuai thrust the phone towards the ear of the man sitting beside him. "Jiang Xinghuai. Explain yourself clearly." The nearby phone pressed against the man's ear immediately rang out. "Hello, sir," Fu Yan subconsciously responded. Did you hear that? My new dad is younger, handsomer, and loves me more than you do. He won't pick up some new wife and bring her home to make me sick. Jiang Xinghuai grabbed the phone again and screamed. Fu Yan. Jiang Xinghuai. Stop fooling around. Who is this man? Is this the person you've been secretly dating? Aren't you embarrassed doing this? I gave you 1 month to take care of your problems and this is what you did before the college entrance exam. Do you think I'll let you get away with this? The volume of the call was too loud. Before Fu Yan could walk away from certain information, it was already too late. Jiang Xinghuai threw the phone down in anger. Fu Yan's eye twitched slightly, and his expression turned unpleasant. What are you looking at? Never seen a homosexual before. Jiang Xinghuai glared at him, red-eyed. Fu Yan glanced at him but remained speechless, then turned and walked into the study. Jiang Xinghuai smirked disdainfully and let out a scoff, seemingly unconcerned. He hummed tunelessly under his breath, the theme song of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. It wasn't until the study door clicked shut that the cocksure posture of Jiang Xinghuai slowly melted away, and he slumped onto the edge of the sofa. These days, ignoring your own son to be someone else's dad, how proud must you feel, huh? How honored. Jiang Xinghuai wiped the tears streaming down his face, muttering bitterly, no one is going to award you a commendation banner, why are you so eager anyway? Jiang Xinghuai massaged his knee which was starting to bruise from earlier and reminded himself that he only had 1 more minute left to cry. Outside, a sudden violent windstorm broke out, dark clouds covering the once clear sky within minutes. The knocking from Xiao Su outside the door abruptly stopped. Jiang Xinghuai felt the room was too quiet. Gurgle. Following the sound, Jiang Xinghuai stared at his stomach. He then realized that his food delivery was delayed, almost 3 hours late. Jiang Xinghuai looked around. What could he eat? They probably acted aggressively unconsciously. I observed their pupils dilating closely. Fu Yan was on the phone sitting behind the desk. Knock knock knock. The study door was knocked. Fu Yan looked up. A boy stood in the doorway, his legs bare, wearing a suit much too big for him. He didn't look well but smiled at Fu Yan. Do you have anything to eat? Jiang Xinghuai asked politely. Sorry, just a moment please. Fu Yan told the person on the other end of the call, then looked up at the boy, what? I'm hungry. Jiang Xinghuai said. There's steak in the fridge. Fu Yan said. Jiang Xinghuai nodded and left. Fu Yan continued his phone call. 5 minutes later. How do I cut this steak? Jiang Xinghuai returned to the door, puzzled. Let it thaw first. Fu Yan answered. Oh. Jiang Xinghuai walked away with the answer. 2 minutes later. Uncle, how do I turn on the stove? Jiang Xinghuai came again. Turn it clockwise 1 circle. Fu Yan answered. 1 minute later, Fu Yan heard the sound of a bowl breaking in the kitchen, a spatula falling to the floor, and all sorts of inappropriate clatters in the kitchen. Fu Yan hung up and stood up. The next second. Uncle. There's fire in the pan. Jiang Xinghuai rushed in frantically. I tried to put water from a bowl. And threw the bowl in too. Fu Yan. Fu Yan sighed deeply and went over from behind the desk, looking at the boy, how old are you? 17, Jiang Xinghuai said. No, 11. Jiang Xinghuai quickly corrected himself and feigned pitifulness, please give me something to eat, uncle. Fu Yan started. Jiang Xinghuai immediately interrupted, Dad, I'm really hungry. Chapter 4. Aren't you going to eat? Jiang Xinghuai had a mouthful of beef and looked up at the man walking over with a glass of water. You go ahead. Fu Yan placed the water beside him. Thank you, uncle. Jiang Xinghuai lowered his head, sipping the water quietly. You're welcome. Fu Yan took out his phone to reply to a message. I mean it, not just polite gratitude. Jiang Xinghuai swallowed the tough bite of beef and looked directly into his eyes earnestly, I truly thank you. Fu Yan's gaze moved from the phone screen to his face, nodding slightly, then it dropped lower, noticing his bare legs. Jiang Xinghuai tugged on the oversized suit and grinned awkwardly, I just finished my shower when Mr. Su knocked on the door, I guess people always time these things perfectly. Hold on. Fu Yan turned and went upstairs, returning with a pair of short sports pants. Yours? Jiang Xinghuai accepted them in surprise, do people who wear suits really have such casual shorts? They don't seem very serious, do they? Put them on. Fu Yan commanded. Smiling mischievously, Jiang Xinghuai bent down, pulling up the pants while introducing himself, my name is Jiang Xinghuai, star, Huai, in embrace. Fu Yan. After speaking, Fu Yan pointed at the Bluetooth earpiece near his ear, indicating he was receiving a call and turned to leave. Not so fast. We're chatting. Jiang Xinghuai stood up, holding onto his arm and asked frowning, where are you going? Fu Yan turned back to look at him, and once again his gaze uncontrollably fell upon his exposed bare legs. Fu Yan. Jiang Xinghuai followed his gaze downwards and noticed his pants had fallen onto his ankles. Jiang Xinghuai. Fu Yan's expression remained unchanged. Pull them up. It fell by itself. Jiang Xinghuai bent down and pulled up the pants again, muttering, besides, they're too big for me anyway. Fu Yan studied his leg length and guessed his waist size, then brought over a belt. Not enough holes here. Jiang Xinghuai tied it all the way to the last hole, but there was still space left around his waist. Just hold it up yourself then. Fu Yan said as he slightly tilted his head towards the earpiece, not talking to you. There's a kid in the house. Oh, actually, it won't fall off. Jiang Xinghuai spread his hands wide, letting go of the pants, demonstrating to him, see? It can. My judgment is that the situation isn't good. Fu Yan raised his palm facing Jiang Xinghuai, which was a gesture of refusal. It stays stuck on my butt naturally. Jiang Xinghuai's voice gradually faded away. Fu Yan turned and walked away, saying, what time specifically tomorrow? Bring your materials in. Watching Fu Yan walk far away, Jiang Xinghuai sat down and suddenly thought of his father. His father was always holding the phone, never listening to whatever he had to say. Let's take a closer look at this poor piece of steak. We can clearly see that it's an Australian steak. It traveled thousands of miles to China, surely with plenty to share. Let's interview him. What would he be saying? Jiang Xinghuai poked at the meat with his fork. How lonely I am, how lonely I am. After sending the Australian steak with a lonely soul back to Australia, Jiang Xinghuai went to find the bathroom to wash his hair and face. Since he couldn't find a hairdryer, he sang 8 repetitions of double knives in the restroom before shaking his head dry. Dressed in loose sports shorts, he walked around the living room 8 times, concluding that the pants really wouldn't fall off. Finally, having nothing else to do, Jiang Xinghuai leaned his head back against the sofa, sighing deeply. So boring, so boring, so boring, so boring. Won't you get bored staying here alone? Jiang Xinghuai leaned on the doorframe, poking his head toward Fu Yan sitting behind the desk. Shall I keep you company? Fu Yan kept his focus on the computer screen without even raising his head. If you're still hungry, there are cookies and milk in the fridge. I've already successfully sent the soul of the steak back to Australia. Jiang Xinghuai said. Fu Yan lifted his head questioningly. I've eaten it. Jiang Xinghuai said as he walked straight into the study. The study was enormous, with one whole side occupied by a tall black wooden bookshelf. Jiang Xinghuai approached it, attempting to pick up a book to read. His hand just stretched out when he recognized the titles. He quickly drew it back. Pharmacological experiment methods, biopharmaceutics and pharmacokinetics, microbiology and immunotechnology, human anatomy atlas, biochemistry, herbal medicine and drug analysis, medicinal chemistry. What kind of chaotic books were these? He knew people in suits didn't read comics, but no magazines either. Are you a doctor? Jiang Xinghuai asked. No. Fu Yan replied. Then. Used to be involved in pharmaceutical research. Fu Yan explained briefly. You're a real professional. Jiang Xinghuai exclaimed, rushing to his desk. Do you know what kind of virus this is? What's going on now? How did this virus suddenly appear without any warning? Why do they bite people like zombies? Are they zombies? Is the end of the world coming? I don't know, Fu Yan replied as he closed his computer. But for now, this virus has a rapid infection period and a short incubation period, causing infected individuals to display a series of abnormal behaviors. This seems to be an unrecorded new type of virus. As for the reason why they attack others by biting like zombies, that remains unclear. Jiang Xinghuai didn't understand a single word but nodded. I think you're right, that's exactly what I suspected too. Fu Yan had another guess he hadn't mentioned, a man-made virus leak. The appearance of such an aggressive new strain of the virus was most likely due to human error. Zombies can only die if you destroy their heads, you know, it's always set up this way in games. Jiang Xinghuai educated him, then paused and asked, but we don't even know if they're dead yet. If they aren't, are we just defending ourselves properly? They're dead, Fu Yan said flatly. That explains why you chopped at them with your knife so easily, Jiang Xinghuai said. I wasn't sure when I started chopping, Fu Yan explained. Jiang Xinghuai. So I didn't chop off their heads, Fu Yan added further clarification. Su wants me to thank you, Jiang Xinghuai said. Fu Yan stood up from behind the desk. He will. Suddenly, the white fluorescent light hanging on the ceiling flickered and went out, plunging the room into darkness. Beside them, the air conditioner beeped and stopped running. The silence enveloped the darkened room. Jiang Xinghuai blinked his eyes repeatedly and instinctively moved 2 steps closer to Fu Yan. What happened? The power's out, Fu Yan frowned. It's so dark outside. Jiang Xinghuai tilted his head to look at the sky. It's not usually this dark at this time, is it? The candles are in the living room, Fu Yan said, glancing at the open window in the study through which the breeze was flowing. In the distance, one after another, the lights in skyscrapers dimmed and extinguished. A strong wind carried piercing car horns and faint, weak cries from the streets below, sweeping across the entire city sky. A widespread viral outbreak could cause social panic and disorder, or worse, a complete collapse of societal structure. Fu Yan had anticipated the power outage but not how quickly it occurred. News reports reminded people to tightly close their doors to prevent the spread of the virus. But until the virus was under control and they couldn't leave their homes, food supplies would eventually run out. Moreover, alongside the power outage, water shortages would follow. The depletion of food and drinking water would lead to the next great crisis. Fu Yan took one last glance at the district below where cars were crisscrossing with constant honking sounds. In the darkness, it seemed as though a giant monster lay in wait, mouth wide open, ready to trap anyone fleeing in confusion. The candle was lit. Jiang Xinhuai leaned against the sofa, sitting on the carpet and quietly pulled a blanket from the couch to wrap around himself. After replying to a message, Fu Yan looked up at him. "Do you have any food at home?" Fu Yan asked. "Do chips count?" Jiang Xinhuai held the small blanket and gave him a crooked smile. "They're half-eaten already, do you want some?" "But they might have gone soft, they're not crispy anymore." The candlelight flickered, illuminating the mischievous curve of Jiang Xinhuai's lips and his youthful clear eyes. Fu Yan knew this kid was far from understanding the true horrors of a widespread and fast-spreading virus. Fu Yan let out a gentle sigh. "Are you leaving?" Jiang Xinhuai suddenly asked, interrupting before continuing. "I heard you, you're going to find your friend tomorrow, right?" "Yes, tomorrow," Fu Yan confirmed. "High-rise buildings don't provide absolute safety." "You." "I need to wait for my father," Jiang Xinhuai interjected quickly. "My dad will come looking for me." "All right," Fu Yan nodded and pointed toward the guest room. "Go to sleep." Jiang Xinhuai stared at the pitch-black guest room and hesitated, but kept up appearances. "It should be my game time right now, I'm not tired yet." "If you insist, opening the door will give you a full-on zombie game experience," Fu Yan pointed toward the door. "Just on cue." Little Su shouted from the hallway. Fu Yan nodded to thank Xiao Su, holding the candle and turning upstairs. "Can I sleep with you?" Jiang Xinhuai hurriedly asked. "No," Fu Yan refused. "I'll sleep on the floor, I won't grind my teeth or breathe too loud," Jiang Xinhuai recommended himself eagerly. "No," Fu Yan refused again. "Whatever," Jiang Xinhuai shrugged, "I was just worried you'd be scared." "Thank you." Fu Yan didn't look back. "Too kind, uncle." Jiang Xinhuai smiled and waved at his retreating figure. "Uncle, good night." "Good night." Fu Yan had just reached the middle of the staircase when he suddenly turned around. The living room was spacious, with the candlelight only illuminating the area around the sofa. The boy was hugging a blanket, sitting close to the candle, tilting his head and looking toward the pitch-black floor-to-ceiling window. Fu Yan then turned and ascended upstairs. Jiang Xinhuai looked back, watching Fu Yan's figure vanish around the corner of the stairs. He lay down leaning against the sofa, gazing at the flickering candlelight and pulling the blanket tighter around himself. Are those virus-infected people outside really zombies? Are they truly dead? Would it be very dangerous for his dad to come find him? Without food, could he last until the day his father came? Would his father even come for him? Jiang Xinhuai closed his eyes, feeling restless and wronged inside. Jiang Xinhuai. Fu Yan's voice sounded. Jiang Xinhuai's thoughts were interrupted. What? Jiang Xinhuai was wrapped in the blanket, not showing his face. Are you crying? Fu Yan asked. No, Jiang Xinhuai stubbornly replied, I'm sniffing because I have a cold, I hope you don't mind if I dirty your blanket. Come up and sleep with me. Fu Yan said. Are you pitying me? Jiang Xinhuai frowned. Not. Fu Yan stood stiff-faced in the dark, taking a deep breath before continuing, I'm afraid. Please come up and sleep with me. I knew it. Jiang Xinhuai exhaled a sigh while hidden under the small blanket and then consoled him, you shouldn't be so worried about saving face. Adults these days are like that, but actually, you don't need to lie to me, I won't mock you. Fu Yan took a deep breath. I was too proud. Fu Yan admitted. Chapter 5. There is a bag of cookies, 2 bottles of milk, and a steak in the fridge. I just taught you this, do you remember how to turn on the fire? Fu Yan asked. Jiang Xinhuai nodded. Drinking water is here. Fu Yan pointed to the lower compartment of the fridge, then gestured toward the bathroom on the first floor. I've stored 3 buckets of water for daily use in the bathroom. Use them when the water stops. Jiang Xinhuai nodded again. Seeing that he seemed to have grasped the basics, Fu Yan frowned but decided against voicing his next concern aloud. The food could guarantee Jiang Xinhuai's diet for at most 2 days. If after that, Jiang Xinhuai's father did not come, Jiang Xinhuai would starve to death here. This piece of information was too cruel for an underage child. Fu Yan had considered whether he should take Jiang Xinhuai with him. He actually intended to ask last night, but Jiang Xinhuai had clearly stated that he wanted to wait for his father. Fu Yan glanced at the time, it was already 8 o'clock. He had agreed to meet a friend at 10. Silence fell between the two of them. Jiang Xinhuai looked down and pulled on the overly long sleeve of the suit, opening his mouth as if to say something, but once he opened his mouth, uncertainty clouded his face. In front of him, Fu Yan turned and left. Jiang Xinhuai stood still for a while. The corner of the suit clenched tightly in his hand was already soaked. Maybe it was the panic caused by the virus spread, or perhaps the impending loneliness again. Jiang Xinghuai always felt empty in both his hands and heart. He wanted to hold on to something, anything. Like making another call. I'll call my dad again, Jiang Xinghuai said softly. What? Fu Yan didn't hear clearly over the noise of packing things up. He looked up and asked, what's wrong? Jiang Xinghuai raised his head, released the edge of the suit, and repeated himself. Okay. Fu Yan handed over the phone. Jiang Xinghuai dialed the number, and Fu Yan walked away. Beep, beep, beep. Answer the phone, answer the phone. Jiang Xinghuai unconsciously mumbled under his breath. Beep, beep. Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily out of service. Jiang Xinghuai hung up and tried again. It remained disconnected. Jiang Xinghuai stared at the number until his eyes became sore, wiped his eyes, and turned into the bathroom. After finishing tidying his bag, Fu Yan began to wrap the bandage from his wrist to his palm. Here. Jiang Xinghuai walked over and extended the phone. Fu Yan saw his red eyes and nose, but remained silent. Can I go with you? Jiang Xinghuai quietly asked, and quickly added, I don't want to wait for my dad anymore. Maybe he won't come looking for me. Fu Yan paused momentarily, then nodded, all right. Jiang Xinghuai managed a faint smile. His expression surprisingly calm. Take some food from the fridge. Fu Yan handed him a bag. Can I eat one more pack of cookies? Jiang Xinghuai suddenly asked, seeing Fu Yan's puzzled expression, added in a low voice, I haven't eaten enough breakfast. Eat it, Fu Yan said helplessly. What should we do next? After putting the fridge food away, Jiang Xinghuai's mood started rising. Call Xiao Su. Jiang Xinghuai punched the air enthusiastically, I've wanted to hit him for a long time. Open the door. Fu Yan rarely cracked a small joke, intending to distract Jiang Xinghuai. Jiang Xinghuai was quiet for a moment, then chuckled twice, Uncle, this joke is too old, I played it in elementary school. Fu Yan grabbed the bag of cookies from his hand, stop eating. Jiang Xinghuai pouted slightly, you're so petty. Fu Yan lifted a solid wood chair, facing the main entrance in readiness, open the door. Please proceed. Jiang Xinghuai bowed slightly like a greeter, one hand behind his back, the other welcomingly pulling the door open. Upon opening the door, Xiao Su standing right outside screamed on cue and charged in immediately. After a night, Xiao Su had become extremely agitated, his whole face swollen, covered with dark veins. Fu Yan kicked him out again before he even got inside. Without giving him time to get up, he swiftly pressed the chair firmly on Xiao Su's body and head. Xiao Su was trapped under the chair, unable to move, wailing and struggling fiercely. Jiang Xinghuai rushed over and stomped on one of Xiao Su's exposed arms. Fu Yan plunged a knife into Xiao Su's temple, blood splattered everywhere, and Xiao Su stopped moving. Let's go. Fu Yan stood up, blocking the corpse, placed his hand on the back of Jiang Xinghuai's head, pushing him forward, don't look, go pack your things. Xinghuai Jiang obediently avoided eye contact, opened his home door with his fingerprint, and directly led Fu Yan into the bedroom. What should we bring? Xinghuai Jiang loosened his collar, took off his already wrinkled suit jacket, and randomly grabbed a loose white t-shirt from the wardrobe. There was a fierce anime lion head on it. Change of clothes, daily necessities, food and water, knives and other things that can be used as weapons. Fu Yan said. Does this look good? Xinghuai Jiang pointed to the big lion on his chest. It looks good. Fu Yan maintained an expressionless face, but I suggest you wear long sleeves. Right. Adding a jacket will be cooler. Xinghuai Jiang snapped his fingers and pulled out a black leather jacket from the wardrobe, put it on, then added 2 silver chains around his neck, one long, one short, one with a skull head, the other with a cross. Then he quietly asked, do I look cool? Fu Yan nodded. When Xinghuai Jiang started to take off his pants, Fu Yan turned around and stepped out of the cluttered bedroom. 10 minutes later, while Fu Yan was looking down at his watch, he heard footsteps and turned back. Xinghuai Jiang was chewing gum, wearing high-top shoes, and carrying a graffiti-covered backpack that was still more than half empty as he walked out of the room. He looked at Fu Yan in surprise, sit down, why are you standing? Fu Yan looked around. The large sofa was full of thrown clothes, and there were scattered snack bags and several game controllers on the ground. Sit down, don't be so polite, Xinghuai Jiang said again. Let's leave as soon as possible, Fu Yan said. Okay, Xinghuai Jiang nodded, picked up the notebook computer on the ground and stuffed it into the school bag, then picked up a few game controllers. If it's for gaming, don't bother bringing them, Fu Yan reminded him. Xinghuai Jiang paused his actions, struggling. Other than adding unnecessary weight, they won't be of any use, and I don't think you'll be able to connect to the internet, Fu Yan explained. Alright, Xinghuai Jiang compromised, then picked up a smaller game console from the ground. What about this one? It's smaller, no need for internet connection. Don't underestimate its size, it can play 66 kinds of single-player games, Xinghuai Jiang enthusiastically recommended, we can play together later. Fu Yan said nothing, just stared at him. Xinghuai Jiang remained silent, then moved his hands toward a pile of comic books. Don't bring the comics, Fu Yan said again. Not fair. You brought several whole sets of suits and leather shoes. Xinghai Jiang couldn't help but shout in protest, who runs for their life wearing leather shoes? Besides, I even saw that you brought shoe polish. Fu Yan. You have your spiritual support, and I'm not allowed to have something I depend on emotionally. Xinghai Jiang argued based on reason. Shoe polish isn't my spiritual support, Fu Yan clarified coldly. I'm going to bring the comics, Xinghai Jiang stubbornly insisted. Alright, bring them, Fu Yan gave in. Xinghai Jiang quickly shoved a few volumes inside and sneaked the small game console into the bag as well. Fu Yan chose to pretend he didn't see it. After everything was packed, Xinghai Jiang looked at all the skateboards hanging on his wall and ultimately chose his favorite one, holding it tightly in his arms. He looked back at Fu Yan with a prayerful expression. This skateboard can come, Fu Yan read his mind and explained, it can also be used as a weapon. No way. Xinghai Jiang tightened his grip on the skateboard, defending it to death, this is my second wife. Fu Yan nodded, let's go. Xinghai Jiang hugged the skateboard and pushed the door open. Taking big steps, he accidentally stepped on Xiao Su. Looking down, Xiao Su's eyes suddenly opened wide. Ah. Xinghai Jiang swung the skateboard down hard. Xiao Su closed his eyes. Fu Yan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Let's go. Fu Yan moved forward and after a couple of steps, he realized Xinghai wasn't following. He turned back. My legs feel weak, Xinghai Jiang stiffly stared at the blood on the skateboard, his hands trembling. Fu Yan extended his hand, come over. Xinghai reached out and Fu Yan held it tightly. Your hand is so big, Xinghai suddenly said. Fu Yan pushed open the heavy staircase door of the emergency passage. The staircase was unusually quiet, with the usually fast-spinning exhaust fans working slowly. Fu Yan carefully checked both ways before pulling Xinghai down the stairs. Xinghai was obviously unaccustomed to such extreme silence, swallowed his saliva, and tried to start a conversation. How old are you, uncle? An uncle's age. Fu Yan's voice was very low. Come on. Xinghai squinted his eyes, like an insightful little fox, you don't like me calling you uncle. I'm 32, Fu Yan asserted his age, implying that Jiang Xinghai could call him brother as he was young enough. Uncle, what did you say? Jiang Xinghai didn't catch it. You, Fu Yan stopped abruptly mid-sentence, lightening his steps to capture the fleeting crisp sound from before, stepping in front of Jiang Xinghai, don't talk anymore. That was just me blowing a bubble gum bubble, Jiang Xinghai said nonchalantly. Where are we going? The parking lot. Fu Yan glanced at him chewing on the gum and ordered softly, spit it out. Why are we talking in such low voices? Jiang Xinghai belatedly realized, lowering his voice too. After a basic observation of Xiao Su and the situation downstairs, I believe people who are infected rely on hearing and sight to detect and attack those not infected, Fu Yan explained. Got it. Jiang Xinghai swallowed hard. The stairwell was unusually quiet. The two had gone down 2 floors, and their vigilance relaxed somewhat. Now we're on the 15th floor. Jiang Xinghai peeked at the staircase marker and lowered his voice, we have 15 more levels to reach the parking lot. Yes. Fu Yan was observing the surroundings, just stepping 1 foot around the corner when he suddenly stopped. He swiftly turned around to block Jiang Xinghai, pulling him behind himself. Concealed by the staircase wall corner, Fu Yan's expression tightened in a rare way. Jiang Xinghai looked confused until he saw the stairwell corner. His heart started pounding furiously as he instinctively gripped Fu Yan's hand tightly. The snow-white wall of the stairwell displayed eerie human silhouettes due to sunlight projection. The shadow movements were slow and stiff, with limbs positioned awkwardly, creating an unsettling scene. Both men held their breath, unwilling to move rashly. They dared only peek carefully, counting the number of people. 4 elderly, 2 middle-aged couples, 2 little girls, and a pudgy boy of 17 or 18. A total of 11 people. Fu Yan recognized them, they were from the 2 large families residing on this floor. Furrowing his brow, Fu Yan pondered how to pass through. Jiang Xinghai suddenly gestured, asking, did you see the shoes on that boy's feet? That's the limited edition collab between AJ and Off-White. I couldn't even get it that day. Fu Yan responded with gestures, you can't go up there, it's too dangerous. No matter how fast you run, wait for me to figure something out. Jiang Xinghai, do you also think he doesn't look as good in them as I would? You've got taste. But still no reason why I couldn't get it but he did. Fu Yan immediately grabbed him and gestured, don't be impulsive. There's no need for you to draw attention away. I have a better plan. As Jiang Xinghai was suddenly embraced. Why are you hugging me? Jiang Xinghai asked in bewilderment. By the time Fu Yan covered his mouth, it was already too late. The dozen or so people from the 2 families, men, women, and children, all turned around to look at these 2 embracing men. Chapter 6. Run. Fu Yan grabbed the collar of Jiang Xinghai's shirt and pushed him towards the stairs. Jiang Xinghai looked lazy, thin, and timid. Fu Yan worried that Jiang Xinghai might get caught, so he pulled him along. 1 second later. Jiang Xinghai darted like a rabbit, flipped over the stair railing, kicked off with his foot, and immediately stood on the railing of the 15th floor. His speed was incredible, and his movements were agile. Fu Yan looked up at him. What? Hurry up and run. Jiang Xinghai shouted at him. After shouting, he asked curiously, are your legs not okay? Fu Yan calmly said, I'm 32. I know. Jiang Xinghai quickly jumped back to pull his arm forward, urging impatiently, hurry up. They're not going to respect you just because you're older and not bite you. Fu Yan. This kid. Run. Jiang Xinghai extended his hand. Fu Yan reached out and grabbed it tightly, run. The two held hands and sprinted upward. Jiang Xinghai felt multiple times like his heel was about to be grabbed. This feeling of being chased, Jiang Xinghai glanced sideways and noticed Fu Yan deliberately lagging half a step behind him. Uncle Fu is such a good neighbor, this thought came unexpectedly. Take out your game console. Fu Yan suddenly shouted. What game console? Jiang Xinghai pretended to be dumb. Give it to me. Fu Yan commanded. At a time like this, all you can think of is my game console. Jiang Xinghai cursed, quickly taking out the game console from the outside pocket of his school bag and fumbling to pass it over, you disrespectful old man. Fu Yan opened the game console, lit up the screen, randomly picked a game, and set it to high volume. We are escaping for our lives, uncle, and you're playing games. Jiang Xinghai was terrified. Within half a minute, they had already finished running 3 floors of stairs, leaving the infected 1 floor behind. Jiang Xinghai looked at the staircase door on the 17th floor like seeing the living Buddha, stretching out his arms and rushing towards it, go home, go home. Fu Yan stopped his actions by grabbing the nape of his neck and then threw the game console towards the front door. Next, he pulled him quickly into the heavy, wall-clinging staircase door behind. Fu Yan covered Jiang Xinghai's mouth and suppressed the panting from the intense run. In the narrow dark space, Jiang Xinghai's forehead touched Fu Yan's chest, making breathing uncomfortable, yet he couldn't break free no matter what. 3. 2. 1. Fu Yan softly counted in his ear. The next second, disordered footsteps approached rapidly. The group of infected had caught up. The lively video game music blared continuously outside. Jiang Xinghai instantly understood. He remembered what Fu Yan had said, that the infected relied on sight and hearing to locate their prey. All the infected footfalls passed by. Close the door, Fu Yan whispered. Both of them pushed hard to close the heavy staircase door. The infected who was last to run reacted swiftly, rushing over. Fu Yan desperately leaned against the door while Jiang Xinghai twisted the lock. 2 clicks, the door was locked. The next moment, continuous thuds struck the door. In situations like these, the heavy fireproof doors showed their excellent blast resistance capabilities. Jiang Xinghai panted heavily, his hands shaking as he loosened the door lock, glancing down at himself. Let's go. Fu Yan tightened his grip on his hand. Jiang Xinghai silently nodded and turned around to pick up the long skateboard that had fallen to the ground. Fu Yan looked at him once, do you want some water? Jiang Xinghai shook his head and anxiously walked downstairs with his head bowed, his entire body clearly tense. After a bit of consideration, Fu Yan said, after we leave, you can pick any game console you want, and I'll give it to you. Pick any. Jiang Xinghai tilted his head and asked. Fu Yan nodded, you can choose freely. Jiang Xinghai chuckled and raised his skateboard, for the game console. Fu Yan patted his back, but soon, within less than a minute, this sense of relief vanished without a trace. Because the normal state Jiang Xinghai was indeed a bit noisy. Likely scared. Some people may shout to relieve tension and fear, others probably chatter endlessly. Now we're on the 5th floor. There's a chubby little boy who spotted us. He seems to have gotten lost from his parents and is alone, Jiang Xinghai muttered to himself, staring at the little fat boy ahead at the corner. The head count on the 9th floor was taken care of by that uncle, so it's my turn to act this time. Jiang Xinghai vigilantly held his skateboard and got closer to the little fat boy who was roughly knee-height to him. I've seen this little fatso before. Under his grandma's instigation, he once snatched my skateboard. The little fat boy rushed up, proving through his actions that he could indeed snatch it again. Fu Yan. Fu Yan. Jiang Xinghai cried and ran back. Fu Yan helplessly rushed forward. Basement level 1, the parking lot. Fu Yan pushed open the staircase door and looked around vigilantly. Jiang Xinghai followed behind him, silently wiping the blood off his skateboard while looking down. I didn't hit that chubby kid just now, you know. He was separated from his grandma. I'm not the type to bully someone when their parents aren't around. Jiang Xinghai explained in a low voice. I know. Fu Yan gently patted his head twice. Jiang Xinghai shyly retracted his neck, it had been a long time since anyone last patted his head. Let's go. Fu Yan said. The underground parking lot was dark with no light, only the green safety channel signs on the lower edges of the walls emitted a faint green glow. It was eerily quiet underground. Fu Yan narrowed his eyes as he observed his surroundings. Most of the cars in the parking spots were gone, and the remaining ones were mostly tilted and damaged. Distinct dark-colored bloodstains spread all over the concrete floor. Jiang Xinghai hopped around to avoid the bloodstains and asked with a glance, where's your car? Hush, Fu Yan frowned and leaned in to listen. It sounded like someone was crying. There. Jiang Xinhuai pointed toward a red compact car parked along the wall ahead. Jiang Xinhuai cautiously approached the vehicle. The car doors were locked, and the windows completely blacked out so nothing could be seen inside. Before Jiang Xinhuai could get closer. Bam! He jumped back startled. Then he looked again, there was a bloody handprint on the car window. Soon, foggy streaks cleared inside the car window. A disheveled woman sat in the driver's seat, holding a little girl. The little girl had her mouth biting repeatedly into her mother's neck. Blood stained both of their white dresses alike. Jiang Xinhuai widened his eyes in horror and instinctively reached for the car door. The child lock inside popped open, but Jiang Xinhuai couldn't open it. It was the woman who had locked the car doors from inside. She turned her head and gave them a glance, shaking her head vigorously with a muffled cry, "Go, go." Jiang Xinhuai stood frozen for a moment, his eyes welling up. The world had just cruelly unveiled its true grotesque face right in front of Jiang Xinhuai's eyes. Finally realizing this world had changed forever, Fu Yan covered his eyes, "Don't look anymore, let's go." The car started. Jiang Xinhuai turned his head back and looked at the bright red compact car before quickly turning away, his eyes still red-rimmed. "Are you hungry?" Fu Yan asked. "I can't eat," Jiang Xinhuai said, lowering his head. "I've stashed some beef jerky." Fu Yan added. "Well, then I'll have a little bit," Jiang Xinhuai replied. Fu Yan smiled. The car left the parking lot, the dazzling sunlight appeared sharply. Both closed their eyes at the same moment. When they opened them again, neither said a word. In just one day and one night, the whole city seemed to be cloaked under a layer of grayness. The wind carried white plastic bags swirling through empty streets, overturned trash bins by the road, broken advertisement boards, a single shoe abandoned on the road. The city became bleak and silent. "I wonder how my friend is doing," Jiang Xinhuai sighed softly. "I only remember my dad's phone number." "They'll be fine," Fu Yan consoled him. "Where are we going now?" Jiang Xinhuai looked at the main road ahead. "The southwestern district," Fu Yan replied. "A suburb?" Jiang Xinhuai asked. "With such dense population in the city, large-scale infections will continue to increase," Fu Yan explained. "We must avoid the outbreak area." "There's a traffic jam ahead," Jiang Xinhuai pointed ahead. Fu Yan stepped on the brake and squinted ahead. The highway ahead had become a long line of vehicles. Loud honking mixed with furious shouts echoed through the air. The wind carried these sounds to the square several streets away, where thousands of people gathered, their heads swarming like a mass, yet deathly silent. Their limbs were stiff, their faces swollen and bluish. They were infected. As if sensing the smell of fresh blood in the wind, every infected person began to stir restlessly. They took a step forward, heading over here. After waiting less than a minute, Fu Yan frowned and turned the steering wheel, ready to take another route. Staying any longer would be too unsafe. He reversed direction and pressed the gas pedal. At this point, a jeep roared down the rear road, the distance too short and the speed too fast. Both cars almost simultaneously slammed on the brakes. The jeep barely managed to stop by grazing past their rear end. Fu Yan's face darkened as he gripped the steering wheel tightly. "Are we boxed in?" Jiang Xinhuai furrowed his brows and poked his head out of the car window, shouting at the jeep. "Hey! Move over!" Before anyone on the jeep could reply, two people suddenly sprinted out from the nearby street. A punk with dyed yellow hair was trying to snatch food from a middle-aged man who had it tightly hugged in his arms. "What the heck?" The passenger seat-bound Jiang Xinhuai cursed, then abruptly jumped out of the car like a whirlwind. "Jiang Xinhuai!" Fu Yan got out of the car. "My homeroom teacher!" Jiang Xinhuai shouted without looking back, picking up his skateboard and rushing forward. "Old Gung! Duck!" Gung Manhong instinctively crouched down, hugging his plump belly. "One slap for you, grandpa style." Jiang Xinhuai swung his skateboard. The yellow-haired punk covered his head and fell to the ground. "Jiang Xinhuai!" Gung Manhong called out. "That's me, all right." Jiang Xinhuai proudly hoisted his skateboard, feeling like a hero that descended during dire times. "I've told you countless times. Don't wear ripped pants." Gung Manhong scolded him. Jiang Xinhuai glanced down, just one hole. "What the hell? What are those things?" The yellow-haired punk sat up, shocked as he stared at something on the nearby road. "Jiang Xinhuai!" Fu Yan's voice came from afar. Jiang Xinhuai quickly turned around, taking in the scene behind Fu Yan, and his pupils contracted sharply. Reflected in his irises was a chillingly horrifying sight. Countless living dead jumped over cars, crawled through struggling crowds, shattered windows spraying blood into the sky. Sharp screams, cries for help, people quickly falling down only to rise again, running to join the infection army. A new large-scale outbreak unfolded before their very eyes. "Run!" Fu Yan grabbed Jiang Xinhuai's bag and started sprinting fast. "Run, run, run! Don't look! Hurry!" Gung Manhong frantically waved, pushing Jiang Xinhuai ahead. "My house is just up ahead. Run!" Fu Yan. Jiang Xinghai urgently ran back. Get up, get up. Gung Manhong helped the fallen yellow-haired punk. Run. Jiang Xinghai. Why are you coming back? Fu Yan rushed over, displaying an uncharacteristic expression of anger. Keep running forward. Jiang Xinghai grinned and bolted ahead. He hadn't gone far when another figure ran past with a bloody head. Damn. Jiang Xinghai was astonished. One smack with the board and he's still running this fast. What damn? You're cursing again. I haven't settled the account with you yet. Gung Manhong yelled back at him while running. Why aren't you going to school? And why move houses now? The college entrance exam is right around the corner, do you know? Is this the time to talk about this? Jiang Xinghai yelled back while running. How isn't it? Gung Manhong slapped him on the back. You shouldn't think skipping school now makes sense. Let me tell you. Never. Fu Yan interjected, Teacher, is your house on the left street or the right? Gung Manhong turned his head to shout at Fu Yan, Who are you? Jiang Xinghai, he's. Gung Manhong instantly realized, you're Jiang Xinghai's dad, right? Do you know that last time Jiang Xinghai scored only 12 points on his math test? Jiang Xinghai refused to admit it, I didn't. Gung Manhong focused on criticizing Fu Yan, grades are secondary. Parents these days don't put in enough effort. Fu Yan, no, I'm. What does your child like to eat? What are their hobbies? Do you know? Fu Yan, I don't. Of course you wouldn't know. Because you don't care about him. You don't take him seriously. You don't love him. Gung Manhong lamented, shouting while running. Fu Yan. Chapter 7. There. Gung Manhong pointed to an old building ahead. Jiang Xinghai arrived first, violently pulling the iron gate at the entrance of the building, and shouted, Quickly. Quickly. Gung Manhong rushed in, and Fu Yan brought up the rear. Jiang Xinghai immediately shut the door with a bang, tightly closing it. He was so forceful that his hand was numb when he released the handle. Jiang Xinghai's heart was pounding wildly, he took a step back and fell powerlessly onto the ground. Is Star all right? Gung Manhong, drenched in sweat, went to help him up. Manhong, I'm fine, Jiang Xinghai replied with a heavy breath, rolling his eyes. As a homeroom teacher who balances seriousness and liveliness, Gung Manhong is undoubtedly qualified. But what Jiang Xinghai couldn't bear most was this man nearing middle age, divorced with a son lost to his unfaithful ex-wife, a melancholic older man who liked calling others by their nicknames when emotional. Hey! Gung Manhong suddenly looked up, isn't that the blonde guy who just tried to take my stuff? What? Jiang Xinghai turned his head to look out the iron gate. The blonde lay on the street not far from them, fiercely kicking the infected person who had grabbed his foot. Soon, using both hands and feet, he stood up, bleeding all over his head, and desperately charged towards the nearest shop where someone had just run inside. After entering, the man quickly pulled down the shop gate. Just 1 second too late, the blonde crashed against the closed gate. Open the door. Haven't come yet. The blonde screamed with all his might. There was no movement from the person inside. The main group of infected individuals had already caught up. Shit. Jiang Xinghai forcefully pulled the iron gate open, here. The blonde turned his head, without even pausing, and sprinted straight toward them. Behind him came hundreds of infected people. Numerous sharp, pale fingers just missed his thin vest as they swept past. Close the door. The blonde entered the stairway and immediately helped Jiang Xinghai pull the door shut. It was too late. The first infected individual surged forward, almost knocking Jiang Xinghai away. Hold it. Hold it. Gung Manhong pressed himself entirely against the iron gate, trying to use his weight to resist. Shit. Ah, the blonde pushed hard, veins bulging on his neck, shouting, your grandmother's. At this moment, an arm suddenly shot through the gap and firmly jammed the side of the door. Fu Yan held the door with one hand while drawing out a large knife from his bag with the other, swiftly chopping it off. A pale, detached hand fell to the ground. In that instant, use more strength. Fu Yan's solid muscles under his suit sleeve burst forth instantly. Together, everyone pressed against the door, gritting their teeth in resistance. Bit by bit, during the tug-of-war, the iron gate slowly closed. A faint click, Fu Yan pushed in the iron bolt. The iron gate was shut. The closed iron gate blocked the source of blood, which made the infected extremely angry and anxious, beginning continuous collisions. The iron gate resonated with clangs, shaking off rust flakes. With every impact, the iron gate remained standing, stably resisting this wave of assault. It's fine. Gung Manhong sighed with relief. Fu Yan relaxed his tightened back, put away his knife, removed his tie, and took off his suit jacket, starting to breathe heavily. Do you want some water? Jiang Xinghai offered a bottle of mineral water, acting very servile. Fu Yan took the water, casually wiped the sweat off his face, unscrewed the cap, then handed it back, you drink. Jiang Xinghai didn't refuse, lifting his head and gulping down a big mouthful, then passing it back. Fu Yan drank the remaining half bottle, asking, Teacher Gung, where's your home? Yes, let's go upstairs first. Gung Manhong nervously patted his plump belly and led the way ahead. 5th floor, let's go, it's scary listening to these sounds here. Fu Yan picked up the bags of both him and Jiang Xinhuai from the ground. Let me. Jiang Xinhuai snatched it from his hand. Fu Yan smiled, letting him carry it, while observing the situation of the building as they climbed upstairs. Are there still people living in this building? There were none before the virus outbreak. This is our school faculty staff building, and we moved into new apartments last month. Only my family remains here. Gung Manhong took out his key and opened the door. Come in. Gung, haven't you seen the news? They said not to go out. Jiang Xinhuai collapsed onto the couch as soon as he entered. You are so fat, unable to run fast, it's like delivering food. There was nothing left to eat at home. I took a peek from the window, thinking it wasn't serious. I wanted to go to the market and find a friend for some vegetables. Gung Manhong sighed at this point. I just got back, and right there, this kid robbed me. Jiang Xinhuai turned his head to look at the blonde who had just stepped into the house last. The young man with blonde hair appeared to be in his 20s, wearing a tank top and tight pants, his feet clad in cloth shoes. He had single-fold eyelids, and his hair was styled in a standard 3 to 7 part, covering one eye. It was exceptionally long, giving him a very unconventional look. He looked like a small-time thug. Jiang Xinhuai came to this conclusion. I said let's give him half, so he wouldn't have to snatch it. We'll ruin the stuff if we fight over it, Gung Manhong said while pouring 4 glasses of water. But he refused. Who am I, a beggar? The blonde suddenly spoke up, his voice loud and powerful. I earn my own living and don't need charity. Excuse me. Jiang Xinhuai was shocked. If you don't need charity, do you even have a face? You got no business telling me what to do. The blonde glared at him angrily. Fine. I should have left you out there to die. Jiang Xinhuai stood up and stared at him. Don't fight. Oh no. Gung Manhong stood between them, using his massive body to push them apart. Drink your water. You're both driving me crazy. The blonde turned away, his face cold. Jiang Xinhuai huffed and sat down next to Fu Yan, muttering under his breath, what's his problem? So irritating. Are you hungry? Fu Yan asked him. Jiang Xinhuai quickly nodded, his attention immediately shifting, starving, famished. Hungry. Gung Manhong stood up after hearing this. A friend gave me several bags of noodles and some eggs. I'll go cook some noodles. The news said we shouldn't go outside, but if we don't venture out for food, aren't we just going to starve to death inside? Gung Manhong muttered as he walked toward the kitchen. You guys came just in time. The food in the house was all eaten by me in the past few days, but now there's enough to last us for a while, so don't worry. While waiting for the water to boil, Gung Manhong poked his head out of the kitchen. I forgot to ask, where were you two driving to? Southwest District, replied Jiang Xinhuai. I have a house there with enough stored food, Fu Yan explained further. You're still planning to leave? Gung Manhong furrowed his eyebrows, looking worried. Jiang Xinhuai tilted his head and looked at Fu Yan. Fu Yan nodded, and Jiang Xinhuai followed suit. That won't work. Didn't you see what's outside just now, crowded with people? Those sick individuals would bite anyone they see, just like locusts. A single bite from each of them, and after an army passes through, all that's left are bone fragments. Gung Manhong shook his hands repeatedly. It's impossible to go outside. There's still something left here. We'll wait until the city stabilizes. I heard gunshots a couple of days ago, which might mean the police will come to rescue us. From the current situation, the iron gate downstairs won't hold much longer, Fu Yan said gravely. Waiting isn't self-rescue, breaking through is the only way to survive. Gung Manhong knitted his brows tightly. He understood that even if the iron gate downstairs didn't fail, the few bags of noodles he brought back could only last about a week. I disagree with leaving, the blonde said suddenly. What disagreement, huh? Jiang Xinhuai rolled his eyes. Then why did you come in earlier? Then why'd you open the door? The blonde shot back. If you've got the guts, don't come in. Jiang Xinhuai slammed his hand on the table as he rose. Shit. Curse my ancestors. The blonde attempted to roll up sleeves that didn't exist due to his tank top. Why don't you try saying that again? Jiang Xinhuai lunged forward. Fu Yan stood up and blocked Jiang Xinhuai. He stared at the blonde, his gaze warning. Jiang Xinhuai was 175 centimeters tall, and Fu Yan towered half a head above him, likely measuring around 187 or 188 centimeters. The blonde was roughly the same height as Jiang Xinhuai, leaving him nothing but to look up. Under Fu Yan's stare, the overwhelming pressure almost choked the curse words the blonde wanted to spew back down his throat. Arguing again. Gung Manhong stormed out of the kitchen holding a spatula, his face brimming with anger. What's the point? Aren't you supposed to act as proper young men? Do you know what honor and propriety mean? Haven't you ever recited the 8 honors and 8 disgraces? Useless. Unreasonable. Jiang Xinhuai quivered, lowering his head in silence. Before teaching grade 3, Gung Manhong used to be the former principal counselor, and though he became more gentle as a homeroom teacher, once he scolded someone, the authority of the principal counselor fully surfaced. Surprisingly, the blonde also dared not move, clearly scared. Here. Gung Manhong pulled out 2 math test papers and slapped them onto the table in front of them. No dinner without finishing these. Jiang Xinghuai frowned unhappily, peeking sideways at Fu Yan. Understanding his signal, Fu Yan spoke up, Teacher Gung, maybe. Shut up. No excuses from either of you. Gung Manhong wielded the spatula at the 2 of them. Sit down. Jiang Xinghuai and the blonde snapped to attention, sitting down immediately. Get your pens. Bow your heads. Start. The 2 began writing furiously. After coughing twice, Fu Yan said, Teacher Gung, what is your decision? Then let's go. Gung Manhong swung the spatula. Staying here won't save us, but leaving blindly is also unacceptable. We need to set a goal first and then plan the route. Of course. Fu Yan nodded. After saying this, Gung Manhong went into the kitchen and came out again, carrying a large pot of tomato and egg noodles. It's time. Hand in your papers. Jiang Xinghuai and the blonde stopped writing at the same time. Whoever scores lower will not be allowed to eat. Gung Manhong took over the papers for grading. The scent of freshly cooked egg noodles wafted over, making Jiang Xinghuai swallow his saliva. Fu Yan quietly beckoned him over. Jiang Xinghuai's eyes lit up, and he quickly slinked over. Fu Yan skillfully positioned himself in front of Jiang Xinghuai as a shield. Once done with grading, Gung Manhong announced without even looking up, Jiang Xinghuai, no food for you. As for you, blonde, your score is. I have a name. It's Lu Ying. The blonde interrupted irritably. All right then, Mr. Blonde, Gung Manhong declared the result, 9 points. Jiang Xinghuai burst into laughter. The blonde turned around and walked off. Gazing intently straight ahead, Jiang Xinghuai, Gung Manhong called his name. Jiang Xinghuai immediately sat up straight. 5 points. Jiang Xinghuai. The blonde paused, turning back with a sneer, hee. Jiang Xinghuai, hee, my old man. The blonde, curse your ancestors. Quarreling again. Are you asking for more trouble? Anyone else arguing gets an extra 5,000-word essay to write. Gung Manhong roared. Both instantly silenced, lowering their heads. Do you even know why you're fighting? You're both as bad as poop, there's no difference between dry or wet. Gung Manhong launched an indiscriminate attack. Fu Yan couldn't help but laugh. What's so funny? That goes for you too. Gung Manhong changed targets, pointing backward, your son scored 5 points, and you still dare to laugh. Fu Yan's smile froze. Chapter 8. Fu Yan smiled and explained for the 3rd time that he and Jiang Xinghuai had no blood relation, showing his ID card repeatedly to confirm his undeniable age of 32 before Gung Manhong finally barely believed him. What are you still standing here for? There's no food for you. You scored 5 points. I thought you became a self-taught genius during the more than a month you dropped out. Gung Manhong redirected his complaints. If you don't eat, then don't. Jiang Xinghuai snatched the test paper from his hand and ran into the room with his head down. Our ancestor has already finished half the pot. Gung Manhong shouted in anger, you're throwing tantrums again. Are you still a kid? He's 11, Fu Yan smiled, let's have dinner first. We can discuss plans after finishing. Gung Manhong sighed, he wasn't like this before. When he just started high school, he was adorable, cheerful, with good grades and a great personality. Gung Manhong lowered his voice at this point. In the 2nd year of high school, his parents got divorced, and it caused quite a scandal, even leading to a lawsuit. He couldn't accept it, took a break from school for a period, and when he came back, he had changed. Gung Fatso. Suddenly, Jiang Xinghuai ran out of the bedroom again. Ah! Gung Manhong was so startled that he dropped the chopsticks in his hand. I didn't say anything. What did you say? Jiang Xinghuai looked confused. Nothing. Fu Yan looked at him, what's the matter? Jiang Xinghuai suddenly remembered the reason and his face turned anxious, someone is trying to pry open the iron gate downstairs. What? Gung Manhong suddenly stood up. The old house had a poor layout, the living room was at the back, and only the bedroom windows faced the street, making it hard for sounds to reach this side. They quickly went to the bedroom, opened the window, and leaned out to look down. Downstairs, there were about 6 or 7 people, both men and women, all very young. Judging by their clothes, they should be from the same company as the yellow-haired one. 2 boys were working hard to pry open the lock on the iron gate with tools in their hands. Where are those infected people who chased us here? How did these people manage to come over without making any noise? Gung Manhong hesitated for a moment and reacted quickly, no, wait, don't break the door. If the door opens, we're done. There's no time. Fu Yan frowned, and right after he spoke. The tallest boy downstairs kicked at the loosened iron gate. The iron gate crashed down, and the group rushed upstairs swiftly. Those people are here. Jiang Xinghuai frowned and pointed towards the street not far away. Hundreds of infected were rushing over due to the sound. At a distance of 200 meters, normal people could cover the distance within half a minute. Shit. They can't come up. They've attracted monsters. We'll be trapped here. The yellow-haired person shouted with eyes wide open, drive them out. Jiang Xinhuai argued, we can open the door and let them in quickly. Open my ass. The yellow-haired person angrily grabbed his collar and slammed him against the wall, do you want to die? Not. Jiang Xinhuai didn't finish. Standing nearby, Fu Yan suddenly grabbed the collar of the yellow-haired man's shirt and pulled him away with great force. What are you doing? The yellow-haired man got up from the ground and charged forward. Fu Yan held onto his shoulder, looking deeply into his eyes and said gravely, if it weren't for him opening the door, you would already be dead outside. The yellow-haired man panted heavily but didn't speak. Fu Yan released his grip, this is not the time for arguing, we need to make a decision. Open it. Gung Manhong decided, patting Jiang Xinghuai's back, people have already come up. Not talking big, we can't watch them die if we have the possibility to save them. Fu Yan nodded. Jiang Xinghuai rubbed his neck and also nodded. Within a short half-minute, they stood by the open door. The yellow-haired person gripped the large knife from the kitchen frowning silently, while Gung Manhong tightly held the ladle ready to defend. Jiang Xinghuai held his skateboard full of tension, glancing sideways at Fu Yan, lowering his voice, I'm not saving every person I see, but, if we can help, we should, You're doing the right thing, it's correct. Fu Yan reassured him. Jiang Xinghuai eased off in relief and nodded contentedly, freeing himself from psychological pressure, noticing the 2 bags Fu Yan carried behind his back. Why do you carry the bag? It's better to be prepared for everything. Fu Yan replied. Then give me my bag, I can carry it myself. Jiang Xinghuai took it over. They're coming. Fu Yan patted his head, be careful. Noisy and numerous footsteps came from the stairs, listening closely, they were already on the 4th floor. These people seemed to be trying to pry open the door to a room on the 4th floor. But there was definitely no time, the fastest infected individuals had already reached the 3rd floor. Come up directly. Gung Manhong rushed to the staircase and shouted downwards, hurry. The group downstairs didn't respond, but their footsteps clearly indicated they were running upwards. Ah. No. A woman's mournful voice suddenly rang out. It was clear that the infected had caught up with them. Soon after, those who had managed to escape appeared at the staircase, only 4 men remained, and all the women from their group were gone. Fu Yan frowned seeing this situation, but before he could react, Gung Manhong had already extended his hand, quickly. The tall leading man also reached out, but instead of grabbing for help, he grabbed Jiang Xinghuai by the arm. Jiang Xinghuai was standing nearby ready to assist someone else and had no time to react. By the time he realized something was wrong, he had been shoved. Jiang Xinghuai landed precisely at the stair entrance, and just as he tried to get up, an infected creature arrived with its gaping mouth lunging forward. In an instant, Fu Yan rushed out of the door, grabbed Jiang Xinghuai's torso, and dragged him forcefully back to avoid the snapping bite. Shit! The blonde-haired man exploded in rage, delivering a kick to the waist of the leader, you damn bastard. Ignoring everything, the leading man pushed forward immediately into the house. What are you doing? Gung Manhong held him back, preventing him from entering, who let you? Bastard! The man shoved him aside, rushing straight into the room. Hey! You! Gung Manhong was so frustrated that his eyes watered, but he said nothing more, grabbing his ladle and charging forward, Xinghuai. I'm fine, I'm fine. Jiang Xinghuai attempted to stand up, only to feel a sharp pain in his knee, leaving him unable to exert any force. He had fallen awkwardly on the edge of a step. Get inside quickly. Gung Manhong blocked him, swinging the ladle towards the outstretched hand of an infected creature, hitting it square on the head. Can you stand up? Fu Yan supported him, looking quite grim. I can. Jiang Xinghuai gritted his teeth, noticing the wave of running infected creatures, trying desperately to support himself against the wall. Let's go, quick. Fu Yan half-carried him, with one hand holding a knife that cut through countless hands trying to grab. But then came countless hands reaching out, layer upon layer, overwhelming and endless. The hallway was densely packed with heads swarming everywhere. Worthless. The blonde man joined in with a kitchen knife, helping beside Gung Manhong without even turning his head, shouting, stand up quickly. Just at that moment, there was a bang behind them. It was the sound of the door closing. The blonde man turned abruptly, livid, these bastards closed the door. With the narrow staircase entry, despite the many infected, only 3 could squeeze through at the front row. They charged forward fearlessly in face of the flashing knives and blades. Jiang Xinghuai and the others had no choice but to retreat further and further, gradually shrinking their living space. After barely 10 seconds of resistance, the group began to struggle. Gung Manhong's ladle was almost snatched away. Jiang Xinghuai desperately swung his skateboard, which managed to block only momentarily. To the rooftop. Gung Manhong yelled, sweating profusely, there's a door on the rooftop. Why didn't you say earlier? The blonde man hacked down, splattering blood all over his face, this worthless leg is useless, let's go upstairs. You're a good kid. Gung Manhong praised in relief. Shut up, don't disgrace me. I'm a thug. The blonde showed no appreciation. Just as Jiang Xinhuai had struggled up a few steps, his foot slipped, causing him to become airborne. Fu Yan effortlessly hoisted him on his shoulder. Go! Fu Yan shouted below. Hearing the command, Gung Manhong waved and pushed a pile of storage boxes near the door. Good kid, run. Who asked you to talk? The blonde immediately raced upward. The infected were not as fast as them, moving slower due to the obstacles on the stairs. Indeed, there was an iron gate on the rooftop, and it was open. Fu Yan went in first, putting down Jiang Xinhuai, and then quickly returned to the door to help the remaining two people. Close the door, Fu Yan said, supporting Gung Manhong. The lock is broken. The blonde despaired. Move the water tank over here. Gung Manhong didn't have time to breathe, quickly distributing tasks. I and Blondie will move the old sofa. Fu Yan turned around and started moving the water tank. Jiang Xinhuai, unwilling to sit idly, stood up immediately and helped push the water tank. As soon as the water tank reached the door, the first infected person had already rushed up and smashed wildly into the iron gate, terrifyingly. The water tank shifted an inch backward, water spilling out. Fu Yan and Jiang Xinhuai pushed again to tighten it. Move! Gung Manhong and the blonde were pushing the old sofa over. One after another, the infected charged up and slammed against the iron gate, causing it to clang loudly. Gung Manhong scoured the rooftop for anything that could add weight, piling everything he found next to the iron gate. Jiang Xinhuai carried several flower pots from the rooftop and placed them on the sofa. This barely managed to hold them off, but they all knew these hastily piled up items wouldn't last even 20 minutes. Breathing heavily, the group looked at their temporary makeshift barricade, which seemed stable for now. Where did you bump earlier? Fu Yan turned to ask Jiang Xinhuai. It's fine. Jiang Xinhuai shook his head. The pain in his leg made him unable to speak. He could feel his knee was already swollen. Fu Yan didn't ask further, taking down the backpack from his shoulder to search for alcohol, iodine, and cotton swabs. No way, we can't hold out. Gung Manhong pointed at the water tank near the inside edge, which was almost broken. The initial judgment allowed for about 20 minutes of safety, but now it seemed even 10 minutes would be hard to manage. They underestimated the destructive power of the infected. Finished. The blonde dropped himself onto the ground. Finished, I don't want to die. Jiang Xinhuai gritted his teeth, standing up straight, observing the gaps between buildings under the not yet completely dark sky. It was an old neighborhood, and the buildings were fairly close to each other. But it wasn't a distance an average person could jump across. Squinting his eyes, Jiang Xinhuai remembered seeing a long rope scattered in the corner of the rooftop when he had been moving the flower pots earlier, carefully estimating its length as he was about to go over there. Sit down, let me look at your leg. Fu Yan set down his backpack and unscrewed the bottle of alcohol. What's there to look at? We're all going to die, who still cares about legs? The blonde stood up with a sneer, anger and fear in his eyes scanning around. Whoever can fly out of this mess today will live. Are you challenging me? Jiang Xinhuai raised an eyebrow. So what if I am? Show me one jump. The blonde angrily challenged. Sorry, people in the past used to call me. Jiang Xinhuai endured the pain while squatting to tie his shoelaces tightly, turning his head with a smile. Peter Pan. Chapter 9. Peter Pan. Huang Mao was puzzled. Exactly. Jiang Xinhuai took the bandage from Fu Yan's hand and wrapped it around his knee circle by circle. You're crazy. Huang Mao stood up from the ground and rushed to him. Do you think you are Spider-Man? For God's sake. Are you an idiot? Have you even reached adulthood? There are about 10 more days left. Jiang Xinhuai smiled. You win. Huang Mao raised his middle finger. I remember you once performed edge handstands and backflips on the rooftop of the school teaching building. Gung Manhong suddenly spoke. That's parkour, explained Jiang Xinhuai. That's risking death, said Gung Manhong unhappily. Jiang Xinhuai shrugged and looked at Fu Yan, who hadn't spoken, boasting with a smile. I can jump over. Okay. Fu Yan squatted down, took the bandage from his hand, and carefully bound it around his leg circle after circle. Be careful with your leg. Gung, check that rope over there. Jiang Xinhuai said. That rope was previously used by a physics teacher from our building to repair air conditioners on the 6th floor from the rooftop. Gung Manhong brought it over. It's a safety rope and a half-body harness. Perfect. Jiang Xinhuai smiled with relief. But there's only one half-body harness. Gung Manhong added, we'll have to go one by one. After planning the position for tying the ropes and confirming the order of crossing, they spent just 2 minutes. The sky had already turned completely dark, and the only sound was the wind. Jiang Xinhuai stood at the edge of the rooftop, spreading his hands to catch the wind. He started stepping back slowly until he stood on the other side of the rooftop. The entire rooftop was his running distance. Fu Yan opened the flashlight on his phone, raised it, and shone it towards the hidden path amidst the thick fog. Little hero, go ahead. Gung Manhong also raised his phone. Be careful, underage. Huang Mao lifted his phone as well, laughing for the first time. Call me. Jiang Xinhuai bent his waist, crouched, and made a dash. Following the light piercing through the darkness, he stepped off the rooftop into the wind. He spread his arms and flew out. Peter Pan. His voice came through the wind. Then there was a dull thud. Safe arrival. People standing by the building relaxed. But the agreed-upon safe signal from Jiang Xinghuai did not come. Jiang Xinghuai. Fu Yan shouted loudly. No response. Jiang Xinghuai. Speak. Fu Yan tightened his brows, shouting almost at the top of his lungs. There was still silence in the darkness on the other side. I'll go. Huang Mao took a step forward and roared, Peter Pan. Hey. The voice came from Jiang Xinghuai. Fu Yan quietly sighed with relief. This kid, how dare he joke around at a time like this? Gung Manhong sighed angrily while relaxing a bit. Throw the rope over. Jiang Xinghuai, drenched in cold sweat, collapsed on the ground and shouted again. He didn't get up. The rope tied with a stone cut through the wind and landed beside his feet. Jiang Xinghuai desperately gulped in large breaths to relieve the sharp pain in his knees, his legs were trembling. Coming soon. Jiang Xinghuai touched his leg and found it wet, it was likely blood. Clenching his teeth, he pinched his knee and judged that it wasn't broken. No fractures meant good news. Relaxing, Jiang Xinghuai then tried many times before barely managing to stand on one leg. Finding a sturdy corner, he tightened the rope, tested it by tugging a few times, and immediately called out, tied here. Hurry up and come over. The first one is Teacher Gung. Get ready. Fu Yan's voice came over. No need. With the wind filling his mouth, Gung Manhong flew over. Move aside. Don't get hit by me. Already moved aside. While shouting, Jiang Xinghuai quickly hopped to the rooftop edge on one leg. I'm here, Aya. Gung Manhong screamed as he smashed into the rooftop edge. Jiang Xinghuai pulled him up, quickly unfastened the protective equipment tied around him, and slid over along the rope. Next one. Huang Mao, you. Fu Yan caught the equipment sliding over on the rope and handed it to him, go. Not being polite with you, Huang Mao accepted and wore it on. Fu Yan pushed him from behind, and Huang Mao slid away. The sense of weightlessness made him instantly shout, you better come quick. The tranquility of this rooftop suddenly became unsettlingly silent. This kind of extreme quiet usually foreshadowed disaster. Crack. A crisp, strong sound. Fu Yan turned around. That was the sound of a water vat breaking, the iron gate could no longer hold. The first infected stepped on the shards and lunged toward Fu Yan. There wasn't enough time for Fu Yan to put on the safety harness. Huang Mao's here. Fu Yan. Jiang Xinghuai shouted at the top of his lungs, Fu Yan. Jiang Xinghuai stood on this side of the rooftop, eagerly awaiting news, but it was too dark over there. After half a minute, Fu Yan didn't respond to him, and faint sounds of collision could be heard from the other side of the rooftop. Something might have happened to Fu Yan. Jiang Xinghuai panicked and straightened up despite his sore knees, I need to go over. No. It's too dangerous. Gung Manhong grabbed him tightly, let me. Don't hold me back. Jiang Xinghuai struggled fiercely. Stay still. Fu Yan's voice suddenly came. Jiang Xinghuai froze for a moment and quickly rushed to the edge of the rooftop. Fu Yan had just climbed up and hadn't undone his safety harness when Jiang Xinghuai plunged into his arms. You almost scared me to death, Jiang Xinghuai hugged him tightly, trembling hands. Is your leg all right? Fu Yan gently patted his back with both hands. This is bad. Jiang Xinghuai unconsciously whined softly. Let me check. Fu Yan said as he bent down. Wait, Jiang Xinghuai hesitated, confused by some sound coming from the darkness of the other side of the rooftop. Fu Yan paused, listening intently. It was a tearing wind sound followed by a heavy dull crash hitting the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Realizing something was amiss, Fu Yan instinctively covered Jiang Xinghuai's ears. What? Jiang Xinghuai hadn't finished asking before suddenly understanding. These were infected chasing them who kept jumping down one after another. A day ago, these infected used to be alive, maybe even an hour ago they were still speaking, breathing. Jiang Xinghuai started stiffening, wondering if the decision he made today was right. The world has changed. If saving people required sacrificing one's life or others' lives, should he stick to the rules of the previous world? What are you looking at? We're all supposed to cross. Huang Mao gasped as he rushed onto the rooftop, quick. I found an empty house downstairs, it's cleared out, no one inside. I didn't dare explore further, unsafe, hurry up and get down. Don't think about it anymore. Fu Yan took his hand and pulled him off the rooftop. The hallway was dark, with Huang Mao walking in front holding his phone lighting the way, and Mr. Gung trailing behind murmuring to himself. Huang Mao looked annoyed yet occasionally turned around reminding the fat man to watch out for obstacles. Jiang Xinghuai remained silent. You haven't done anything wrong, it's them who are wrong. Fu Yan gave his hand a squeeze and suddenly said, regardless of whether it was before or after the virus outbreak, they'd still be that kind of people. This isn't related to anyone. You're different. How am I different? Jiang Xinghuai chuckled bitterly, more handsome. You've got a warm heart. Fu Yan gently patted his chest. Whose heart isn't cold then? The sarcastic comment came from Huang Mao ahead. The world smites me with pain, and I repay it with song. Gung Manhong suddenly recited poetry. Jiang Xinghuai. Fu Yan. Huang Mao. Is he a Chinese teacher at your school? Huang Mao asked in a low voice. He teaches math. Jiang Xinghuai replied quietly, but he loves reciting poems during math classes. Hobby? Huang Mao asked. Sentimentalism. Jiang Xinghuai answered. Couldn't agree more. Huang Mao nodded. I heard that. Gung Manhong, already at the front pushing open the door, glared at them. The house was small and cluttered, seemingly a rental property where the tenant had long gone. There was no bed, only a mattress lying in the living room, but its center had a huge tier. The only seating available was a fabric sofa pressed tightly against the wall. Take a look at your leg quickly. Gung Manhong kicked away the debris on the sofa and urged Jiang Xinghuai to approach. Fu Yan helped him sit on the sofa, brought over a small stool to support his leg. He pulled out a candle from the backpack and lit it. Oh. So much blood. Gung Manhong was astonished. Jiang Xinghuai wore snug-fitting jeans, which had been torn at the knee. The bandage wrapped around it was already completely soaked with blood. Fu Yan slowly unraveled the bandage and carefully cut open the jeans with scissors. The knee was already swollen and the bone was protruding prominently. However, the more severe injury was a cut on the side of the knee, continuously bleeding profusely. Shit. Huang Mao's eyes widened. Sutures are needed. Fu Yan's face turned pale. Jiang Xinghuai was stunned. Take antibiotics first. Fu Yan searched through his bag and handed over some antibiotics. Jiang Xinghuai took them and swallowed them down. I'm going to disinfect it now. Fu Yan held the alcohol bottle and looked at him worriedly. Relax, just do it, I've gone numb from the pain already. Jiang Xinghuai shrugged indifferently, but his hand gripped the sofa beneath him tightly. Mr. Gung, could you please hold him down? Fu Yan asked. No need, I'm fine, Jiang Xinghuai waved his hand confidently. Fu Yan tentatively dabbed a bit of alcohol with a cotton swab onto the wound. Jiang Xinghuai suddenly jerked, Ah. Don't. It hurts, 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 hurts. Gung Manhong sighed and hugged him tightly. Done. After a simple treatment of Jiang Xinghuai's wound that had taken 5 minutes. Jiang Xinghuai was sweating profusely from the pain, completely exhausted, and still complained in a princely manner, this damn sofa is so hard. I'll carry you. Fu Yan let him lean against himself and carefully wiped the sweat off his head with a handkerchief. Jiang Xinghuai whined, I don't want stitches. The wound is too big, it might get infected. Fu Yan frowned and ignored his request, glancing at the other 2 people in the room, I have to go to the hospital. The nearest First People's Hospital is on Linyang Boulevard, too far away, Gung Manhong said. We need a car, Gung Manhong quickly concluded. I have a car, Huang Mao immediately said, it's a second-hand van. Where is it? Fu Yan asked. Perhaps, on the next street. Huang Mao remembered something here and his expression became strange. Didn't you steal your car? Jiang Xinghuai asked skeptically. Shit. That was bought with my own money. Huang Mao snorted coldly, if you don't want it, forget it. Exact location, Fu Yan spoke up. Alright. Huang Mao hesitated for a moment, in front of the Sweet Donuts bakery. I also deliver bread as a side job, Huang Mao admitted stiffly and shyly. Burglary as main job doesn't earn much, so I developed this side gig, Jiang Xinghuai clapped, so you're saving money to pursue your dreams? Very inspiring. What the hell are you implying? Huang Mao got angry, even gangsters like me have dignity, you know. When did I start carrying math test papers? Gung Manhong pulled out 2 crumpled papers from his waistband, oh, wow, just the right number, too. Uncle, my leg hurts so much, Jiang Xinghuai turned his head quickly and buried himself into Fu Yan's arms. My chest hurts, I'll smoke a cigarette, Huang Mao turned around and walked off. Kids, Gung Manhong laughed coldly and also turned around, I'll see if there's any water. The living room instantly quietened down, with the flickering weak candle flame. Uncle. Jiang Xinghuai looked up at him. Fu Yan lowered his head, does your leg hurt? I'm hungry, Jiang Xinghuai said. Fu Yan took out the last packet of biscuits, tore it open, and handed it to him. Eat some yourself, Jiang Xinghuai broke half and extended it to his mouth. Kid, Fu Yan smiled. Jiang Xinghuai smiled too, after laughing he suddenly thought of his dad. Fu Yan's embrace felt a little like the kind of dad embrace he had fantasized about when he was a kid. Solid, warm, safe. Uncle, Jiang Xinghuai felt embarrassed and lowered his head. Fu Yan responded. If only you were my dad, Jiang Xinghuai muttered softly. What? Fu Yan didn't hear clearly. Hey, I mean it, Jiang Xinghuai leaned against him, thinking he pretended not to hear, and also feeling too bashful to repeat it, so he quickly said indirectly, I really like you. Fu Yan heard this clearly. In the next instant, the hand Fu Yan placed on his waist tightened, remaining silent. Chapter 10. Shit, why is my phone out of service? The voice of Huang Mao came from the balcony. There's still a little water, everyone can use it to wash your face. Gung Manhong came out of the toilet carrying half a bucket of water. Hearing this, he took out his phone from his pocket, no signal. Fu Yan furrowed his brow, took out his phone and checked, indeed, there was no signal. Shit, Huang Mao turned around and walked in, what's going on? I'll kill him. Hush, Gung Manhong suddenly lowered his voice and pointed at Jiang Xinghuai who closed his eyes in Fu Yan's arms, Xing has fallen asleep. Because they were worried that Jiang Xinghuai might move randomly while sleeping and aggravate the injury on his leg, Fu Yan didn't change his posture and just held him gently with one arm. The two of them were huddled together, leaning against each other in the candlelight. Their clothes and shoes were stained with dust and blood, but their postures relaxed as their intertwined hands tightly held onto each other. Gung Manhong looked around, sighed when he saw the disheveled trio, wash your face and then your hands. Fu Yan took the towel and wiped gently across Jiang Xinghuai's face. As soon as the cold towel touched Jiang Xinghuai's face, he immediately turned his head uncomfortably. But with his pale skin, the dirt mark on his nose tip stood out very clearly. You have dirt on your face, Fu Yan pinched his hand soothingly, you sleep, it'll be quick. Jiang Xinghuai groaned twice and let Fu Yan take care of him. After Fu Yan cleaned his face and hands, Jiang Xinghuai started feeling warmer in his embrace, his complexion gradually turned slightly red. Beads of sweat covered his forehead, and his brows knotted tightly as he slept restlessly. He's running a fever, Fu Yan raised his head, looking troubled. What happened? Gung Manhong abruptly stood up from the short mattress, anxiety etched on his face. The wound is too large, it triggered a sudden fever, Fu Yan's brows furrowed tightly. He said as he carefully laid down Jiang Xinghuai and lifted his t-shirt, there's no fever medication in my bag, we can only use alcohol and wet towels for physical cooling. After diluting the alcohol, Fu Yan used the palm of his hand to rub it on his armpits, neck, inner thighs, and other places. Should this lower the temperature so there won't be any big problems? Gung Manhong changed the wet towel on Jiang Xinghuai's forehead anxiously. We must go to the hospital, his wound needs to be stitched, and antibiotics must be used because of the fever caused by infection. After saying this, Fu Yan fell silent. A 17-year-old boy jumped into the unknown darkness and got injured like this without making a sound. After changing the wet towel on Jiang Xinghuai's head about 10 times, his body temperature finally dropped somewhat. Clutching onto Fu Yan's arm tightly, he finally fell into a deep sleep. The three others washed their faces and hands using the remaining half bucket of water and sat around the dim candlelight watching over Jiang Xinghuai. None of them could sleep. Isn't there any food left? Gung Manhong patted his pocket, I don't even have a candy here. We adults will be fine if we're hungry for a day or two, but Xing is still growing. No more. Fu Yan's expression remained grim. How will that do? Gung Manhong frowned tightly, if children are starving, it will damage their brain. There should be bread in my van, Huang Mao wrinkled his eyebrows, let all of it be eaten by this fool kid, let him supplement his brain. Uncle. Jiang Xinghuai rubbed his head against Fu Yan's chest. Fu Yan lowered his head to look at him. What are you guys eating? Jiang Xinghuai opened his eyes drowsily. Tomorrow, I'll take you to eat bread, Fu Yan smiled and patted his back. I want orange-flavored ones, and Hami melon-flavored ones. As Jiang Xinghuai spoke, he fell asleep again. Okay. Fu Yan nodded. Fu Yan held him close and, with the nearly extinguished candlelight, tidied the messy hair on his forehead. When the candle went out, a soft sigh of helplessness echoed through the dark. Early morning. Fu Yan rose, pushed open the window, and gazed far into the distance. This was the third day since the virus outbreak. The city, full of vitality and prosperity, had instantly turned gray and gloomy. With time, clouds dispersed and the sun rose, reigniting the city. Ah, a wail from Jiang Xinghuai resounded. Fu Yan turned back, don't move. Jiang Xinghuai immediately stopped trying to get up and strained his neck to look at his immovable leg. What did you tie on me? It can't bend, secondary tearing of the wound would make it worse. Fu Yan helped him sit up and placed his hand on his forehead. How does the wound feel? A bit swollen, this doesn't matter, Jiang Xinghuai pointed to the wooden board. I don't want this thing, it's so ugly. Can you bind another pair of pants on me first before attaching it again? This one is torn and looks terrible. What's all this nonsense about beauty for kids? Comfortable and clean is all that matters. Gung Manhong suddenly sat up in bed. Right now, you shouldn't be worrying so much about what clothes to wear. When you grow up, you'll have plenty of time to dress up, how you want, however you want. Do you see Huang Mao dyeing his hair a color as disgusting as shit? Did I say anything about it? No. Because he's an adult. You're a student. A student needs to look like one. Stop. Jiang Xinghuai closed his eyes, then opened them again, looking at Fu Yan. I'm hungry. We'll get bread later. Fu Yan patted his back and placed the pills nearby. Take the anti-inflammatory medicine first. Do we really need more? I think my wound isn't hurting too much. Jiang Xinghuai hesitated. You're just scared of taking medicine, admit it. Huang Mao passed by with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Try taking it yourself if you're so tough. Jiang Xinghuai huffed coldly. That's right, I've got big balls. Back in the day. Shut up, all of you. Gung Manhong shouted. Jiang Xinghuai. Huang Mao. Fine, let me say something. Gung Manhong cleared his throat, putting on the airs of a teacher. We're about to set off soon. Now we are a team, and the most important thing for a team is unity. Unity is victory. Unity is half the battle to success. Everyone should say a word of encouragement. Not even weaned yet. Huang Mao snorted coldly. Little punk. Jiang Xinghuai retaliated without lifting his head. Perfect. Everyone has shown great unity and confidence. Gung Manhong held up a spatula toward the sky and then turned around. Are you done with your medicine? Finished. Jiang Xinghuai nodded obediently. Let's go. Gung Manhong shouted. This building was rented out because the area was scheduled for demolition and reconstruction, so most of the rooms had been cleared out before the virus outbreak. Moreover, the sturdy lock on the gate downstairs belonged to the landlord. As they walked down to the ground floor, they didn't encounter a single infected person. If the staff dormitory building had a gate like this one, Huang Mao tapped the heavy security door with one finger, we wouldn't have had to jump off the building in the middle of the night. Why are there no people outside? Jiang Xinghuai looked through the peephole. The commotion yesterday probably drew all the infected from this street to our building, Gung Manhong sighed. Would your broken wooden door have held them off? Huang Mao said after finishing, muttering, they deserved it. After those words were spoken, everyone fell silent. A moment later, Fu Yan spoke gravely, when we open the door and go out, Huang Mao will lead the way. Teacher Gung, you stay in the middle. I'll help Jiang Xinghuai walk behind. Everyone keep watch carefully and stay alert. All nodded in agreement. Normally, Fu Yan, dressed in a suit, may appear a bit serious, but getting to know him would make you feel he was mature and gentle. But when Fu Yan put on a stern expression, his demeanor changed dramatically, he became cold, strong-willed, and impossible to refuse. Uncle, are you nervous? Jiang Xinghuai clung tightly to him and asked quietly. I'm fine, don't worry, Fu Yan patted his back, don't move around too much. If there's any discomfort in your leg, tell me immediately, okay? Jiang Xinghuai nodded, feeling that Fu Yan's mood was a little different from usual. The security door creaked open, bringing with it a foul breeze. Jiang Xinghuai stayed close to Fu Yan, nervously examining this familiar place. The usually clean and lively street was now eerily empty, marked with bloodstains and scattered garbage everywhere. The small shops on either side had their doors all smashed, their contents plundered. Glancing ahead, everything appeared devastated. Fu Yan firmly gripped the knife in his hand, holding Jiang Xinghuai as they took their first step forward. The street wasn't long. They had walked roughly 100 meters and arrived at a corner. 50 meters ahead lay the bakery. Stop. Fu Yan halted abruptly, eyes fixed straight ahead. His expression hardened instantly, there's trouble ahead. Everyone snapped to attention, looking forward. The front of the bakery facing the street had full-length glass windows, and inside, countless heads packed tightly together. Some infected children even pressed their faces against the glass, wide eyes streaming with blood, a ghastly sight. How come there are so many people in the little bakery? Jiang Xinghuai was startled. There was a promotional event that day. Huang Mao furrowed his brows, what are we going to do? We must pass by. Once these infected come out, we couldn't possibly fight them all, one could fight 10, but never endless numbers. Where's your car? Fu Yan asked calmly. Right there in front of the store. Huang Mao pointed. Many cars were parked by the roadside, mostly small ones. Therefore, the shabbiest pink minibus parked right in front of the shop entrance stood out conspicuously. No wonder you were blushing yesterday. Jiang Xinghuai laughed, turns out your taste is quite unique. Shut up, it's the store's requirement, alright? Huang Mao rolled his eyes. Crawling past should work, Fu Yan frowned and suggested, using the cars parked by the street as cover, they won't see us from inside the store. But if there's an unexpected situation, we might not react in time. Everyone fell silent for a minute. Ms. Gung finally made the decision, there's no other way, we can't delay anymore. Let's crawl past. The only concern is Star's leg. I'm fine, why wouldn't I be? Jiang Xinghuai furrowed his brows and cut him off, I can crawl sideways. Fu Yan didn't say anything, gently helping Jiang Xinghuai lie flat on the ground. All members, move forward on your bellies. Gung Manhong quietly yet firmly encouraged everyone, every effort has its reward, I hope everyone can gain some insight while crawling. I've realized I look like a cool caterpillar, Jiang Xinghuai struggled to wriggle forward. Not me, Huang Mao contradicted. You're obviously not a cool one, you're a yellow-haired caterpillar. Shit, what I mean is that I'm not a caterpillar at all. Huang Mao was furious. Old Gung is a fat caterpillar, Jiang Xinghuai ignored him, Fu Yan is a... Wait. Huang Mao suddenly stopped, I just remembered something, our shop door is an automatic electronic door, but the power's out now. The group, who had crawled until they were covered in dirt, stared silently. That means, they actually can't get out. Huang Mao added. In fact. Jiang Xinghai thought for a moment, we're almost there anyway, you could have kept quiet. Shall we continue crawling? Ms. Gung suggested, personally, I think we should start and finish things properly. I agree, standing up now would be too embarrassing. Jiang Xinghai chimed in, so awkward. Fu Yan frowned, I think. Actually, we could crawl back and walk here instead. That might make us look cooler and braver, right? Huang Mao interrupted Fu Yan. Hey, you actually have a brain. Jiang Xinghai praised him. Fu Yan coughed, I believe. You two stop joking around, this is serious. Gung Manhong disapproved completely, crawl back and walk again. We're trying to survive, kids. We should run back and run forward. Fu Yan shut his mouth. Chapter 11. Mao Mao, open the car door. Gung Manhong got up from the ground. Unlocked, also, who is Mao Mao? Huang Mao pressed the key fob to unlock the doors, his face full of confusion. My name is Lu Ing, Lu as in land, Ing as in hero. I said this twice already. Alright, Mao Mao, Gung Manhong patted the dust off his legs and looked around. Good child, start the car. I always feel it's too quiet. How's your leg? Fu Yan helped Jiang Xinghai stand up. It's fine, Jiang Xinghai smirked disdainfully. It's nothing. Fu Yan frowned as he watched the drops of blood seeping through the bandage. He bent down and picked him up. Hey! Jiang Xinghai was startled. Don't move, Fu Yan ordered. Your leg shouldn't move anymore. Huang Mao opened the rear compartment door, I'm just a cargo hauler, there's only one seat up front. But with his leg, he can't sit either, so you two can take the back. The rear compartment was relatively clean. Fu Yan placed their backpacks neatly on top of each other before gently laying Jiang Xinghai down, allowing him to lean against them. I'm closing the door now. There's a small window in the front. Just push it aside and you can see us, Huang Mao reminded after closing the minivan's rear door tightly. The compartment turned pitch black instantly, causing Jiang Xinghai to frown and blink unconsciously as he grabbed Fu Yan's arm beside him. It's fine, Fu Yan patted his shoulder to calm him down, then felt for the little window mentioned by Huang Mao, pulling it towards the right to let the light in. Jiang Xinghai twisted his head to look. It was a rectangular small window through which they could see the driver's seat and the passenger seat. Does your leg hurt, Star? Gung Manhong's face appeared by the small window. You're blocking the light, fatty, Jiang Xinghai said. Call me teacher. Respect your elders. Although Gung Manhong said this, he immediately moved his face away. Which way are we going? Huang Mao glanced back at them. Go straight, turn right at the next crossroads, Fu Yan said. Where are we going? Jiang Xinghai asked. Are you hungry? Fu Yan avoided answering directly, reaching out to grab a bread loaf from the nearby basket. The blue plastic basket contains bread, Huang Mao said while driving. I'm starving. I want that big pizza. What about you, Fatso? Anything's fine, Mao Mao, Gung Manhong said. Fu Yan handed a piece of bread to each of them, then picked up the plastic basket and placed it in front of Jiang Xinghai for him to choose. Jiang Xinghai chose an orange-flavored one. After eating a few bites, he frowned and put it down. He was very hungry but couldn't eat much. Fu Yan handed him a bottle of milk. Does your wound hurt? No, Jiang Xinghai replied quickly. Let's go. Up front, Huang Mao shouted with a slice of pizza in his mouth. The van started, the engine roaring attracting a few infected beings that began chasing after it. But the infected couldn't keep up with the speed of the car and were quickly left behind. Where are we really going? Jiang Xinghai asked curiously, sucking on a straw. Hospital, Fu Yan frowned as he stared at his chapped lips. Don't bite the straw, drink carefully. Hospital? Jiang Xinghai looked surprised. Hasn't my fever gone down? Why are we still going? If the wound isn't stitched up, the fever will return repeatedly, Fu Yan explained. There will be many people at the hospital, won't there? Jiang Xinghai frowned, judging the situation. In fact, there's really nothing wrong with my leg, I don't feel any pain. The flesh will grow together eventually. Don't worry, we're not entering the hospital, Fu Yan clarified. Just near the hospital. There's a pharmacy there. Oh, Jiang Xinghai nodded. But Jiang Xinghai hadn't even finished his sentence when the van made a sudden break, causing him to crash headlong into Fu Yan's arms. Fu Yan instinctively held onto him and raised his head to ask what happened up front. A large group of people ran past ahead, looks like they're coming from the mall ahead, Huang Mao frowned, watching these panicked groups escape. Don't stop the car, Fu Yan said, turn directly and don't take the road ahead. Bebe? Gung Manhong suddenly lay flat across the window. Who? Huang Mao turned the steering wheel. My son. Gung Manhong immediately wanted to get out of the car. Looking outside, there was a middle-aged woman in a black business suit leading a boy around 10 years old dressed in basketball clothes trailing behind the crowd. Gung teacher, please don't get out of the car. Keep moving forward slowly and make the turn, Fu Yan remained calm. Let them climb into the rear compartment. Bebe. Gung Manhong leaned out of the window and shouted loudly. Dad. The little boy stopped in his tracks and looked over in their direction. "Bebe, take your mom and get in from the back of our car," Gung Manhong shouted. Fu Yan pushed open the rear door. The woman in high heels ran quickly too, directly hugging her son and passing him up. Fu Yan caught the little boy with one hand, placing him inside the compartment before swiftly pulling in the woman as well. "Dad!" Once inside, Gung Bebe rushed to the small window and burst into tears. "Bebe!" Gung Manhong also squeezed to the small window and reached out to touch his son's dirty cheeks. Jiang Xinghai watched the two, suddenly feeling a lump in his throat. He then quickly turned his head away. Fu Yan closed the door and bent over to sit down. "This is my son, named Gung Bei. And that's his mom, Yushui." Gung Manhong wiped away his tears as he introduced them. "Nice to meet you." Fu Yan nodded in acknowledgement. "What's there to be nice about?" Jiang Xinghai muttered softly, burying his head to hide his reddened eyes. Why wasn't his dad like this kind of dad? Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Gung Manhong disapproved, asking Yushui, "I thought you were still in Nantong." "It's because our child wanted to see you. The other day, just after we landed at the broken-down hotel, both Bebe and I nearly got bitten by someone. We lost our phone so we couldn't contact you." Yushui frowned impatiently. "Is there anything to eat? My child and I haven't eaten for a whole day." "Mom, I want milk," Gung Bebe said and reached for the carton of milk by Jiang Xinghuai's side. "I have some for you." Fu Yan stopped him. "This belongs to your brother, I'll get another one for you." Before Fu Yan finished, Gung Bei immediately started wailing loudly. "I've got some." Gung Manhong was already overwhelmed, shoving the milk bottle he hadn't drunk from through the small window. "Gung Bei, I remember teaching you not to take others' things. What's wrong with letting the child eat?" Yushui glared disapprovingly. "No, it's something that belongs to others." Gung Manhong was annoyed. "What about my student, who's also a kid? Shouldn't he drink it too? Who matters more than my son?" Yushui yelled curses at him. "Don't lecture me on these principles. You were like this even before we divorced. Nothing has changed about you all these years." Jiang Xinghai watched as the quarrel suddenly erupted between the man and woman, starting to feel restless and tense. "Fine, I'll give it to him, stop arguing." "Star, don't talk." Gung Manhong furrowed his brows, addressing Yushui, "Don't always be so selfish. The food belongs to everyone." Gung Manhong. Yushui slapped the compartment wall. Bang! Jiang Xinghai was startled, staring tightly at Yushui. His hands instinctively clenched into fists, his breathing became heavier. His whole body began showing signs of tension and fear. Fu Yan noticed Jiang Xinghuai's abnormal reaction, raising his hand to embrace his shoulder while frowning to ask, "What's wrong?" Jiang Xinghai glanced at Fu Yan, shook his head without saying a word. Then he bowed his head, suppressing his breath, trying hard not to listen to their arguments. His parents argued almost every day before they got divorced, always right in front of him because both sides hoped he would make statements unfavorable to the other in the divorce case. So every day, those two people dug out the ugly truths about each other and told him. "Your father keeps mistresses, he's morally corrupt. Your mother cheats during marriage, disregarding the family." He felt like being soaked in icy water, desperately stretching his hands wanting to grab something to escape. But his parents stood by the shore, pouring bucket after bucket of icy water onto him. Inevitably, Jiang Xinghai began to recall, his palm turning pale white due to his tightly clenched fingers. Fu Yan frowned deeply, roughly guessing the reason why, his expression gradually darkening. "Calm down." Fu Yan stared at the woman. His voice was low, quite possibly very gentle. But Yushui, looking at the serious gaze of this man, dared not utter a single word. Silence lingered for half a moment. "All right, I don't have time to argue with you." Yushui awkwardly smoothed her hair. "Where are you heading now?" "To the hospital, my student injured his leg." Gung Manhong's face grew cold. "Hospital?" Yushui suddenly screamed, "Are you crazy? There are almost only infected people at the hospital. Everywhere you look. My student's leg needs. We can't go to the hospital." "Old Gung," Yushui glanced at Jiang Xinghai, "absolutely no way." Jiang Xinghai uncomfortably avoided the woman's gaze. For the first time, disdain appeared on Fu Yan's face. He pressed Jiang Xinghai's head against his chest with a warning tone, "Miss you, please do not look at him." "I didn't look at him." Yushui shifted her gaze awkwardly, then furrowed her brow to continue, "Listen to me, the country has already sent the army over. They're in the neighboring city of Jin. We have a car, it'll only take half a day to get there. The army has guns and supplies, they're the safest place, and they will definitely protect us. They'll surely be able to treat this child's leg as well. There's no way we're going to the hospital." Fu Yan frowned. "Where did you get this information from?" "From a police officer, an insider's tip." "You should know what that means." Yushui gave him a sidelong glance up and down. "What do you do for a living?" "What I do is irrelevant," Fu Yan calmly analyzed. Regardless of whether or not the outbreak has lasted only 3 days with the cell phone signals cut off by the second day, and not even discussing the initial rescue operations and aid that would need planning in time. Even if there was rescue, I think in the early stages, the country wouldn't opt for large-scale military deployments. Fu Yan concluded, "I believe this message needs further confirmation." What could you possibly know? Yu Shui angrily interrupted him. This was an insider tip I managed to buy with money. Do you know what that means? Fu Yan fell silent. There was no point arguing with this woman over such baseless claims. The compartment became quiet again. Jiang Xinghui looked at the woman almost with a hateful glare, then wrapped his arms around Fu Yan, leaning close to his ear. I'll go with you, Jiang Xinghui said, wherever you go, I'll follow. Fu Yan was momentarily stunned and looked down at him. In the young boy's clear eyes were complete trust and dependence. His breath smelled faintly of milk. Fu Yan felt a mix of relief and difficulty. As a man, he found it hard to reciprocate Jiang Xinghui's feelings towards him. He just regarded Jiang Xinghui as a child he needed to protect. But now, with Jiang Xinghui focused on him entirely, as an adult and guardian, he couldn't bring himself to reject him. After saying those words, Jiang Xinghui half closed his eyes and leaned against Fu Yan, sleepy and lifeless. He appeared lackluster. Have some water, Fu Yan touched his forehead, we're almost there, don't be afraid. I'm not afraid, Jiang Xinghui frowned, it's just that. It's a bit hot, Jiang Xinghui tugged at his t-shirt collar. The collar was loose, and after tugging, half of Jiang Xinghui's shoulder exposed itself. Fu Yan frowned and averted his eyes before pulling the t-shirt back up, you're running a fever. Uncle, you feel so cool, Jiang Xinghui suddenly said. Fu Yan looked down at his hand resting on his own chest. This feeling is like getting 10 consecutive kills in a game, never pinching your finger when zipping your pants, or opening a bag of chips that isn't full of air, it's that satisfying. Jiang Xinghui went on with a string of exclamations. Jiang Xinghui, I know you're uncomfortable, Fu Yan interrupted him. You don't know, Jiang Xinghui said. I do, Fu Yan insisted. You don't, Jiang Xinghui grew impatient. Alright, let's set aside whether or not I know, Fu Yan took a deep breath, lowering his voice in warning, Jiang Xinghui, take your hand out from under my shirt. Jiang Xinghui. Chapter 12. There was a moment of silence in the car. The woman and the little boy froze in the act of biting into their bread. Fu Yan acted as if no one else was there. He soaked a small towel in water and placed it on Jiang Xinghui's forehead, take it out, don't make me repeat myself. Jiang Xinghui puckered his mouth, I feel bad. Fu Yan sighed, feel him. Thank you, uncle. Jiang Xinghui excitedly hugged him. You're welcome. Fu Yan massaged his temple. It's like raising a son. Huang Mao stepped on the gas and chuckled. The car sped up, roaring through an empty street, its tires raising a cloud of dust when they pressed against the ground. Scattered infected people at the side of the road looked up upon hearing the sound, then immediately followed the scent of blood, slowly falling behind until the car disappeared from their expressionless pupils. When Jiang Xinghui noticed that his brain was spinning and he couldn't open his eyes no matter what, he realized that he might really die of a fever. How is Xing doing? Gung Manhong turned around and asked. I can perform 20 somersaults without any problem, Jiang Xinghui said with his eyes closed. Not good, burning up. Fu Yan furrowed his brow and changed the wet towel on Jiang Xinghui's forehead again. We can't go further ahead, Huang Mao suddenly spoke, the car might not be able to come out, there are quite a number of infected people inside. We will have to walk over, stay low profile. Teacher Gung stays in the car to take care of them, leave immediately if something happens. Fu Yan put down Jiang Xinghui and gently laid his head on the backpack, I will go over with Huang Mao. Ling Ying thanks, Huang Mao corrected his name again. Jiang Xinghui frowned, holding on to Fu Yan's arm tightly. Don't worry, Fu Yan smiled lightly, I'll be back soon. I'm not worried, Jiang Xinghui let go of his hand, looking unwell, I am just thinking about performing a backward flip for Teacher Gung later, and you will miss it if you don't come back quickly. I won't wait for you. I will come back quickly, Fu Yan said. Jiang Xinghui stiffly nodded. Fu Yan took the long sword, patted his head, and walked away. Huang Mao got out of the car, leaned into the carriage, and slapped his back, that's it, kid, enough drama, really awkward. Jiang Xinghui looked at Fu Yan's back, tightening and loosening his fists, his spine tense, swallowing hard, without saying a word. No problem, the pharmacy is just across the corner, old Gung switched seats, turning around to comfort, I took a look when we turned the corner just now, the glass door is broken, no one is inside, safe. Jiang Xinghui frowned without answering, dragging over his skateboard, and moved to sit by the rear car door. The car's position was very hidden, in a tall narrow alleyway. There were no large buildings around, high walls on both sides, open streets in front and back, safe and easy to escape. Xing. Gung Manhong paid attention to him all the time, seeing Jiang Xinghui getting up and shouting immediately, what do you want to do? Can you call my full name? Jiang Xinghui supported himself and stood up, hopping on one leg off the car, leaning on the car door and turning around, Teacher Gung, I have a question for you. Kid, you scared me calling me teacher like this. Gung Manhong got a fright, his face twitching. You said. Jiang Xinghui looked at Gung Bei already asleep in Yu Shui's arms, did you want to find your son after the news broadcast finished? Of course, I was anxious to death. The first call was to him, but this deadbeat didn't pick up. The phone watch I bought for him he throws everywhere except for his hands, I even called his mom, and she didn't pick up either, I was anxious to death, and then I. Jiang Xinghai listened to the rambling, the smile gradually disappearing from his face. Looking at Yu Shui and Gung Bei in the carriage, his eyes were full of envy. Yu Shui had dirt all over her suit pants, the pant legs torn, her hair disheveled, and the exposed forearms and fingers full of dust and tiny wounds. But Gung Bei's face was clean and neat, his clothes intact, sleeping soundly nestled in Yu Shui's arms. This was a child with a mother. Jiang Xinghai looked down at himself, seeing the skateboard held tightly in his arms. On the night he jumped from the roof because it was inconvenient, he had left it on the ground, and Fu Yan brought it over to him. Just now in the car, it was Fu Yan who cleaned it for him. His fingers brushed over the small scratches on the skateboard, and Jiang Xinghai suddenly smiled with the tension on his face gone. Lao Gung, did you hear that sound? Yu Shui suddenly straightened up, anxiously looking around. What? Confused Mr. Gung. Jiang Xinghai tilted his ear to listen, sharply turning his head to the right. Boom. 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 One after another. It was the second floor of the department store, where dark blue reflective glass had been shattered from within. Countless infected ones flailed their arms and stepped with flying strides, crashing to the ground. Jiang Xinghai's pupils tightened as he climbed the clutter beside the alleyway to peer out. Over there on the ground, blood and flesh lay in layers upon layers. Behind them, the fallen infected ones dragged their broken legs and fractured hands but managed to shakily rise up again. Drive! Drive! Yu Shui screamed as she peeked her head out. No. Gung Manhong rejected it. Fu Yan wasn't back yet. The unusual sounds over here had already caught the attention of the infected ones. The department store was only 500 meters away from here. Fast runners among the infected ones could reach here in just a few minutes. Jiang Xinghai clutched his skateboard tightly, gritting his teeth as he leapt off the clutter, suppressing a sharp intake of cold air before running swiftly back. Old Gung. Drive. The two of them. Go. Jiang Xinghai climbed into the car, opening the rear trunk door. There's no time left. Go out of here. The car started, its roaring sound completely drawing all the attention of the infected ones. An infected one at the end of the alley was already stumbling forward. The small minivan slowly drove out, turning right to go back to the main road. Right there, Fu Yan was stepping out on top of shattered pharmacy glass. Blood soaked half of his suit. Why is there blood on Fu Yan? Fu Yan. Jiang Xinghai cried out in terror. Don't get down. Fu Yan stopped him from jumping down, also hearing the unusual noise in the distance, swiftly pulling the collar of Huang Mao who was behind him and sprinting towards the direction the car went. Run. What suddenly, Huang Mao's step stumbled as he also saw the car driving ahead. Why are they driving? Why? Huang Mao hadn't even finished speaking when countless mad infected ones burst forth from the alleyway they just reached. Shit, Huang Mao cursed, wildly kicking his leg out like crazy, rushing forward. Drive faster. Yu Shui, in complete hysteria, desperately slapped the car. They're coming. Drive faster. The speed of the car wasn't slow, and it was a pace Fu Yan and Huang Mao could barely chase after, but this also meant that the infected ones could catch up too. Don't yell. Go to the door and give them a hand. Gung Manhong roared, his face red. Drive. Drive. Just leave them. Yu Shui, gripped by fear, stretched her hand out even through the small window to grab Gung Manhong's neck. There's blood on them. They've definitely been bitten. Drive. Jiang Xinghai's face tightened as he held on to one side of the car door with one hand, while stretching the other out with all his might. Fu Yan and Huang Mao were less than 5 meters away from the car, but the distance between them and the infected ones was less than a meter. This distance kept shortening. This was a race against the infected ones, a fight for time against death himself. Yu Shui no longer spoke, holding on to her child in panic and trembling while her eyes contracted in a corner of the car box. Hurry! Jiang Xinghai was almost halfway out of the car. With one powerful sprint, Huang Mao grabbed his hand. Jiang Xinghai gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength and pulling Huang Mao in. Huang Mao climbed inside. At this moment, the infected had reached Fu Yan's back. Jiang Xinghai quickly reached his hand out again, eyes bulging red with urgency. Fu Yan. Fu Yan staggered, and in an instant, the infected ones surrounded him. Jiang Xinghai's eyes widened abruptly. Fu Yan. In that split second, wind mixed with howls, dust blending with blood, overwhelming Jiang Xinghai's eardrums and nostrils, nearly causing him to crumble entirely. Don't jump. Fu Yan, as if by miracle, broke free from the infected ones and grabbed his hand. Warm fingers touched each other, and Jiang Xinghai's heart began beating again. He tightened his fingers and yanked hard. Fu Yan used the force to jump aboard the car. Go! Fu Yan shouted. Upon receiving the signal, Gung Manhong slammed the gas pedal, and the van surged ahead. Fu Yan wrapped his arm around the weakened Jiang Xinghai who fell to his knees. Ling Ying, close the car door. Are you two unbitten? Yu Shui opened her mouth suddenly. Nah. Huang Mao arched his back, getting up, looking disgusted while closing the car door, glaring at her directly with disdain. I'll transform anytime, my first choice will be to bite you. Yu Shui wanted to say something else. Yu Shui. Gung Manhong looked back warningly. Yu Shui, shut up. Huang Mao gave a cold snort, tightening the car door. Pang! A loud noise indicated the heavy car door shut tight, cutting off all outside noises. Inside the cabin, only the heavy breathing remained in the oppressive silence. Jiang Xinghuai, Fu Yan, and Huang Mao leaned against the tail of the cabin while Yu Shui hugged her child, crowded closer to the front of the car. The atmosphere was opposing yet silent. Yu Shui frowned. What do you mean, don't be so. Straighten up, let me check your leg. Fu Yan interrupted her, speaking to the Jiang Xinghuai in his arms. Jiang Xinghuai hugged him without moving. Don't be afraid. Fu Yan patted his back to comfort him. I'll protect my head and neck. The rest is well covered. I'm fine. Only then did Jiang Xinghuai release his grip, lowering his head to hide his reddened eyes. Fu Yan straightened his legs, took out a pair of scissors from the medical kit, and slowly cut open the bandage stuck with blood and flesh, tearing it apart to clean the wound. Jiang Xinghuai clenched his fists, beads of cold sweat appearing. Endure it. Fu Yan took out a medical needle and thread. Jiang Xinghuai nodded. Fu Yan took a deep breath, furrowed his brows as he glanced at him, then bent down. The sharp needle pierced through the skin, pulling the thread out from the other side. Jiang Xinghuai gritted his teeth, drenched in cold sweat, not uttering a single groan. I've been meaning to ask this. When we found the medicine earlier, and now with stitching wounds, are you a doctor? Huang Mao suddenly asked, eyeing Fu Yan up and down. You don't look like one. I ran a pharmaceutical company, so I have some knowledge in this field. Fu Yan answered, trying to divert Jiang Xinghuai's attention. Ran a company? Yu Shui interjected, what's the name? Fu Lin Pharmaceuticals. Fu Yan replied. Fu Lin Pharmaceuticals. Yu Shui's voice rose sharply, you're the owner of Fu Lin Pharmaceuticals. Fu Yan frowned discontentedly at her raised volume and stopped answering. After finishing sewing the wound, Jiang Xinghuai fell back limply, his head drenched in cold sweat. Does the wound hurt a lot? Fu Yan quickly supported him, feeling a bit remorseful. There were no painkillers left in the pharmacy, and I didn't manage to grab any before. It doesn't hurt. Jiang Xinghuai buried half of his face tightly into Fu Yan's chest, gripping Fu Yan's blood-stained shirt with his fingertips grinding against it fiercely. You're the one who's fine, right? Why is there so much blood on you? The blood isn't mine. There were 2 shop assistants who couldn't escape, but they're fine. Fu Yan looked at him and repeated seriously, I'm really fine. Jiang Xinghuai lowered his head and wiped his eyes heavily, I wasn't worried about you. Fu Yan sighed helplessly and reached out to embrace him, gently patting his back. Jiang Xinghuai buried himself in his chest and suddenly couldn't help but feel choked up. You must never leave me behind. Jiang Xinghuai gritted his teeth, his voice filled with sobs, making the request sound more like an order. It was a request that said I only have you, an order not to abandon him. Fu Yan froze for a moment, his heart jolting violently. He lowered his eyes and stared at the back of Jiang Xinghuai's head, lifting his hand to cover it as he softened his tone, hugging this tightly, how could I ever leave you? Jiang Xinghuai didn't respond, just holding on without moving. The cabin became incredibly quiet. The small minivan bumped along, chasing the sunset forward, leaving the dense urban area. During the journey, Huang Mao took over driving from Mr. Gung. As twilight approached, the car's speed gradually slowed down. The car is almost out of gas. Huang Mao turned around to say, but I think there's a gas station ahead. I'm not sure if we can get fuel from there. Fu Yan glanced at the position illuminated by the headlights, let's take a look. Okay. Huang Mao steered the wheel. Jiang Xinghuai chewed on his dinner, a banana-flavored bread that he disliked the most, and under dim light observed the 3 people sitting opposite. Mr. Gung held the sleeping little Gung Bei while leaning against Mrs. Yu Shui. The 2 quietly spoke low voices, forgetting their past issues and only clinging tightly to the warmth beside them. Jiang Xinghuai kept looking, suddenly turning his head and whispering, Uncle, have you ever been in love? Fu Yan lowered his eyelids, looking thoughtfully at him for a moment before answering off topic, I prefer someone gentle, quiet, around my age. I've never been in love, and I don't know what kind of person I like either. Jiang Xinghuai whispered again, but I do like someone. You know, it's you. Fu Yan stiffened his face and remained silent. Jiang Xinghuai tilted his head closer, Uncle, do you think you would like someone like me? Fu Yan lifted his chin, creating some distance, then lowered his head to look at him. Jiang Xinghuai had dark irises rare for Asians, his gaze pure and straightforward, just looking at him like a loyal and loving dog. Fu Yan felt a headache. The kid was too straightforward. But he couldn't possibly say yes, it wouldn't just be a lie to Jiang Xinghuai but also a disrespect to feelings themselves. I think. Fu Yan gritted his teeth, hesitating, no. No. Jiang Xinghuai blinked and tilted his head to look at him. A beam of car light shone from the distance, passing through the narrow window and happened to illuminate Jiang Xinghuai's eyes. Fu Yan looked into these eyes and found it impossible to utter the 3 words, I don't like you. Fu Yan eventually clenched his teeth, no, it's hard to say. Chapter 13. What do you mean it's hard to say? Jiang Xinghuai smiled and squinted his eyes that were dazzled by the light, I think it won't happen at all. Fu Yan was stunned for a moment, and looked down at him. However, just at this moment, Jiang Xinghuai lowered his head, leaving only the top of his head visible. I'm not likable, I know that myself. Jiang Xinghuai's voice was very low as his fingers rubbed the corner of his own clothes. I'm not stupid, but I don't want to change. It's just, if I change, I'll be completely gone. No one will see me, no one will hear me, Jiang Xinghuai will disappear. Fu Yan was truly taken aback. Jiang Xinghuai is easy to understand, just a glance is enough, no more needed. Outwardly, he's spoiled, brash, and self-centered. Internally, he's fragile, sensitive, and lacks security. He's just a kid. But what Fu Yan doesn't know is that this 17-year-old boy seems to understand everything and suddenly doesn't seem like a child anymore. Is it too mystical what I said? Jiang Xinghuai wiped his nose, feeling a little embarrassed, but I just... Hey, I don't know. Then don't change. Fu Yan interrupted him and tightened his arms around him. It's not your fault. You don't need to change anything. You're perfect just as you are. Jiang Xinghuai was stunned. This was the first time someone told him that he's perfect just as he is. His father would only tell him not to do this, not to do that. His mother would ask him to change this and change that every day. No one has ever asked him why he does things this way, they only shake their heads, sigh, and then sentence him. Fu Yan is the first person who told him it's not your fault. In the future, Fu Yan will surely be a good father. Jiang Xinghuai suddenly threw himself forward, pressing his forehead against Fu Yan's chest. Hey! Fu Yan reached out but helplessly put his hand down before touching him, patting his back. You've got sweat on your head. Your clothes are dirty already, Jiang Xinghuai sniffled. Why are you sniffling? Fu Yan lifted his head. When did it start? Isn't there something weird with those few cars following us all the time? The blonde in the driver's seat suddenly said. What cars? Jiang Xinghuai broke away from Fu Yan's grip, changing the topic cautiously while rubbing his nose. He didn't feel any mucus. The black jeep we met when we were leaving the city? Fu Yan frowned, asking. Yeah, from the road out of town, they've been following us up to now. The blonde slowed down the car's speed, sticking his head out. Something's off here. What a coincidence that they kept on the same route. They aren't planning to rob us, are they? As soon as he finished speaking, the rear vehicle suddenly accelerated within his peripheral vision. He shouted immediately, Hey! They're coming over. Stop directly at the gas station ahead. Fu Yan frowned, giving the order. Stop. The blonde hesitated. Stop, we're out of fuel and can't move anymore. Fu Yan said. The gas station had several unmanned small vehicles parked, the glass of the service area was all smashed, shelves fell to the ground, inside was ransacked empty. The blonde parked next to the edge of the gas station and looked into the rearview mirror. They really are coming for us, turning over here. Don't let others get out of the car. Fu Yan said, then pushed the door and jumped out. The blonde sighed, followed closely by opening the door and getting out. With the sick, weak, women, and children in the car, Fu Yan was the only one who could take charge. Besides the driver, several men quickly got down from the black jeep. Fu Yan saw the fattest middle-aged man among the group the first moment. The man wore sunglasses, a full set of black storm jacket, and thick mountain boots, hugging his arms, exuding an extraordinary aura. Jiang Xinghuai thought about getting down as well, but Mr. Gung beside him pulled him back. Ancestors, isn't your leg hurting? Don't meddle when adults are talking. Jiang Xinghuai frowned. Where are you guys going? A man's voice rang out outside the car. Jiang Xinghuai shut his mouth, pricked up his ears. To go out of the city. Fu Yan's voice sounded, what about you? We have a warehouse up ahead, we went into the city to find some stuff, we're heading back right now. The man chuckled warmly, sounding very friendly. How many people are in your car? Do you want to come where we are? Sitting in the car, Jiang Xinghuai suddenly twitched his ear tips, strangely recognizing this voice. No need. Fu Yan said, we have arranged to meet our friend. Alright, but brother, don't misunderstand us. We weren't following you, we really happened to be on the same route, you. Big brother Fei. Jiang Xinghuai suddenly shouted. Dry son. The fat man startled, then rushed to the back of the car. You fatso, who are you calling son? Jiang Xinghuai poked his head out, meeting the red face of the man. Sure enough, it was Zhu Gaofei. Oh my. Zhu Gaofei let out a shout, rushed forward, and burst into tears. Whyer. My whyer. Don't cry. You're suffocating me. Jiang Xinghuai struggled fiercely, then asked quickly, where's Zhou Chen? Was he with you? My phone is broken, I don't remember your number, I couldn't get in touch. Whyer. My whyer. Zhu Gaofei cried without caring about anything. Get lost. Jiang Xinghuai cursed as she hugged him. Zhu Gaofei cried for 5 whole minutes, then held his hand and kept chanting repeatedly. Your father called me. As soon as I heard, I brought people to find you. But there was no one at your house. What happened to your leg? Does it hurt? It's all my fault. Jiang Xinghai stroked his head, sighing repeatedly. Alright, dry dad, stop crying, it won't be fun if the zombies come because of your crying. Yes, yes, yes. Zhu Gaofei wiped away his tears, turned around and looked at the group of people in the car, his amiable smile reappearing on his face. I haven't asked yet, are these friends you met along the way? That's my homeroom teacher, the woman next to him is his ex-wife and her son. The one driving up front is someone we met on the road, named Lu Ying. This is... Jiang Xinghai paused while introducing Fu Yan, looking sideways at him and smiled. This is my neighbor, he helped me out. After hearing the introduction, neighbor, Fu Yan's eyebrows twitched slightly. He smiled faintly and extended his hand. Hello. Hello, thank you so much. You took good care of our Huai. Zhu Gaofei grabbed his hand, grateful to tears. This place isn't suitable for chatting. Let me take you to my place first. Did you run out of fuel? There's no fuel at this gas station. Come with me, I've stored quite a lot of fuel. Just follow my car. After closing the car door, the small van started and followed the black jeep ahead. The quiet atmosphere in the car changed. What's your relationship with that man? Yu Shui actively came over. That's my godfather, Jiang Xinghai said. Zhu Gaofei and his biological father were close friends since childhood. On the day he was born, Zhu Gaofei was the first to hold him, not his own father. Because his real father was on a plane rushing to a meeting that day. What does your godfather do? Huang Mao asked while driving. He runs a bar, Jiang Xinghai replied. Yu Shui moved closer again, I think. Jiang Xinghai disliked her company and didn't want to talk to her. He turned his head. Uncle, my leg hurts badly. Did you hit it just now? Fu Yan looked at his leg. No problem, Jiang Xinghai lowered his voice, I just don't want to talk to her. Fu Yan smirked, lightly flicked his nose, then turned to look out of the not-so-large window, focusing his gaze on the black jeep ahead. He wrinkled his brows slightly. They only drove for about 10 minutes before they could vaguely see the warehouse Zhu Gaofei mentioned earlier. The land was vast, encircled by an iron fence along a circular path surrounded by trees. There were people patrolling on a high watchtower. Seeing Zhu Gaofei's car, they waved their hands. Huang Mao gently stepped on the brake and slowly entered via the cement road, muttering under his breath, your godfather is absolutely no ordinary person. Inside the iron netting stood 4 rows of concrete buildings. The first floor was filled with large warehouses with iron doors. Piles of potatoes and bagged rice could be seen. As the cars stopped and a few of them got off, many people gathered around. Zhu Gaofei ran over from the front, shouting while running, quickly, Xiao Gao, call Dr. Zhao over. I'm fine, really, it's already been taken care of, Jiang Xinghai leaned on Fu Yan, waving his hands repeatedly. Let's go inside first, Zhu Gaofei supported the other side of his arm, are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Not hungry, just sleepy and thirsty, Jiang Xinghai found himself unable to walk normally between the two. But he didn't want to pull away, so he gritted his teeth and shuffled forward. Before entering the iron gate, Fu Yan suddenly squinted, turned back and stared at the man standing on the watchtower, clearly recognizing the black object slung over his shoulder. It was an assault rifle. Let me lead you inside first. These warehouses are ones I used before to store potatoes and rice. The rooms are strong and well built. Zhu Gaofei led them into one of the buildings. I just arrived yesterday with some people, it hasn't been tidied up yet. Jiang Xinghai looked around, seeing several familiar faces but not the person he wanted to see, and immediately questioned anxiously, where's Zhou Chen? Is he not here? On the day he sent you, he went straight back and hasn't returned to my place since. Zhu Gaofei frowned deeply. Jiang Xinhuai's expression turned grim, stopping in his tracks. That day, I shouldn't have dragged him out to play. He's definitely fine. That kid runs like the wind. Don't worry, I'll send people to his place tomorrow. Are you hungry? Let me take you to a room first. We can eat something later. There's plenty of food here. Zhu Gaofei rubbed his arm while leading him upstairs. By the way, where were you originally planning to go? Our destination was a house Fu Yan owns in the suburbs, Jiang Xinhuai said. That's lucky we met then, Zhu Gaofei sighed, you shouldn't head to that suburb either. It's too far and inconvenient for supplies. Just stay here with me, and I'll personally feed you as you lie around. I'd eat steak every day then, Jiang Xinhuai smiled. No problem. There are many people on our side, we've gathered a group of survivors. Together, it's safer. Zhu Gaofei lowered his voice significantly at this point, but loud enough so they could all hear within the stairway area. Jiang Xinhuai wasn't surprised Zhu Gaofei had managed to obtain guns. Gung Manhong, who followed closely behind carrying Gung Bei, clearly flinched initially, then relaxed shortly afterward. Yu Shui's tense expression also softened immediately. Fu Yan remained expressionless, not speaking or responding. Zhu Gaofei led them upstairs, allocated rooms to them, and went off to arrange food for everyone. When the others had gone into their rooms, Fu Yan, Jiang Xinhuai turned his head toward him, softly asking, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Nothing, Fu Yan glanced around. What do you think of this place? Jiang Xinhuai probed gently. Good, Fu Yan nodded, go into your room, your legs shouldn't stand too long. After finishing, Fu Yan turned forward a few steps and stopped a girl carrying a bottle. Jiang Xinhuai watched his retreating back, suddenly feeling a wave of grievance. He didn't know why he had this intuition. Fu Yan wouldn't stay here. Despite how secure the place was and that everyone would stay here, Fu Yan still seemed ready to leave. Jiang Xinhuai pursed his lips and turned back, heading into the room. Fu Yan walked in and saw Jiang Xinhuai sitting by the bed lost in thought. Without a word, he squatted down and cut open the bandage on his knee. "Hey, what are you doing?" Jiang Xinhuai winced as pain shot through him, snapping out of his thoughts. "Disinfecting," Fu Yan said. "You did it on purpose." Jiang Xinhuai glared at him. "No, I didn't." "Yes, you did." "I'm not that immature," Fu Yan replied. "Are you calling me immature?" Jiang Xinhuai countered. Fu Yan took a deep breath. A grown man being so petty. Jiang Xinhuai gave an exasperated eye roll. Fu Yan. Fu Yan stood up silently and turned to walk away. "Hey!" Jiang Xinhuai panicked, hurriedly grabbing his arm. Fu Yan turned back to look at him. "Where are you going?" "I didn't mean to say that." "You know I don't." Jiang Xinhuai felt at a loss, even dared not meet Fu Yan's eyes. "Not that, are you angry?" He stumbled over his explanation of some hidden chaos in his heart. "It's just. I didn't say much to that girl earlier." Fu Yan stiffly explained with a cold face, "I just asked if she had hot water." Jiang Xing was confused. "I won't talk to her again." Fu Yan gazed seriously at him, then promised solemnly, "Really?" "Sir, here is your hot water." The girl arrived at the door holding a kettle of hot water. "Thank you." Fu Yan turned to take it. As he turned back again, Fu Yan. The room fell quiet all at once. Jiang Xinhuai didn't fully understand what had just happened. But when looking at Fu Yan's guilt-ridden expression, he quickly realized that, somehow, the upper hand was mysteriously back in his grasp. He let go of his hand and sat firmly on the bed with crossed arms, snorting. Holding the kettle, Fu Yan rarely experienced such awkwardness. For a moment, he actually had no idea what to say. "I'm thirsty," Jiang Xinhuai offered a hint. "It's a bit hot." Fu Yan poured water into a cup and handed it over. "Drink after it cools down a bit." "You blow on it," Jiang Xinhuai said. Without losing his temper, Fu Yan sat beside him, gently shaking the cup, waiting for the water to cool down. Fu Yan, seeing his approach, Jiang Xing slowly leaned closer. Fu Yan tilted his head to look at him. "This is pretty good actually." Jiang Xing played with the thick soft blanket under him. "Look, there's food, so we won't starve. There are people around, it's lively." Fu Yan nodded. "My godfather, that fat guy just now, he was a soldier before, a special forces soldier," Jiang Xinhuai said with a tinge of pride. "He's very capable." "I can see that." Fu Yan smiled as he handed over the water cup. "It's a bit cold, try it." "You." Jiang Xinhuai frowned and swatted his hand away. "What's wrong with you? Are you not going to drink?" Fu Yan asked him. "Do you understand what I mean?" Jiang Xinhuai lowered his head. "I mean, do you think we should stay here?" The smile disappeared from Fu Yan's face. "Let's stay here then." Jiang Xinhuai looked up at him. "All right." "Xinhuai." Fu Yan also looked at him, calling his name but didn't say anything more. "What do you mean?" Jiang Xinhuai was confused. Fu Yan still only stared at him silently. "Don't you want to stay here?" "Why?" Jiang Xinhuai got anxious. He suddenly stood up like someone betrayed and questioned Fu Yan who was sitting down. "Will you leave?" "Alone?" Fu Yan stayed silent as if for a long time. "Have you forgotten?" "I need to find my friend." Jiang Xinhuai didn't quite grasp it. It felt terrible having his guess confirmed. Fu Yan really was leaving. No wonder Fu Yan's expression had been odd, appearing unsatisfied with this stable place. Because he had never planned on staying, he wouldn't remain here with him. Jiang Xinhuai blinked his teary eyes, lying back on the bed slowly. The door closed from the outside, footsteps fading away. Jiang Xinhuai flipped over, burying his nose and eyes in a thick quilt and let out a long sigh. "Ah. I need to find my friend." No, something struck Jiang Xinhuai suddenly. He hadn't reacted just now, but if Fu Yan was going to find his friend, he could follow too, find the friend and come back together. Why did Fu Yan make him feel like he was leaving and would never return? Jiang Xinhuai furrowed his brows. He couldn't figure it out. And evidently, this friend was important to Fu Yan. Thinking about this, Jiang Xinhuai suddenly felt aggrieved. Being in a bad mood made everything seem uncomfortable. The room had seemed clean and tidy when they first entered. Now, looking again, it seemed small and broken down, smaller even than his bathroom, leaving no space for urination. Speaking of which, Jiang Xinhuai glanced at the empty cup, raising his eyes to the room. The house was indeed small, there was nothing but a bed and a desk, no toilet. Didn't Zhu Gaofei mention the toilet was on the left? Jiang Xinhuai supported himself against the bed and hopped out of the room. Turning left, he indeed found an open-door toilet. "What's wrong with the kid's leg?" A male voice came from behind. Jiang Xinhuai turned around. It was a man around 30-something, not tall, very thin, wearing a wrinkled suit, with slick back hair that reflected oiliness. "Should I help you?" The oily-haired man grinned. "No thanks," Jiang Xinhuai rejected disdainfully and went into the restroom. Unzipping, he started relieving himself. "Did you just escape with your parents?" The oily-haired man walked over beside him. "Why aren't they supporting you better?" "None of your business." Jiang Xinhuai felt uncomfortable under his gaze. "Don't look at me." AI. The man turned his head away but quickly leaned closer smiling. "Both males, so why not take a peek?" This man would be fine without saying that line, but upon hearing it, Jiang Xinhuai realized something wasn't right. "Not letting you peek." Jiang Xinhuai immediately pulled up his pants and gave him a glare. "Pervert." The boy's temper is fiery. The oily-haired man followed him out of the restroom without anger. "What's your name?" "It's dinner time." Zhu Gaofei ran upstairs shouting, "Xinhuai. Over here." Jiang Xinhuai rushed towards him. "How'd you come out? Doesn't your leg hurt?" Zhu Gaofei quickly reached out to support him. "Who's that guy?" "Haven't seen him before." Jiang Xinhuai pointed to the oily-haired man standing there motionless. "He arrived with us yesterday. Your Uncle Chun handled the registration. I haven't met everyone yet." Zhu Gaofei glanced at the man. "So? Did he bother you?" "Nothing." Jiang Xinhuai turned his head. "Let's eat, I'm hungry." "Couldn't find any steak, so I fried you some pork chop." Zhu Gaofei laughed as he helped him walk downstairs. "Just for you, your godfather cares for you." "Hey, Mr. Fu, this way." Zhu Gaofei suddenly shouted. Jiang Xinhuai turned his head to see. It was Fu Yan. He had just stepped out the door. "Mr. Fu, right?" Zhu Gaofei chuckled amiably. "We haven't formally introduced yet. I am Zhu Gaofei, Xinhuai's godfather. Thank you for taking care of him on this trip. Let's have a drink later." "Sorry, I don't drink alcohol," Fu Yan declined with a mild smile. "No problem at all. Mr. Fu appears to be quite distinguished. What line of work are you in?" Zhu Gaofei asked with an intent to engage further. He sells health supplements." Jiang Xinhuai interrupted their conversation, flashing a grin showing white teeth. "Kidney bow tablets, kidney strengthening pills. He's an expert. You can ask him more about it, godfather." "Hey! Kid, what nonsense is that?" Zhu Gaofei scolded sternly. "Why would I need to know about such things? Who knows?" Jiang Xinhuai huffed, pushed Zhu Gaofei aside, and started limping down the stairs by holding onto the railing. He always gets moody easily, has been a spoiled kid since young. Zhu Gaofei took out a cigarette from his pocket and offered it. "I don't smoke, thank you." Fu Yan waved his hand to refuse. "Mr. Fu's demeanor makes me seem more like someone from the army." Zhu Gaofei grinned, watching Jiang Xinhuai go farther away, lowered his voice, and put on a serious face. "Mr. Fu, may I speak with you privately for a moment?" Fu Yan kept his expression neutral and followed. Downstairs, the warehouse was neatly cleaned up, with a large table placed against the wall. Around 30 people of various ages and sexes sat around food steaming with white vapor. "Star. Over here." Gung Manhong stood up to greet him when he saw him coming downstairs. Jiang Xinhuai sat down and noticed that each person had a bowl of plain rice with a single egg added. Most of the dishes on the table were bland too. However, there was a fragrant fried pork chop in front of him. Gung Bei and a few kids sitting at the table couldn't take their eyes off the piece of meat. "It's too greasy, I don't like eating it." "Whoever wants it, can have it." Jiang Xinhuai pushed the bowl away. "You've injured your leg. You need to eat more meat." Gung Laoshi frowned disapprovingly at him. "Nope, I only want plain rice." Jiang Xinhuai grabbed a bowl of white rice and started eating quietly. "Don't eat so fast," Fu Yan's voice sounded. Looking up, Jiang Xinhuai saw a cup of warm milk set before him. He didn't say anything, and again bent his head to eat quietly. Fu Yan looked helplessly at his puffed-up cheek and smiled. He then picked up the fried egg in the bowl and placed it next to Jiang Xinhuai's bowl. Jiang Xinhuai was surprised for a moment, then lowered his head and bit into it without hesitation. Fu Yan also gave him some vegetables, handing over the milk whenever he choked. Jiang Xinhuai became comfortable being taken care of and shifted half of his bottom closer. Holding the warm milk, he felt he should be generous and suggested with delight gleaming in his eyes, "I'll accompany you to find your friend, no need to be overly grateful." Fu Yan stayed silent for a while, then shook his head. "You promised not to leave me behind." Jiang Xinhuai gazed unusually calmly at Fu Yan. "Adults often don't keep their promises. I thought you were different from them. It's safe here. I hope you stay here," Fu Yan coolly said as he watched him. Jiang Xinhuai truly got angry, turned around, and held the milk in silence. Suddenly. Boom! An enormous muffled explosion rang out. Fu Yan immediately stood up, grabbing Jiang Xinhuai's arm, turning his head alertly towards the direction of the sound. The crowd gathered in the warehouse suddenly fell into chaos. Many children burst into tears right away. Jiang Xinhuai, scared, experienced a ringing sensation in his ears. Shaking his head to clear the sound, he managed to stand up, tightly clinging to Fu Yan. Click, click, click. A strange noise was emanating from beside the wall. The people inside the warehouse panicked completely. The children cried uncontrollably. "What's that sound?" Should we run? Where's Brother Fei? What exploded? Are those infected monsters coming? Hold still, Fu Yan pulled the person into his arms carefully, trying to prevent the agitated ones from bumping into him. Everything's fine. Everyone calm down. A tall man carrying a charged weapon burst through the warehouse door. His dirty face shouted, "It's nothing. Calm down. Brother Fei is leading a group to move the generator. Some old machines fell over and exploded. Everything's fine, everyone stay calm." The man yelled several times until the crowd in the warehouse gradually came to their senses. It was a false alarm. People returned to their seats once again. "Weren't you going to leave?" Jiang Xinghuai looked at Fu Yan, who was still holding him. "Why are you still holding on to me?" Fu Yan sighed in resignation, looking at him and letting go. "Will you feel at ease leaving me here alone?" Jiang Xinghuai glanced sideways at him. "Have you forgotten that I am still a minor? Aren't you worried others might bully me?" Fu Yan suddenly chuckled. "What's so funny?" Jiang Xinghuai frowned. There was another bang. Jiang Xinghuai flinched, and subconsciously hugged Fu Yan's arm. "Don't be afraid." Fu Yan patted his head. The crowd in the hall looked panicked again, with children crying incessantly. "Everyone, don't be afraid." Beside Jiang Xinghuai, Gung Manhong stood up. "I believe all of us have struggled our way here from the city. We are not weak." Lu Sun once said. "Anyone can blabber on empty bravado," a man with spiky hair interrupted rudely. "Just by saying you're fearless won't make it true. What action have you taken?" "Kill all the infected monsters." Jiang Xinghuai quickly pulled Gung Manhong. Huang Mao got the signal and leapt onto the table to cover the mouth of the spiky-haired man. But it was too late. Gung Laoshi shook off Jiang Xinghuai's hand, standing up proudly to introduce himself. "I do not kill monsters. I'm only an ordinary high school teacher." The crowd jeered. "Teaching math," Gung Manhong added. More people showed their middle fingers. "But, everyone should believe that knowledge conquers fear." Jiang Xinghuai covered his ears and ended into Fu Yan's embrace. Huang Mao quickly scampered upstairs. Chapter 15. Because of family reasons, Fu Yan took the matter of responsibility very seriously. He was aware of Jiang Xinghuai's feelings for him, but he couldn't give even a hint of response. Jiang Xinghuai was only 17 years old and not yet an adult. And even if Jiang Xinghuai were an adult, his ideal image of a partner wouldn't be someone so young. All he could do was take care of him as much as possible and protect him. It was responsibility, it would never be romance. But now, the road he had to take was visibly dangerous. Out of reason, staying here would undoubtedly be the safest option for Jiang Xinghuai. Zhu Gaofei would take good care of him. But Fu Yan looked down at Jiang Xinghuai, who was clinging to his arm and pouting with his head tilted back, glaring at him. In truth, he didn't want to leave. He didn't want Jiang Xinghuai's eyes to fill with disappointment and sadness. Fu Yan cleared his throat. "Jiang Xinghuai, let's go upstairs and talk." "Talk my ass, I don't want to deal with you right now." Jiang Xinghuai quickly interrupted him, as if he already knew what Fu Yan was about to say. He pointed at Fu Yan with his index finger, "And don't even speak to me. Go stay by yourself." "Admit your mistakes when you've thought clearly," said Jiang Xinghuai, stuffing his hands into his belt buckle before turning around with bravado. "I'll support you," Fu Yan began to say. "My sneakers are fine." Jiang Xinghuai limped away. "Liar. Old liar." Fu Yan was nothing but a liar. The one who cooked for him, slept hugging him, wiped his skateboard, and told him that he was perfect. That Fu Yan was just a liar. He tricked him emotionally, then threw him away like garbage. To run after some old flame. Shit. Bastard. He actually believed in this fraud and treated him like a father. He knew what Fu Yan had wanted to say, but he didn't want to hear it. Jiang Xinghuai imitated a bull roaring through its nostrils. He was incredibly angry now. He could punch through this wall right in front of him with just a few punches. No, just one punch would do. That wall has too much dust on it, don't touch it. Zhu Gaofei walked over, cigarette dangling from his mouth. Jiang Xinghuai. Jiang Xinghuai pulled back his hand and wiped it off on Zhu Gaofei's stomach instead, expressionless. "I'm mad, leave me alone." "My poor little baby," Zhu Gaofei sighed with utmost helplessness before throwing a punch. Bang! The wall shook violently, a thick layer of dust dispersed along the low eaves. "This is anger." Zhu Gaofei retracted his hand and blew on it near his mouth. Jiang Xinghuai glanced at him before walking away. "What are you running ahead into the pitch dark for?" Zhu Gaofei shouted. "It's none of your damn business." Jiang Xinghuai bolted forward with his hands in his pockets. Zhu Gaofei stood still where he was, counting silently. 2, 3, 4. "Fatso. Get over here," came Jiang Xinghuai's voice from the darkness ahead. "To think you'd run to a building corner despite being afraid of the dark." Zhu Gaofei turned on the flashlight, shaking his head as he strolled over. The bright white light flashed, and Jiang Xinghuai raised his arm to shield his eyes, while sticking out his middle finger with the other hand. "Don't lean on that car, potato collector, it's all muddy." Zhu Gaofei went over, pulling him aside, patting the dust off his back. there's no shower in the rooms upstairs, it's a public bath. I've had them boil hot water, you'll be the first to wash up later. Understood, Jiang Xinghua impatiently replied once, then, taking advantage of the light, climbed onto the front of the vehicle holding onto the bars. Still jumping around even with stitches in your leg? Zhu Gaofei freed a hand, using the flashlight in his mouth, and climbed up within 2 or 3 moves, sitting next to him. Turn it off, Jiang Xinghua said. Aren't you afraid of the dark? Asked Zhu Gaofei. It's bright enough, Jiang Xinghua pointed at the stars in the sky. Of course it is, there's no buildings here, far from the city, with only a village to the north. Zhu Gaofei paused a moment before continuing, besides, those infected monsters can't crawl over here, even though we can deal with small numbers of them, it's still not entirely safe. This virus spreads too fast, we need to focus both inside and outside. Zhu Gaofei pointed at the iron fence erected last night. This iron fence isn't safe, I was thinking of building an electric fence. But among the generators we have, either they're too old and prone to blow, or they can't handle power over such a large area. For now, inside is still fine. Your Uncle Chun has taken inventory of the people in the warehouse. We'll have a meeting tomorrow to get acquainted. More and more people will escape here, Jiang Xinghua suddenly said. Yes, Zhu Gaofei nodded, after the initial chaos, everyone will realize that cities are hell, and they'll try to escape. Will you save them? Jiang Xinghua asked. I can't save them, they can only save themselves. Zhu Gaofei rubbed his head. If you want food, you have to work for it. If you want to survive, you must fight. Men patrol and resist, women wash clothes and cook, and children. Zhu Gaofei looked at him with a smile, you'll entertain them by singing for us. I'm not a kid anymore, Jiang Xinghua dodged his hand, frowning in protest, I can do everything you can. I know. Zhu Gaofei nodded. Jiang Xinghua grunted and lay down on the car hood. This vehicle had an especially large front end. Jiang Xinghua had never seen a car like this before. But the moment he lay back and gazed at the stars in the sky, he fell in love with the car. It was far more comfortable than any Ferrari or Porsche. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, inhaling the scent of the night, the cool breeze, earth, and crickets. This was the most relaxed he'd been in days. Jiang Xinghua stretched lazily and patted his full stomach. It really was very comfortable here. But he wanted to go with Fu Yan. Fatso. Jiang Xinghua stared up at the sky, I'm going with Mr. Fu. Zhu Gaofei didn't even look at him, he just let out a soft sigh and, after a while, asked, do you know Mr. Fu well? Of course, Jiang Xinghua raised an eyebrow, name, Fu Yan, age 32, home address is number 17 Huashua apartment on Nanyue Road, Chang'an Street. Height 186 centimeters, has abs. Do you know what he does? Zhu Gaofei interrupted. That famous pharmaceutical company in our city, Fu Lin Pharmaceuticals. Jiang Xinghua said. Zhu Gaofei chuckled and turned to look at him, Fu Lin Pharmaceuticals is just one part of what he manages. Do you know how many pharmaceutical and biological research institutes he oversees? What's your point? Jiang Xinghua asked, confused. These viruses, if they were man-made, then they're the result of those people's experiments. Zhu Gaofei said. It wasn't him. Jiang Xinghua frowned and rebutted. How do you? I really like him. Jiang Xinghua cut him off. Zhu Gaofei was silent, looking at him. After a long pause, he smiled bitterly and said, what's so special about an old man? Is it just that he's rich? Everyone's got money, but he's different. Jiang Xinghua said. Indeed, he's exceptionally wealthy. Zhu Gaofei rolled his eyes. Jiang Xinghua ignored him and mused aloud, being with him makes me feel extremely secure, I want to be close to him. If I had met Fu Yan earlier, I wouldn't be the person I am now. My parents despised me, my friends hated me, my classmates were scared of me. But actually, I don't. You're making me cry now. Zhu Gaofei suddenly interjected. Jiang Xinghua gave him a dirty look, anyway, you know about my sleeping problems, right? Yes, how many doctors have I arranged for you? Zhu Gaofei feigned surprise on his face. That day when he hugged me to sleep, the couch was particularly hard, my leg was injured, and it hurt like hell. Jiang Xinghua snapped his fingers, yet I didn't wake up once. Zhu Gaofei patted his shoulder, then go find your Fu daddy. All right. Jiang Xinghua nodded, smiling as he jumped down from the car hood. The next second, there was a loud thud, and Jiang Xinghua landed face first on the ground. Damn. Why is this damn car so high? Rubbing his nose, dragging his lame leg, Jiang Xinghua bowed his head and walked upstairs. A pair of shiny leather shoes appeared in front of him. They were polished and coated with oil. Where've you been? Fu Yan asked him. Jiang Xinghua wiped the mud off his hands and coughed twice, did you just polish your shoes? Ah. Fu Yan paused, then nodded, yes. Listen up, Jiang Xinghua spoke up abruptly. Fu Yan slightly bent down to look at him. Wherever you go, I go. Jiang Xinghua looked straight into his eyes, don't think of leaving me behind. Fu Yan furrowed his brow, that won't do. It's not up to you to say no. Besides, I'll be sleeping in your room tonight. Jiang Xinghua added. Fu Yan's expression became strange. He scolded Jiang Xinghai for speaking rudely and waited for him outside his door. Don't try sneaking off. Jiang Xinghai warned by lightly tapping his chest with his fingertip. Young as you are, you sure have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Fu Yan shook his head helplessly. That's right, underestimate me. Jiang Xinghai proudly tilted his chin. Troublemaker. Fu Yan chuckled and teased. And you call this troublesome? Jiang Xinghai arched an eyebrow. Uncle, you seem rather innocent. You. I'm not sleeping in the same bed as you, Jiang Xinghai sighed. How old do you think I am? Besides, that bed is too small. If we both slept there, it'd be like a pile of bodies. Let's talk about this later, I'm going to take a shower. Your leg can't get wet, Fu Yan grabbed his arm. Should I lift my leg and wash? Jiang Xinghai asked. Be careful not to fall, Fu Yan warned. Then help me. Jiang Xinghai said immediately. Alright, Fu Yan sighed. The bathroom was exceptionally large, with 2 rows of shower heads installed along the walls. There were no partitions between the shower heads, no curtain at all. Though such bathrooms were common in collective settings in the north. Jiang Xinghai had never used one before and felt unusually embarrassed while undressing. I forgot the towel, I'll go get it. Wait here, don't turn on the water yourself, or you might slip, Fu Yan let go of the hand supporting his arm. Alright, go, Jiang Xinghai awkwardly waved. After Fu Yan left, he struggled to remove his pants, thankful that the lower half had been cut off earlier, making it easier. But once they were off, he felt a bit cold. Jiang Xinghai rubbed the goosebumps on his arms and turned his head to see the partially open window. He turned around and took a few steps forward. Taking a shower? A male voice filled with surprise came from behind. Jiang Xinghai quickly turned around. It was the greasy-haired man he had encountered near the restroom earlier. What do you want? Jiang Xinghai furrowed his brows and stepped aside nervously, feeling exposed since he was entirely naked. He even hesitated about how to cuss at him properly. Nothing much, the greasy-haired man took a few quick steps closer, nearly pressing against him. I haven't even asked yet, what's your name? Geez, stop. Jiang Xinghai clung to the wall, glaring at him. Before he could finish swearing, he shouted, what the foo? Don't touch my mom's ass. Jiang Xinghai felt sick and almost jumped back, slapping the man away. Thrown backward several steps by Jiang Xinghai's force, the man grew angry, you foo. His shoulder was seized tightly before he could react further, and he was hurled to the ground. What happened? Fu Yan blocked in front of Jiang Xinghai with a serious expression. He touched my waist. Jiang Xinghai grabbed onto Fu Yan's arm, hiding behind him with red-rimmed eyes as he cursed angrily. Pervert. By now, the greasy-haired man had gotten up and, seeing Fu Yan, appeared slightly intimidated, hunching his shoulders. I was just saying hello to him. I didn't even get a word out when he shoved me. Fu Yan frowned darkly, his gaze unfriendly. Get lost. The man turned and fled. The spacious bathroom became quiet, leaving only Jiang Xinghai's heavy breathing. You okay? Fu Yan turned and frowned at him. He touched my waist. And pinched it. Jiang Xinghai pointed to his reddened side, shouting loudly. And wanted me to call him uncle. Fuck this psycho pervert. Fu Yan subconsciously touched the red marks on Jiang Xinghai's pale skin. Enraged, Jiang Xinghai completely forgot that he was still naked, focusing solely on ranting loudly, a 30-something guy with wrinkles everywhere wanting to hit on me? Does wearing a suit make him think he's something great? That shiny slick back hair of his makes me sick. He's nothing but a pervert with mental issues. Jiang Xinghai finished and sought Fu Yan's agreement. Right? Silently, the 30-year-old Fu Yan removed his suit jacket and forcefully tousled his neatly combed hair, nodding in agreement. Right. Chapter 16. Jiang Xinghai looked down at the suit wrapped around his waist, froze for a moment, and only then did he realize that he'd been yelling half-naked. His face turned red instantly, and he instinctively moved back. Don't stick to the wall, Fu Yan placed his hand behind Jiang's waist, pulling him closer. I'm just going to take a shower. Jiang Xinghai felt awkward in this position. Yet he couldn't articulate exactly what was wrong. Why is my face heating up? It was cold just now. Then go ahead and wash. Fu Yan untied the suit from his waist. Hey. Jiang Xinghai quickly covered himself, could you have at least said something? Fu Yan had already turned his back but still laughed when he heard the comment. I thought you were some great guy, shy because of taking off clothes. Try being naked yourself, Jiang Xinghai snorted and reached out to turn on the hot water tap. Hot water misted and sprayed down. Hold on to me. Fu Yan extended an arm towards him while facing away. Jiang Xinghai wiped the steam from his face and grabbed Fu Yan's strong arm, carefully maneuvering his legs to get closer. By the time Jiang Xinghai finished his shower, Fu Yan was basically wet all over too. After sending Jiang Xinghai back to his room, he quickly took a shower as well. Rubbing his wet hair as he passed by Jiang Xinghai's room, he knocked lightly, remember to lock the door and sleep early. Got it, Jiang Xinghai's voice came from inside the room, drawn out dramatically. Fu Yan chuckled hearing this. Back in his own room, he closed the door and had only taken a couple steps forward. He suddenly remembered something and turned to look at the lock. It was an old-fashioned lock that had long since broken. Fu Yan frowned, picked up the pillow from his bed, and left his room. What are you doing? Jiang Xinhuai saw Fu Yan enter his room with the pillow. Are you scared to sleep alone? Yes. Fu Yan nodded. Come on over. Jiang Xinhuai grinned widely and patted the bed. He liked sleeping with Fu Yan, it gave him a sense of security. He was always a bit afraid sleeping alone. I'll blow out the candle. Fu Yan leaned outside. Not yet. Jiang Xinhuai quickly slid under the covers, pressing against Fu Yan. Go ahead. Fu Yan felt the embrace around his arm and laughed silently. The candle went out, plunging the room into complete darkness. Jiang Xinhuai shifted closer to Fu Yan, inhaling deeply. Fu Yan smelled good, the refreshing lemon scent of Safeguard soap mixed with the unique cool fragrance from his newly changed shirt. Like a big tree. Jiang Xinhuai sniffed harder, visualizing it even more clearly. Fu Yan was like a tall pine tree, gentle but serious. You smell really good, Jiang Xinhuai whispered softly. Puppy. Fu Yan laughed, patting his back gently. Sleep fast. Good night. Jiang Xinhuai closed his eyes. The small room had 2 windows, but no curtains. The light filtered through as time passed. Fu Yan woke up early. He glanced at his watch, 5:30 a.m., the sky was just starting to brighten. At this time, most people sleeping in the warehouse were still deep asleep. But when the door was pushed open and an oily head peeked inside, Fu Yan almost chuckled in anger. Fu Yan flipped off the bed, opened the door, grabbed the man by his collar, and started dragging him downstairs. Hey! What are you doing? What's going on? The man struggled wildly but failed to break free. Jiang Xinhuai woke up startled, turning around to see their backs before swiftly understanding the situation. Goosebumps rose all over, repulsed. Given his usual bad mood upon waking, Jiang Xinhuai immediately grabbed his skateboard and followed, slapping it hard on the man's face. You pervert. I wanted to hit you yesterday. You dared to come again. Fu Yan didn't release the man's collar, continuing to drag him down. The loud noise jolted the other sleeping individuals awake, all the closed doors on the second floor opening as many descended the stairs to investigate. Fu Yan threw the man he had dragged aside. The man stumbled a few steps and quickly got up to preserve his dignity. Zhu Gaofei, wearing shorts, rushed out, spotting Jiang Xinhuai standing downstairs, and immediately ran over. What happened? What's going on? This damn pervert touched me while I was showering last night, and this morning he even broke into my room. Jiang Xinhuai spat, filled with disgust. What do you mean you just touched me? Who saw that? Why would I touch a guy like him? After standing straight, the man tidied his suit in an ostentatious manner and straightened his back. This is slander. Besides, this morning, I just walked into the wrong room. Harmony brings wealth. Harmony brings wealth. Zhu Gaofei wiped some sleep from his eyes, lifted his hand with a gun, and smiled as he pointed it at the man's head. I don't care. You need to apologize properly or I'll blow your head off. The man's face revealed both fear and resentment. The onlookers began whispering among themselves. Unable to withstand the psychological pressure, the man finally spoke up. I'm sorry. The man mumbled an apology under his breath. Fu Yan frowned, looking displeased. Forget it, let's go. Don't bother with scum like this, Jiang Xinhuai said irritably, brushing the matter aside. He had only not been clothed yesterday because his arms couldn't have stretched out fully, otherwise, if this guy dared to touch him, he would have smashed his head already. Seeing himself let off lightly, the man turned around, prepared to leave but muttered quietly with a low voice, how many young boys have I played with and wrecked? What kind of world is this now that you can keep guarding your purity forever? Fu Yan stopped walking, his gaze becoming completely serious. What the man said hit right at Fu Yan's soft spot. Initially, his intention was merely to create psychological pressure and fear through intimidation so that this man wouldn't dare to make any moves against Jiang Xinhuai again. But now, Fu Yan furrowed his brows tightly. Certain information unintentionally revealed by this man hinted at possible habitual misconduct, thinking about it alone made him feel chilled to the bone. Without even thinking for a second, Fu Yan turned around, grabbed the collar of the man's coat, and dragged him over, throwing him against the wall. Twisting his waist, raising his arm, he mustered all his strength and fiercely swung his fist. The man couldn't even scream as his face got pummeled several times. By the time Fu Yan delivered the sixth punch, the man was already somewhat unconscious. The feeble hand that had attempted to weakly block Fu Yan also relaxed its grip. All the people surrounding were stunned, no one dared to intervene. Hey! Mr. Fu, that's enough. He's almost dead. Zhu Gaofei noticed the man rolling his eyes upward and immediately rushed to stop Fu Yan. Fu Yan, breathing heavily, ceased punching, gritted his teeth, and straightened his body. Suddenly feeling someone embrace his arm, he turned his head to see, it was Jiang Xinhuai. Your hands are bleeding, Jiang Xinhuai frowned, stop hitting him. Fu Yan calmed his breathing and grabbed hold of his hand instead. The man struggled to half stand bent over, desperately gasping for air, then bent down again and vomited. Brother, you're still a company boss, how could you resort to such baseless behavior? Zhu Gaofei criticized coldly. The man wiped his blood-stained face and collapsed to the ground once more, filled with hatred and disgrace in his eyes. Get someone to watch over him, Zhu Gaofei whispered to his men before loudly dispersing the crowd. Everybody, stop watching, let's go. Breakfast should be ready. Go eat breakfast. As soon as those gathered in the warehouse moved toward the food area, Jiang Xinhuai burst into a loud swear word. What's wrong? Fu Yan turned to look at him. Jiang Xinhuai's bright eyes sparkled as he looked up at Fu Yan. You definitely trained before. Absolutely. Didn't you practice boxing? I learned a bit. Go eat breakfast first. Fu Yan patted his head. Do you know where to get it? Yes, Jiang Xinhuai was still excited. Do you want some? What do you want to eat? All of mine is yours. You go first, I'll wash my hands. Fu Yan smiled. Not doubting anything, Jiang Xinhuai bounced and turned around to leave. After making sure he was far away, Fu Yan turned and said to Zhu Gaofei, lock him up. Zhu Gaofei chewed on his cigarette holder in surprise and then laughed. Mr. Fu, you're tougher than me. Fu Yan looked at him without saying anything. Definitely lock him up well, don't worry, Zhu Gaofei laughed again and said, I still need to get a few generators over here, I'll go first. I'm leaving here tomorrow, Fu Yan said frowning suddenly. Heard it from that dumb kid at home, Zhu Gaofei grinned. He'll stay here, Fu Yan said. He really likes you, Zhu Gaofei knitted his brows. And I like him too, Fu Yan said. Zhu Gaofei lowered his smile. Who will Mr. Fu go and look for? A friend, Fu Yan replied. What kind of friend? Zhu Gaofei asked. What do you want to ask? Fu Yan laughed. Nothing, Zhu Gaofei shrugged and changed the topic. Mr. Fu, what's your take on this sudden virus? Mr. Zhu, Fu Yan continued smiling, you're overthinking it. I used to be a sniper, Zhu Gaofei narrowed his eyes and tapped his forehead. I have a premonition about danger. From the moment I saw you, it was warning me. This almost global viral infection is rapid and without a solution, catching everyone off guard. Personally, I believe this virus was man-made, whether intentionally or accidentally released. Those involved in the research have already caused damage and panic beyond measure. I don't know what role you played in this, but no matter how much you know or understand about this virus or its origins, given your position in all of this, if you claim to know nothing, I find that hard to believe. Zhu Gaofei lit a cigarette, and also, the person you're looking for, that friend of yours, might very well be one of the participants in this bizarre virus outbreak, regardless of whether you were unaware beforehand. Fu Yan stared at him for 2 seconds and then smiled. Big Brother Fei, the car is ready, a man called from not too far away. Let's continue next time, Mr. Fu. Zhu Gaofei turned around with a grin and walked away. With a roar, the car started. The iron gate opened wide, and 2 black jeeps rushed out, stirring up dust as they sped away. Fu Yan watched as the car disappeared at the end of the road, smiling faintly. After washing his hands, he turned to go to the dining area to look for Jiang Xinhuai, but he wasn't there. He went upstairs to look for him again, just opening the door halfway. Hey! What are you doing? Don't come in. Jiang Xinhuai stood with his back to the door, hurriedly using his foot to push it shut. What's wrong? Fu Yan's hand paused on the door, confused. Why did you come up here? Jiang Xinhuai's face showed signs of panic as he quickly pushed the door shut. I'm not done yet. What are you doing? Why did you come up here? Fu Yan asked towards the closed door. Did you eat breakfast? Wait. Jiang Xinhuai kicked the door firmly, sounding quite fierce. Don't talk. Fu Yan felt puzzled but obediently stayed where he was. Less than a minute later. The door opened again. Jiang Xinhuai grinned, revealing sparkling eyes. Close your eyes. Go eat breakfast first, Fu Yan said. Close your eyes. Jiang Xinhuai glared at him. Fu Yan complied and closed his eyes. 3 seconds later. Okay, open them. Jiang Xinhuai's voice sounded. When Fu Yan opened his eyes, a pair of shiny leather shoes appeared before him. I polished your shoes for you. Aren't they bright? Jiang Xinhuai proudly took credit. Fu Yan froze. He hadn't expected Jiang Xinhuai to polish his shoes. Our teachers always told us when we were kids that we should wash our father's feet and massage our mother's shoulders to express love, but I've never done either. And I've never had the chance to, Jiang Xinhuai chuckled shyly, though I think it's kind of silly. But suddenly, I wanted to do something for you. And since I couldn't think of anything better right away, I noticed that you enjoy applying shoe polish, so I decided to give your shoes a shine. A soft spot in Fu Yan's heart seemed to collapse, like a sound of caving in, and he knitted his brows trying to suppress it. What's wrong? Moved speechless. Jiang Xinhuai tilted his head and laughed cheekily. Actually, your shoes were easy to polish. I'm leaving tomorrow. Fu Yan suddenly said. Huh? Leaving tomorrow? Jiang Xinhuai stumbled, taken aback. Leaving tomorrow? So soon? I will definitely go with you. I will. I'm going alone. Fu Yan said. Jiang Xinhuai felt a sudden sting in his nose, wanting to say something but could not form a complete sentence. I won't take you. Fu Yan added. Jiang Xinghuai's face instantly paled, taking deep breaths to regain composure but still shaking with anger. Looking up at Fu Yan, tears welled up in his red eyes, yet he stubbornly refused to beg or plead for him to stay. Fu Yan frowned deeply as he looked at him, stepping forward slightly. Jiang Xinhuai stepped back. Fu Yan, Bang! The door slammed loudly against its frame. Jiang Xinhuai had closed the door. Fu Yan frowned tightly, about to push the door open again. But then the door unexpectedly opened from the inside. A pair of leather shoes was thrown out, accompanied by a choked curse, "You have stinky feet." Fu Yan. Chapter 17. Jiang Xinhuai pressed against the door, gripping his fists tightly. Tears streamed down as he breathed heavily, and he roughly wiped them away with his hand. He would not shed a single tear for Fu Yan, that heartless man. Still, more tears streamed down. Shit. Jiang Xinhuai bowed his head and pulled at the hem of his shirt, pressing it hard over his eyes. Jiang Xinhuai. Fu Yan outside knocked on the door. Jiang Xinhuai sniffed and clenched his teeth without a word, mostly because he feared opening his mouth might lead to uncontrollable crying. Being discarded was one thing, losing face was another. Let me in, we need to talk. Fu Yan's voice came again from the other side of the door. Talk. About what? What was there to talk about when once again he'd been cast aside like something trivial? Jiang Xinhuai kicked the door in anger, instantly feeling a sharp pain rip through his knee. A cold sweat broke out on Jiang Xinhuai's forehead, and he sank down to the ground, hugging his leg. Shit. He'd kicked the wrong leg. Jiang Xinhuai. Fu Yan's voice carried irritation and sternness, I'm coming in. Jiang Xinhuai tried hastily pushing back the door. But it was futile. With just one hand, Fu Yan easily pushed it open. Seated on the floor, looking completely disheveled, Jiang Xinhuai turned his head away immediately upon catching Fu Yan's gaze. How's your leg? Furrowed his brow, Fu Yan squatted before him. It's none of your business. Jiang Xinhuai hugged his leg so Fu Yan wouldn't see. Fu Yan remained silent, stood up, turned around, and walked out of the door. Jiang Xinhuai gawked in astonishment, clenching his teeth till they hurt, then limped over and sat on the bed. Wearing Zhu Gaofei's oversized shorts, his pants were rolled above his knees. Clearly visible now was the blood seeping through the bandages on his knees. Attempting to lift his leg, he immediately winced in pain. Someone approached from outside the door. Recognizing Fu Yan's steps, Jiang Xinhuai immediately tensed his face muscles. Fu Yan appeared at the doorway carrying a small medical kit. I won't talk to you anymore. Jiang Xinhuai turned his body away, refusing even a glance. Go away. Fu Yan squatted in front of him and pressed his fingers lightly on the wound. Does it hurt? Hurts, hurts, hurts. Jiang Xinhuai cried out repeatedly. Realizing this right after, he shut his mouth immediately. Fu Yan sighed, pulling out something warm from his pocket and gently placing it next to his cheek. What is it? Jiang Xinhuai asked stiffly. Rice ball. Fu Yan said, I just made it. I won't eat your stuff, Jiang Xinhuai declared resolutely. Fu Yan retracted the rice ball and slipped it back into his pocket. After some thought, he said, the friend I went to find once stayed at a research institute under my name for some time. Later we had a disagreement. Afterwards, he joined another research institute, and I haven't seen him for over a year. So, it seems your relationship isn't all that great either, yet you're going out of your way to look for him. Don't expect others will even recognize you. Jiang Xinhuai scoffed. As Fu Yan tended to his wound, he continued softly, but before this virus fully erupted, I received a call from him. He said he was forced to participate in a study concerning genes, but that project eventually lost control. He told me little, or perhaps dared not say much. So, we agreed to meet at my villa in the suburbs. I had to find him, only he could provide an explanation for this virus outbreak. Jiang Xinhuai's eyes widened in shock. This was too unbelievable. Was he living inside a Resident Evil game? And what about Fu Yan? Was Fu Yan going to find this friend to develop a vaccine to resist the virus? Is Fu Yan off to save the world? Eat it. After treating the wound, Fu Yan opened the rice ball and held it near his mouth. Jiang Xinhuai took a bite, the warmth of the rice ball making his throat tighten while his nose tingled suddenly. Fu Yan's tenderness left him feeling exceptionally wronged. Because Fu Yan was leaving to save many others. What about him? Why are you crying? Furrowing his brow, Fu Yan stretched out a hand to cradle half of Jiang Xinhuai's face, his fingertips wiping softly across Jiang's soft cheeks to wipe away the tears. Are you going to save the masses, uncle? Crying, chewing on the white rice in his mouth, Jiang Xinhuai felt more and more sorrowful, but my leg still needs curing. In that instant, 1,000 pounds weighed on Fu Yan's heart, Jiang Xinhuai's tears almost suffocating him. Without even realizing it, he embraced Jiang Xinhuai. Don't hug me. Jiang Xinhuai sniffled, saying so. Just hold me for a while, Fu Yan said. I don't want you to hold me, Jiang Xinhuai replied. Fu Yan patted his back and sighed softly into his ear, I'm sorry. Jiang Xinhuai lowered his head, wiping his eyes on Fu Yan's shoulder. His throat hurt as he struggled with unspoken questions but eventually blurted out, why didn't you take me? It'll be dangerous, Fu Yan said. I'm not afraid, Jiang Xinhuai said firmly. I am, Fu Yan held his face gently, frowning at him as he said, Jiang Xinhuai, I'm really scared. But, Jiang Xinhuai wanted to counter but looking into his eyes, he couldn't say anything. Fu Yan was worried about him. He knew it. I'm sorry, Fu Yan said again. Jiang Xinhuai was stunned for a moment before he pushed Fu Yan away and turned his head. I want to be alone. Fu Yan nodded and stepped back. I mean being alone does not include sitting here crying by myself while you stand by the door watching. Jiang Xinhuai suddenly said. Fu Yan frowned. Jiang Xinhuai's character sometimes could indeed become extreme, which only made him more concerned. Please leave, Jiang Xinhuai lay down and pulled the blanket over his head. Fu Yan helplessly opened the door and walked out. He understood Jiang Xinhuai's dependency on him, yet he hadn't foreseen how deeply this would make him grieve. It made his heart ache. Suddenly, he started regretting his decision. Little Fu. What are you doing sticking your ass against Xinhuai's door? Teacher Geng called out from downstairs. Fu Yan remained silent. Slowly straightening himself, he patted his suit, then turned around and went downstairs. Is he still upset? Asked Teacher Geng as he came closer, whispering and sighing while frowning. Then he pulled out a tattered notebook from his waistband. This is a collection of mathematics problems that I've recently handwritten. Give it to him. You must tell him that even though the virus is rampant now, it doesn't mean he can neglect his studies. The country will surely find a vaccine. Once it's done, the first thing to resume will be the college entrance exam. He must study well. As a student, learning should never be put aside. As Fu Yan looked at the homework book, he fell silent for a moment and chuckled softly, you're right, after the virus is gone, he'll have to take the college entrance examination. But, perhaps you should give it to him yourself. What's wrong? Teacher Geng was puzzled. I'm leaving tomorrow, Fu Yan said. Leaving? Where to? Teacher Geng froze in place, grabbing onto his arm anxiously. Isn't it dangerous outside? Why are you heading out? Fu Yan laughed lightly, I have something to do. Jiang Xinhuai had fallen asleep. He'd hidden under the covers, just wanting to escape himself, the version that wouldn't stop crying. But unexpectedly, the moment he closed his eyes, it felt like someone punched him right in the face, and he blacked out. But his sleep was restless, frequently waking up briefly before sinking back to unconsciousness again. He did not know how long he had slept. During this time, Zhu Gaofei knocked on his door, so did Teacher Geng, even Huang Mao came by. Only Fu Yan hadn't appeared. So, he dreamed of Fu Yan, who carried him on his back waving goodbye before walking into complete darkness. Jiang Xinhuai was startled awake again. The soundproofing in this house wasn't great, there were noises coming from the warehouse downstairs. Jiang Xinhuai got up, pushed open the window. The sky seemed far from morning already. It was already afternoon. He stuck out his hand, grabbing onto the iron bars outside the window. Bending over, stepping on the window sill, with one leap, he jumped out of the room using momentum. You eat first, then bring it upstairs to him. Zhu Gaofei stopped Fu Yan who was holding a bowl of soup and buns intending to go upstairs. When I brought food up at noon, he didn't open the door either. I'll go check first, Fu Yan frowned, adding another bun into the bowl. Today, Jiang Xinhuai only ate half a rice ball, and since he locked the door, it hadn't been opened again. Pamper him a little bit, Zhu Gaofei patted his back, and explained clearly, he'll understand. Fu Yan went upstairs, staring at the tightly shut door, knocking first, Jiang Xinhuai. There was no response inside. Fu Yan waited a long time, knocking twice more, yet there was still no reply from within the room. Wrinkling his brows, Fu Yan began to feel uneasy and without hesitation, he pushed the door open. The small room was clear to see, there was no one inside, no sign of Jiang Xinhuai. The bedsheet at the corner of the bed was crumpled messily. The skateboard on the cabinet had also been taken away. Fu Yan's pupils contracted sharply, and in a moment of panic that swept over him before he could even react. Had Jiang Xinhuai stormed off in a huff? Where had he run to? Was he outside all alone? And when had he left? Fu Yan admitted, right at this moment, that he regretted it. He wouldn't have run off without telling anyone. He seems dense, but he's actually pretty reasonable, Zhu Gaofei chimed in from somewhere nearby after checking the room briefly. You should look for him on the rooftop. Whenever he's upset, he goes there. But Fu Yan stood still, unresponsive. Mr. Fu. Zhu Gaofei tilted his head to call out to him. At this, Fu Yan snapped back to reality, nodded in gratitude, took a step back, frowned deeply, and turned to head up the stairs leading to the rooftop. Hey! Don't hit him. Zhu Gaofei called out hurriedly when he saw the look on Fu Yan's face. A few angry words will do. Jiang Xinhuai was standing at the edge of the roof, arms outstretched, feeling the wind slip through the gaps between his fingers. During the time when his parents were fighting their lawsuit, he often climbed to the top of his father's company building and would remain in such a pose. He wanted to jump down, but he didn't dare. So afterward, he learned parkour instead. He enjoyed the freedom of being airborne and also fantasized about the release of falling from a height. He gripped tightly, capturing the wind. Only in the instant when he jumped could he feel his own indulgence. Fu Yan halted his steps as he looked at Jiang Xinghuai standing at the edge of the rooftop. This flat-roofed building had no barriers at its edge, one more step forward, and you'd fall. Come over here. Fu Yan called out to him. Jiang Xinghuai gave him no response whatsoever. Jiang Xinghuai. Fu Yan moved seriously beside him and said, come over immediately. Jiang Xinghuai glanced back at him, shrugged, took a step backward, and walked over. Eat. Fu Yan handed over 2 bowls. I won't eat, Jiang Xinghuai said in anger. Actually, he was already very hungry, his stomach had already growled several times. Fu Yan gazed sternly at him. Jiang Xinghuai was somewhat afraid of such a Fu Yan. Holding his breath, his face puffed up with indignation, yet eventually, he still accepted the bowl. But he didn't keep it in his hand, he turned around and placed it on the ground, showing off his pride. I'm not hungry. Fu Yan stepped forward. You. Boom. 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 Suddenly, the distant earth let out heavy, deep rumbles, like drought thunder striking in a desert, deafening. What sound is that? Jiang Xinghuai turned around and peered into the distance. When he realized what it was, he tensed instantly, his face going pale. With the flat terrain here, mostly low rice paddies ahead, one could see far and wide from a high place. A bus was speeding uncontrollably, unstably swaying from side to side as it charged ahead. Behind the bus, an overwhelming horde of infected runners came rushing by the thousands, forming a vast, black mass. The distance closed rapidly, with the destination of this infected horde being this fragile fortress protected only by a single layer of wire mesh. Go. Quickly downstairs. Fu Yan's face changed instantly as he grabbed Jiang Xinghuai's arm and prepared to dash downward. Hold on to the buns. Hearing this, Jiang Xinghuai quickly grabbed the food lying on the ground and ran fast behind Fu Yan. As they ran halfway, taking advantage of a turning point, Fu Yan was just about to say a word or two. Then, glancing over, he became so exasperated his brow began twitching, just forget about holding the soup. Chapter 18. Eating only buns will choke you. Jiang Xinghuai said, drinking 2 sips. Fu Yan's temple twitched with pain as he sternly warned, Jiang Xinghuai. I'll throw it. I'll throw it. Jiang Xinghuai quickly tossed the bowl away. The two ran past the corner. The porcelain bowl they threw behind them spun in the air and crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. That sound was like a kind of omen, setting off an alarm. Zhu Gaofei gasped for breath as he rushed around the corner, barely avoiding colliding with the others. Hey! Unable to stop himself, Jiang Xinghuai rammed his forehead right into Zhu Gaofei's chest. Zhu Gaofei steadied him, but the usual amiable smile was gone from his face. His eyebrows furrowed and his lips were tightly pressed together as he spoke softly, something seems to have happened. A tourist bus lost control, leading a crowd of around 4,000 or 5,000 infected people heading this way, Fu Yan quickly explained. It's now less than 2 kilometers away. Being less than 2 kilometers meant if the car drove slowly, it would take 2 minutes, or just a minute if driving fast to arrive here. Zhu Gaofei's pupils constricted sharply as he swiftly turned around and hurried downstairs, shouting hoarsely, everyone. Get out immediately. More than a dozen of Zhu Gaofei's brothers reacted the fastest, quickly dropping what they were doing and gathering in the middle of the warehouse. Other people who had escaped stood confused in their original places, showing signs of panic and suspicion. A few men stepped forward with furrowed brows asking loudly. What's wrong? What's going on? What are we going outside for? What's happening outside? Why is the ground shaking? Why do we have to go out? Zhu Gaofei looked at them, took 2 deep breaths, opened the clip of his gun, raised the gun, and pulled the trigger, firing 2 shots into the ceiling. Everyone! You've got half a minute to grab your stuff and run out of the warehouse. Zhu Gaofei roared. The entire warehouse froze for a second, even the sound of breathing disappeared. Hurry up! Zhu Gaofei shouted again. Intakes of breath occurred one after another, and in the next second, footsteps became chaotic and quick. Without a word, everyone ran back to their rooms to collect their things. I'll get my stuff, you follow Zhu Gaofei. Fu Yan quickly instructed before running upstairs. Dachuan. Zhu Gaofei shouted again. Here. The bearded middle-aged man responded. You take 3 people and start all the vehicles. Park them by the rear door of the warehouse. As soon as they're full, leave immediately. Take the main road. Yes. Zhou Dachuan quickly picked 3 people and ran toward the garage. Guo Wei. Zhu Gaofei called out again, you take the rest of everyone to load supplies. No matter how much you move, 1 minute later, all aboard. Huang Jiqiang, go upstairs and release those locked-up bastards. Yes. Guo Wei led the remaining people quickly to the back storage room. Jiang Xinghuai looked left and right but couldn't find anything he could do, so he jumped anxiously in place, just thinking about what he could do. Kukukachu. Jiang Xinghuai paused, then pressed his hand against his stomach. Hungry? Zhu Gaofei asked. Jiang Xinhuai shyly nodded. Serves you right. Zhu Gaofei struck a hard tap on his forehead. Next time, don't skip meals no matter what mood you're in, hear me? I heard you, Jiang Xinhuai replied, recalling the buns in his pocket and munching down on one. Little star. Your Uncle Guo has cookies. Guo Wei ran back holding supplies, shouting for Jiang Xinhuai to grab food from his pocket. I'm full. After devouring the buns in 2 or 3 bites, Jiang Xinhuai ran over and grabbed a smaller box from Guo Wei's arm. Jiang Xinhuai. Zhu Gaofei called out to him. What? Clutching the box, Jiang Xinhuai ran out toward the door. It's nothing. Move well. Zhu Gaofei shouted loudly, forming a heart shape tearfully, go for it. Die, effeminate bastard. Jiang Xinhuai gritted his teeth, hugging the box tightly and ran out the rear door of the warehouse. Behind the warehouse lay a large empty space where 4 cars were already parked, all fully started. Dust rose as men carrying bundles, women hugging children, appeared disheveled and staggered out of the building, quickly climbing into the cars. Following directions, Jiang Xinhuai placed the box down and glanced back toward the building, suddenly feeling a momentary daze. Screams and cries, falling sounds, everyone was fighting for their lives. Just half an hour ago, this place had been peaceful, quiet, and reassuring. Within a few minutes, everything changed in the blink of an eye. Hurry! Faster, faster! Zhu Gaofei roared, standing near the rear door of the warehouse. No more items. Everyone! Now! Come to the rear door. The people who had just run out immediately picked up the pace. Ah! A woman was jostled by someone beside her and fell to the ground. Jiang Xinhuai quickly ran over, almost dragging her as he helped her get back on her feet. Thank you. Thank you. The woman climbed into the car but didn't let go of his hand. Jiang Xinhuai. Fu Yan grabbed his arm, anger evident in his features. Didn't I tell you to follow Zhu Gaofei? I came to help them carry things. Jiang Xinhuai turned around and saw Fu Yan, his mood instantly lightening. Where have you been? Fu Yan looked down at him, about to say something, when he noticed the red marks on Jiang Xinhuai's arms and the dust on his clothes. He sighed and took out a plastic bag full of large buns from his pocket. Have a couple first, Fu Yan said. Where did you get these? Jiang Xinhuai eagerly accepted them. The kitchen, Fu Yan replied, brushing off the dust on Jiang Xinhuai's coat while speaking. I've already put your skateboard in the car. How did you find it? Jiang Xinhuai widened his eyes, realizing he'd left his skateboard behind. Next time don't put it in the sleeping blanket, Fu Yan paused and repeated sternly, or worse, my sleeping blanket. Jiang Xinhuai. Jiang Xinhuai glanced at the sky and started eating the buns as he turned away. Brother Fei. The man standing high on the patrol platform rushed over, sliding down recklessly. Only 500 meters. Brother Fei. My vehicle is full. The driver at the front shouted out of his window. Go. Zhu Gaofei gestured. The first fully loaded car sped out. Do you know how to use a gun? Zhu Gaofei approached and threw a weapon over. Fu Yan deftly caught it, flipped his wrist, clicked twice, and expertly chambered it. Jiang Xinhuai widened his eyes as he watched Fu Yan's familiar actions, but before he could express his amazement, the ground beneath their feet began to shake. The rumbling sound grew closer. They're here, Zhu Gaofei darkened his expression, raising both hands as he lifted his gun. An out-of-control bus filled with infected individuals suddenly roared into everyone's field of vision. The iron fence was violently torn apart, creating a large hole, and the bus crashed straight into the side wall of the warehouse on the left. Fu Yan wrapped his arms around Jiang Xinhuai and turned his body away at the exact moment. Boom! The explosion from the vehicle sent flames spiraling upward, lighting up half the building red. Brother Fei. The next designated driver shouted from the window. Go. Zhu Gaofei lifted his arm and signaled sharply. The throttle was slammed down hard, and the second vehicle sped onto the road in an instant. Even before the sounds of the wrecked bus faded, over a dozen survivors still alive inside clawed through fiery blazes, emerging from hell like demons. Their limbs and torsos burned pitch black, yet they still staggered upright, screaming as they ran toward the group. Fire! Zhu Gaofei ordered. Bang! 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 4 or 5 leading infected received fatal shots to their foreheads and dropped instantly. The bus was merely an appetizer, what followed was a massive force of thousands of infected sprinting forward, an impending catastrophe. The earth began to rumble once more. Jiang Xinhuai shook his head, attempting to alleviate the ringing in his ears caused by the explosion, clutching tightly to the buns in his arms. Everyone aboard for the last ride. Zhu Gaofei retreated while firing. All aboard. Get on first. Fu Yan pushed Jiang Xinhuai onto the final vehicle. Jiang Xinhuai's mind was clouded from shock but obediently climbed onto the car, blindly grabbing hold of a hand reaching out to assist him. What took you so long? Huang Mao pulled his hand and hauled him into the car. It was then that Jiang Xinhuai noticed him and looked around the interior of the car. There weren't many people here, including him, only 3 had made it into this vehicle. Where's Lao Geng? Jiang Xinghai asked as his brain gradually became clearer. That fat guy was too slow running. When I rushed over, I saw some brothers escorting him into the previous car. Huang Mao explained. Jiang Xinghai let out a breath of relief. Why do you have so many buns in your arms? Huang Mao questioned. Jealous? Jiang Xinghai grinned. Want to? Are you insane? Huang Mao scoffed. Escape a life-threatening situation clutching a bag of buns? Throw dumplings at zombies? Why isn't the third car leaving? Zhu Gaofei's hoarse voice called out from outside. Go. Go. Hearing this, Jiang Xinghai stuck his head out, frowning deeply as he looked forward. There were 4 vehicles total, 2 had already gone. However, the jeep ahead of them had yet to start moving. Shit. Huang Mao cursed in shock, his hand gripping the car door beginning to tremble. After a brief moment of stunned stillness, overwhelming panic took hold of him and he began shouting loudly, "They're here. The monsters are here. Get on. Hurry up." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinghai quickly turned his head, his tightly contracted pupils reflecting the dense crowd of heads at the edge of the iron fence. Behind them, wave after wave surged forward. The standing iron fence had already begun to buckle inward under the strain. Some of the infected had already discovered the breach where the bus on the left had crashed through, and were now continuously pouring in. Brother Fei. Zhou Dachuan returned from the third vehicle, his complexion dark, trouble. Jiang Xinghai felt a sudden sharp pain between his eyebrows for no apparent reason. They said a child is missing. What child? Whose child? Zhu Gaofei was nearly beside himself with rage. The high school teacher's kid. The others couldn't stop him, that high school teacher just ran into the building. Chapter 19. The warehouse was very quiet. In the hall, several large cardboard boxes that had been stepped on and flattened were upside down, and the tables and chairs had also been knocked askew. Footsteps came down the stairs. Next time you go to the bathroom, you must tell Mom, okay? Just now, Mom couldn't find you, and I was so scared. Yu Shui led Gung Bei downstairs. I know, Mom, where's Dad? Gung Bei took a fearful glance at the quiet hall. Where has everyone gone? Let's hurry, your father should have gone outside. Yu Shui frowned, speaking and accelerating her steps down the stairs. Your dad doesn't even wait for us. He's really become stupid from teaching. With his meager salary all he ever thinks about are the students. Truly. Haven't the others already left? Yu Shui looked around in a circle, her hands trembling slightly. Come, Bebe, let Mom carry you. Click. A very light sound, like the sound of a can rolling. Yu Shui froze, the danger awareness as a woman made her quickly press Gung Bei to the ground behind the large cardboard box, and held her breath while covering her son's mouth. Infected people slowly swayed as they entered. As there was no target to attack, they stopped at the scene and stared at the big cardboard box motionlessly. Yu Shui's chest rose and fell violently as she saw the infected person through the box's crack. The distance between them was separated only by a thin layer of paper. It's impossible to go inside. Guo Wei shouted angrily while shooting with his gun, we don't have time. Everyone here will die. I disagree too. Big brother Fei, we must leave. Zhou Dachun shouted. Shut up first. Zhu Gaofei roared back, Jiangzi. Push that cement tube over there to block this side. Jiang Xing tightly gripped the warm buns in his arms. He wanted to rescue Lao Gung. He knew if he took a step towards the warehouse, Zhu Gaofei would definitely follow him in. But it was unacceptable, he could save Lao Gung by himself but dragging others to their deaths along with him was not an option. Bullets were exploding near his ears, his brain felt like it was going to explode. There was no time to hesitate anymore, everyone would die if this continued. Jiang Xing covered his head, hoarsely opening his mouth, go. Big brother Fei. Let's go. Amidst the flying bullets, Zhu Gaofei abruptly turned back to look at him, eyes full of disbelief. Bebe? Gung Manhong crouched down, carefully exploring in, lowering his steps as he moved forward slowly, Bebe. Dad, Gung Bei started, but his mouth was covered again by Yu Shui. Yu Shui broke out in cold sweat from fright and whispered instructions into Gung Bei's ear, Bebe, stay quiet. Hearing the sound, Gung Manhong stopped immediately, crouching at the wall corner, poking his head out. In view were mother and son hiding behind the big cardboard box. Behind them stood 4 or 5 infected people. Gung Manhong wiped the sweat off his forehead, gritted his teeth, and prepared to rush over. Suddenly, gunshots outside intensified. The 4 or 5 infected people who had infiltrated started walking toward the warehouse door attracted by the gunshots. Gung Manhong relaxed momentarily, gesturing urgently. Don't speak, we're going to Daddy. Seeing the infected turning their backs through the box cracks, Yu Shui immediately released her grip on Gung Bei. Crawl over, don't say a word under any circumstance. Yu Shui seriously instructed in a low voice, red-eyed. Gung Bei nodded. Gung Manhong squatted in the corner, eyes bloodshot, trying to stretch his short stout hand. Tense, Yu Shui crawled behind Gung Bei, glancing backward occasionally. Just as Yu Shui turned her head again. The slow-moving infected person suddenly paused, stopping completely, and turned around. Yu Shue's entire body suddenly stiffened but found some unknown strength to turn her head and take another look at Geng Bei, who was struggling forward. He was her child. A somewhat chubby little boy with actually not so big courage. The infected discovered their targets and instantly charged. Run! Bei, run! Yu Shue shouted loudly, picking up a bamboo pole, rushing towards the infected, yelling, "Go to daddy!" Upon hearing his mother's words, Geng Bei staggered to his feet and immediately charged forward. Behind him quickly followed his mother's cursing sounds. But Geng Bei didn't turn around. His mother was fierce, never losing in arguments. This time she'll win too. De Chun, follow me inside, the rest of you stay put. Zhu Gaofei changed the magazine on his gun. Guo Wei, you take care of protecting here. If overwhelmed, leave immediately by car. Oh, let the third car go now. No waiting. Big brother Fei. Guo Wei pulled his arm. Wei Zi. Zhu Gaofei looked at him. Haven't we veterans been out for more than 10 years? Guo Wei was startled for a moment. Thanks to all of you, my business has been pretty good in recent years. I even set up a security company. But do you really see yourselves as mere security guards? Zhu Gaofei slowly scanned every man holding guns with a determined gaze and a powerful voice. We've been soldiers once, we've worn military uniforms. We are soldiers, and we are soldiers. Soldiers must protect the common people. Guo Wei's eyes turned bloodshot, but he slowly loosened his grip on Zhu Gaofei's arm. As Zhu Gaofei sprinted towards the warehouse's back door, the third car sped off. Only one car was left at the original position. 7 men stood outside the vehicle. Inside the car, besides Jiang Xing's warm buns, there were also a tied-up weirdo with oiled hair. Jiang Xing put down the buns, grabbed the skateboard, jumped out of the car, and stood beside these men. You taught me this. Guo Wei threw a gun over and shouted, don't shoot my feet again. Big brother, can I have one too? The yellow-haired young man approached humbly. I'm particularly good at pulling triggers. Here, take this. Guo Wei pulled out a round lump from his waistband and threw it over. I see your potential. You'd make an excellent demolitions expert. Being a demolitions expert is the most technical role in the military. What does it mean? The yellow-haired youth proudly yet nervously clutched the item. Step 1, pull the safety pin. Step 2, throw it outward. Guo Wei yelled, throw it hard. Shit. The yellow-haired boy cursed, running forward 2 steps, swinging his arm fully before throwing the object. Boom. A massive explosion erupted along with a fiery bloom, shattering countless infected into pieces. But the endless wave of infected kept approaching without end. It was only because of several giant cement cylinders blocking them that they survived, but danger remained. It's no good. Brother Wei, my bullets are gone. Where's Big Brother Fei? Mine are gone too. Jiang Xing, fall back. Fu Yan struck an infected climbing over the cement cylinder with the stock of his rifle. Don't worry about me. Jiang Xing used his skateboard to sweep away an escaped infected. My skateboard is still more effective. I just named my skateboard something cool. Fu Yan frowned. When exactly? What's the name? The yellow-haired interrupted. Kill must die. Jiang Xing proudly lifted his chin. You're so pretentious. The yellow-haired boy mocked. With all your dyed yellow hair, you have no face to call me pretentious. Jiang Xing was shocked. All day playing with your skateboard, have you ever skated once? Pretentious kid. Are you challenging me? Jiang Xing immediately wanted to perform a kickflip inward rotation 180 degrees for him. Both of you shut up. Zhu Gaofei burst out from the building with a little fatty under his arm. Behind him were Geng Manhong and Zhou Dechun. They're out. Jiang Xing was surprised for a moment, then quickly smiled. Fu Yan. They're out. Fu Yan also smiled. You get in the car first. Teacher Geng. Jiang Xing reached out to pull Geng Manhong. Ah. Geng Manhong tightly grabbed his hand. Are you okay? I'm fine. Attention. Zhu Gaofei bit down the safety with his teeth and threw out a bomb. In the car. Zhu Gaofei rapidly hopped into the car. Drive. 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 Boom. All the people squeezed onto the back seat of the minivan felt the heat waves simultaneously. The small van went crazy trying to escape, bouncing around, overcrowded. Soon, the burning warehouse gradually became smaller in their vision until it completely disappeared. For minutes later, the small van drove onto the road. The speed slowed down. Refreshing wind mixed with wheat fragrance blew into the vehicle. Jiang Xing was distributing the big steamed buns he carried, 1 per person. Zhu Gaofei got 2. I am unique. In our family Xing's heart, I'm this. Zhu Gaofei said while holding up his thumb. Fu Yan raised his eyebrows and showed 5 steamed buns he somehow held steadily in one hand. Zhu Gaofei was speechless. Jiang Xing. Zhu Gaofei angrily scolded, standing up and reaching to hit him, you traitorous brat. Jiang Xing quickly squeezed behind the plump teacher Geng, leaving Zhu Gaofei utterly helpless against him. Fuming, Zhu Gaofei snatched the buns from Guo Wei's hands and ate them. I want to say something. Gung Manhong turned his head, seriously looking at everyone inside the car. You came in to rescue us, and I'm extremely grateful, but I have an unreasonable favor to ask. What's wrong? Why bring this up all of a sudden? Jiang Xing furrowed his eyebrows, suddenly unable to keep smiling. I. Gung Manhong held on to both Gung Bei and Jiang Xing, his eyes slowly reddening. After choking several times, he continued, as a teacher responsible for shaping the minds of students, I have failed in educating my own child, Gung Bei. I bear most of the responsibility for his actions. But his nature is not bad. If in the future, he offends you all, feel free to beat him hard. Just make sure that you give him food if you're willing to take him along. Mr. Gung. Jiang Xing's voice trembled now. What do you mean? What are you saying? Just drop me off at a convenient parking spot later. Gung Manhong sighed deeply after finishing his sentence. You idiot, what are you talking about? Jiang Xing immediately stood up, hitting the back of his head hard against the roof of the van. Ignoring the pain, his eyes bloodshot, Jiang Xing stared intently into Gung Manhong's eyes. Gung Manhong had tear-swollen eyes. His lips quivered as he reached out to pull up his sleeve. A bloody tooth mark was clearly imprinted on his wrist. Everyone in the car froze instantly. Jiang Xing's pupils shrank rapidly as he shook his head repeatedly. It won't happen like this, it can't be. Jiang Xinghai, Fu Yan frowned and pulled him back down. Sit first. What's going on with you? Why? Jiang Xing cried loudly, questioning Gung Manhong, are you insane? Do you even have a brain? You. It's fine, it's no big deal. Gung Manhong started sobbing too as he embraced Jiang Xing. Don't cry, your teacher is still fine. Zhu Gaofei frowned deeply watching everything unfold, then turned toward Fu Yan asking softly, Mr. Fu, can you save him? Fu Yan remained silent for quite some time, then finally shook his head. Oh come on, stop crying already. Gung Manhong patted Jiang Xing's back and said, ah yes, here. With great difficulty, Gung Manhong pulled out a wrinkled notebook from his trouser pocket. This is something very important. It's a math workbook I wrote by hand these last 2 days containing all the key difficult problems. Keep it safe and work on it well, alright? Don't fail your college entrance exam again with only 4 points. If you don't understand anything, just ask young Master Fu, he seems pretty well educated. No, he isn't well educated at all. Jiang Xing cried while shaking his head, he graduated from primary school. I want you to teach me. Teach me, you're my homeroom teacher. Fu Yan. Gung Manhong sighed heavily, tenderly caressing the back of Jiang Xing's head, full of affection, even someone with only a primary school education would suffice to tutor you. Hearing this, Jiang Xing cried even harder. Thus, Fu Yan, the man who barely graduated from primary school, sighed, there is one method we might attempt. Chapter 20. The small van that had been traveling smoothly on the road suddenly made a U-turn and headed towards the fork to the left. Complete infection and loss of consciousness should last from 1 to 8 minutes, varying based on wound location, size, and blood loss. Fu Yan glanced at his watch. We must arrive at my house within 5 minutes. It's already been 1 minute. Fu Yan looked at the driver as he spoke. The driver was drenched in cold sweat, pressing the accelerator to the floor. Unfortunately, there were 13 men in the vehicle including the driver, all with an average height over 1.8 meters. The used small van simply couldn't carry such a load. 2 people were being held by others. Gung Manhong held the sleeping Gung Bei, while Fu Yan held Jiang Xinghai. Fu Yan. Jiang Xinghai softly called him. What's wrong? Fu Yan asked. My legs are numb. Jiang Xinghai uncomfortably leaned his head against Fu Yan's shoulder. Where? Thigh or calf? Fu Yan leaned over to take a look. Jiang Xinghai wasn't tall, only 175 centimeters, which he described as medium height for the boys in his class. But Jiang Xinghai had especially long legs. With knees bent like this, they passed his shoulders. Left calf, Jiang Xinghai said. Does your wound hurt? Fu Yan placed his hand on his calf and applied slight pressure. Ah. Jiang Xinghai threw his head back, unable to suppress his voice as he repeatedly cried out, No, don't press it. Don't move around. Fu Yan tightly secured his waist with one hand, forcefully holding him still while using the other hand to massage his cramped calf. Is it still numb? Not numb, Jiang Xinghai quickly shook his head and swiftly changed the subject. What's the success rate of the method you mentioned? The crowded, drowsy passengers on the car suddenly became alert. 0.1%, Fu Yan said. Everyone froze. This wasn't even a gamble anymore, and the stakes weren't money, it was a life. What Fu Yan didn't say was that this 0.1% depended heavily on luck. The email Zheng Yi sent him contained the drug ratios recorded before the virus got out of control. Although it included Zheng Yi's guesses, they were just that, guesses. Even if it's 0.001%, we have to try, Gung Manhong chuckled. Tie me up first, although I'm fine now, make sure I don't bite anyone later. Jiang Xinghai frowned and looked at Fu Yan. Tie him, Fu Yan nodded. My estimated infection time is just a statistical analysis based on a small amount of data, not entirely accurate. 5 minutes later, it turned out that Fu Yan's estimated infection time was correct. Gung Manhong drooled, wide-eyed, his throat choked as though blocked, his voice hoarse. This is a classic word problem. We need to analyze his given conditions. Jiang Xinghuai had never listened to him explain problems so attentively, eyes full of tears, but he still couldn't understand. I found a farm when I went to look for the generator earlier. The house isn't sturdy, but it can accommodate people. I've told the ones driving to go straight there. They should be there by now. Let De Chun run an errand later, Zhu Gaofei ordered. Fu Yan's house probably won't hold so many people. Once we're done here, half of us will move over. All nodded. The car came to a slow stop. Is this the place? The driver looked at the enormous black iron gate in front of them, utterly astonished. Yes. I'll get out and open it. Drive straight in, Fu Yan nodded, jumping off the car. The iron gate unlocked via fingerprint. With a beep, it automatically opened to the sides. As the scene before them came into view, every man who got out of the car froze where they stood, each more stunned than the last. The 3-story villa occupied an area far beyond what 2 eyes could cover. There was even an artificial pond in front of the house, with 2 swans floating on it, grooming their feathers. Upon seeing these disheveled, dusty men come in, the swans weren't surprised and swam away with a flick of their tails. I truly underestimated all of you evil rich folks. Zhu Gaofei smacked his lips. I know medical research makes money, but this is ridiculous. Brother Fei, I don't want to go to the farm anymore. Zhou Dachuan's square face became even squarer. Let's all go inside, Fu Yan pushed open the door. Mr. Fu, welcome home. It is now 6:15 p.m. Is there anything I may do for you? What thing is talking? Jiang Xinghuai jumped, startled. It's just an intelligent voice system. Fu Yan explained while trying to turn on the light switch, and the wall lights in the hall lit up. Why does your house still have electricity? The blonde-haired man was shocked. Solar power supply. Fu Yan said, only lighting works, other high-power appliances don't. Is that a swimming pool? Inside your house? There's actually a swimming pool inside. The blonde-haired man rushed toward the pool. Is there any alcohol? Zhu Gaofei suddenly asked. The wine cellar is on the 2nd basement level. Fu Yan pointed a direction, take the elevator down there. Aren't you a non-drinker? Jiang Xinghuai was surprised. The wine cellar contains my late grandfather's collection, I'm just keeping it for him after he passed away. Fu Yan explained. What is that? A plane. A helicopter. Jiang Xinghuai pointed in amazement. It's just a model. Fu Yan said. Ah. Jiang Xinghuai sighed disappointedly, I thought. If you want to see, the actual one is on the helipad in the backyard. Fu Yan smiled. Shit. Shit. Jiang Xinghuai rushed to the backyard. Everyone at this moment was shocked by what wealth could create, seemingly forgetting something. You, guys, wait. Gung Manhong lay stiff on the sofa, his eyes rolling up, blue veins already appearing on his forehead. Can you save me first? I'm not feeling well. Not just unwell, Gung Manhong endured stiffness in his body while undergoing psychological torment. He wanted so much to see the bookshelf on the left side with a rotating arrangement full of books. But after crawling twice, he realized he couldn't move anymore. He's becoming rigidified. Fu Yan helped him stand up and pressed the elevator button. Teacher Gung, I need you to try to keep conscious as much as possible. It may be painful, but I hope you can endure it. As soon as the elevator door closed, Jiang Xinghuai, who had rushed to the back garden door earlier, came back slowly, losing his smile. Staring blankly at the closed elevator door, he fell silent. Zhu Gaofei sighed, putting an arm around him. My little darling, isn't pretending to be happy making you uncomfortable? Jiang Xinghuai sniffed, holding back tears, and after a long pause said, I dare not. I don't dare to look at Teacher Gung. Why am I like this? I can't even glance at him. I know, you're just too scared, you're just afraid of losing him. Zhu Gaofei cut him off, rubbing his cold arms hard. Don't be afraid, and don't avoid it, Uncle Zhu is here with you. Time went from 6 o'clock all the way until 7:15 p.m. Everyone sat silently in the living room, anxiously waiting, trying to grab onto that tiny flash of 0.1% amidst their hectic lives. Even if it was only 0.1%. Ding. The elevator opened. Jiang Xinghuai stood up abruptly from the ground. Fu Yan was still wearing his sterile protective suit. He had just pulled down his mask when Jiang Xinghuai rushed forward and grabbed his hand. Fu Yan looked calmly at him. It failed. Jiang Xinghuai's breathing stopped, his face instantly turning pale. However, he's still alive. Fu Yan continued, although he's lost consciousness, all I can do now is temporarily maintain his basic vital signs. But the rigidity has been temporarily halted, which might also count as good news. I've fallen out of love. Jiang Xinghuai relaxed and plopped down on the floor. Fu Yan bent over and smiled, patting his head, then looked at the others who were still waiting. Everyone go rest first, the guest rooms are on the second floor. Jiang Xinhuai felt limp in his hands and feet, so once everyone left, he lay flat on the ground. Fu Yan took off his protective suit and squatted beside him. Do you want to see Teacher Geng? Jiang Xinhuai nodded. Then get up, Fu Yan said. I can't, Jiang Xinhuai stretched out his hand. Does your leg hurt badly? Fu Yan furrowed his brows, grabbing his hand. Not really. After a pause, Jiang Xinhuai let out a long sigh, I'm just too tired. Then lie down for a while. Fu Yan reached out and touched his nose tip. Don't touch my nose, it tickles. Jiang Xinhuai giggled and dodged. Fu Yan hesitated, staring at his hand, realizing he had made an overly intimate gesture beyond what he usually deemed appropriate for their current relationship. We should still get up. Jiang Xinhuai struggled to stand up. Teacher Geng must be missing me. Fu Yan stood up with his usual expression. After entering the elevator, Jiang Xinhuai kept his head down, fidgeting with his clothes corners, not noticing Fu Yan's brief distraction. Even if he had noticed, he wouldn't think too deeply about it. At this moment, he kept trying to build himself up mentally. His eyes had been unable to hold back tears since he was a child, but he didn't want to cry anymore. So he had to hold them in. Despite that, when he truly looked at Mr. Geng, hooked up to a ventilator lying on the bed, his entire body tied down with straps and face distorted until he was almost unrecognizable, he couldn't bear it. If you taught class looking like this, no one would dare argue with you. Jiang Xinhuai laughed nervously, but his laughter almost choked him with tears. Fu Yan was still standing by the side. He didn't want to be seen as someone who just cried all the time in Fu's eyes. So he pressed hard on his eye sockets, hoping to keep the tears from spilling out. But it didn't work. Every time he saw Mr. Geng, his heart ached. Let's go. Jiang Xinhuai spoke softly in a steady voice, I'm hungry. Fu Yan furrowed his brow, noticing Jiang Xinhuai's red nose and the tear streak sliding down his cheeks. He hesitated again and again, resisting the urge to hug him. Don't cry. Fu Yan handed him a handkerchief. Your eyes are swollen. It's fine, I can't help it. Jiang Xinhuai wiped his face carelessly with the handkerchief and tried to change the subject. What do you do when you're unhappy? You're too young, adult ways of coping might not suit you. Fu Yan thought for a moment. However, there are many other methods such as exercise, or even playing video games. These are options. I'll accompany you to run later. Why am I too young? Jiang Xinhuai frowned unhappily. The day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, I turn 18. I'll officially be an adult then. Round it off, we are peers. What can you do that I can't? You won't enjoy those things, Fu Yan shook his head firmly. I will definitely enjoy it. Jiang Xinhuai nodded decisively. Adult ways of release always sounded so mature. Alright, Fu Yan took him outside and turned left, pushing open a door. It was a narrow and dark path, leading to what looked like a very adult world. Jiang Xinhuai suppressed his excitement as he finally asked softly, Uncle, where are we going? Fu Yan didn't answer, he pulled the light switch directly. A room, 4 walls, each covered entirely with leather shoes. Polish my shoes, Fu Yan said. Chapter 21. Jiang Xinhuai was stunned at the sight of a whole cabinet full of shoes. He liked buying sneakers too, but not to this extent. At most, maybe enough to fill up a wall. Anne. Do you go on shoe shopping sprees when you're unhappy? Jiang Xinhuai hesitated and took 2 steps back. You're not messing with me, are you? This pair of shoes I made by hand with a master craftsman. Fu Yan took down a pair of ancient brown leather shoes. They're very comfortable, do you want to try them? Huh? Jiang Xinhuai was taken aback for a moment, his curiosity prompting him to nod. He'd never worn leather shoes before. Fu Yan moved over a short stool and had him sit down. Jiang Xinhuai took off his high-top canvas shoes and glanced at Fu Yan. Try them on. Fu Yan encouraged him. Your feet are so big. After trying them on, Jiang Xinhuai looked at the gap at the heel and laughed, pointing it out to Fu Yan. This big. It's your feet that are too small. Fu Yan also smiled, crouched down, and helped him put on the other shoe. Jiang Xinhuai stood up, thinking about how his dad walked, imitated it in 2 large strides, found it uncomfortable, and simply started dragging his feet, hopping around occasionally. The leather sole clacked continuously against the wooden floor. Like a kid who had sneaked into an adult's shoes, smug and showing off. Watch your legs. Fu Yan watched him smilingly, unaware of the tenderness in his eyes himself. Fu Yan's leather shoes were indeed comfortable. Jiang Xinhuai jumped around for a bit and suddenly remembered something. You have so many pairs of shoes collected, is it because of that saying? What was it? A good pair of shoes can take you anywhere you want to go. No, Fu Yan chuckled, just because I have the money. Jiang Xinhuai. Brush then. Fu Yan brought over a toolbox and handed him a small brush. You actually brushed them? Jiang Xinhuai took the little brush, looking at the leather shoes underfoot, unsure where to start. No way, what's fun about brushing shoes? Are you some kind of masochist? First take a damp soft square cloth and wipe the entire shoe surface once. Fu Yan gave him another small damp towel. Although Jiang Xinghai complained verbally, he still obediently followed through. Whatever Fu Yan said, he did. Jiang Xinghai would absolutely not have known until today that cleaning shoes had so many requirements. Neither would he have imagined that one could spend half an hour just wiping a pair of shoes. When a pair of shoes was finally brushed, Jiang Xinghai held the shiny leather shoes and sighed, "I haven't brushed my teeth as thoroughly as this." "Didn't you feel relaxed after finishing?" Fu Yan suddenly asked. "Nope," Jiang Xinghai was puzzled. "Really?" Fu Yan smiled. "Hold on." Jiang Xinghuai's already round eyes slowly widened. "Cleaning shoes is a process of self-deposition, your mind isn't calm, which is why you didn't feel relaxed." Fu Yan stopped smiling, looking serious. "You just tricked me into brushing your shoes." Jiang Xinghai glared at him, "Old scammer. Little firecracker." Fu Yan happily laughed. "You're done for." Jiang Xinghai threw the leather shoes aside and lunged forward pretending to hit him. Fu Yan didn't dodge, standing there laughing. Seeing he wasn't dodging, Jiang Xinghuai's hands could only rise high and lightly fall. Upon seeing this, Fu Yan burst out laughing. Jiang Xinghai originally tried to maintain a stern face to act cool, but after staring at him for a while, he couldn't help but laugh. The two laughed at each other for a long time, without any particular reason. After a good while, they finally stopped. Fu Yan pulled him to sit down and drink water, and then opened his mouth to console him. "Don't worry about Teacher Gung, we'll figure something out." Solution. Jiang Xinghai suddenly thought of something, set down the cup, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "You said a friend of yours was involved in the research of this virus, he must have a way. If we find your friend, wouldn't Teacher Gung be saved? He didn't show up here as agreed to meet me." Fu Yan looked at him and furrowed his brow. "So I'm not sure where he is, perhaps still trapped in Beijing. But we should try, old Gung can't just keep lying there like that, it's no different than being dead." Jiang Xinghai stared into his eyes with an urgent hope. "We'll go find him, find him." "We?" "Yeah, we, Jiang Xinghai nodded. "You need to find your friend, and now I need to find your friend too. Let's go together." Looking at him, Fu Yan's smile faded from the corner of his lips, and he furrowed his brow again. He patted Jiang Xinghuai's thin back and said, "Go to sleep." Jiang Xinghai noticed his evasiveness and stood up, frowning deeply as he spoke. "I'm not afraid of danger." "I know." Fu Yan replied. "You don't know." Jiang Xinghuai's face for the first time showed an expression that was solemn and serious. It was like he was making a pledge. "I'm not afraid of danger, I just can't bear seeing you in danger. I also know that, you are no different," Jiang Xinghai added again. Fu Yan fell silent, and after quite a while, he finally stood up, saying, "It's too late, go to sleep." Jiang Xinghai looked at him with his chest rising and falling, his eyes full of confusion and anger. Jiang Xinghai tried to speak again, but ended up so upset that he couldn't say anything. He directly turned around and walked away. He believed that Fu Yan understood his meaning, but Fu Yan always wouldn't see him as an adult. In Fu Yan's eyes, he was just a kid, someone who needed to be protected, taken care of, kept behind. After entering the room, Jiang Xinghai slammed the door hard and beat the bed violently. He knew he wasn't very mature, but he would learn, he would try to change, he would. He would grow up. He would ripen tomorrow, scaring Fu Yan to death. Though extremely angry, Jiang Xinghai took a bath with great maturity. Since bathing in hot water helps one mature faster. As he closed his eyes under the covers, Jiang Xinghai suddenly felt somewhat uncomfortable. This was the first time he had slept alone in several days. The faint sense of unease before sleeping was suppressed forcefully. Even so, after falling asleep, the nightmare he couldn't escape came as expected. The distorted black shadows transformed into a male and female head, then wriggled into countless hands. Those black hands tightly encircled him, covering his eyes, pinching his nose. He began to run desperately forward. Fu Yan suddenly appeared on the road ahead. Jiang Xinghai let out a relieved sigh for no reason and ran happily toward Fu Yan with a smile. Just as he embraced Fu Yan tightly, he looked up. Fu Yan's face instantly warped and twisted, blood-red bulging eyes, a mouth stretched to the point of splitting. Fu Yan had turned into a zombie. Startled awake, Jiang Xinghai clutched the blanket tightly, panting rapidly in the darkness after a long while. This dream was no different from the ones he'd been having every day before, except that he used to be quickly caught by the shadow, but this time, encountering Fu Yan stopped the shadows from catching up. In the end, however, Fu Yan became a zombie. Jiang Xinghai pushed aside the quilt, slowly sat up, adjusting his breathing. His mouth felt dry as if smoke were coming out, even his throat hurt. Did he scream in his dream? Furrowing his brow in doubt, Jiang Xinghai stood up and walked toward the other side of the corridor. He remembered there was a small living room to the left, where a refrigerator should have some water. Not far from walking ahead, a nearby door suddenly opened, its yellow light abruptly projecting out. Jiang Xinghai was startled, retreating several steps and clinging onto the railing. "How come you're not asleep yet?" Fu Yan was somewhat surprised to see him. Jiang Xinghai cleared his throat, standing straight. He was still sulking, his tone somewhat haughty, "To drink water." Only now did Fu Yan notice he had come out only in a t-shirt. Frowning, Fu Yan went back inside and fetched a suit jacket to hand him. Take care not to catch a cold. Jiang Xinghai hesitated for a moment, then grabbed the corner of the suit jacket, feeling a little softened inside. Unable to hold back anymore despite trying multiple times, he blurted out, I had a dream. About what? Fu Yan noticed that his forehead was covered in fine sweat beads and took out a handkerchief to wipe it off for him. I dreamed that I kept running in the dark, then I met you. Jiang Xinghai lowered his head, speaking in a low voice. Then you turned into a zombie and wanted to bite me. The house light shone from the doorway, and Jiang Xinghai just happened to be standing in the shadow, looking dejected like a lost puppy unable to find its way home. Jiang Xinghai originally had a slender build and hadn't eaten much properly these past few days while escaping for his life. Thus, wearing a large suit made him look even thinner, pitiful to look at. Ultimately stepping forward, Fu Yan reached out his hand and pulled him into his arms, lightly patting his back as a comfort. Don't be scared, Fu Yan said. Will you take me along? Okay. Jiang Xinghai mumbled against his chest, his voice heavy with nasal tones. Let's go together. 3 agreements, Fu Yan sighed helplessly. Agree, Jiang Xinghai nodded frantically. Alright, Fu Yan agreed. Just tell me what the conditions are. Seeing Fu Yan delay in mentioning the 3 agreements, Jiang Xinghai looked up at him, growing impatient. We'll decide that later. Fu Yan released him and turned to pour a glass of water. No problem. Jiang Xinghai quickly followed, snatching the glass from his hand. I'll pour it myself. I can take care of my own things. Stay until after your birthday before you go. Fu Yan mentioned while lifting the water bottle and pouring half a cup for him. Are you going to give me a gift? Jiang Xinghai questioned curiously. Is there something you want? Fu Yan asked. I should really think about it. Jiang Xinghai squinted as he drank the water, his smile appearing more cunning. Then take your time to think. Fu Yan also smiled watching his antics. I still have some things to handle. If you're not sleepy, you can wait a little longer. Jiang Xinghai nodded, putting down the glass. He glanced around his spacious study and walked toward the wall on the left. There was an entire wall covered with photo frames. Each frame was identical, and every photo was placed at the same angle. Fu Yan definitely had obsessive-compulsive disorder. Jiang Xinghai rolled his lips disdainfully and picked up a frame casually. The photo showed Fu Yan with another male student. The young Fu Yan in the photo looked no different from the Fu Yan now, just slightly less mature and serious. Beside him stood another boy wearing a white shirt, smiling gently with eyes bent softly, lips curved into a faint arc. His features were very gentle. This reminded Jiang Xinghai of the quiet boy sitting in front of him in class, who always wore white t-shirts. So warm and approachable, one wanted to cuddle up next to him for a nap. That's Zheng Yi, Fu Yan suddenly spoke behind him. Did you go to the same university? Jiang Xinghai noticed a graduation note written above. Yeah. Fu Yan nodded. After looking at the photo again, Jiang Xinghai froze abruptly and pointed at the photo with surprise. Wait, why are you two holding hands? Fu Yan paused, stunned. There were quite a few photos on his wall, and he didn't expect Jiang Xinghai to choose this one so precisely. It was the only photo where Zheng Yi had secretly held his hand during the moment it was taken. As Jiang Xinghai's suspicion grew deeper, Fu Yan had no choice but to confess, he used to chase after me. Was he your ex-boyfriend? Jiang Xinghai stopped, then hesitated. No, does Uncle Fu like men? I didn't agree. Fu Yan deflected the topic of gender preference, intentionally diverting the conversation instead. And by the way, Zheng Yi is the person we're going to meet this time. So, we're going to visit your ex-boyfriend this time. Jiang Xinghai furrowed his brows and placed the photo face down on the table. Fu Yan froze momentarily. A sense of impending danger surged within him. His normally unsharpened sixth sense began sounding the alarm bells for this situation. Your ex-boyfriend is pretty handsome. Jiang Xinghai commented once more. Indeed. Fu Yan observed the edge of Jiang Xinghai's smile, his heart beating inexplicably erratically. He realized it was time to act. Otherwise, with Jiang Xinghai's childish temperament, he would probably be mad for another half the night. He cleared his throat. I think you're better than. His looks fit my taste. Jiang Xinghai interjected again. Fu Yan. Chapter 22. When Fu Yan was lost in thought, Jiang Xinghai suddenly asked again, did you two go to college abroad? Yes, Fu Yan nodded. We went there together after high school. Ah. It's the same high school. After saying this, Jiang Xinghai tried hard to ignore a strange feeling that arose inside him and inadvertently frowned. He didn't give Fu Yan a chance to speak and said, I'm going to sleep now. I'm done as well. Let's go together. Fu Yan pulled on his arm, hesitated for a moment, and asked, do you want to sleep with me? If you're scared, Jiang Xinghai raised an eyebrow. I'm very scared, Fu Yan smiled. Then let's go. Jiang Xinghai yawned, his mood suddenly improving. The bed was much bigger this time. Jiang Xinghai glanced at the spot where Fu Yan was lying down and furrowed his brows. I'm turning off the light. After seeing Fu Yan nod, Fu Yan switched off the bedside lamp. After the faint wall light went out, it was pitch black, and they lay side by side on their pillows, only able to see each other's outline under the moonlight outside the window. Jiang Xinghuai stretched out his elbow and nudged him. Not going to sleep? Fu Yan turned his head. You haven't answered my question yet, uncle. Jiang Xinghuai edged a bit closer toward him. What? Fu Yan froze. Are you into men? Jiang Xinghuai asked straightforwardly. Fu Yan remained silent for a moment before smiling. Didn't you already guess? Yes, Jiang Xinghuai had indeed guessed it. From when he had first asked this question, Fu Yan had avoided answering, which made it easy to guess. But Jiang Xinghuai still found it a little hard to believe. Fu Yan liked men, but Jiang Xinghuai hadn't detected any signs. No wonder when he mentioned being homosexual in front of Fu Yan earlier, Fu Yan wasn't surprised and accepted it too calmly. What's wrong? Seeing Jiang Xinghuai suddenly stop talking, Fu Yan was puzzled and supported himself up to turn on the light. If you like men, what do you think of me? Jiang Xinghuai blurted out the question without thinking. Once it was out, the air became awkward if no one responded. In the darkness, all he could hear was Fu Yan's breathing, which seemed unchanged from before. Yet Jiang Xinghuai knew Fu Yan's face showed a conflicted expression. I was just asking randomly, it's fine if you don't answer. Jiang Xinghuai's voice sounded indifferent while his eyes focused intently on Fu Yan in the dark. What about you? Fu Yan repeated the question. Jiang Xinghuai's heart started racing uncontrollably. In my eyes, you're just a kid, Fu Yan said. Jiang Xinghuai gave a small response softly, and the excitement in his heart slowly deflated as he clutched the blanket and turned around. Why are you turning your back? Fu Yan asked. You're ugly, Jiang Xinghuai mumbled, lowering his head. Fu Yan looked into the darkness. Jiang Xinghuai felt extremely annoyed, and the odd sensation that had been lurking in his chest resurfaced. He didn't like how Fu Yan only saw him as a child. What did it mean he was a child? Did he look so young? Tomorrow was his 18th birthday, he would be an adult. Jiang Xinghuai, are you biting the quilt? Fu Yan's voice came from behind. No, Jiang Xinghuai covered his head in irritation. The next morning, woken by a soft door closing sound, Jiang Xinghuai opened his eyes. It was barely past 7 o'clock. Why was Fu Yan up so early? Didn't old people need sleep? Sighing, he continued sleeping until Zhu Gaofei knocked on the door holding breakfast. This is red bean porridge I prepared, I added extra sugar for you, try it. Zhu Gaofei shoved the bowl in front of his mouth. It tastes good. Jiang Xinghuai tasted a small sip and nodded repeatedly, took over the bowl, put on shoes, and got off the bed. I'll brush my teeth first. Don't bother brushing, eat first then brush. Zhu Gaofei grabbed his arm and pushed him onto a chair. Here, these are the eggs and bacon Mr. Fu cooked for you. It's average, commented Jiang Xinghuai without even trying them. Hearing this, Zhu Gaofei laughed even harder. Finally, you're speaking sense. I can't stand how you always follow him around like a dog, it's infuriating. Jiang Xinghuai paused. Did he really cling to Fu Yan all the time? Alright, drink up, Zhu Gaofei said, then turned to leave. Fei, Jiang Xinghuai grabbed his arm, looking hesitant. He wanted to tell Zhu Gaofei that he would leave with Fu Yan tomorrow. But the words stuck in his throat. Just as everyone was finally safe, he had to leave. What's up, Xinghuai? Zhu Gaofei smiled and turned around, raising his hand to ruffle the younger man's hair. Do you want me to keep you company while eating? No need, Jiang Xinghuai let go of Zhu Gaofei's arm and grinned. Aren't you getting fatter? Watch out for cholesterol. You're just a troublemaker. Zhu Gaofei chuckled as he flicked Jiang Xinghuai on the forehead. Alright, I'm leaving, no more nonsense with you. Jiang Xinghuai watched him leave and sighed deeply at the steaming bowl of red bean porridge. He didn't want Zhu Gaofei to worry about him, but he had to go out. Tomorrow was his birthday, and he had to say something before then. But what Jiang Xinghuai didn't expect was that he wouldn't see Zhu Gaofei all day long. Fu Yan had mentioned something about going out for an errand before closing the door and heading upstairs. He didn't come down until night. Staying in his room, Jiang Xinghuai started assembling a Lego set Fu Yan gave him, which turned out to be anything but boring. The complete pattern was of a helicopter. Jiang Xinghuai had always been fond of model helicopters and cars, so time flew by without him even noticing. It wasn't until the lights in the room clicked off with a pop that things changed. As everything went dark, Jiang Xinghuai froze, slowly standing up while steadying himself against the nearby cabinet. What happened? A power outage? Feeling along the wall, he opened the door and stepped outside, panic beginning to rise. Immediately, he looked up and shouted loudly, Fu Yan. Ah! Fu Yan hiding around the corner almost dropped the cake he was holding at the sudden shout. That little punk is nuts, Zhu Gaofei muttered under his breath. Should we stick to the original plan? Guo Wei asked quietly. What plan? Jiang Xinghuai's voice suddenly rang out beside them. Ah! Holy crap! When did you get here? The group of 7 or 8 men jumped, shrieking like banshees and hugging onto each other. Fu Yan helplessly flipped on the light. You're the ones afraid of ghosts, why did you suggest scaring him by pretending to be one? Who's scared? Zhu Gaofei frowned. Then would you mind letting go of me? Fu Yan looked down at Zhu Gaofei, who had practically leaped onto him, weighing nearly 180 pounds, his forehead bulging with blue veins. Cough, sorry. Zhu Gaofei flushed and jumped down awkwardly. You, really? Jiang Xinghuai eyed this group of tough guys and suddenly realized what they were up to. Happy birthday, Fu Yan revealed a carefully shielded little cake. Looking at it, Jiang Xinghuai still froze, despite expecting some form of celebration. The cake was small, about the size of a palm, a very ordinary cream cake. But written on top with chocolate were the crooked words, Little Flying Hero 18 Happy, and in the end, a large lump of chocolate had accidentally spilled over, clearly hastily scribbled. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Zhu Gaofei and the rest of the men held hands, jumping and singing. Where did the cake come from? Jiang Xinghuai fought back tears. Your Uncle Fu led us in robbing a cake shop. Zhu Gaofei laughed, but the cakes were gone, so we forced their staff into making one in the back kitchen. It might not taste too great. Jiang Xinghuai smirked and licked a dab of the creamy sweetness with his finger. It was soft, rich, and sweet. So bad. Fu Yan poked his cheek and grinned, no need to cry about it. Hey! Light the candles, make a wish, blow fast. Don't rush me. Jiang Xinghuai snapped, I'm crying. Cry, just cry. Zhu Gaofei recoiled in alarm. After Jiang Xinghuai blew out the candles, they moved the gathering to the living room. Holding the knife, Jiang Xinghuai searched for the right spot to cut but hesitated, glancing at Zhu Gaofei, feeling the need to say something first. What's wrong? Zhu Gaofei tilted his head. Godfather. Jiang Xinghuai sat up straight earnestly, and declared solemnly, tomorrow, I'm going to follow Uncle Fu to find his friend. Go ahead, why are you looking at me? Zhu Gaofei shrugged and smiled, kid, this may be the last time you call me Godfather. You agreed. Jiang Xinghuai couldn't believe how smooth it was, he thought he'd have to rely on his old tricks of cooing and flattering to get through again. Your Uncle Fu came to talk to me early yesterday. Zhu Gaofei sighed, he talked for more than an hour, how could I disagree, he nagged me to death. Jiang Xinghuai glanced with surprise at Fu Yan sitting by the side, suddenly feeling warm inside. Listen to me, people like him seem gentle on the surface but are actually quite sinister. Don't think that getting cut with a soft knife doesn't hurt. Be careful around him, Zhu Gaofei whispered earnestly in his ear. He's not that kind of person, Jiang Xinghuai replied happily before heading over to cut the cake. Zhu Gaofei gave him an exasperated glare. Then he turned back and put on a warm smile as he asked Fu Yan for help, our Huai'er is in your hands now. Please take good care of him. It's my duty, Fu Yan nodded. What's this about it being his duty? Zhu Gaofei was surprised, eyeing Fu Yan with suspicion. There was definitely something off about this guy. Be more careful, Fu Yan bent down to correct Jiang Xinghuai's grip on the knife, don't hold the knife this way. Zhu Gaofei watched their touching hands, his gaze growing increasingly sharp. He coldly huffed once and suddenly understood. Inside, he started silently cursing Fu Yan, calling him a lecherous old fox. Jiang Xinghuai had just turned 18, this man clearly had intentions much earlier than they were appropriate. It's not. Zhu Gaofei sized up Fu Yan, how old are you exactly? Fu Yan didn't know why he was suddenly asked this, but he still answered, 32. 32 years old. Zhu Gaofei frowned deeply, feeling this age difference was far too large. Although Fu Yan was handsome, rich, capable, and graduated from a prestigious university. And Zhu Gaofei even recalled how nice his physique felt when they embraced earlier. The age gap still. Aren't you a little too old at 32? Zhu Gaofei uncomfortably repeated himself while looking at Fu Yan again. Before Fu Yan could understand what all this meant, Jiang Xinghuai blew up first. What do you mean by that, fatso? Jiang Xinghuai couldn't shake a sense of discomfort hearing these words. Why is Fu Yan's age such a big deal? I'm just asking. Zhu Gaofei felt wronged. He was just doing it for Jiang Xinghuai's sake. He didn't oppose Jiang Xinghuai having a boyfriend, but surely not someone who's 32. Fu Yan glanced at Zhu Gaofei, then at Jiang Xinghuai, quickly catching on to what was happening. He guessed Zhu Gaofei already knew that Jiang Xinghuai liked him, so he was indirectly warning Jiang Xinghuai that his age might be too much for him. However, Fu Yan had never really thought his age was an issue, instead, he thought Jiang Xinghuai was too young. It's not his fault that he's older, yet you have to ask about it right in front of him. Jiang Xinghuai scowled as he stood up, he may be 32, but what's the big deal, everyone was young once. Fu Yan held back the urge to vomit blood, pretending to be calm. Uncle, you mustn't feel inferior because of your age, Jiang Xinghuai consoled him, even though you're 32, you're middle-aged now, but you don't look a day over 30, truly. Fu Yan covered his heart, stop saying that. It's not, remember when you were 18 too, Jiang Xinghuai kept consoling, just give it some thought, and you'll soon get back your youthful spirit. Fu Yan painfully collapsed with his eyes wide open. Chapter 23. After Jiang Xinghuai finished speaking, he didn't feel there was any problem. Seeing Fu Yan smile at him, he turned around to cut the cake with a peace of mind. The cake was too small. According to the ratio, there were 9 men now and each person could get a mouthful. But because Jiang Xinhuai had directly cut half of it for Fu Yan, the remaining 8 men had to divide the other half. Zhu Gaofei looked speechless at the cake in his bowl, his tone turning sour. Hurry up. Or the wind will blow the sand onto it. Hey. No. The cake is too dazzling. Zhou Dachuan covered his eyes and screamed. Where's the cake? Where is it? Guo Wei opened his eyes and looked around. Jiang Xinhuai. I'll give it to whoever wants it. Jiang Xinhuai glared at them. I'm just messing with you. Zhu Gaofei laughed and finished his piece of cake, smacking his lips. You two can take my jeep tomorrow. I've let Wei bring it over from there, it's parked outside. I have a car, Fu Yan said. Is that the old broken minibus? Zhu Gaofei asked. Fu Yan raised an eyebrow. Fly a plane. Fly a plane. Jiang Xinhuai jumped up and down. There's an off-road vehicle in my garage, Fu Yan said. Driving a plane sounds cooler. Jiang Xinhuai exclaimed. Alright, the off-road vehicle has a high clearance and is heavier, Zhu Gaofei nodded. We don't have many weapons either, we only brought you a small portion on the car. We don't need that much, Fu Yan said. Don't talk about that, Zhu Gaofei waved his hand. What time are we leaving tomorrow? 7 o'clock, Fu Yan said. In that case, hurry up and start packing your stuff, Zhu Gaofei urged. Not quite. Did anyone hear what I said? Jiang Xinhuai cleared his throat. I know suggesting flying might sound a little silly, but can someone please acknowledge me? I'll tell the Chun to move all the usable weapons to your car later, Zhu Gaofei said. We haven't brought anything too complex, just simple, easy-to-use items. Thanks, Fu Yan nodded gratefully. Do you want some water? Jiang Xinhuai interjected again, handing everyone a cup of water. Good kid, Fu Yan chuckled softly. What's wrong with you? Jiang Xinhuai gave him a sideways glance. Did the cake mess up your brain? Fu Yan. I'm 18 now. An adult. Jiang Xinhuai shouted to remind him. Not a kid anymore. I'm a grown man now. Fu Yan nodded, alright, big man. I like when you call me big man, Jiang Xinhuai smiled so hard his eyes crinkled. It makes me look really handsome. Big man should go take a shower then, Fu Yan placed his hand on his back and gently pushed him forward. Together. Jiang Xinghu grabbed him and ran upstairs in an instant. Hey! What are you doing? Don't sleep together. Can you hear me? Zhu Gaofei called out from where he stood watching their receding figures. No holding hands either. Not allowed. After shouting, Zhu Gaofei racked his brains and added, and no undressing while showering. Brother Fei, stop yelling. Guo Wei put his hand on his shoulder, shook his head and sighed. They're long gone. After washing up, Jiang Xinhuai returned to the room first, sitting cross-legged on the ground folding his clothes one by one. When he left home, he had taken 3 pairs of pants in total, and 2 of them already had tears from Fu Yan. Jiang Xinhuai sighed as he looked at his own pants, and after gazing at them for a while, he started laughing, giggling loudly. Why are you so happy? Fu Yan walked in pushing the door open. Look what you did to my pants, Jiang Xinhuai solemnly held up his trousers, you owe me. Sure. Fu Yan squatted down, quickly folded all the scattered clothes on the ground, and put them in his bag for him. I'll look for something I wore in junior high school tomorrow, it should fit you. Okay, as long as it's not a suit, Jiang Xinhuai nodded, but after nodding, he felt something was off. Junior high. Clothes Fu Yan wore in junior high school. Aren't you implying I'm short? Jiang Xinhuai was speechless. Let's go to bed, Fu Yan laughed, actually, I was taller in junior high than I am now. I'm still developing, Jiang Xinhuai crawled into bed, sat properly, pointed at him and said, you've stopped growing, no, you're aging. Fu Yan. With a gloomy face, Fu Yan turned off the light. Jiang Xinhuai couldn't sleep well. Stepping out of his comfort zone actively was dangerous, but deep down, he felt excited and thrilled. It was like challenging something. And before the challenge began, he had already affirmed his own victory. That's how confident he was. Don't move around. Fu Yan's hand patted the blanket at his waist, we're getting up early tomorrow. Go to sleep. Jiang Xinhuai immediately stopped moving, blinking in the darkness and slowing down his breathing. He slowly turned his head and saw Fu Yan's black head. It was so dark. As drowsiness slowly crept up, Jiang Xinhuai unconsciously leaned over, hugging Fu Yan and gradually fell asleep. It felt like he had just closed his eyes and then opened them again. Jiang Xinhuai rubbed his tired eyes, slightly raised his head, and looked toward the direction where a slight sound came from. Fu Yan was just tucking his pants after turning around, taking off his pajamas top and preparing to change into a shirt. Without his shirt on, when he turned to grab the clothes, the lines of muscles across his back and waist created an appealing curve, particularly strong and full of vitality. Jiang Xinhuai suddenly felt his nose heating up. Seeing that he had woken up, Fu Yan softly asked, "Did I wake you?" Jiang Xinhuai awkwardly hid in the blanket with his back arched, only exposing his pair of eyes. "No. You can sleep some more, Fu Yan said. Jiang Xinghuai responded, burying his head under the quilt. Although not sleeping, what else could he do? He also didn't want to get up because it'd be embarrassing. After quite a while, Jiang Xinghuai finally crawled out from under the covers. He looked down at his own pants, his face flushed red. Being an adult really is different, the vitality is overwhelming. Stop messing with your hair. Zhu Gaofei grabbed the back of Jiang Xinghuai's neck from in front of the mirror and pulled him downstairs. Are you going to walk on the tea stage or watching a show in Paris? I just wanted to take a look. Rarely, Jiang Xinghuai whined, acting cute. I'll go start the car. Fu Yan took the bag from Jiang Xinghuai and went to the garage first. Zhu Gaofei looked at the large package of luggage and realized his godson was really leaving with someone. How's your leg? Zhu Gaofei bent down, wanting to lift the hem of his pants. It's forming a scab already. Jiang Xinghuai quickly stopped him. Come back soon, don't fool around outside. Zhu Gaofei glared at him, but his eyes were red. Understand? Don't worry. Jiang Xinghuai spread his arms and hugged him, his voice choked up. You drink less alcohol and eat less sweets, see how fat you've become. You need to eat more. Zhu Gaofei roughly patted his back. I've packed a lot of snacks for you, but don't eat too many, eat more rice, got it? Aha, Jiang Xinghuai nodded. Zhu Gaofei wiped his tears affectionately, then acted as if he didn't care, casually mentioning, do you still remember that time when I told you your dad called me? What about it? Jiang Xinghuai's face slowly cooled down. He didn't understand why he brought this up. When he called me, he said he would be arriving in Beijing. Zhu Gaofei observed his expression. If you want to find him during this trip, I can give you his address. Godfather. Jiang Xinghuai interrupted him, I won't find him anymore. It's because he abandoned me first. Jiang Xinghuai articulated every word clearly and firmly. Zhu Gaofei sighed and patted his back, let's go get in the car. The vehicle drove out of the black iron gate. Two big swans waddled behind the car, occasionally flapping their wings. Jiang Xinghuai waved at them and turned around to sit properly. This entire villa area was located far away from the city, so its greenery was well maintained. The environment was beautiful, and the air fresh. Occasionally, you could see a stiff, wandering infected person on the road. Overall, compared to the urban areas, the sight here made one feel much more at ease. But Jiang Xinghuai, looking out the window with his head tilted to the side, had a sullen expression, feeling annoyed. He had already tried hard enough to ignore it, trying not to think about his father's abandonment of him, but the matter still affected him to some extent. Actually, it wasn't exactly abandonment, after all, he was still their biological son. It was just that compared to others, he wasn't as important, not cared about enough. He wasn't without attempting to maintain the nearly broken family by focusing on positive aspects, but no one cared if his temperament got better or worse. They had no requirements for him, he seemed superfluous in this family. Even a pet cat or dog held more presence than him. He felt the pain but was powerless to change. Until the day his father told him to go to that woman's place first, he suddenly gave up. Suddenly, he thought it meaningless. Close the window. Fu Yan coughed twice. Why are you coughing? Jiang Xinghuai came back to reality, pressed the window button, and frowned as he turned his head to look at him. Are you catching a cold? It's nothing, Fu Yan said. Jiang Xinghuai furrowed his brows. Fu Yan didn't look well, with visible dark circles under his eyes. Actually, these past few days Fu Yan had been the busiest. He was handling everything. Let me drive, Jiang Xinghuai suggested. Do you even have a license? Fu Yan chuckled at him. Uncle Dachuan secretly taught me. After finishing his sentence, Jiang Xinghuai cautiously glanced around the roadside. There are no cops here to catch me, right? And there probably aren't any traffic police checking cars now, are there? After some thought, Fu Yan finally nodded. His condition wasn't great indeed, and he felt slightly dizzy. Normally, it wouldn't be an issue, but now, he didn't dare take the risk. They swapped seats and settled down. Should I press the gas first? Jiang Xinghuai gripped the steering wheel anxiously. Is it on the left side? Fu Yan. Why is it raining? Jiang Xinghuai looked at the small raindrops falling and hastily started searching for the windshield wiper switch in a panic. Which button do I press? Is it this one? Beep. The horn sounded off. Fu Yan remained silent for a moment. I'll drive. No, how can you? Your most important task right now is to close your eyes and rest properly. Jiang Xinghuai reprimanded him and spent quite a while studying before managing to figure it out after some struggle. After going through some trouble, they finally got onto the main road. Do you feel unwell? Jiang Xinghuai asked worriedly. Not too bad. Fu Yan took the paper map placed on the front windshield. I stole Feifei's thermos. Jiang Xinghuai proudly pulled out a large thermos from his pocket. It's filled with red sugar water that I brewed. Drink it quickly, it's piping hot. Thank you. Fu Yan accepted it, placing it aside as he unfurled the marked-up map, glancing over it and pointing at a spot. We're here now. There are 2 routes to go to Beijing, but we can't use the expressway. We'll have to detour, which will add to our time. I understand, don't talk anymore. Jiang Xinghuai watched him with concern. Your voice is already hoarse. We need to embark on a 12-hour journey to reach our destination without any unforeseen circumstances. Fu Yan frowned at the map. Several routes' conditions are unclear, so we'll make judgments when we get there. And currently, I'm just assuming he's still trapped in Beijing, not entirely sure. So, we might have to search for a long time. Don't speak anymore, please rest, Jiang Xinhuai nagged. If the situation worsens, I'll recalculate the route. Regarding driving, I'll take over 4 hours from now. Fu Yan finished speaking and turned to look at him. Do you have anything else you want to ask? Is your ex-boyfriend single now? Jiang Xinhuai asked. Fu Yan. Fu Yan turned away, closing his eyes and beginning to rest. Chapter 24. Jiang Xinhuai turned his head and took a glance at Fu Yan, who had closed his eyes, and quietly smiled with pursed lips. Fu Yan wouldn't rest when he was supposed to, talking incessantly and forcing him to make a move. But Fu Yan's nose was really straight and handsome. His chin was also good-looking. As Jiang Xinhuai kept staring, he started feeling surprised, as if he was truly seeing this person for the first time. He hadn't noticed before that Fu Yan was actually very handsome. In his impression, Fu Yan was always serious, always gentle. But not handsome. How did Fu Yan suddenly become so handsome? Don't look at me, focus on the road. Fu Yan helplessly opened his eyes. I am focusing. Jiang Xinhuai quickly turned his head, gazing at the endless highway, his heart pounding. I'm not scolding you, don't be nervous, Fu Yan consoled him as he tightly gripped the steering wheel. I'm not nervous, Jiang Xinhuai cleared his throat, glanced at him. Why do I feel your voice is getting raspier? It's probably from lack of rest. Fu Yan unscrewed his thermos, steam spraying all over his face. He dodged a bit and leaned closer for a sip, the indifferent expression on his face instantly distorting. Does it taste good? Jiang Xinhuai asked expectantly, without turning his head while keeping an eye on the road ahead. It's okay, Fu Yan repressed the cloying sweetness lodged in his throat. Do you want to eat something? Jiang Xinhuai asked again. I noticed you didn't eat much for breakfast. Before Fu Yan could respond, Jiang Xinhuai continued recommending enthusiastically, do you want some beef jerky? Or duck neck? Do you like chips? I love these chocolate cookies, do you want some? Quiet. Fu Yan flicked his fingers against Jiang Xinhuai's cheek lightly. Jiang Xinhuai shut his mouth immediately, feeling somewhat warm on his cheek. What was wrong with him? Did he catch a cold too? With his foot on the gas pedal, the car sped up more and more. Jiang Xinhuai. Fu Yan sighed, we're not piloting a helicopter right now. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Jiang Xinhuai turned his head in surprise and looked at him. Didn't you say you didn't get enough rest? Take a nap. No need, Fu Yan pinched the bridge of his nose. Not that. Are you just worried about me? Jiang Xinhuai furrowed his brows and slowed down the speed. Don't worry, I'll drive carefully. This road is long, I will call you up when I'm unsure where we are heading. Go to sleep. Besides, don't you have to drive later? You'll need energy. Fu Yan frowned, thought for a moment, and nodded, wake me up anytime. Jiang Xinhuai nodded repeatedly, sleep soon. Fu Yan closed his eyes and rested his head back, leaning against the seat. Jiang Xinhuai stole a glance at him, then turned his gaze back to the road. The winding road wasn't very wide, some parts even had broken cement, it really was ugly. However, the wheat fields on the left side of the road were quite beautiful, yellow and golden. So many sparrows. Has Fu Yan fallen asleep then? How come I can't hear Fu Yan's breathing? Jiang Xinhuai thought of 7 things and 8 things in his mind but ultimately couldn't resist glancing sideways. Fu Yan's head tilted slightly toward him, his hands crossed neatly resting on his abdomen. Even in sleep, he was formal and proper. But, Fu Yan's profile was really good-looking. Suddenly, Fu Yan's eyelashes fluttered. Jiang Xinhuai quickly turned his head, gripped the steering wheel tightly, and sat up straight, driving attentively. The light raindrops gradually stopped, the sun broke through the clouds revealing its tip, and the wet gray cement road began drying out. Occasional puddles shimmered under the sunlight, resembling falling stars. Jiang Xinhuai felt unusually happy. Glancing at the road and then at Fu Yan, he felt particularly content. What are you smiling at? Fu Yan rubbed his temples and sat up straight. Jiang Xinhuai got a shock, instinctively stepping on the brakes. I wasn't laughing. Jiang Xinhuai swallowed, are you awake? I followed your planned second route according to the map, I didn't stray. Fu Yan took the map from his leg, keep driving. Oh, alright. Jiang Xinhuai restarted the car and gently pressed the accelerator. Suddenly, a mother and her daughter appeared less than a meter in front of the car. Jiang Xinhuai slammed the brakes immediately, his eyes wide open, breaking into a cold sweat. Once he regained his senses, he let out a string of curses, shit. 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 The first rule among the 3, Fu Yan looked at him sternly, no cursing. Jiang Xinhuai looked confused, is that considered swearing? Fu Yan stared at him silently. I just got scared, Jiang Xinhuai explained. Fu Yan still kept looking at him without saying a word. I won't. Jiang Xinhuai pulled his shoulders back fearfully, I will never say it again. Outside the car, the sound of a child crying arose. A woman fell on the ground and seemed to have lost consciousness. Don't get out of the car, Fu Yan said. I know, Jiang Xinghuai nodded. Fu Yan gave him a surprised glance. I'm not stupid, Jiang Xinghuai smirked as he touched his nose. This is neither remote mountains nor wilderness, it's also pretty secluded with all the wheat fields surrounding us, we can't see any houses. Would a woman with her child just coincidentally kneel down in front of our car? Fu Yan couldn't help laughing as he saw the proud little expression on his face, not too dumb after all. Of course not dumb, Jiang Xinghuai opened the window while saying this, poked his head out and shouted towards that mother-daughter pair in front, go away. Save my mom. Uncle, please save my mom. The little girl knelt down and cried sorrowfully. Jiang Xinghuai looked back at Fu Yan, withdrew his head, and closed the window. She didn't fall normally, Fu Yan calmly watched the touching scene in front of the car, she's faking it. What do they want? Jiang Xing was puzzled. They're baits, Fu Yan's gaze grew colder, they have accomplices. Jiang Xinghuai realized something wasn't right about the situation in front of him but had never imagined it could be like this. The standoff between the lone man and the car lasted nearly 5 minutes. The woman lying on the ground could no longer pretend and slowly got up, staring coldly at the car, and the child stopped crying, giving them a cold eye too. Tears were still visible on their faces, yet they showed no more expressions. Less than half a minute later, 6 or 7 middle-aged men slowly walked up from the downhill road on the other side. Their leader was bare-chested with a large dragon head tattoo on his chest. Fu Yan frowned deeply and placed his hand on the gun tucked at his waist. After the men reached the road, 2 among them took some objects and moved to the back of the car. After placing the objects there, they quickly returned and joined the others in front blocking the way. Fu Yan identified the things through the rearview mirror, these were specially designed big iron nails for stopping vehicles. While thinking, Jiang Xinghuai furrowed his brow tightly, pressed the window down, held the gun, and leaned his hand out. I'll count 123, Jiang Xinghuai aimed the gun at the bare-chested lead man and said coolly, all of you stand at attention, turn left, and march away. Is that a real gun? How would he possibly have a real gun? How could it be a real gun? The expressions of the men visibly wavered. But the man with the dragon head tattoo clearly didn't believe in such nonsense, he stepped forward with a derisive smile on his face. Halt, Jiang Xinghuai cocked the safety catch. The man took another step. Without hesitation, Jiang Xinghuai pulled the trigger, shooting a bullet next to his foot. Bang! A loud gunshot sounded off, startling several sparrows resting by the roadside and sending them flying away. Jiang Xinghuai promptly raised the gun again, aiming it at his body, and warned again, I told you to halt. The bare-chested man obviously didn't expect it to be a real gun and sat paralyzed on the ground after being stunned for a long time. The rest of the men behind him were shocked stiff. Click a few times. Several shining knives fell from behind them, making a clatter as they hit the ground. Fu Yan was not the least bit surprised by this outcome. What made him unexpectedly impressed was Jiang Xinghuai's performance. Jiang Xinghuai stared at the scene but knitted his brows tightly, suppressing his trembling hand due to fear, giving them a final warning, get out of the way. Several seconds passed, and with the child's cries rising again, the glaring men re-picked up their knives, stared at this black SUV, and slowly retreated to the roadside. Jiang Xinghuai stepped on the gas pedal and drove away swiftly but couldn't resist glancing at the rearview mirror several times. At a distance, Jiang Xinghuai thought those men and women weren't much different from the infected. They were no longer human. Don't look anymore, Fu Yan extended his hand, cupped his nape, and forcibly turned his face around, focus on the road ahead. Jiang Xinghuai stayed silent for a while but finally asked, is it because of the chaos caused by the virus infection? People are different, the chaos caused by viral infections wouldn't turn them into these kinds of people, Fu Yan said softly, it just fosters their darkness. They were already like this. Jiang Xinghuai silently nodded. Fu Yan frowned deeply. He knew that this kind of utterly unguarded malice wouldn't fail to leave Jiang Xinghuai undisturbed. A child who has just turned 18, living in a school and a relatively peaceful and loving society, indeed finds it hard to be exposed to these dark sides of human nature. He hoped and enjoyed seeing Jiang Xinghuai's growth, yet also felt pain for the Jiang Xinghuai who was growing this way. You were quite cool just now, Fu Yan suddenly spoke up. What did you say? I didn't hear it clearly. Jiang Xinghuai made a gun shape with one free hand, pointing at Fu Yan, please say that again. You were really cool just now. Fu Yan cooperated fully. Jiang Xinghuai beamed with joy, giggling for a long time, instantly forgetting all the unpleasant things. Are you tired? Fu Yan asked him with a smile, let's find a place to rest and eat something. Are you feeling better? Is your head still dizzy? Jiang Xinghuai tilted his head to look at his complexion. Much better, Fu Yan smiled, you've worked hard. Are you hungry? Not hungry. Jiang Xinghuai said this, not knowing why his ears turned red, lowering his voice, I need to pee. Stop the car then, Fu Yan couldn't help but chuckle, why have you been holding it? You were sleeping, I didn't want to leave you alone in the car. Jiang Xinghuai pushed the door open, jumping out awkwardly and muttering under his breath. Just go ahead. Fu Yan looked at him, only feeling a wave of tenderness in his heart. Do you need to go too? Jiang Xinghuai came around to stand by his car window, leaning his head inside. I don't need to, Fu Yan replied. How long have we been on the road? Haven't you needed to go? Jiang Xinghuai gave him a skeptical look. Seriously, no. Fu Yan suddenly had an intuition that this wasn't going well. Is there something wrong with your kidneys? Jiang Xinghuai asked. As expected. At the words, Fu Yan instantly felt a throbbing pain in his brow. Jiang Xinghuai, you. It's fine, all 30-year-old men are like this, Jiang Xinghuai empathetically whispered, easily fatigued, low spirit, I get it. Fu Yan must have gotten angry from confusion. Do you want to try? Try what? Jiang Xinghuai paused. Try a 30-year-old man's kidney capacity. Fu Yan pinched the bridge of his nose, shocking him with this statement. Chapter 25. Jiang Xinghuai stared with wide eyes, as if he had been scared stiff. Fu Yan didn't know whether it was due to the high temperature in the car, but after saying this sentence, he suddenly felt a bit hot. He loosened his tie, and when he looked up again, their gazes met. Jiang Xinghuai quickly looked away. Fu Yan frowned, beginning to think that perhaps his words had crossed a line. After considering for a moment, he explained, Jiang Xinghuai. People who wear suits can also tell dirty jokes. Jiang Xinghuai suddenly interjected. Fu Yan paused for a moment, then smiled. Why can't people in suits tell dirty jokes? It's not like, Jiang Xinghuai chuckled, it's just that I don't think you're the type of person who would tell dirty jokes. Hurry up and go to the restroom, Fu Yan smiled, urging him on and reminded, don't go too far. What? You're going to watch me? Jiang Xinghuai raised an eyebrow, then turned to walk to the back of the car. After making sure he was out of Fu Yan's sight, he vigorously stretched the fingers hanging by his side, only then relieving the tingling sensation in his fingertips. Jiang Xinghuai took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He didn't know what happened, but after Fu Yan said those words, his whole body felt a little numb. Maybe it was because he held his pee for too long. Jiang Xinghuai wiped his face and punched around a bit to relieve the discomfort. Fu Yan almost burst out laughing looking into the rearview mirror. The young man blushed, performed a perfectly standard set of military-style boxing routines, finally did the splits on the car with one leg, and ended with a perfect ballet pose. What a kid. Stubborn, twisted, and yet pretending so hard to be fearless, even though he's just a paper tiger. I'm done. Jiang Xinghuai walked back with a normal expression, holding a grass stick in his mouth, showing off to Fu Yan with a slight lift of his chin. Are you really not going? Do you want to watch? Fu Yan raised an eyebrow, pretending to push the door open and get out. No, no. Jiang Xinghuai was terrified, stepping back repeatedly, no longer daring to act the thug. He spit out the grass root, widened his eyes, put his hands against his pant legs, and stood perfectly upright. Get in the car, let's eat. Fu Yan stopped teasing and called out with a smile, your godfather prepared this bento box, it's still warm. I don't want to eat. Jiang Xinghuai opened the door, got into the car, and leaned backward grabbing a large bag from the back seat. I have lots of chips, beef jerky. Eat first. Fu Yan unscrewed the thermos bucket and handed it over. I want to eat chips. Jiang Xinghuai buried his head in the bag enthusiastically searching for snacks. Fu Yan remained silent. The movements of Jiang Xinghuai as he searched for snack packaging slowed down. His head stuck in the bag stayed still for a while. Eventually, with a mournful face, he raised his head and accepted the lunchbox from Fu Yan. Milk. Fu Yan plugged the straw in and handed it over. Thank you, Jiang Xinghuai chewed rice and reached over, seething inwardly but unable to speak up. Jiang Xinghuai's temper came fast and left quickly. After finishing a bucket of rice, crunching through 5 packets of chips, and gulping down a bottle of cola, he joyfully burped. I love my godfather. Jiang Xinghuai sighed. Let me drive. Fu Yan glanced at his watch, it was exactly 1 p.m. Rest a bit more, then we'll leave. I'll drive instead. Jiang Xinghuai hurried to say, I'm full now, super energetic. I'll drive. Fu Yan said. All right. Jiang Xinghuai swapped seats with him. The car started again, and it was obvious that Fu Yan's driving skills were significantly better than his. From the speed of driving and the smoothness of braking, it was evident that Fu Yan, although elderly, was extremely steady. Jiang Xinghuai, patting his full stomach, unconsciously turned his head and stared at Fu Yan's upright back, his vision gradually becoming hazy. He didn't know when he fell asleep, but he woke up because he heard coughing. Fu Yan gripped the steering wheel with one hand and covered his mouth with the other, coughing softly and restrained. You haven't rested enough, right? Jiang Xinghuai rubbed his eyes and sat up straight, suspiciously looking at him. You've caught a cold. It seems so. Fu Yan furrowed his brows and stepped on the brake. What do you mean, seems? It is. Aren't you supposed to be specialized in medicine? Are you seriously researching Renbao pills? Have you finished drinking your brown sugar water? After speaking, Jiang Xinghuai continuously waved his hands, turning around and pulling out a bag from the back seat. Never mind, just take some medicine. I've got medicine in my bag. Before Fu Yan could say anything, the medicine was already shoved near his lips. Quick, here's water. Jiang Xinghai unscrewed the bottle cap for him. The water was already handed to him. You take the medicine first. I'll drive. This medicine makes people drowsy. Jiang Xinghai finished speaking and got out of the car. Fu Yan was dumbfounded for a long time, looking at the medicine in his right hand and then at the water in his left hand. He sighed, how come I end up being taken care of by you? Jiang Xinghai watched Fu Yan finish taking the medicine before starting the car. Fu Yan seldom fell ill, and his body was sensitive to medication. After taking it, he became drowsy rather quickly. However, he didn't feel comfortable leaving Jiang Xinghai driving alone, forcing himself to keep his eyes open. Falling into a state of half-sleep intermittently, he eventually dozed off completely. Not familiar with the road, Jiang Xinghai drove for a while, then stopped to check the map and watch over Fu Yan simultaneously. It kept him extremely busy. As the sun began to set, Jiang Xinghai stopped the car again and started studying the map. It was almost 5 o'clock. His eyes were particularly sore from prolonged driving, so he rubbed them hard, confirmed the direction, and turned to check on Fu Yan once more. Fu Yan had been sleeping for more than 3 hours now. Why wasn't he waking up yet? Jiang Xinghai felt his forehead again according to the procedure. The temperature transmitted through his hand startled Jiang Xinghai. How did the fever start? Jiang Xinghai furrowed his brows tightly. When he had stopped at the previous intersection, Fu Yan's forehead hadn't shown any sign of heat yet. Fu Yan's lips moved slightly as if trying to say something. Jiang Xinghai anxiously leaned in and shook him. Fu Yan. Fu Yan. Uncle. Wake up. Fu Yan showed no response. Jiang Xinghai panicked. Shit. Shit, what should I do? Uncle. Shit. Jiang Xinghai. Fu Yan suddenly opened his eyes. Jiang Xinghai was startled. What have we agreed upon? Fu Yan stared at him seriously. What? Jiang Xinghai looked completely baffled. Seems like there needs to be some punishment. Fu Yan sat up and massaged his temples. Huh? Jiang Xinghai continued to look bewildered. You'll solve a math problem assigned by Teacher Gung later. Fu Yan gazed at him. At this, Jiang Xinghai finally realized what had happened. His mind flashed back to their rules, the first rule being not to swear. It was just an accident because I panicked earlier. I promise I won't do it again, really, Jiang Xinghai grinned flatteringly. Solve 2 problems. Fu Yan didn't fall for his act, frowning as he finished speaking and coughed twice. Do you want some water? Jiang Xinghai hurriedly turned around to find some water but only found a few empty bottles. He shook the empty bottles, the remaining water in the bottom wouldn't even moisten the lips. All the mineral water in the car had been consumed during the journey. The rest of the mineral water was in the trunk. You wait here, I'll go get it. Jiang Xinghai pushed the car door open and jumped out. Be careful with your leg. Fu Yan reminded him and also opened the door to get out. He glanced around. The stopping spot was very spacious, with an open view. Outside the car window lay scorched wheat fields, along with dozens of charred bodies that could barely be identified scattered across the field. Fu Yan walked closer and saw bullet holes on the ground and scattered bullet shells. There was also a small piece of torn military camouflage fabric. He breathed a slight sigh of relief. Signs of combat had already appeared here, which meant the military had taken action. At least the capital area might have begun eliminating and controlling the infected. Their upcoming journey might become easier. Fu Yan. Jiang Xinghai shouted to him from the edge of the field, what are you doing? Stop looking or they will jump up and bite you. Fu Yan couldn't help laughing as he approached and took the water from Jiang Xinghai's hand. We haven't reached your marked location yet. It's still not dark. Let's hurry up and get in the car and leave, said Jiang Xinghai. Not going yet, resting in place, Fu Yan shook his head, you can't drive anymore. So we're sleeping in the car tonight? Jiang Xinghai bent down and patted his somewhat stiff little legs. Aha. Fu Yan squatted down, pulled up his trouser leg, examined his wound, and pressed on his leg, let's go eat something first. Dinner wasn't as elaborate as lunch. The food in the thermos box had already run out. Just as they ate some cookies and canned food accompanied by water, the sun went down, and only a thin layer of twilight remained on the horizon. Wash your hands and face, Fu Yan said as he opened the trunk and prepared to carry the large container of daily use water. Don't move, let me carry it. Jiang Xinghai immediately squeezed past him, effortlessly carrying the big bucket of reserve water with one hand, and grabbed a compressed wash basin, filling it with water, wash up. Are you addicted to taking care of people? Fu Yan looked at his enthusiastic demeanor and chuckled faintly. Wetting the towel and wringing it out, he wiped Jiang Xinghai's face first. I'll wipe your face too. Jiang Xinghai found a new pleasure, grabbed the towel, wrung it out in the water again, and rubbed Fu Yan's face with it. Fu Yan wasn't wrong when he said that Jiang Xinghai had an addiction to taking care of others. Jiang Xinghai really did enjoy the process immensely, there was something satisfying about looking after someone. He'd never taken care of anyone as a child, and no one had ever needed his care. Back when he was younger, their elementary school teacher once asked them to wash their dad's feet or give massages to their moms. Jiang Xinhuai hadn't done that. But at the time, he'd brought it up. His dad said he was busy, and his mom told him to stay away. How do you describe this? When you enthusiastically offer your care, all you want is a little affection, but instead you receive coldness. It stings so much, unbearable. And that's why he stopped doing such things, stopped reaching out actively to anyone like that anymore. After both of them finished washing up, the sky turned dark. They reclined the back seats and lay down side by side, legs bent as they squeezed together. This spot where they were parked was exceptionally quiet. The only sound was the wind filtering through the slightly open window. Lying on the chair, Jiang Xinhuai chewed on the pen cap, struggling with his thoughts. You can ask me if you don't know how to solve it, Fu Yan offered while shining the light for him. There are no stars tonight, Jiang Xinhuai sighed as he looked outside the window. Tomorrow will probably rain again. First, check the conditions given in the problem. Fu Yan pointed at the question with his finger. Look here, the known conditions are line A, B, and... Ah, I'm so sleepy, my eyes hurt. Jiang Xinhuai closed his eyes, pretending to be lazy. Fu Yan. Solve one math problem. Fu Yan lowered his requirements. A multiple-choice question, Jiang Xinhuai haggled. Fine, Fu Yan compromised. After driving all day, Jiang Xinhuai's eyes were indeed bloodshot. Just as he opened his eyes excitedly. This has special reasons today, but punishment cannot be erased, so the 2 questions will be postponed. Fu Yan said, tomorrow, do 3 problems. Jiang Xinhuai. Enjoy today before tomorrow comes. After hearing the multiple-choice question, Jiang Xinhuai immediately lay down to sleep properly. Good night. After Fu Yan said this, he turned off the light. The night seemed even quieter after the lights were turned off. Though the seat was large, lying on it still wasn't comfortable. For over 10 minutes, Jiang Xinhuai kept tossing and turning without falling asleep. His mind started wandering uncontrollably. Fu Yan with his shirt off. Fu Yan saying, do you want to try? A sick Fu Yan. All he could think of was Fu Yan, who was right beside him. Maybe because there was no moonlight tonight, no stars either, making it pitch black. Maybe the small personal space for the 2 of them felt too cramped, their distance too close. Or maybe he had a cold too. Uncle, do you remember I mentioned I had a crush before? Jiang Xinhuai suddenly asked. After quite some time, Fu Yan finally responded from the darkness, what's wrong? I've been thinking less about him lately. Jiang Xinhuai turned his body towards Fu Yan. Actually, after pondering, maybe I didn't truly like him. Fu Yan. Because I forced you to do math problems. Fu Yan sighed helplessly, turning his body. Why, have you thought this way? It's just. Jiang Xinhuai probed cautiously. Recently, I find myself constantly thinking about someone else. Fu Yan stiffened abruptly, his face calm, yet his voice steady. Who? Uncle, did you hear any strange sounds? Jiang Xinhuai suddenly asked. No. Fu Yan's expression remained composed, and his voice stable. Jiang Xinhuai strained his ears for a long time, slowly inching closer to Fu Yan, surprised. Oh, it's the sound of your teeth grinding. Chapter 26. No. Fu Yan finished speaking, tightened his lips, and gritted his teeth. I heard it, Jiang Xinhuai said as he moved closer. Do you have cavities? No. Fu Yan replied. Then why do you grind your teeth? After thinking for a moment, Jiang Xinhuai reached out his hand and touched his forehead. Or are you not feeling well? Fu Yan sighed, turned around, lifted his arm, and held him tight. Go to sleep. Jiang Xinhuai froze and dared not move, hardly daring to feel the warm breath that brushed past his ear. The sensation of numbness from before surged over him again. Good night. Fu Yan said again. Jiang Xinhuai lay stiffly straight. Because of the medication, Fu Yan's breathing quickly became steady. Jiang Xinhuai blinked in the dark, quietly turned over, and buried his head into Fu Yan's chest. The next morning. Fu Yan woke up because he was being squeezed tightly, neither of his arms could move. Fu Yan furrowed his brows tightly, slightly tilted his head back, and saw the situation clearly. Jiang Xinhuai clung onto him like an octopus. His head was pressed against Fu Yan's chest, his hands and legs all tangled around him, hugging him tightly. The hand around his neck sensed his movement and began to tighten more and more slowly. Fu Yan was almost strangled by Jiang Xinhuai and tried to struggle, but surprisingly couldn't break free. Jiang Xinhuai was thin, yet Fu Yan hadn't expected him to be so strong. Fu Yan began rolling his eyes and finally shouted impatiently, Jiang Xing. Why? Jiang Xinhuai responded drowsily. Let go. Fu Yan roared. Jiang Xinhuai. After washing up and having breakfast, Jiang Xinhuai sat in the passenger seat still not daring to look at Fu Yan's eyes. An angry Fu Yan can be very intimidating. Fu Yan didn't hit or scold anyone, he simply stayed silent, ignoring him. In fact, Jiang Xinhuai feared Fu Yan's serious face. He wasn't afraid of being ignored, but rather dreaded this silent mood. Jiang Xinhuai nibbled on the straw and drank juice slowly while looking out the car window. It was gloomy today with drizzle. The dark sky hung over this once prosperous city. Jiang Xinghuai looked at the scene, suddenly feeling uncomfortable inside. He turned around, putting up a smile, finding a topic. I knew it would rain today because there were no stars in the sky last night. Fu Yan drove without saying anything. Jiang Xinghuai thought for a moment and raised the drink in his hand. This orange juice tastes pretty good. Do you want a sip? Fu Yan kept his eyes on the road ahead. Jiang Xinghuai pulled over his backpack and started looking for drinks, stopping midway. He held the school bag still, unmoving. Fu Yan glanced at him and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's the last bottle." Jiang Xinghuai raised his head, feeling disheartened. "I won't drink it." Fu Yan paused after finishing his sentence and then added, "If you want to apologize, just say it directly." Jiang Xinghuai finally realized he should apologize first. "Uncle, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have choked you." It's okay," Fu Yan nodded. "Make sure the zipper of your bag is closed properly. We're about to enter the city." This soon?" Jiang Xinghuai looked up upon hearing this and peeked out the window. The usually clean and tidy wide roads were now practically everywhere covered with pools of blood and fallen people. Smoke-filled crashed cars, flaming oil barrels, and staggering infected loitering helplessly at the street sides. How has it come to this? Jiang Xinghuai was stunned. They had been driving along the small town roads up until this point. Occasionally they'd bump into wandering infected, but the situations weren't nearly as severe. The dense population turned the city into hell. Fu Yan frowned, stepped on the gas, and sped up. "Your friend." Jiang Xinghuai turned his head to look at him. "Where is he?" "He was at the research institute when he called me. He said he would return home to gather some things and drive over to meet me." Fu Yan's frown deepened. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be at home. "Isn't his house located in the downtown area?" Jiang Xinghuai tightly knit his brows. The second ring road must be completely jammed. "No," Fu Yan turned the steering wheel to the right, "it's near the suburbs. I wouldn't bring you into the city if it was in the downtown area." "I don't like what you just said." Jiang Xinghuai humphed. "Are you scared?" Fu Yan asked. "What am I scared of?" Jiang Xinghuai arched his eyebrows. Fu Yan glanced at him and smiled. "There's nothing to be afraid of." Jiang Xinghuai laughed as well. "Finish your juice quickly, we're almost there," Fu Yan reminded him, glancing through the rearview mirror at the dozens of infected running towards them, and his expression gradually grew tense. "Shouldn't we take care of the more immediate problem first?" Jiang Xinghuai said, pulling out a gun and lowering the window. Bang! A few shots rang out. The infected that had been chasing them along the roadside continued to bounce around as if unaffected. Missed again, missed again. Jiang Xinghuai frowned. He hadn't really undergone any systematic training in shooting, let alone trying to hit moving targets. "Hold the steering wheel." Fu Yan suddenly turned halfway out of the window. Jiang Xinghuai quickly grabbed the steering wheel. Bang! 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 The gunfire started and ended swiftly. Fu Yan returned to his seat and took hold of the steering wheel again. Jiang Xinghuai looked back. The infected that had been chasing the car were all gone. Jiang Xinghuai was shocked. He had always thought Fu Yan's shooting skill was on par with his own, decently played but not particularly proficient. It was hard to tell much during group shooting at the warehouse. And now hitting almost 100% from inside a moving vehicle. "Why can you shoot so well when you run a pharmaceutical company?" Jiang Xinghuai asked, surprised. "Is your business even legal?" "Don't jump to conclusions." Fu Yan slowly pressed the brakes and stopped by the verge. "I developed an interest while overseas." "How come you seem like you know everything?" Jiang Xinghuai stared at him in admiration. Fu Yan clearly enjoyed this compliment and a faint smile appeared on his face. "This must be what people call," Jiang Xinghuai slapped his palm against his hand. "Having an old one at home is like having a treasure." Fu Yan's smile slowly froze. The raindrops grew larger, hitting the car windows with a ting sound. Realizing he had probably said something wrong later, Jiang Xinghuai hastily tried to recover. "I didn't mean you're old, I just mean, you're a treasure." Not looking too pleased, Fu Yan responded. "Get out of the car. It's pouring outside." Jiang Xinghuai turned worriedly to look out the car window and prepared to get out. "Will there be thunder?" "Hold on." Fu Yan shouted suddenly. "Huh?" Jiang Xinghuai paused momentarily, obediently staying still. Jiang Xinghuai wore a hoodie with the hood rolled up halfway around his neck. Fu Yan sighed and reached over to adjust the hood for him. But then his hand paused as he noticed something on the back of Jiang Xinghuai's neck. "This is..." Fu Yan's hand was cool. Jiang Xinghuai stiffened upon feeling it on his neck. "What's going on? Why is there a tooth mark on your neck?" Fu Yan frowned and asked. "Tooth mark?" Jiang Xinghuai wasn't paying much attention and thought for a moment. Maybe it was Chen Zhou who bit me when he got drunk. "Chen Zhou?" Fu Yan narrowed his eyes. "My buddy, the very good kind." Jiang Xinghuai became animated upon mentioning him. "Guess he must have gotten drunk and nibbled on me until he broke the skin. When he gets drunk, he acts similar to those zombies now, likes biting people. Last time, he nearly chewed through my earlobe." Fu Yan's expression turned ambiguous, his gaze shifting slowly to Jiang Xinghuai's earlobe. "Do you remember my nickname?" The little flyer, he gave it to me. Jiang Xinhuai turned back, reminiscing with a laugh. At that time, I was just starting to get into parkour. There was a wall to climb, but it was too high and I couldn't get up no matter how many times I jumped. My elbows were all bruised. Suddenly, he shouted, "Go, little flyer." It sounded kind of silly, but somehow I got excited and made it up. I don't know how he is now. Jiang Xinghuai's smile faded, finally sighing. His parents work here in Beijing, he lives alone. I miss him, I want to hear him call me little flyer again. Fu Yan's face darkened further. Get out of the car. Jiang Xinhuai adjusted his hood, slung his backpack, hopped out of the car, and splashed muddy water onto his pants. Be careful. Fu Yan walked over and wiped the rainwater off his eyes before adjusting his hood higher. Go into the building, you look ahead, I'll cover behind. Jiang Xinhuai nodded and took the first step towards the residential complex in front. As they stepped through puddles of water, their faces gradually grew more puzzled and surprised. Most of the areas they passed through were residential, dotted with tall and short buildings closely packed together. Besides the scattered bodies chewed apart which signal disasters happened here, strangely, not a single living infected creature could be seen on the main streets. Fu Yan also noticed this unusual situation, his expression growing tense. Why are there so few monsters? Jiang Xinhuai gripped his gun tightly, each step slower than the last. It was too strange. Fu Yan also furrowed his brows as he glanced around, and suddenly a thought flashed in his mind. The infected that had been chasing them earlier on the main road all seemed to be standing under the building eaves before they noticed us. Not one was on the street. Because of the rain. Fu Yan suddenly said. You mean they went to shelter from the rain? Jiang Xinhuai paused, but quickly realized, does that mean they're all hiding inside the buildings waiting for us? Jiang Xinhuai looked at the residential buildings ahead, glanced twice, and swallowed hard. Should we confirm whether your friend is even home? How do we confirm? Fu Yan asked. What floor does he live on? I think I can climb up. Jiang Xinhuai asked. The top floor, Fu Yan said. Only the 7th floor, let me try. Jiang Xinhuai stuffed his gun into his waistband. Not this building, Fu Yan pointed to another one beside it, that one. Jiang Xinhuai turned to look and saw a standard modern apartment block, layer after layer, with clouds floating near the highest floor. Can you make it? Fu Yan asked. Jiang Xinhuai. Little flyer. Fu Yan called again. Jiang Xinhuai. Let's go. Fu Yan took his hand, we're entering the building. How many floors are there in this building? Jiang Xinhuai asked. Probably about 30 or so, Fu Yan judged by looking at the height of the building. Can we take the elevator? Jiang Xinhuai asked with an anxious face. Why don't you ask him? Fu Yan raised his hand with the gun. The security guard wearing a security hat walked stiffly towards them from his booth, holding a bloody security baton. Uncle Security, is the elevator still working? Jiang Xinhuai politely asked. Bang! A gunshot echoed. The security guard twitched and fell to the ground. He said no. Fu Yan retook Jiang Xinhuai's hand. Let's go. Can we find another security guard to ask? Jiang Xinhuai still wanted to take the elevator. Sure, Fu Yan nodded. Chapter 27. This neighborhood has a nice environment, except that the security guards aren't very friendly and don't care much for cleanliness. A bloody figure suddenly charged up, taking out one person after another. That's so impolite. I was told Beijing would welcome me, Jiang Xinhuai muttered while following Fu Yan upstairs. Are you cold? Fu Yan wiped the rain off his face with one hand. Not at all. Jiang Xinhuai closed his eyes as he waited for Fu Yan to finish. Then he turned around perplexedly, something doesn't seem right. A thin mist enveloped the rainy scene, making everything look blurry, smudging into indistinct color patches. The green shrubs, blue security booth, and the gray security guard lying on the ground. There are too few infected. Fu Yan narrowed his eyes, voicing his confusion. They had made their way from the entrance of the neighborhood to the building, encountering only 3 security guards who came out from the booth. Where did the infected go? Jiang Xinhuai looked back toward the building. Even if they were hiding from the rain, wouldn't they have heard us by now? Due to the temperature difference between indoors and outdoors, a layer of fog had formed on the transparent glass. Jiang Xinhuai couldn't see clearly inside, it seems like. Shoo. Don't talk. Fu Yan fixed his gaze intently forward. The faint rustling sound hidden in the rain grew louder, the fog began to boil and surge as something rapidly charged towards them. With a swift swish, the corpse of the security guard abruptly slid away behind the fog. Fu Yan quickly aimed his gun in that direction. What is that thing? Goosebumps covered the back of Jiang Xinhuai's neck. What happened to Uncle Security Guard? As a breeze blew past, the fog dispersed. Jiang Xinhuai stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he saw. Beside the greenery lay the security guard whose abdomen had been ripped open in mere seconds. Crouching next to the guard, gnawing on his face, was a skeleton as emaciated as could be, with no blood or flesh under its withered skin, only stark bones showing through. It looked just like a moving mummified skeleton specimen. At that moment, the creature lifted its head. An intense wave of crisis and fear instantly swept over both of them. Run! Get inside the building! Fu Yan fired several shots at the skeleton as he shouted and retreated. Jiang Xinghuai hastily turned around, pushing the door open to get inside. Hurry up! Fu Yan darted inside and swiftly tightened the door, bending down to pick up a security baton from the ground and inserting it between the handrails on both sides of the glass door. The next second, the skull slammed violently against the glass, causing the fragile glass door to shudder inward sharply. Jiang Xinghuai jumped back in fright. The speed was astonishingly fast. Didn't you hit it? Jiang Xinghuai asked in surprise. At such close range, Fu Yan couldn't possibly have missed. I hit it. Fu Yan's expression darkened. He had fired 2 shots, absolutely certain that both had accurately struck the skull. Crack. The sound of breaking glass echoed loudly. As the skull kept ramming, the glass door began to develop cracks, struggling under the pressure. The glass was about to break. Go. Fu Yan grabbed Jiang Xinghuai's arm, dragging him towards the staircase. The lobby floor was slick with polished tiles. Jiang Xinghuai's shoes, soaked with rainwater, slipped as he ran too fast, sending him sprawling face-first onto the ground. Before Fu Yan could react and grab him, Jiang Xinghuai quickly scrambled up again, wiping a nosebleed as he yelled while pulling Fu Yan forward. I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine. Fu Yan felt both worried and amused as he reached back and grabbed him. This way. The door to the stairwell was left wide open. They immediately noticed the scattered remains of infected individuals and leftover internal organs within. Jiang Xinghuai swallowed his nausea as he rushed inside, closing and locking the heavy fireproof door with Fu Yan together. The sound of shattering glass came from outside. Jiang Xinghuai and Fu Yan exchanged glances and rushed upstairs to the second floor. The sight on the second floor was exactly the same as on the first floor, pristine white walls spattered with blood everywhere, and the floor covered with chunks of flesh. Jiang Xinghuai didn't dare to look much more and, after shutting the door, continued running upwards with Fu Yan. Not until they had ascended 5 floors and secured the staircase door did they finally stop to catch their breath. After all, neither of them knew how powerful that skeleton might be. This is what zombies are. Jiang Xinghuai's hands shook uncontrollably, his complexion pale. He actually ate. It's alright, don't think about it. Fu Yan raised both hands, embraced him, and repeatedly patted his back gently. That's disgusting. Jiang Xinghuai buried himself in Fu Yan's chest and took a deep breath to eliminate the concentrated stench of rotten meat lingering under his nose. Fu Yan lowered his eyes and stared at the blood on the ground, beginning to think. These skull-headed creatures were faster and stronger than infected individuals, and unlike the infected who only hunted for live prey, the skullheads also fed on the infected. Were these skullheads a further mutation of the infected, or caused by another virus entirely? The person in his arms gradually calmed down, snapping Fu Yan out of his thoughts. Check your nose. Fu Yan pinched Jiang Xinghuai's chin and made him look up. It's fine, just a bit of nosebleed. Jiang Xinghuai tilted his head back to explain, then furrowed his brows. What exactly was that skeleton? Why didn't bullets kill it? I'm not sure yet, let me think some more. Fu Yan leaned down and carefully examined again, his finger trailing from Jiang Xinghuai's tip of the nose all the way to the bridge, making sure there were no other injuries before he sighed in relief and ruffled his hair. Let's go. The two climbed up 2 more floors safely, with nothing but their footsteps audible alongside the sound of heavy rain pelting outside the building. Let's chat for a moment. Jiang Xinghuai squeezed Fu Yan's fingers. It's too quiet. Fu Yan looked down at him. What do you want to talk about? I don't know. Jiang Xinghuai thought hard. I want to eat steak. The one you grilled for me at your place tasted amazing. I'll make it for you when we get back home. Fu Yan said this, suddenly recalling a question he had been holding back since the previous night. Fu Yan cleared his throat. You said last night that you no longer liked, the person you secretly admired. Why? Jiang Xinghuai, puzzled by Fu Yan's sudden inquiry, thought about it and replied, because I feel. As he spoke, he stopped walking. Fu Yan also halted. Ahead at the staircase corner stood a woman in a black professional suit, her back turned toward them with messy hair. Because I feel I've fallen in love with, Jiang Xinghuai raised his gun. The woman abruptly turned around. Half of her nose was missing, the wound a brutal tear that took away half of her cheek skin as well, blood smeared all over her face. Shit. Jiang Xinghuai encountered an infected so grotesque at such close range for the first time. Scared, his aim wavered and all the bullets hit the woman's feet instead. When the woman lost balance, she lunged directly toward Jiang Xinghuai. Too close for Fu Yan to dare shoot without risking harming Jiang Xinghuai. He quickly drew the knife from his waist, broke the woman's arm with a twist, and pressed her neck against the floor. With precise movement, the knife tip entered through the eye socket into the brain, clean and efficient. Fu Yan withdrew the bloodied knife as the woman ceased moving. So, who did you feel you fell in love with just now? Fu Yan stood up, shaking the blood off the blade tip. Jiang Xinghuai swallowed hard. Nobody. Anyone who would be with Fu Yan in the future must be admirable, clearly having no brains but pure guts. Starting from the female infected they encountered this time, the higher they went, the more infected gathered on the floors. Their progress slowed even further. Jiang Xinghai stepped on the infected lying on the ground attempting to bite him, aiming at its head and pulling the trigger. Bang! Blood spurted out. Come here. Fu Yan, breathing heavily, holstered his gun and reached out for him. I can't anymore. Jiang Xinghai shook his hands. My hands are numb from vibrations, and my bullets have run out. Take a break. Fu Yan led him to the wall, found a barely clean spot, and sat down. What time is it? Jiang Xinghai pulled Fu Yan's hand, rolled up his sleeve, and looked down. I can't read it. How old are you? Fu Yan chuckled at him. 11 years old. Jiang Xinghai leaned his head back against the wall. How old are you, uncle? Are you hungry? Fu Yan unzipped his backpack, retrieved bread and canned food, handing them over. These aren't tasty. I want steak. Jiang Xinghai whined. Fussy eater. Fu Yan tore open the bread packaging and placed it in his hands. What exactly was that skull creature? Jiang Xinghai took a bite of the bread, still feeling a shiver recalling the monster. Did it evolve? No. Fu Yan furrowed his brow slightly. I think that kind of change might be real death. You mean, the infected can die again? Jiang Xinghai froze, then immediately recalled the infected hiding from the rain, murmuring guesses. They hide from the rain, meaning they still retain some human consciousness. Could they still be people? Then, if we kill them, does it mean? No. Fu Yan knitted his brows and cut in. They are not human anymore. There might be a way to change them back in the future, but for now, they are just monsters. Aha. Jiang Xinghai nodded with a slightly low mood. If these infected individuals were seen as zombies, he wouldn't feel an ounce of pity or regret. But if these infected people were possibly savable humans, he didn't know if he could still pull the trigger. Fu Yan sighed softly. He knew what Jiang Xinghai was thinking about. Come on, let's rest for a bit. Fu Yan extended his hand and put it on his shoulder. Jiang Xinghai naturally leaned over, as though retreating into a safe place, curling up with bent legs. The stairwell wasn't large, there were no lights, only the exhaust fan turned quickly under the wind outside. Thus, the two rested quietly together, leaning against each other. Will Zheng Yi be at home? Jiang Xinghai suddenly asked quietly. We'll find him. Fu Yan replied. Will old Gung die? Will he hold out until we get back? Jiang Xinghai asked again. He'll see you through your college entrance exams. Fu Yan said. Jiang Xinghai pressed his lips and gave a quiet smile but then suddenly noticed that the clothes beneath his fingers were still damp. His clothing was thin and had almost dried by now. But Fu Yan's suit coat was thick and still soaking wet. Jiang Xinghai frowned. Why isn't your clothing dry yet? You just got over a cold, don't catch another one. It's fine, Fu Yan patted his clothes, I can just take it off. But even with a shirt on, it's still cold. Jiang Xinghai stood up, looking around, rummaging through the group of infected people for quite some time before finding a complete and warm garment, holding it up. This piece of clothing is decent. I think it doesn't really suit me, Fu Yan said. You're accusing me of being fussy. When did this become about whether something fits? Jiang Xinghai frowned, admonishing him, do you have to insist on wearing suits? Can't you try other styles? Staying warm should be the priority right now. Fu Yan. 3 minutes later. Walking upstairs, Fu Yan, now changed into a pink wool women's cardigan, picked up a large gun to cover the bow on his chest. Chapter 28. Good looking, really. Jiang Xinghai hopped on one foot, happily following Fu Yan up the stairs. Look how well that bow matches you. Fu Yan remained silent with a tense face. Anyway, we should try more of what you suggest, right? How would you know you wouldn't like this style without trying? Jiang Xinghai was no longer hungry or tired, and sneezed joyfully, achoo. Are you catching a cold? Fu Yan turned around, frowned as he looked at him, and touched his clothes, too thin. Wear another layer. While speaking, Fu Yan quickly picked up a piece of clothing from the floor and raised it. This is fine. Put it on. Jiang Xinghai. He stared at the hoodie with floral patterns and bunny ears in Fu Yan's hand and suddenly remembered the words Zhu Gaofei had told him. I tell you, people like him seem gentle, but they're actually devious inside. Fu Yan pushed the clothing closer. I found it in the bag on the floor. It's not dirty. You did it on purpose. Jiang Xinghai wrinkled his nose, resisting with all his heart and soul. I will not wear it. I'm not that immature, Fu Yan replied with a serious face. Right now, keeping warm is most important. Jiang Xinghai. If you're not cold, then you don't have to wear it. Fu Yan pulled his hand back and looked back at the shattered glass corner, slightly shifting left. The cold wind mixed with drizzle rushed in, blowing directly onto Jiang Xinghai's face. Jiang Xinghai shivered, glancing helplessly at the scattered luggage on the ground, most of which were already stained with blood. Wear it or not? Fu Yan asked again. Jiang Xinghai sniffed and took the clothes, putting it on over his head reluctantly. Both were wearing women's clothing now, but the difference was still obvious. Jiang Xinghai didn't look as tight in it as Fu Yan. The girl's hoodie fit him perfectly, even a bit loose. Too skinny. Fu Yan pulled out the hat that had been tucked under his shirt, furrowing his brows. Do you weigh 100 pounds? Yeah, 109 pounds actually. Jiang Xinhuai tugged at the rabbit ears on the cap. Which floor are we on? The 24th floor. Fu Yan also pinched his rabbit ear. Let's go. At this moment, there came a very slight sound, crack. Fu Yan was facing away from the window behind them and didn't notice. However, the window was directly in front of Jiang Xinhuai, who narrowed his eyes alertly, only seeing an obscure heavy rain outside. He couldn't see anything clearly. Before he could take a closer look, a shadow suddenly leapt towards him. That skeleton head climbed through the window. The realization barely entered Jiang Xinhuai's mind before the shattering window glass exploded. Jiang Xinhuai's reflexes were usually great, but this time, he just managed to push Fu Yan out of the way. But he didn't have time to save himself, as the broken shards of glass rained down alongside two bony hands reaching for him. Jiang Xinhuai just managed to cover his head and face. Suddenly feeling a tug on his neck, he was yanked into the air, almost being dragged along the wall by the skeleton holding onto the back of his hat, pulling upwards. It happened too fast. By the time Fu Yan got up from the ground, half of Jiang Xinhuai's body had already been dragged outside the window. Fu Yan rushed forward and barely grabbed hold of Jiang Xinhuai's leg, tightly clutching, only to find his hand full of air. Fu Yan's pupils contracted sharply, his heart almost stopping. The wind roared past his ears, plastering rain against his eyelashes. Jiang Xinhuai plummeted more than 10 meters instantly. He simply didn't have enough time to latch onto any support point. Moreover, the walls outside the building were smooth, and the only place where one could gain some leverage was along the windowsills of every small floor window. The skeleton landed here each time it jumped, yet its speed was so fast that Jiang Xinhuai couldn't make it out clearly. Sweat drenched Jiang Xinhuai's back, yet his mind remained crystal clear. He had to be clear. Anyone forced to jump floor after floor would lose their ability to think due to the intense sense of weightlessness and terror. But Jiang Xinhuai was different. This was his expertise. Falling off buildings when I first started? You probably weren't even born yet. Jiang Xinhuai clenched his teeth and pumped himself up with courage. As he calculated the timing, at the moment when the skeleton paused and prepared to leap again, Jiang Xinhuai used it as a chance to twist in midair, latching onto the windowsill with all his strength. His nails nearly cracked halfway through. The skeleton obviously hadn't anticipated such sudden resistance. Its grip on Jiang Xinhuai slipped, nearly falling itself, but its extraordinary speed and monstrous strength allowed it to grab Jiang Xinhuai's leg instantly. Ah! Jiang Xinhuai couldn't support the weight of both himself and the skeleton, his face turning red, fingers turning white as blood quickly overflowed and was washed away by the rain. The skeleton head, after its initial reaction time, began to grab onto Jiang Xinhuai's calf and climb upward. Jiang Xinhuai kicked with all his might at the skeleton head, knowing if it climbed up, he would surely die. Fu Yan held a gun, half of his body sticking out of the window. His rain-drenched face was deathly pale as he fired several shots, all hitting the skeleton's leg. It was too close, there was no way he could hit the skeleton's head without harming Jiang Xinhuai. Fu Yan. Hearing the gunshot from upstairs, Jiang Xinhuai looked up and shouted. Jiang Xinhuai could hardly hold on anymore, his grip slipping, he was terrified and wanted Fu Yan to leave quickly. Captain, the sound of gunfire is at building number 2, the 20th floor. Lei Pingtao took off his binoculars, his expression serious. Outside the building, there's a person and a mutated infected entity in peril. Kong Cheng took the binoculars to look and quickly issued sniper orders. No, the distance is too close, the bullet penetration will make them fall together. Lei Pingtao furrowed his brow holding the gun. Fire at the torso, to draw the attention of the mutated infected entity, Kong Cheng calmly said. On the 24th floor, there's another person with a gun. Lei Pingtao leapt onto the car roof, set up his gun, leaned down murmuring, seize the opportunity. Bang bang bang. 3 gunshots. The skeleton was enraged by bullets that were shot from an unknown location, forgetting to climb for a moment, its head poking out and opening its mouth wide as it screamed downstairs. This is it. Fu Yan pulled the trigger, several consecutive bullets flew out, each striking dead center in the brow. The skeleton stiffened instantly, within less than half a second, half of its head violently exploded, and its tightly gripping hands on Jiang Xinhuai's calf gradually loosened. In the next second, the skull fell backward with its eyes still open, rapidly plummeting down. Suddenly, the heavy rain stopped, the mist dispersed, and the sun emerged as if time had frozen in this instant. Lying back, Jiang Xinhuai finally saw Fu Yan, unobstructed by the rain now. He saw Fu Yan's trembling hands and his bloodshot eyes. Hold on, don't move. Fu Yan's shout almost shattered his voice, yelling finished, he turned and dashed towards the ground floor. Jiang Xinhuai felt lighter all over but still didn't dare relax. He hung onto the edge of the window with his hands dangling outside the high-rise window, his neck veins bulging, his feet pushing against the wall but not daring to use force since the exterior of the building had no footholds. The rain had made everything wet, and he feared one misstep would cause him to fall down. Less than a minute later, almost simultaneously with the sound of footsteps approaching, a pair of warm hands tightly grabbed his wrist. Don't be afraid. Fu Yan's voice rang out above his head. Are you cold? Fu Yan knelt on the ground, hugging the icy and shaking Jiang Xinhuai who couldn't stand up, his eyes filled with sorrow. Jiang Xinghai wrapped his hands around Fu Yan's neck, resting his head on Fu Yan's shoulder, remaining silent, just shaking his head. He was truly frightened, he thought he was about to fall and die. From the 20th floor. It's alright, don't be afraid. Fu Yan kept soothing his back, while another hand continuously massaged his cramped calves. Only when dense footsteps approached on the stairs did Jiang Xinghai snap back to reality, pulling out from Fu Yan's embrace, yet still sitting on the ground, unable to stand. Brief temporary loss of strength, it'll get better soon. Fu Yan bent down to massage Jiang Xinhuai's legs. You don't need to be afraid. I'm hungry. Jiang Xinhuai rested his forehead on Fu Yan's shoulder. At that moment, the 5-person team wearing camouflage ran up the stairs and quickly surrounded them. Captain Kong Cheng greeted them kindly. Comrade, are you both alright? What do you want to eat? Fu Yan asked. The steak you grill, Jiang Xinhuai replied. Comrade? Comrade? Captain Kong Cheng called a few more times. Jiang Xinhuai only then noticed him, startled. Police officer, is something wrong with you? Huh? Kong Cheng was also surprised. I'm not a police officer. Thank you earlier. Fu Yan stood up holding Jiang Xinhuai. It should be our duty, our responsibility. Kong Cheng laughed, waving a hand, then became curious. But why are you two here? This area has been searched by us. We came from Suzhou to Beijing to find a friend, Fu Yan answered. To find a friend? Kong Cheng's eyes widened in surprise. In such conditions and dangers, to travel from one city to another just to find a friend? Jiang Xinhuai moved his leg, and upon realizing it could move, he jumped out of Fu Yan's arms and explained, the person we're looking for is on the top floor of this building. Top floor? Wait, could the friend you're looking for be Dr. Zheng? Kong Cheng was surprised, thinking to himself that it couldn't be so coincidental. Dr. Zheng? Jiang Xinhuai mumbled as he straightened up. Do you know Zheng Yi? Fu Yan furrowed his brow and asked. Kong Cheng nodded, then quickly realized, you must be Mr. Fu. Before Fu Yan could respond, Kong Cheng continued, the other day our few teams received orders from above to rescue a doctor surnamed Zheng from this building. He was described as an elite in the domestic biological genetics field. After Dr. Zheng arrived at the shelter, he strongly requested to find the owner of Fulin Medicine, but currently, the army can only search nearby for rescue and stabilize the temporary shelter, so Dr. Zheng's idea of finding you had to be temporarily set aside. However, who would have thought that you, Mr. Fu, came here yourself? It's quite a coincidence. We were returning from our mission and just happened to hear gunshots over here, so we drove over and met you. I've been talking too much and forgot to introduce myself. My name is Kong Cheng, I am currently the captain of the 4th squad of the Special Search and Rescue Team. Kong Cheng extended his hand. Fu Yan. Fu Yan also extended his hand. They shook hands briefly and then separated. This isn't the place to talk. We are heading back to the shelter anyway. Kong Cheng smiled, let's go together. Dr. Zheng will be very surprised to see you. The group descended smoothly down the stairs, returned to their vehicle, and within moments, the sun had come out. Kong Cheng and another cheerful-looking member with dimples, Lei Pingtao, got into their car. Those few shots earlier were fired by Taozi. Kong Cheng sat in the driver's seat, and Lei Pingtao turned around from the passenger seat and waved cheerfully. Thank you. Jiang Xinhuai looked at his dimples, finding them amusing. You have quite a few weapons in your car. Kong Cheng started the engine and discreetly glanced at them through the rearview mirror. I wanted to ask upstairs, where did you get your weapons from? The gun belongs to my godfather. He runs a security company and used to serve in the military. Jiang Xinhuai answered. No wonder you have such good skills, young man. The wariness in Kong Cheng's eyes diminished, and he generously praised, your composure far surpasses ordinary people. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Xinhuai smugly raised his eyebrows, completely forgetting how his legs went limp and couldn't stand earlier. However, what's your relationship with Mr. Fu? Kong Cheng asked again. Guess. Jiang Xinhuai smiled, there's a prize if you guess correctly. Kong Cheng looked at both of them but couldn't figure it out. They couldn't be father and son, since Fu Yan wasn't old enough, and they couldn't be brothers either because Jiang Xinhuai looked too young. Taozi, what do you think? Kong Cheng tossed the question to Lei Pingtao. Huh. Let me guess. Lei Pingtao had a square face, and now scratched his head awkwardly, his smile accompanied by dimples making him look rather endearing. He glanced at Fu Yan's pastel pink sweater, then Jiang Xinhuai's hoodie with rabbit ears and flower prints, hesitated for a while, and tentatively guessed, sisters perhaps. Chapter 29. Stop laughing. Fu Yan sighed helplessly, blocking the crazily laughing Jiang Xinhuai from the window with one hand. Watch your head. Jiang Xinhuai was laughing uncontrollably, clinging to his arm, too amused to speak a word. This kid usually practices shooting and becomes a bit dull, sometimes his words don't convey what he means. Kong Cheng also couldn't stop laughing, glancing at them through the rearview mirror while apologizing, I'm really sorry, don't mind us. No, no. Jiang Xinhuai shook his hands continuously, and in the end, he could barely catch his breath due to laughter. I'm sorry, sorry. Lei Pingtao's face turned red but kept smiling shyly, dimples showing. Two dumb kids. Kong Cheng smiled looking at them through the rearview mirror. Fu Yan took off his open-knit sweater, then proceeded to remove the sweatshirt from Jiang Xinhuai that was half-soaked. Take off your clothes before laughing. Wait, my head is stuck. Jiang Xinhuai's muffled voice came from inside the clothing. Hands out first. Fu Yan lifted the cloth. Ouch! As soon as Jiang Xinhuai extended his hand, his little finger hurt sharply. What happened? Fu Yan frowned, immediately tearing off the clothing, holding his hand. He was shocked to see the nail revealing red flesh. After a long while, regaining his senses, his face turned grim. When did this happen? Don't you know it's bleeding? I forgot. Struggling, Jiang Xinhuai finally pulled off his sweatshirt, raising his hand only then realizing how unbearable the pain was. It might be when that skull thing grabbed me just now. Kong Qing slammed on the brakes abruptly, his expression turning serious. Lei Pingtao reached for the gun at his waist, his smile gone. Why did you stop the car? Before Jiang Xinhuai finished speaking, he saw Kong Qing turn around, holding a gun, its dark muzzle pointing at him. Jiang Xinhuai froze, instinctively looking toward Fu Yan. Put it down. Fu Yan stood in front of Jiang Xinhuai, expressionless, staring at the gun. Was the wound on your hand bitten by a mutated infection body? Kong Qing continued holding the gun. Ah. Realizing the situation, Jiang Xinhuai peeked out from behind Fu Yan and hurriedly explained, No, it happened when I clutched the window edge and scraped against the wall. What about the one on your leg? Lei Pingtao suddenly asked, his eyes firmly fixed on Jiang Xinhuai's ankle. What? Jiang Xinhuai looked down to find there was a very shallow scratch on his ankle, but it had already bled. The nails of a mutated infection body can transmit viruses as well, Lei Pingtao said. I think it was cut by glass, Jiang Xinhuai panicked. Think? Kong Qing repeated his words, emotionless. You'd better make sure. I don't know, Jiang Xinhuai furrowed his brows, frantically trying to recall, unsure if it was scratched against the glass or done by that skeleton head. It's not like that, Fu Yan calmly spoke up, around 20 minutes have passed already. If he were infected, he would have become a monster already. Not everyone gets infected within 1 to 10 minutes. Among the few cases we rescued, some contracted the virus after a fever lasting 12 hours, or even longer. Kong Qing furrowed his brow deeply. Since the outbreak of this virus, we still can't grasp more information. We cannot judge the incubation period and danger of this virus merely based on the data we've obtained so far. Jiang Xinhuai gripped Fu Yan's back tightly. Fu Yan remained calm, slightly turning around to pat his back. Sorry, he cannot enter the shelter temporarily, Kong Qing said. We won't go then, Fu Yan said. Dr. Zheng must meet you, Kong Qing frowned. Then let him come out. Fu Yan didn't look up, encircling an arm protectively around Jiang Xinhuai. It was a protector's pose. Kong Qing looked troubled at him. Mr. Fu, you. Drop your gun. Fu Yan raised his head, looking at him. You guys can get out of the car. Kong Qing wanted to say something else but saw Jiang Xinhuai's terrified, crimson eyes. Sorry, Kong Qing put the gun away. Let me discuss with my teammates. Fu Yan stared at them, indicating they should proceed as they wished with his eyes. With complex expressions, Kong Qing and Lei Pingtao got out of the car. As soon as the door closed, Jiang Xinhuai bent over to examine the scratch closely, trembling hands gripping his pants legs. What should I do? What should I do? It's fine, Fu Yan frowned, gripping his hand. It's fine. What should I do? Will I become one of those monsters? Jiang Xinhuai turned around and tightly held his hand, his speech incoherent. I don't know, what if it was truly scratched by that skeleton head? Fu Yan, I don't want to become a monster. I don't want to. It won't happen. Fu Yan held his face, forcibly steadying him. Do you hear me? It won't happen, trust me. Jiang Xinhuai was dazed for a moment before beginning to take deep breaths. Aren't you hungry? Fu Yan patted his back. What do you want to eat? Dried beef? Jiang Xinhuai shook his head, pale-faced. Knock knock, 2 sounds. The car window was tapped from the outside. Fu Yan rolled down the window. 24-hour observation period, Kong Qing said. What? Fu Yan furrowed his brow. You need to wait for 24 hours at the temporary camp outside the shelter before you can enter. If during this time any signs of transformation into a monster appear. Kong Qing glanced at Jiang Xinhuai, apologetically smiling. Sorry. Jiang Xinhuai managed to laugh, but it wasn't pleasant. The group set off again, and Kong Qing looked back at Jiang Xinhuai once more, sighing, I wasn't targeting you just now. You might not be able to imagine how many lives were lost to establish the current shelter. It could even be said that the shelter was built on the sacrifices of my comrades, our compatriots. In such circumstances, we will not allow any possibility of even 0.1% virus infection into the base. I understand. Jiang Xinhuai nodded, his voice low. It's okay. Does it hurt? Fu Yan treated the wound on his little finger. Just a bit. Jiang Xinhuai forced out through tears. Fu Yan looked up, lightly squeezing his tense shoulders. It's fine, it'll get better soon. The car drove out of this high-rise district and arrived in the distant suburbs. From afar, one could see a wall of copper and iron. It was a series of enormous containers, layer upon layer stretched across the ground, used to block those crazed infected individuals. The original location of this base was a military training camp, Kongqing explained. When the virus suddenly erupted, the military was the first to contain the infections, but later due to rescuing civilians, nearly half sacrificed themselves. The vehicles slowly approached, with countless vehicles parked outside the shelter. Temporary tents were set up, fire pits burning, hot soup boiling. There were people sitting or standing, all disheveled and utterly exhausted. Safety within the massive iron gates was merely a wall away. All these people have surface wounds, but we cannot confirm whether they've been infected or not. Kongqing found a spot, slowing the car to a stop. Here there are army patrols, snipers above, anyone showing signs of infection will be dealt with. Jiang Xinhuai looked out the window, everyone's face showed expressions of fear and wandering, sorrow and panic. He clenched his hand, turning his head, refusing to look anymore. Pingtao will stay here, I'm going in to report the mission, Kongqing said and got out. Lei Pingtao gave a faint smile, I'll be in the car behind. Call me anytime. The door closed again, leaving only Fu Yan and Jiang Xinhuai inside the car. The small space grew quiet. Would you kill me? Jiang Xinhuai suddenly asked softly. Fu Yan looked at his bowed head, his hand resting on his thin, pale nape. Jiang Xinhuai looked up at him. No, Fu Yan also looked at him. What if I turn into a monster? Jiang Xinhuai bitterly laughed. I'll kill the monster and bring you back, Fu Yan said. Jiang Xinhuai stood frozen for a long while before nodding heavily, all right. Have something to eat, Fu Yan went through the backpack. I need to pee, Jiang Xinhuai said as he turned to look out the window, where did that little dimple go? His name is Lei Pingtao, Fu Yan pushed the door open, waving toward the car behind, don't call others Little Dimple, that's impolite. Little Dimple noticed the signal, immediately jumping out and running over quickly. Hey Little Dimple, is there a restroom nearby? Fu Yan asked. Jiang Xinhuai. Lei Pingtao. Sorry, Fu Yan said. Follow me, Lei Pingtao turned and walked towards the outskirts of the crowd. Mr. Fu, please don't call people Little Dimple, that's very impolite, Jiang Xinhuai lectured Fu Yan while walking beside him. Fu Yan chuckled, the way Jiang Xinhuai earnestly called him Mr. Fu seemed quite cute. Why do we have to wait 24 hours? Anan just has a slight fever. Didn't you pay? Why can't we go in? A woman's voice came from one of the tents they passed by. Jiang Xinhuai froze mid-step, stunned in place. You don't need to worry, they said it's about infection quarantine, and we need a 24-hour observation period, a male voice followed immediately. We've already waited for hours, soon we'll be able to go inside. Jiang Xinhuai turned his head, his face turning pale in an instant. What's wrong? Fu Yan furrowed his brow. Goodness, Liang Yuan, please talk to your friend again, alright? Anan has been crying non-stop, I'm so scared. Please talk to him again. The woman's voice from the tent repeated. Alright, the man relented. The curtain of the tent was open from the inside. Jiang Xinhuai immediately turned around, pulling Fu Yan and walked away. What's wrong? Fu Yan asked softly. Let's go, Jiang Xinhuai was extremely afraid, his hands even shaking. They kept walking until reaching the edge of the temporary camp, where Jiang Xinhuai stopped, turning back to look at the path behind. Among the many people, he searched for that familiar figure. Fu Yan vaguely guessed something, that person. That's my dad, Jiang Xinhuai turned his head, no longer looking, explaining quietly, he should be with that woman, and their son. Fu Yan frowned. I'm fine, I just don't want to see him, Jiang Xinhuai finished by heading towards Lei Pingtao who was waiting ahead. Clearly saying, I'm fine, meant he wasn't, but Fu Yan watched the increasingly silent Jiang Xinhuai upon returning to the car and couldn't think of any way to console him. This was something personal for Jiang Xinhuai. As the sky gradually darkened, both having simply cleaned up, they got into the car to sleep. Fu Yan lit a candle, its light flickering. He tilted his head, looking at Jiang Xinhuai lying down on his side facing away. After thinking for a moment, Fu Yan moved closer, do you want to eat something? Lei Pingtao sent over some roasted potatoes earlier. You said eating before sleeping is bad last time, Jiang Xinhuai replied, turning over. You didn't have dinner, Fu Yan pointed out. I'm not hungry, Jiang Xinhuai responded. You. Are you trying to comfort me? Jiang Xinhuai suddenly smiled lightly, I'm really fine. I'm not comforting you, Fu Yan touched his cold forehead, frowning deeply, I'm worried about you. I'm fine, let's sleep, Jiang Xinhuai's words faded as he suddenly propped himself up, sitting straight, actually, there's a way. What? Fu Yan was confused. Don't people always say the best way to forget an ex is to find someone new? Jiang Xinhuai blinked under the warm glow, that, Dad, I don't want anymore. Can I change dads? Huh? Fu Yan looked puzzled. Will you be my new dad? Jiang Xinhuai flipped over and crawled into Fu Yan's arms. Fu Yan's face darkened. Dad, Jiang Xinhuai called out. Jiang Xinhuai, Fu Yan bent down and stared at him, warning clearly in his eyes. Dad, Jiang Xinhuai laughed, completely unafraid. Get down, Fu Yan glared. Dad. 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 Jiang Xinghai persisted, calling incessantly like a spoiled child. Alright, Fu Yan gave in helplessly, responding with only a tiny sound. Good night, Dad, Jiang Xinghai was satisfied. Good night, stars, Fu Yan sighed. Jiang Xinghai burst into giggles again, laughing and then saying, you're disgusting. Fu Yan. Let's sleep, Fu Yan patted his head. The candle slowly melted, its wick eventually submerged in the melted wax. As the faint flame extinguished, the car plunged into darkness. Jiang Xinghai wiped his wet eye sockets and bit his lip, desperately forcing himself to fall asleep. The next morning, the sun rose from the desolate city center, waking the slumbering land. For breakfast, Jiang Xinghai ate steaming hot roasted potatoes and a large bowl of jelly Fu Yan somehow found for him. Just as he took the last bite, there was sudden commotion ahead in the convoy. Wipe your mouth, Fu Yan handed over a napkin. What's going on up ahead? Jiang Xinghai used the back of his hand to wipe his mouth and climbed onto the top of the SUV. Stop looking, get down. Fu Yan shouted from below. Who are those people? What a grand entrance. Jiang Xinghai marveled. Walking toward them through the dense crowd was a tall, slim man dressed in black suit with a white lab coat on top. The man appeared scholarly, wearing golden-rimmed glasses, with several camouflage-clad armed men following behind. The man drew nearer and nearer. Why is he heading towards them? Jiang Xinghai watched in surprise until the slim man rushed over and hugged Fu Yan, who was standing by the car. He looked down. Fu Yan hugged the man from behind, and that man even cried. Jiang Xinghai. Jiang Xinghai furrowed his brow, realizing this must be Zheng Yi. He stood on the rooftop of the car, stunned, and inexplicably felt uncomfortable. It wasn't until Fu Yan released the man, but the man still leaned into Fu Yan's arms. Jiang Xinghai jumped off the car. Watch your leg, Fu Yan pulled away from Zheng Yi, immediately reaching out to steady him with a frown, scolding, I've told you, your leg hasn't fully healed, you can't jump down from such a height. Is he Zheng Yi? Jiang Xinghai asked. Yes, Fu Yan nodded, say hello. Uncle Zheng, nice to meet you, Jiang Xinghai stepped forward and extended his hand. Nice to meet you, little brother. Zheng Yi shook his hand and then smiled at Fu Yan, you coming to find me is fine, but why did you bring a kid along? It's not safe at all. Does Uncle Zheng not know? Jiang Xinghai smiled, revealing a slightly sharp little white tooth, I'm Fu Yan's son, my name is Fu Xinghai. Chapter 30. Zheng Yi stood rooted to the spot, his lips moving slightly, his eyes full of shock. Jiang Xinghai couldn't help laughing even more upon seeing Zheng Yi's expression. Jiang Xinghai. Fu Yan warned him with a glance. You'll be doing 2 math problems later. Jiang Xinghai. Sorry, Uncle Zheng, Jiang Xinghai apologized succinctly with a shrug. I'm Jiang Xinghai, a good friend of Fu Yan's. No problem, Zheng Yi chuckled after coming to his senses. I'm Zheng Yi, also Fu Yan's good friend. I'm younger than Fu Yan, so you don't have to call me uncle. Alright, Uncle Zheng, Jiang Xinghai muttered as he turned and walked away. Where are you going? Fu Yan called out. To pee. Jiang Xinghai replied without looking back, walking farther away. Is he the kid next door you mentioned on the phone? Zheng Yi looked at Jiang Xinghai's retreating figure. He looks pretty young, is he in high school? Just turned 18, he's in the final year of high school. Fu Yan turned his head and saw a line of soldiers standing 1 meter away from them. He realized something was off, it wasn't safe for Zheng Yi to come out of the shelter, but there was no need for so many armed soldiers to follow him out. Is something wrong? Fu Yan asked. I've been blacklisted, Zheng Yi removed his glasses and pressed his nose bridge, his voice very low. Because of that research. You shouldn't have come out, Fu Yan frowned, pulling open the car door. Get in first. It's okay, I'm quite safe now, don't worry, Zheng Yi said softly with a faint smile. I knew you would come for me, that's just who you are, I know. You don't know shit. Jiang Xinghai's voice suddenly rang out. Zheng Yi paused mid-motion getting into the car. Fu Yan turned around only to see Jiang Xinghai and Lei Pingtao running towards them. I knew it, Lei Pingtao shoved something he was holding into Jiang Xinghai's hands and grinned at Fu Yan before turning back and heading toward the car behind. Weren't you going to the restroom? Fu Yan gestured for Zheng Yi to get in first, grabbing Jiang Xinghai to wipe the sweat off his nose. Not peeing anymore, can't go. Jiang Xinghai irritably handed over the food stuffed into his arms by Lei Pingtao. Lei Pingtao insisted I take it because he thought I was sad, then shoved this bag of snacks at me. The guy's got issues. Get in first. Fu Yan took out a pack of beef jerky from his snacks and handed it to Jiang Xinghai. Do you want some water? No. Jiang Xinghai got into the car, I want cola. There's no cola. Fu Yan closed the car door. No cola in the morning. Zheng Yi watched their interaction from the side, his gaze becoming increasingly complex. Do you want some, Uncle Zheng? Jiang Xinghai tore open the beef jerky packaging. No thanks. Zheng Yi declined with a polite smile. Drink this. Fu Yan unscrewed the juice and handed it to him. Go sit at the back. Jiang Xinghai obediently stood up with the juice and moved to the back seat. The beef jerky untouched, he quietly watched the two people in front, knowing there were more important things to discuss now. I roughly deduced the method based on the email content you sent me and simply manufactured an antivirus solution. But it can only temporarily stop the infected subjects from stiffening. Fu Yan opened the computer and placed the data and pictures in front of Zheng Yi. This is the data I gathered from testing the infected bodies before I left. Yes. Zheng Yi nodded, carefully examining the documents. Our thoughts are the same. I can temporarily stop the virus-induced stiffening in infected individuals too, but only with a 10% success rate. What? Fu Yan furrowed his brows. 10%. Yes, 10%, and within these 10%, half of the cases will result in cerebral vascular rupture leading to accelerated death, Zheng Yi said gravely, looking at Fu Yan. All the information in the email I sent you is all I know. Fu Yan was stunned. Jiang Xinghai sitting in the back seat was also stunned, unaware that the juice bottle in his hand had fallen down. Zheng Yi's words implied what Jiang Xinghai already knew, there was nothing Zheng Yi could do about this virus. And the only method available to stop the virus's further spread came with a 50% fatality risk. Could Mr. Geng have already encountered trouble? They've been out for 2 days already. As we go back, Jiang Xinghai abruptly stood up, crashing loudly against the car roof. Ah, Jiang Xinghai immediately bent over clutching his head in pain. Oh. Fu Yan startled, hurriedly reaching out to support him. It's fine, Jiang Xinghai waved his hand, his tone somewhat urgent. Let's go back, I'm afraid Mr. Geng will get into trouble. You should know that going back now won't help either, Zheng Yi began. Jiang Xinghai fell silent. Of course, he knew returning wouldn't make any difference for Mr. Geng since they had not yet found any way out. Are these people you know? Zheng Yi asked, looking at the images on the computer screen. My teacher, Jiang Xinghai replied in a very low voice. This virus outbreak so far has caused nearly half of humanity to lose their lives, but we still don't know why this virus spread so suddenly. Maybe it was due to loss of control, or maybe intentionally done. What I know is no more than what you do. I noticed something was wrong, but it was too late. Although I kept trying to learn more and understand better, I failed to stop it, Zheng Yi spoke slowly. I made the blacklist of that laboratory. I was expelled, and by the time I contacted Fu Yan, everything was too late, the virus had already broken out. But we'll find a way as long as we stick together, Zheng Yi said, finally looking at Fu Yan. Jiang Xinghai nodded, then was touched again on the head by Fu Yan. He returned to the back seat, lying down with his arm over his eyes to block the light. In the front, Fu Yan and Zheng Yi's voices were quite low. Virus, self-awareness, molecular formula, intelligence, drugs, human immunity collapse. The words these two were saying, though individually understandable, made no sense when strung together into sentences. His mind was currently a total mess, like a big pot of red bean porridge. As he thought about it, Jiang Xinghai suddenly touched the scabbed wound on his ankle. It had formed a crust, and he sighed in relief, feeling confident he wouldn't turn into some kind of monster. But what about Mr. Geng? That cholesterol-loaded fat guy who was still lying in bed. Jiang Xinghai touched the corner of his eye again, turned over, and started thinking about tying Zheng Yi up and taking him back home every day to push him into making a vaccine. Until noon. It's mealtime, Fu Yan called him. What's for lunch? Jiang Xinghai sat up. Burnt potatoes, Fu Yan said. Not eating. Jiang Xinghai lay down again. Chicken leg. Hearing Zheng Yi's voice, Jiang Xinghai sat up abruptly and looked at Zheng Yi. My assistant will bring me food, Zheng Yi smiled and asked, do you like sweet and sour pork ribs too? Zheng Yi took off his suit jacket at this moment, wearing a white shirt underneath, and smiling. Jiang Xinghai still inexplicably disliked him a bit. Perhaps it was the look in Zheng Yi's eyes, some sort of hidden evaluation behind his gentle demeanor, so he just nodded. Well then, my chicken leg will be yours as well, Zheng Yi reached out to pull him. Jiang Xinghai managed to prop himself up, and Zheng Yi smiled, retracting his hand. You can let your friend bring your teacher here, there are better conditions here to handle the virus affecting your teacher. Thank you, Uncle Zheng, Jiang Xinghai said. Alright, no need to tie him anymore. He didn't like Zheng Yi anyway, binding him would only cause irritation. Fu Yan will stay too, he's on the special rescue list, Zheng Yi said. What's the special rescue list? Jiang Xinghai asked. It's for exceptional talents who are helpful to the nation, Zheng Yi simply explained. Oh, Jiang Xinghai looked at him, you're all included. That's right, Zheng Yi nodded and asked, do you have other family members? Once Fu Yan enters the base, he might not have much time to take care of you. I don't need anyone to take care of me, Jiang Xinghai frowned, I can take care of myself. That's excellent, Zheng Yi nodded. Do you want him to take care of you? Jiang Xinghai suddenly asked. Zheng Yi was stunned for a moment and then laughed. He has always taken good care of me since we were young, Zheng Yi responded. Oh, Jiang Xinghai nodded and asked again, will he hold you while sleeping? Zheng Yi stopped speaking. He hugs me every night, Jiang Xinghai hopped out of the car. Fu Yan squatted outside the car peeling blackened potato skins, frowning without a word as Jiang Xinghai got out. Jiang Xinghuai squatted next to him, grabbed the potato from his hands, and bit into it. Fu Yan looked at him. Didn't you say you're not eating? Jiang Xinghuai took another bite, the corner of his mouth stained with black ash, flashing Fu Yan a silly smile. Don't grin stupidly. Fu Yan also smiled, gently wiping the corner of his mouth with his thumb. What did you talk about with Zheng Yi in the car? He wants my teacher to come here, Jiang Xinghuai said. We discussed it, bringing teacher Geng here would be best, Fu Yan said. Jiang Xinghuai nodded and stopped talking about anything else. Zheng Yi's assistant soon arrived, carrying a lunchbox with chicken legs. Zheng Yi handed his thermal-insulated lunchbox to Jiang Xinghuai, saying he was younger and still growing, so he should eat more. Jiang Xinghuai gave it back, telling him to take care of his body and balance his nutrition so as not to suffer from osteoporosis. In the end, Jiang Xinghuai ate all the potatoes cooked by Fu Yan, so full that he burped, and Fu Yan massaged his stomach for quite a while. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the 24-hour observation period had passed. The iron gate opened, and everyone queued up to register. After being stripped down and inspected again, they finally entered the newly established refuge base. The base was large, with buildings all constructed in a standard square military camp style, and soldiers patrolling around. As they went through the big parade ground, there was also a team of military dogs training in bite techniques. Zheng Yi led them to a different building from the others. Inside, it was quiet, and most of the people passing by were men and women wearing white coats. This is your room. Zheng Yi pushed open the door and handed the key to Fu Yan, then looked at Jiang Xinghuai behind him. I can share with him, Fu Yan said. I don't feel comfortable leaving him alone. Alright, Zheng Yi nodded and smiled again. Rest for a while. It's too late today. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the lab. By the way, Lu Wen and Old Shui are also here. They will be happy to see you. Are they here too? Fu Yan was surprised. When the military district general hospital received the first infected patient, they came along and have been with the main group ever since. Zheng Yi smiled. They're luckier than the two of us. I almost starved to death at home. Fu Yan laughed after hearing this. Dinner is at 5 o'clock, served uniformly in the canteen. My room is upstairs, come find me if you need anything. Zheng Yi finished and looked at Jiang Xinghuai. The military is already rescuing signals nationwide, and I will apply to let them bring your teacher over. Thank you, Uncle Zheng. Jiang Xinghuai said. Zheng Yi cleared his throat. Actually, Fu Yan and I aren't the same age. I'm younger than him, so you don't have to call me uncle. Thank you, Aunt Zheng. Jiang Xinghuai followed the suggestion kindly. You can still call me uncle. Zheng Yi turned and left. Auntie, goodbye. Jiang Xinghuai said. Chapter 31. Dislike Zheng Yi. Fu Yan shook his head as he held Jiang Xinghuai. Not at all. Jiang Xinghuai shrugged and bent over to duck under his arm. The room wasn't large, with one bunk bed and one workstation. Do you want to sleep on the top or bottom? Fu Yan placed their backpacks on the workstation. Top. Jiang Xinghuai opened the bathroom door, spun around once, then came out. It's great. What's great? Fu Yan stood there looking at him, like a little dog sniffing around everywhere, finding it funny. Everything's great. Jiang Xinghuai lay back on the bed, rolling over, commented, the bed is a bit hard, it hurts my bones. You're too thin. Fu Yan tidied up things and turned back to look at him, his gaze pausing. Jiang Xinghuai stretched his arms upwards, pulling up the hem of his sweater, exposing a large part of his waist. With more weight, the air resistance when jumping off a building would be larger. Jiang Xinghuai rolled over again on the bed. Fu Yan bent down and pulled his clothes back down. This clothing is too short. Don't wear it in the future. Is it short? Jiang Xinghuai sat up, puzzled, pulled down his clothes, then thought of something, delighted, extended his legs to show Fu Yan, I'm growing. Look how long my legs are. Isn't it normal for clothes to get shorter? I can't stay 175 forever, can I? Being 175 isn't short. Fu Yan smiled. It's not short, so stop laughing. Jiang Xinghuai rolled his eyes, thought for a moment, and couldn't help but ask, did you really become taller than me in junior high school? Fu Yan smiled slightly and just looked at him without speaking. Alright, I understand now. Jiang Xinghuai closed his eyes and lay back down. After resting for a while, the two of them started tidying up the room. Fu Yan swept the floor and mopped it, cleaning the room thoroughly. Jiang Xinghuai just arranged things. There wasn't much to arrange anyway. In their backpacks, apart from food, there were only clothes. And not many clothes either. Jiang Xinghuai didn't take long to hang up and put everything into the wardrobe. The small wardrobe was neatly divided. One side was neatly organized suits and shirts, and the other side were casual, loose t-shirts and ripped jeans. Jiang Xinghuai frowned and didn't seem very satisfied. He thought for a moment and then pulled his clothes closer to Fu Yan's side. That seemed much better. Just as they had finished tidying up, a knock came at the door, and Zheng Yi's voice could be heard. Fu Yan, time to eat. When we go out later, don't call Aunt Zheng Aunt. Fu Yan whispered to him as a reminder. Got it. Jiang Xinghuai buried his head and fell into the square tofu quilt, dragging out the sound. Zheng Yi would not have been called and if she hadn't insisted that he not call her uncle. Get up. Fu Yan laughed and pulled him. The canteen was quite far from their building. The walk was along a straight road with tall and lush poplar trees planted on both sides. By now, there weren't many people on the road, they must already be in the canteen. Zheng Yi and Fu Yan started talking about things he couldn't understand again. Jiang Xinhuai was originally walking beside Fu Yan, but after a while, he slowed down by several steps. If Zheng Yi hadn't taken off the white coat over her suit jacket, then both of them wearing tailored suits looked like they were part of the same group. He felt aliens standing next to them. Moreover, he didn't understand what they were saying, making him feel like an idiot. And did Zheng Yi have to crowd so close? Her arm was practically brushing against his. Ah. What's happening? Why are you laughing all of a sudden when you're supposed to be discussing something? Jiang Xinhuai rolled his eyes twice but didn't push his way in. He had to keep clear of priorities. When they talked business, he wouldn't interrupt. If it were like before, he. Kitty, come down. Xiao ran, the tree is too high, let's find Dad ahead. No, I'll wait for Kitty. Jiang Xinhuai turned his head to look. A mother and daughter stood by the tree, looking up at it. Following their gaze, he looked up and saw a small yellow kitten trembling and shrinking on the tree branch, unable to climb up or down. The poplar trunk was straight, and no one knew how such a tiny kitten had climbed up there. Cheng Yi and Fu Yan also stopped in front. That's Academician Qian's daughter, Cheng Yi frowned, I think all the soldiers are probably maintaining order in the cafeteria right now. In a moment, I'll go and call. Call Xiao Fei Xia, Spider-Man, then. Jiang Xinhuai brushed his sleeves and walked over. What? Cheng Yi was stunned. Jiang Xinhuai stopped a few steps away from the tree, waving his hands to signal the mother and daughter to move aside. Pay attention to safety, Fu Yan also approached, looking up at the height of the tree. This is nothing. Jiang Xinhuai took a step back, bent his waist, and with a whoosh, dashed forward. Short distance bursts were what Jiang Xinhuai excelled at. His feet kicked off, grabbing the branch and pushing himself up. Suddenly soaring several meters high, he maneuvered a few times and was directly up the tree in less than a second. Cheng Yi exclaimed. Come over here. Jiang Xinhuai reached out to grab the little kitten clinging to the tip of the branch. The little cat meowed incessantly, refusing to crawl towards him. With fewer and finer branches, the branch where the cat lay, he simply could not cross, otherwise, it would break. Another shout, the little cat obstinately mewing and still refused to come over. Jiang Xinhuai grew annoyed and prepared to inch forward further. Jiang Xinhuai. Don't go any further. Fu Yan shouted from beneath the tree. Sighing, Jiang Xinhuai stopped. But the little cat kept mewing. Call your grandpa. Come over if you want to, if not, never mind. Jiang Xinhuai shouted angrily. The little cat stopped meowing, paused for a moment, seemingly either understanding or getting scared, and slowly crawled over. As soon as Jiang Xinhuai saw this, he hooked the soft belly of the kitten, pulling it into his arms and jumping down from the tree. Hurry up and thank your brother, the woman smiled, gently nudging the little girl beside her. Thank you, brother, the little girl spoke sweetly. Don't mention it, just take good care of it, Jiang Xinhuai pushed the kitten forward, don't lose it again. It's not possible to pick it up every time. Okay, the little girl promised seriously. After turning around with a sour face, Jiang Xinhuai immediately changed his expression, becoming unbearably smug, his whole face written with, come and praise me. You're really amazing. Fu Yan quickly praised. I must be amazing, Jiang Xinhuai raised his chin. Really amazing, it gave me quite a fright, climbing up so quickly. Cheng Yi smiled while asking. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinhuai became even more delighted, erasing all previous frustration from not understanding their earlier conversation. Waving his hand, he said, no, it wasn't that amazing. Fu Yan chuckled, guessing that if Jiang Xinhuai had a tail behind him, it would already be spinning like a propeller by now. This is nothing, last time when I jumped from the rooftop, it was even more amazing. Jiang Xinhuai began boasting to Cheng Yi. I think this time is even more impressive, Fu Yan furrowed his brows pretending to be serious, that's a pretty tall tree. Alright, not very high, I've climbed higher ones. Jiang Xinhuai was thrilled to be flattered. Just as Fu Yan wanted to ask how high exactly, he coughed a few times upon opening his mouth. Are you having a cold? Cheng Yi asked. I had a cold before, but I'm not fully recovered yet. Fu Yan coughed twice more. Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Xinhuai frowned and looked at him, then reached out to touch his forehead. Why are you coughing again? It's fine, I'll take medicine when we get back. Fu Yan tried to reassure him. Don't worry. But the medicine is in the car, Jiang Xinhuai stopped walking, somewhat anxious. Our car was driven away by Lei Pingtao, and he hasn't returned it to us yet. What should we do? Can we buy some here? The things in your car need to be checked. You can only claim them tomorrow morning, Cheng Yi explained, then turned to look at Fu Yan. I have cold medicine in my workspace. After we finish eating, you can come with me to get some. Besides, I have something to discuss with you. Alright. Fu Yan nodded. What's alright about that? Won't drinking more hot water make the cold better? Jiang Xinghai quickly changed his mind, glaring at the back of Fu Yan's head, and then glaring at Zheng Yi. And she just happens to have something to say. What is there to say? What good is there to talk about so late at night? Jiang Xinghai felt uncomfortable, lost his appetite for dinner, and didn't even want to think about what would happen after the meal. It was already getting dark, and Jiang Xinghai was kicking small stones on the road while walking. He kept kicking until he reached the building. So go up first, do you still remember where the room is? Fu Yan bent down to ask him. Yeah. Jiang Xinghai nodded. Go take a shower as soon as you get there. When you're done, I should be back by then. Fu Yan added, feeling uneasy. Never mind, let me send you up first. No need. Jiang Xinghai crushed the stone underfoot and turned around, not even glancing back once. He rushed up to the 4th floor without taking a single breath, holding his neck stiffly, forcing himself not to breathe until he reached the door. With one move like the 18 dragons subduing palms, he pushed open the door. Then he used another Tai Chi-like move to slam it shut. Still full of anger. To distract this inexplicable rage, Jiang Xinghai grabbed the upper bunk rail and did dozens of pull-ups. Why does it have to be said late at night? And privately too? It must be about the research. Why couldn't it be said in the morning? Maybe it's urgent. Then why wasn't it said during dinner? That's right, there were plenty of times it could have been said. Why does Zheng Yi have to talk to Fu Yan late at night? Something's off, absolutely off, it's definitely an issue. Breathing heavily, Jiang Xinghai stopped his frantic pull-ups, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and lay down on Fu Yan's bed. After rolling around a bit, he pulled out some clothes from the wardrobe and went to take a shower. Fu Yan said he'd be back after finishing his shower, so Jiang Xinghai needed to hurry up, and then properly ask Fu Yan exactly what he and Zheng Yi talked about. After the shower, Jiang Xinghai dashed out of the bathroom, but Fu Yan wasn't back yet. Cheater. Jiang Xinghai muttered, then glanced at the clock, already 7:30 p.m. He rolled around on Fu Yan's bed, making a mess, before climbing onto the top bunk. From the top bunk, you could see the room's main door clearly. He propped his chin on his hand and stared unwaveringly at the door. When Fu Yan came out of Zheng Yi's office, it was already 9 p.m. By the time he got back to their dormitory room, it was close to 9:30 p.m. The light in the room was still on, probably left on purpose for him. He carefully pushed the door open and walked in quietly, then slowly approached the bed, looking up at the top bunk. Jiang Xinghai was lying there asleep, one side of his face pressed against the pillow. With his eyes closed, he looked younger, almost childlike, and very obedient. However, half the blanket had fallen off, only covering his legs. Jiang Xinghai was wearing just his Spider-Man printed underwear. Fu Yan chuckled, stepped up to the ladder, and gently pulled the blanket over him. Jiang Xinghai moved his cheek against the pillow, his eyelashes fluttered, but he didn't wake up. Fu Yan felt warmth in his heart, like cotton candy. Unable to resist, he reached out and touched his face. Uncle. Jiang Xinghai spoke. Fu Yan quickly withdrew his hand. Are you awake? I'm not sleeping. Jiang Xinghai opened his eyes. Looking into Jiang Xinghai's clear black and white eyes, Fu Yan found his fingers, which were curled near his leg, tingling. He spread his palm open, clenched it again, and repeated the motion several times before speaking. It's late, go to sleep early. Why did you come back so late? It's past 9. Jiang Xinghai asked. I discussed something with Zheng Yi. Fu Yan answered briefly. Jiang Xinghai silently stared at him, then suddenly sat up, causing the blanket to slip off. Fu Yan looked away. Uncle, does he still like you? Jiang Xinghai blurted out. Fu Yan paused but quickly realized Jiang Xinghai meant Zheng Yi. Do you like him? Before Fu Yan could respond, Jiang Xinghai asked again in quick succession. No, I don't. Fu Yan answered quickly this time. Jiang Xinghai bit his lips and his voice was even lower. Then, who do you like? Chapter 32. The room suddenly fell silent. Jiang Xinghai tightened his grip on the bedsheets beneath him, motionlessly staring at Fu Yan. He wasn't sure how he ended up asking this question. He had been waiting for Fu Yan to return so he could ask what Fu Yan and Zheng Yi had been discussing for so long. But, perhaps it was the lingering breath of Fu Yan by his ear, or maybe the gentle caress of Fu Yan's hand across his cheek. It made his head heat up, clouding his thoughts. No, why wasn't Fu Yan answering? Wait. Why was Fu Yan fumbling with his tie? Jiang Xinghai blinked a few times, holding his breath, clenching his fists even tighter as he looked at Fu Yan. Fu Yan's face showed no expression, calm as ever, pulling the tie from his collar. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. After an extended moment of eye contact, Fu Yan seemed to have made a decision in that instant. He cleared his throat seriously. Wait. Jiang Xinghai suddenly pulled the blanket over himself, burying his head underneath and shouting through the fabric in a muffled voice, don't say it. Fu Yan tightened his grip on the tie, hesitating for a moment before letting out a soft laugh. What's wrong? Fu Yan poked the blanket slightly. I was just asking casually. Jiang Xinghai curled deeper under the blanket. The room fell silent for a brief moment. Then go to sleep early. Fu Yan's voice came from outside the blanket. Jiang Xinghai didn't respond. There was a click sound as the lamp was turned off, and the blanket grew pitch dark as the light went out. Jiang Xinghai stayed curled up under the blanket, unmoving. When the sound of water trickling from the bathroom started, he cautiously peeked out from under the covers. The room was pitch black except for a faint glow emanating from the direction of the bathroom. He blinked a few times, slowly pressing his palm against his chest. His heart was pounding fast. Before Fu Yan could give an answer, he suddenly realized something. And then he became afraid. Afraid that the answer wouldn't be him. And afraid that the answer would be him. He wasn't quite sure what had come over him. When the sound of water from the bathroom stopped, Jiang Xinghai quickly covered his face with the blanket again. With a snap, the bathroom door opened, and footsteps approached. Jiang Xinghai closed his eyes and steadied his breathing. Jiang Xinghai, Fu Yan suddenly spoke. What? Jiang Xinghai was startled. Not asleep yet? Fu Yan patted the blanket. Stretch your head out, don't suffocate yourself inside. Oh, Jiang Xinghai responded but didn't move. Only when he heard Fu Yan lying down did he finally stick his head out and breathe softly. Fu Yan's breathing sound from the bunk below was steady, as if asleep. Is he asleep? Jiang Xinghai quietly turned over, slowly peeking out of the upper bunk. What are you doing? Fu Yan noticed a head poking out above, propping himself up and frowning. Pull your head back in. Oh. Jiang Xinghai retracted his head. What's the matter? Fu Yan finally asked. Nothing. Jiang Xinghai's voice was very quiet. Fu Yan stared at the bed frame, listening to Jiang Xinghai tossing and turning upstairs. He sighed softly in the darkness. Jiang Xinghai. Fu Yan called out eventually. Huh. Jiang Xinghai stuck his head out again. I like those who can score full marks in math, Fu Yan said. Oh, Jiang Xinghai swallowed hard, unsure of what Fu Yan meant. Daring not to speculate too much, nor wanting to, every time he thought about it, his mouth would feel dry and his body would heat up. Thinking of Fu Yan teaching him math problems every day, Jiang Xinghai felt his cheeks burn, pondering over a possibility. But he wondered if he was just overthinking. Go to sleep early, Fu Yan added. Good night. Good night. Jiang Xinghai reached out and touched his own face, lost in random thoughts about his big face, until he finally fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already 9 o'clock. Fu Yan was gone from the lower bunk, but there was a cup of milk and a bun on the table. The bun was already a bit cold. Under the milk glass, there was a note. On the note, it read, I've gone to the experimental zone. I'll come back at noon to have lunch with you. The experimental zone. Jiang Xinghai took a bite of the bun, recalling the large round building Zhang Yi had introduced earlier. It was behind their building, requiring a little walk to get to. Soon, Jiang Xinghai realized another fact: if Fu Yan was in the experimental zone, Zhang Yi must definitely be there as well. Blinking twice, although his brain hadn't fully grasped the implications, his body reacted immediately. He chugged the milk in one gulp and rushed out with the bun in his hand. Excuse me, this is the experimental zone. Non-relevant individuals are prohibited from entering or approaching. The soldier with a gun blocked Jiang Xinghai outside the gate. I'm looking for Fu Yan, Jiang Xinghai said, stepping back half a step as he looked at the gun pointed at him. Fu Yan. The two soldiers exchanged glances. You're looking for Mr. Fu? Yes. Jiang Xinghai nodded. What's your relationship with him? The soldier asked. What kind of relationship? Jiang Xinghai froze at this question, unsure if saying they were friends would increase his chances of getting in or if pretending to be father and son would work better. Big brother. A small voice came from behind him. Jiang Xinghai turned around. It was the little girl from yesterday who lost her cat. Uncle Li, I know him, he's Uncle Zheng's friend. The little girl holding a backpack walked over and took Jiang Xinhuai's hand. Can I bring him in? Of course, a friend of Dr. Zheng can come in. One of the soldiers smiled and lowered his gun. As they started walking down a path, Jiang Xinhuai finally reacted. Your guts aren't bad, grabbing my hand like that. Big brother helped save little orange. The girl smiled. My name is Qian Ranran, I'm here to find my dad. My name is Jiang Xinhuai. He looked down at her curly hair, suppressing the urge to touch it. I'm here. I'm here to see Fu Yan. They can't come out right now. Qian Ranran led him into an open-plan office-like large room. We have to wait here. They'll come down and meet us here. Oh. Jiang Xinhuai nodded and sat down next to Qian Ranran, offering her the bun. Do you want some? No thanks. Qian Ranran opened her school bag and pulled out a stack of exam papers. I need to do my homework. Seeing the pile of papers, Jiang Xinhuai instinctively moved a bit further away. Big brother, I don't understand this question. Can you teach me? Qian Ranran asked. Jiang Xinhuai hesitated for a moment before replying, let me take a look. Seeing it was a first-grade paper relieved him somewhat, but when he looked more closely and saw it was math, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. 10 minutes later, Jiang Xinghuai tiredly shook his hand, tossing the completed paper aside. Wow, you got them all right. Qian Ranran exclaimed after checking the answers. Well, of course I did, I couldn't get something this simple wrong, Jiang Xinghuai snorted proudly. So does Big Brother know first-grade Chinese too? Qian Ranran enthusiastically pulled out another test sheet. Wait, realizing what she was doing, Jiang Xinghuai glared at her. Are you trying to trick me into doing your tests? Qian Ranran looked guilty as she began working on the Chinese test herself. At this moment, the door to the room opened. Jiang Xinghuai. Zheng Yi walked in, surprised. Why are you here? I came to see Fu Yan. Jiang Xinghuai glanced at him. Waiting to have lunch together. He still needs a bit more time. Zheng Yi removed his lab coat and sat nearby, smiling. Don't you get bored staying in the dorm? In a few days, there will probably be an organized civilian rescue team where you could try signing up since you're pretty skilled. Jiang Xinghuai simply nodded and didn't say anything. Come sit in my office for a while, Zheng Yi invited again. Have you eaten? There's food in mine. No thanks. Jiang Xinghuai shifted closer to Qian Ranran and reached out to play with her curls. Does Ranran want cake? There's one on my desk. Zheng Yi suddenly said. What flavor is it? Qian Ranran raised her head. It's strawberry flavored. Zheng Yi smiled and added, let's eat it in my office instead of bringing it back here. Your dad will come down soon. Qian Ranran happily agreed and went skipping out. Frowning, Jiang Xinghuai turned toward Zheng Yi, not sure what he was up to. You haven't known Fu Yan long, right? Zheng Yi laughed. Jiang Xinghuai remained silent. I've known Fu Yan for over 30 years. Zheng Yi also looked at him directly. Clapping his hands several times loudly, Jiang Xinghuai made the sound echo clearly. I once pursued him, Zheng Yi continued. I know, Jiang Xinghuai frowned deeply. What do you want to say? Just casual chat, though it seems like the fact that I pursued him must have been told to you already. Zheng Yi laughed. Did he ever tell you that I've always liked him, up until now? Jiang Xinghuai felt uncomfortable and twisted the corner of his clothes nervously. He wasn't sure what Zheng Yi's sudden declaration meant. Was it a declaration of war? Or had he already initiated it unilaterally? Should he respond? And with what identity exactly? He's the childhood sweetheart, longtime lover, and Grand Marshal. Who is he? Just an unknown soldier, it seems like there's no way to win. You figured it out, didn't you? Zheng Yi turned his head to look at him. He doesn't like you, Jiang Xinghuai replied after snapping back to reality. I know. Zheng Yi nodded, you're too straightforward, I don't like you. I don't like you either, you're too fake, Jiang Xinghuai said. Zheng Yi. This damn kid. Zheng Yi took a deep breath and said slowly, I've been his neighbor since we were kids. We grew up together. My mom, she had an accident later on, and it was Fu Yan who brought me to their house, always taking care of me, helping me go to school, and accompanying me when I went abroad with him. He's a gentle person, despite seeming distant most of the time. The old-time childhood friend and supposed great general began using nostalgic attacks. The unknown soldier, Jiang Xinghuai, rolled his eyes. His parents were both medical professors, so he's always liked taking care of others from a young age. He has a strong sense of responsibility. Once you're within his circle of responsibilities, he will do everything in his power to protect you and spoil you, but that's not love. Zheng Yi suddenly smiled bitterly at this point, I fell for it, but I still don't want to wake up. Zheng Yi suddenly turned to look at him, scrutinizing, you're very much like me back then, young, without family, isolated and vulnerable, and somehow came into his view, into his territory. So naturally, he'd want to protect you, consider you as his responsibility. What do you mean? Jiang Xinghuai frowned, his fingers starting to unconsciously pick at his palm. You like him, Zheng Yi said. Jiang Xinghuai was startled for a moment, then shifted uncomfortably, turning away without saying anything. But he won't like the former me just as he won't like the current you, Zheng Yi articulated clearly. Jiang Xinghuai furrowed his eyebrows tightly, wanting to say something, yet his throat choked painfully. Jiang Xinghuai. Fu Yan's voice came. Jiang Xinghuai abruptly looked up, Fu Yan was walking in, wearing his white coat and looking at him with a smile in his eyes. Why did you come over here? Fu Yan took off his coat and walked closer. He came to call you for dinner, Zheng Yi grinned, patting Jiang Xinghuai's shoulder, let's all go together. I'm not eating with you, Jiang Xinghuai slapped away Zheng Yi's hand, looking directly at him and enunciating every word clearly, I'm not you, and you can never be me. The little flying knight is one of a kind. Zheng Yi's smile faded. After speaking, Jiang Xinghuai turned around, grabbing Qian Ranran's math exam sheet that he had helped finish earlier from the table and handed it to Fu Yan. Here, Jiang Xinghuai said. First grade. Fu Yan took it. Don't worry about what grade it is, Jiang Xinghuai stared stubbornly at him, just tell me if the words you said last night count or not. They count, Fu Yan nodded. Is it 100%? Jiang Xinghuai asked again. It is, Fu Yan laughed. Do you like me? Jiang Xinghuai's voice trembled slightly. Fu Yan sighed lightly, reaching out to cradle his face, like holding an apple, tilting his head upward to meet his wide and confused eyes. Finally surrendering to his own heart, Fu Yan smiled, I like you. I really like you, Fu Yan added. Chapter 33. Jiang Xinhuai tightened his lips, head tilted back with the line of his jaw pulled taut. He looked incredibly tense, his eyes wide open. Fu Yan clearly saw panic and surprise in his dark pupils. Was he shocked? Fu Yan waited a moment, then said helplessly, aren't you going to say anything? Jiang Xinhuai finally snapped out of it, blinked twice, and exhaled sharply. Shit, Jiang Xinhuai said. Fu Yan. After a long silence, Fu Yan sighed, concluding that he was indeed still a kid. Fu Yan felt like today he had acted on impulse. As a mature adult, he understood his own feelings very well. However, he feared Jiang Xinhuai might confuse dependence with liking, so he tried to keep his distance as much as possible. But the boy's obvious hurt, combined with his stubborn look towards him earlier, had softened his heart. He only wanted to oblige. He couldn't bring himself to say those 3 words, I don't like you. We'll take it slow. Fu Yan placed one hand around his back and lightly patted it without mentioning other topics. Let's go eat. What do you feel like having? Fu Yan. Zheng Yi stepped forward, blocking their way. His gaze flicked over Fu Yan's arm around Jiang Xinhuai's waist before quickly retreating. His eyes locked onto Fu Yan's. Academician Qian seems to want to see us, Zheng Yi gritted his teeth. Shall we go up and check it out? Fu Yan remained silent for a long moment before finally looking up at Zheng Yi. I don't know what you told him, but you heard my answer, that's final. The tenderness in his eyes and brows vanished instantly, replaced by sharp features that displayed his unwavering stance. Jiang Xinhuai is young. From now on, if you have any matters, discuss them with me. He doesn't understand these things. Zheng Yi's expression turned unpleasant, his mouth opened but no words came out. The room's atmosphere became stifling. Jiang Xinhuai glanced between them, sighing with an attempt at humor, I'm not really that young anymore. Please recognize me as an adult. Kid, Fu Yan gave his head a pat. Jiang Xinhuai shrugged. Zheng Yi stood stunned for a while, then chuckled bitterly, stepping aside and looking at Jiang Xinhuai. Sorry, I spoke impulsively earlier. Jiang Xinhuai froze. He never liked confrontation, and Zheng Yi saying this made him feel somewhat awkward. We're moving, Fu Yan's voice was deep as he took a step forward. Just as they were about to pass, Fu Yan reached out and naturally grabbed Jiang Xinhuai's hand. His palm was large and warm. Jiang Xinhuai instinctively curled his fingers, his heart pounding like drums. Jiang Xinhuai couldn't help turning his head and taking a deep breath. What's with the sigh? Fu Yan smiled helplessly, his broad hand gently patting his back to comfort. If you ask, I'll answer. Don't think too much. We'll take it slow, alright? Fu Yan's deep voice was like deep waters, soothing his racing heart. Jiang Xinhuai looked up at him, nodding seriously. Alright. When the two arrived at the cafeteria, it was just dinner time. The military camp contained 4 massive dining halls, each capable of accommodating over 1,000 people. But even so, it wasn't nearly enough for the growing number of civilians entering this temporary refuge. As soon as they entered the stream of people, Fu Yan first led Jiang Xinhuai to a corner table. It was too crowded for him to guard him closely. What would you like? I'll fetch it, Fu Yan said. Leaning against Fu Yan's shoulder, Jiang Xinhuai jumped a couple of times, checking the menu on the cafeteria window's chalkboard, starting to order. 1 dish of bean sprouts, some black fungus, dry stir-fried peppers. Single stir-fried pepper. How does anyone eat this? Jiang Xinhuai paused briefly but didn't overthink it. There aren't many dishes today. Maybe more rice would be good. As Fu Yan listened to the menu, his brows slightly furrowed imperceptibly. Yesterday there was meat, but today almost all the dishes were vegetarian, clearly indicating that consumption far exceeded supply. Once fresh vegetables ran out, the army would likely start distributing ready-to-eat rations such as biscuits and canned goods. Even though instant food storage was substantial, the number of rescue personnel kept increasing. More people filled the cafeteria, giving Fu Yan no time for further thought. Don't run off. It's crowded here, and I'll be back soon, Fu Yan instructed and went to join the queue. Jiang Xinhuai watched Fu Yan disappear into the crowd, sitting down to guard the little corner table tightly clutching the remaining heat. I like you. I really like you. Just thinking about it caused Jiang Xinhuai's ears to burn. Fu Yan said he liked him. Why hadn't he seen it sooner? Every night, he was forced to do math homework, had his eating strictly monitored so that he ate vegetables like green beans and radishes he disliked, and was lectured like a son. How come you're just sitting here daydreaming? A deep male voice came from behind. Jiang Xinhuai jumped and turned around. The man was wearing a full black Special Forces riot gear with bloodstains still visible. He was tall with a shaved head and grinned broadly. It was Captain Kong Cheng who had saved them that day. How come you're all alone? Kong Cheng lightly tapped his hand on Jiang Xinhuai's head. Did you not get food? Don't touch my head. Jiang Xinhuai slapped away his hand. Have mine first. Kong Cheng smiled as he set down the tin lunchbox he held. I've already got food. Jiang Xinghuai stared at the blood stains on him and furrowed his brows. Did you just rescue people outside? Yeah. Kong Cheng nodded, sat beside him, and took out a packet of beef jerky from inside his jacket, handing it over. Picked it up randomly. Thanks, big bro. Jiang Xinghuai called him warmly upon seeing the meat. You remind me of my younger brother. Kong Cheng suddenly said. Don't start claiming relatives, I just casually threw out a friendly line. Jiang Xinghuai tore open the beef jerky, taking a bite. Kong Cheng froze momentarily, then chuckled, looking at the soft bulge on Jiang Xinghuai's cheek caused by chewing on the beef jerky. Thinking for a moment, he asked, that incident didn't scare you, did it? What incident? Jiang Xinghuai mumbled with food in his mouth, seemingly unconcerned. You pointing your gun at my head? That was pretty cool. It'd be even cooler if you could let me play with your gun. My gun doesn't count. Kong Cheng laughed. Let me find another one for you to handle. Captain Kong. Fu Yan arrived holding his meal. Kong Cheng turned and saw him, smiling as he stood up. Mr. Fu, how come you're here for meals? I asked Taozi to assign a soldier to attend to Academician Qian. They're busy, so I just helped out with some analysis, giving a hand. Fu Yan placed the food in front of Jiang Xinghuai while handing him chopsticks, signaling for him to eat first before turning to look at Kong Cheng. Is there something, Captain Kong? This is the situation. Kong Cheng paused briefly after speaking. Your things in the car haven't been collected yet. Try to spare some time when possible to retrieve them. He continued after pausing briefly. By the way, we've confiscated the guns and bombs from your car. Once the transfer occurs, they will reconsider issuing them back to you. Transfer. Jiang Xinghuai froze for a moment, causing a bean sprout dangling from his mouth to fall off. If it's so safe here, why do we need a transfer? This place is only a temporary shelter built hastily by the military district using an old camp within a few days, so of course, there are risks involved. Kong Cheng laughed as he patted his head again. Such shelters have already been established in countless places. Ours might be large in scale, but our sole objective is to fully search for survivors within each jurisdiction and then take vehicles to the military airport, board transport planes for relocation, and join the main force. Where are we being transferred to? Jiang Xinghuai quickly asked. To underground locations, Kong Cheng responded seriously. I can't disclose the specific positions now, but it's our country's largest emergency shelter capable of accommodating everyone. It's the safest place. After finishing, he added with a grave tone, once we determine that all searches in our area are completed, we'll destroy this entire region to achieve temporary clearance of the infected population. I thought, this place already represented the main force. Jiang Xinghuai gave a somewhat embarrassed laugh. How is that possible? Kong Cheng also laughed. Even though our shelter holds quite a number of survivors, it's but a mere drop in the ocean compared to the whole country. He glanced at him then and smiled as he asked, the relocation will happen roughly in half a month. Your combat skills seem pretty decent. Not just decent. Jiang Xinghuai replied modestly. Relocation will require more manpower to help soldiers maintain order and respond to emergencies. There's wages for this job. Interested? Very interested. Jiang Xinghuai nodded vigorously. He wasn't just fascinated by the word work. It was also because he wanted to give himself something meaningful to do. He didn't want to be clueless or labeled as a kid. He didn't want to be a burden to anyone. No. Fu Yan put his hand on his shoulder, pressing him down. He's too young. I'm not that young anymore, I'm an adult, Jiang Xinghuai murmured in opposition while secretly sending Kong Cheng an eye signal. I can handle it. I think you can handle it too. Kong Cheng winked at him. No. Fu Yan frowned deeply. Kong Cheng cleared his throat and explained earnestly, Mr. Fu, we provide special training for voluntary civilian rescue teams. The risk is extremely low, it's just assisting in maintaining the safety of the public in the shelter. Of course, participation is entirely voluntary. I'm willing. Jiang Xinghuai quietly repeated. No rush. We'll be here for at least half a month, that's a conservative estimate. Kong Cheng picked up his lunchbox and lightly tapped Jiang Xinghuai's head with one hand, speaking seriously, after you've convinced your guardian, come to report to me at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Jiang Xinghuai quietly made an okay gesture. Let's eat. Fu Yan said. All right. Jiang Xinghuai stuffed a big mouthful of rice, lowering his head to chew slowly. After chewing for a long while, he finally swallowed that mouthful of rice with difficulty and slowly raised his head. No. Fu Yan refused without looking up. Jiang Xinghuai. I haven't even spoken yet. Jiang Xinghuai muttered resentfully, look at you studying this and that. I don't understand it, but I want to make a contribution too, I also want to contribute my share to the country. No. Fu Yan turned to look at him. Being rejected consecutively, Jiang Xinghuai became unhappy, why not? It's unsafe. Fu Yan sighed and added a vegetable to his bowl, eat first. Kong Cheng said it's pretty safe. Jiang Xinghuai pushed away his food and sulked, and I think I can do it. Seeing this, Fu Yan put down his chopsticks and looked at him for a moment before saying, there is no absolute safety. This job inherently involves danger. Otherwise, you wouldn't need my consent, would you? Moreover, I don't think you're suitable for this job. Jiang Xinhuai stared at the floor, wrinkled his nose, and pouted, feeling aggrieved. You just said you like me. Fu Yan, go ahead then. Chapter 34. Really? Jiang Xinhuai quickly raised his head, eyes full of mischief. He was just pretending to be upset. Fu Yan knew he had been deceived and helplessly looked at him, remaining silent. Then it settled. Jiang Xinhuai came closer, smiling brightly. Jiang Xinhuai had big eyes, and when he tilted his head and smiled, he looked a bit silly, like a big boy. Fu Yan looked at his foolishness, and after trying to keep serious for a while, he couldn't help but laugh along. Don't just laugh. Jiang Xinhuai nudged him with his elbow. I really want to go where Kongqing is. You should think about it some more, Fu Yan said. No way, Jiang Xinhuai pestered, moving closer. I'm not going there to play around. It's not just a passing interest. I just feel. It's truly too dangerous, Fu Yan said, his smile fading as he put a hand against the cheek that kept rubbing against his shoulder. Let's eat first. Fu Yan's attitude towards this matter was exceptionally firm. None of Jiang Xinhuai's usual tactics of whining or cajoling worked. Fu Yan seriously turned his face and made him look at the food. We'll find time to discuss this matter later. Jiang Xinhuai was actually hungry and huffed, thinking he'd fight again later as he ate a few bites, then stopped. The dish didn't taste good, all vegetarian, cooked in a large wok. Some of it wasn't fully cooked, and there wasn't much oil. Since the virus outbreak started, Jiang Xinhuai hadn't gone hungry even once when it came to food. He hadn't lacked anything. At worst, he still had meat cans, and could eat as much as he wanted. This dish, he simply couldn't stomach. Jiang Xinhuai cautiously glanced at Fu Yan, then quietly tilted his head to take a bite of the beef jerky Kongqing gave him. If you don't like it, you don't have to eat it. Fu Yan also didn't force him. Jiang Xinhuai chuckled mischievously. Let me finish eating, Fu Yan added. There's instant heating curry rice in the car. I'll make it for you when we get back. Jiang Xinhuai chuckled again and slowly leaned his head towards Fu Yan. However, instant curry rice lacks nutrients, fresh vegetables are rich in vitamins, Fu Yan suddenly said. Jiang Xinhuai paused. As Fu Yan spoke, he casually turned his head to glance at him, sizing him up and down before saying, only balanced nutrition will help you grow taller. Jiang Xinhuai stiffened for a moment, sat up straight slowly, and rolled his eyes. Shit, he knew that. Old fox. Eat it. This time it was Fu Yan who laughed as he patted Jiang Xinhuai's head. There were drumsticks yesterday, but today, there's not even minced meat left. Jiang Xinhuai grumbled, tearing off half a piece of beef jerky and placing it on Fu Yan's plate. He looked up at the vast cafeteria and lamented sadly, how many people must be here? Can the army keep supplying food if they keep eating like this? Not including soldiers, there are currently 50,000 civilians left. Fu Yan said. So many. Jiang Xinhuai was surprised. Too many. Fu Yan laughed. Before the virus broke out, the total population of the region this base is responsible for was over 3 million. After a few weeks, the survival rate of humans stuck in urban areas has gotten lower and lower, and rescue operations have become harder. As of today, we've only managed to save 50,000 survivors. Do you still think this number is too large? Jiang Xinhuai froze. But don't worry about the food problem. Currently, the reserves are sufficient. However, we won't have much chance to eat fresh vegetables in the future. Fu Yan added. Jiang Xinhuai swallowed the beef in his mouth and hesitantly reached out, picking up a green vegetable and putting it into his own mouth. It still tastes bad. How does Fu Yan manage to eat this? As Jiang Xinhuai was eating, his nose twitched slightly. Did you smell that? Jiang Xinhuai asked. Fu Yan looked up and followed the scent to one direction, frowning immediately. Damn. Jiang Xinhuai also saw what was happening up front, swallowed the flavorless green vegetables in his mouth, and said irritably, why do they get to eat meat? It was a group of over 10 middle-aged men, having just come out from a special serving window. Each was dressed impeccably in suits, looking haughty and conceited, bald heads glistening, and their bellies protruding. What caught the most attention was the plates they were holding. Each was loaded with meat, releasing tempting waves of aroma, causing everyone around to crane their necks to sniff in its direction. After glancing a few times, Jiang Xinhuai understood. These are the privileged class, damn it. He lowered his voice and moved closer to Fu Yan. Don't our scientists and their families get any special supplies? Whose family? Fu Yan calmly tilted his head and looked at him. Dad. Jiang Xinhuai called him. Fu Yan replied, eat your food. The meat is getting closer. Jiang Xinhuai enviously looked over. It smells so good. Fu Yan chuckled and patted his head. Come on, I'll open a meat can for you. 2. Jiang Xinhuai got up. All right. Fu Yan led the way forward. The canteen's main door was ahead, with the aisle here by the dining tables not being very wide, just enough for 3 people to walk side by side. So when that group of middle-aged men with beer guts came over from the front, Jiang Xinhuai and Fu Yan deliberately moved aside a bit. But the bald man leading them acted as though he hadn't seen them. With his meal tray in hand, he walked straight forward and bumped into them. Jiang Xinhuai felt a tightening on his shoulder. Instantaneously, Fu Yan had wrapped an arm around him and pulled him closer into his own chest. Jiang Xinhuai avoided being hit by the tray, but the meat along with the soup spilled all over the floor, splashing his pants. "Oops, sorry, slipped my hand," the bald man said, though his face showed no trace of apology. When he saw he had only collided with a kid, there was already an undertone of impatience. "What's your problem? Didn't you see us coming? Don't know how to keep a distance?" Jiang Xinhuai was startled first, then angry at this comment. After standing straight, he glanced at the spilled meat on the floor, furrowed his brow and eyed the distance between him and the bald man. "How do I seem so well off to you?" "Kid, what do you mean? The corridor is just this wide, bumping shoulders is pretty normal, right? Moreover, I've already apologized." The bald man lost face and his expression darkened. "I haven't even demanded compensation for my lost meat yet, and you're already snapping at me. Do you even know who you're talking to?" Jiang Xinhuai laughed upon hearing that, flipping his middle finger. "Sorry, I don't care who you are." "Hey!" the bald man snapped, stepping forward. And Jiang Xinhuai rolled up his sleeves. As Fu Yan extended his arm to shield him and pull him back. The next second. "Stars?" A deep male voice sounded from behind the bald man. Jiang Xinhuai suddenly froze, his raised hand suspended midair. Fu Yan quickly frowned, recognizing who this man was. The bald man also turned around in surprise, asking, "Mr. Jiang, do you know this person?" The crowd parted, revealing Mr. Jiang Liangyuan among them. Upon seeing him, Fu Yan immediately confirmed it. Jiang Xinhuai should look more like his mother overall, but his eyes were very much like his father's. "Jiang Xinhuai." Jiang Liangyuan called again. Because Jiang Xinhuai simply did not move, or rather, did not even glance at him once. Without making a sound, Fu Yan stepped half a step forward, quietly grasping Jiang Xinhuai's slightly trembling hand. "Is this your son, Mr. Jiang?" the bald man asked again, chuckling awkwardly. "This must be family not recognizing each other." "Yes, Stars, uncle wasn't trying to offend you earlier. Truly, I apologize." Jiang Xinhuai still didn't say anything. From the moment Jiang Liangyuan spoke until now, he had made no reaction except for stiffening. "Jiang Xinhuai." Jiang Liangyuan took a few steps forward, furrowing his brows and reaching out a hand toward him. It was only then that Jiang Xinhuai regained his senses from his stiffness, quickly taking a step back to hide behind Fu Yan. Jiang Liangyuan paused in confusion, swiftly realizing who Fu Yan was and asked, "Who are you?" Fu Yan ignored him, bent down and cupped Jiang Xinhuai's face. "Jiang Xinhuai." "Huh?" Jiang Xinhuai looked at him with a dazed expression. It was too sudden. Fu Yan sighed lightly. "It's fine, don't be afraid." Fu Yan stared into his eyes and repeated it. In fact, ever since arriving at this base and hearing Jiang Liangyuan's voice inside the temporary tent camp, Jiang Xinhuai had known they would eventually meet one day. But he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Even Jiang Xinhuai couldn't understand why, although it was Jiang Liangyuan who left him behind, he was the one too afraid to see Jiang Liangyuan. But in that single moment, Jiang Xinhuai suddenly understood the reason. He just didn't want to let the last little bit of hope he held for Jiang Liangyuan to fade away. Jiang Xinhuai slowly lifted his head, unknowingly gripping Fu Yan's arm tightly. It wasn't until Jiang Liangyuan's face appeared in his line of sight that he suddenly felt disoriented. It was the first time he had seen his father in months, and the man even seemed strange to him. "How did you come over here? Aren't you with your adoptive father?" Jiang Liangyuan frowned at him. "Didn't I tell you to stay home and not go out? Hasn't Zhu Gaofei gone to check on you?" That statement was completely familiar. Jiang Xinhuai quickly recalled how he interacted with Jiang Liangyuan. But this wasn't home, especially with Fu Yan right beside him. He couldn't snap back. It wouldn't look good. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Xinhuai managed to speak calmly. "Dad is at home. I told him before coming over here." "Who did you come with?" "Your so-called boyfriend." Jiang Liangyuan's face twisted in disgust. "Why are you so disobedient?" "I've told you." "Obey." "Obey whom?" Suddenly Jiang Xinhuai burst out angrily, taking a step forward with defiance gleaming in his eyes like a young leopard snarling after having its tail stepped on. "Obey you and wait to die at home." "Jiang Xinhuai." Jiang Liangyuan roared. Jiang Xinhuai turned his head aside, feeling a ringing in his ears. Fu Yan frowned, wrapping an arm around Jiang Xinhuai's waist and pulling him back to create some distance between them. "Your aunt and Bebe, a woman and a child, they have only me." Jiang Liangyuan moved closer, glaring furiously. "You're 17 years old already, can't you understand the situation yet? Can't you learn to empathize?" Fu Yan's expression darkened. Just as he was about to say something, Jiang Xinhuai suddenly spoke. "My birthday is on June 1st. Jiang Xinhuai seemed calm, his voice steady. Jiang Liangyuan was caught off guard. Fu Yan also looked surprised as he turned to look at him. Walking from behind Fu Yan, Jiang Xinghuai stood directly facing Jiang Liangyuan, his gaze free of any hesitation or fear, repeating himself once more, "My birthday is on June 1st. What? This unexpected topic disrupted Jiang Liangyuan's train of thought. "I'm 18 already," Jiang Xinghuai said again. "What do you mean?" Jiang Liangyuan knit his eyebrows tightly. "When I was younger, maybe I needed a dad." Jiang Xinghuai spoke slowly, word by word, "but now I've grown up. I don't want you anymore." Jiang Liangyuan stared wide-eyed, stunned, lost in thought. "Let's go," Jiang Xinghuai said to Fu Yan. Fu Yan gripped his hand firmly without saying anything, placed another hand on his shoulder, protectively sheltering him in his embrace, and led him away. Jiang Liangyuan finally noticed something amiss between the two, frowning as he asked Fu Yan's retreating figure, "Who are you?" Jiang Xinghuai hesitated for just a moment, then continued walking forward. "Who is he?" Realizing something, Jiang Liangyuan stared furiously at their clasped hands and rushed to block their path. "Oh, allow me to introduce him," Jiang Xinghuai said, "this is my new dad." Chapter 35. After Jiang Xinghuai said this, Jiang Liangyuan clearly froze, and the scene became dead silent in an instant. But soon, Jiang Liangyuan came back to his senses, looking at the two hands that were intertwined, gritting his teeth so hard they almost bled. "Jiang Xinghuai." Jiang Liangyuan glared furiously, the veins on his forehead bulging. "If you dare, say it again. What exactly is your relationship?" "I've said it, dare you listen?" Jiang Xinghuai asked calmly in return. He bet that Jiang Liangyuan didn't have the guts. How could a face-saving person like Jiang Liangyuan possibly hear those few words in public? "Do you really want me to say it?" Jiang Xinghuai asked again. Jiang Liangyuan's eyes blazed with anger, wishing he could slap him to death. He gritted his teeth and finally only managed to sneer out, "With his age, he might even be able to be your father. His character has serious issues." The moment these words came out, Jiang Xinghuai exploded. He could let himself be cursed by Jiang Liangyuan, but why should Fu Yan be cursed? Even Fu Yan hadn't reacted yet when Jiang Xinghuai instantly shot out from behind him and launched a counterattack. "Who has character issues?" "You do. Not only do you have character issues, but there's something wrong with your brain too. You give me silence." Jiang Liangyuan went crazy with anger and reached out to drag him over. Jiang Xinghuai stepped back, and Fu Yan's arm immediately wrapped around his waist, pulling him behind him as a shield. "Jiang Xinghuai. Come here." Jiang Liangyuan pointed angrily at both of them, his finger trembling, obviously reaching the edge of his patience. Fu Yan furrowed his brows tightly. "Mr. Jiang, I hope you can calm down." "What are you, giving me advice to calm down?" Jiang Liangyuan suppressed his rage, grinding his teeth. "Let me go. Whether I matter or not doesn't concern you." Fu Yan held his ground firmly blocking him, gazing at him calmly. "If you can sit down, we might have a decent conversation." "All right, let's talk then." Jiang Liangyuan nodded, stepping closer slowly, and lowering his voice threateningly. "No matter what ideas you have about being with my son, listen up. I can use improper means to accuse you of luring minors. Do you believe me? I'm 18 years old." Jiang Xinghuai suddenly interjected coldly. Jiang Liangyuan stared at him wide-eyed, every eyebrow standing upright. "You." Right at this moment, the bald man who had been observing Fu Yan for quite some time suddenly got a shock. His gaze locked onto the side face of this stern-looking man, and finally he came to his senses, raising his hand to stop Jiang Liangyuan. Wait, Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang, wait. Wang Tanhai." Jiang Liangyuan turned around glaring angrily. Wang Tanhai didn't respond to Jiang Liangyuan, his eyes growing larger with disbelief. He asked, Are you Fu Yan? Fu Yan from Fu Lin Medicine?" Fu Yan diverted his gaze towards him. Wang Tanhai also looked at him, becoming increasingly astonished. "What do you mean, Wang Tanhai?" Jiang Liangyuan's face flushed red. "Mr. Fu, I am Wang Tanhai, vice president of Su Group." The bald man named Wang Tanhai didn't even have time to deal with Jiang Liangyuan. In his haste, he took a few steps forward and pulled out a business card from his suit pocket, presenting it with both hands while flashing an earnest smile. "Last month, I accompanied Chairman Su to meet you at the Hangzhou Medical Artificial Intelligence Symposium. Do you remember?" Su Huiwen. Fu Yan recalled a name. Wang Tanhai chuckled awkwardly twice, awkwardly patting his bald head. After all, their group chairman wasn't someone everyone dared to call by full name without fear. But for this man, not only did his status rise alongside his professional capabilities after the outbreak, even before the outbreak, his name was already well known. "Mr. Fu, truly unexpected to run into you here." Wang Tanhai continued to recover the unaccepted business card himself, smiling undiminished. "Our chairman has always wanted another meeting with you. We've even hired people to look for you. Perhaps we could set a date for." Wang Tanhai didn't finish his sentence when Jiang Liangyuan could no longer hold back. Pushing him aside, he lunged to pull Jiang Xinghuai from behind this man. How could Wang Tanhai allow Jiang Liangyuan to grab someone under such circumstances? Fu Yan's existence alone increased the potential success rate of their plan by 90%, ensuring absolute leadership in this space if successful. They had to pull him in. And Jiang Liangyuan was just a medium-sized partner, their relative values clear. Wang Tanhai made an eye signal, and two people behind him promptly stopped Jiang Liangyuan. As he approached to persuade, "Mr. Jiang, please calm down. You may not know Mr. Fu's identity, but he is. Who cares about his identity?" Jiang Liangyuan broke free from the person blocking him, utterly infuriated. "I only know that he's a disgusting homosexual. He wants to mess with my son." The three words, homosexual, would always make waves at any moment among a crowd, making people feel suffocated. This previously noisy crowd suddenly fell silent, and all eyes looked over. Fu Yan shielded Jiang Xinhuai behind him, the discontent in his eyes deepening. Jiang Xinhuai was shaking all over with anger. He knew that Jiang Liangyuan couldn't accept it, and he'd heard Jiang Liangyuan say similar things before, but nothing compared to how this pierced his ears. Why did Jiang Liangyuan have to treat him like this? Is Jiang Liangyuan really his father? What had he done wrong? Nothing. He hadn't done anything wrong. Suddenly, his ears started buzzing. Jiang Liangyuan said something more, but he didn't hear it clearly. Jiang Liangyuan raised his hand, Fu Yan reached out to block it, but he still didn't catch what was said. The next second, Jiang Liangyuan turned around and walked away. Jiang Xinhuai shook his head to get rid of the buzzing sound in his ears. A moist sensation slid down his chin, moving downward. Something dripped onto his wrist. Had he gotten a nosebleed? Before he could realize what was happening, his reflexes made him tilt his head back. Fu Yan, however, reacted even faster, grabbing the back of his head and forcing him to look down. "You can't tilt your head up, it will enter your airway," Fu Yan frowned, pulling out a handkerchief from his pocket and pressing it against Jiang Xinhuai's nose. The handkerchief quickly became red. Fu Yan supported his head, looking into his unfocused eyes with some worry. "Jiang Xinhuai. Jiang Xinhuai. Look at me. Look at me." Jiang Xinhuai finally came to his senses, glancing at the retreating back of Jiang Liangyuan in the distance, then quickly shifting his gaze. He took a breath and grabbed Fu Yan's hand, saying, "Let's go." Fu Yan nodded, stretching out an arm to drape over his shoulder, almost half carrying him as they walked out. To the right outside the canteen door was a small path under the trees, where there was a cement water tank built on the ground. There were many resting sparrows on the tank edge. Hearing footsteps, the sparrows took flight. "Raise your head." Fu Yan took off his suit jacket, wetting a small section with water and applying it to Jiang Xinhuai's nasal bridge. Then he cupped some water in his hands and splashed it on Jiang Xinhuai's forehead. The military base drew water from mountain wells, and the well water was particularly cold. Cold, Jiang Xinhuai tried to shrink his neck to escape the chill but was firmly held by a large hand around his waist. "Be good, don't move," Fu Yan rarely softened his tone. Jiang Xinhuai glanced at him but didn't resist anymore. After a long while, Jiang Xinhuai felt the bleeding stop. He removed the handkerchief from his nose and sniffed. Indeed, no new blood flowed out. "Fu Yan," Jiang Xinhuai looked up at him, "It's fine. It seems it stopped." Fu Yan bent down to check his nasal cavity. The bleeding had ceased. "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Does your nose hurt? Are you dizzy?" As Fu Yan questioned, he used his damp suit jacket to wipe Jiang Xinhuai's face and then wiped his own hands clean afterward. No, Jiang Xinhuai let him rub his face even though it stung, but he didn't dodge. "Why did you suddenly have a nosebleed? Shouldn't you check it out?" Fu Yan touched his nose tip gently. "I'm not going," Jiang Xinhuai lowered his eyes, "I'm hungry." "Then eat." Fu Yan mysteriously pulled out a tin lunchbox from somewhere. When the lid was opened, inside were today's unappetizing green vegetables from the cafeteria. Jiang Xinhuai stared silently for several seconds. Fu Yan pulled him to sit on a nearby stone bench, offering chopsticks. Jiang Xinhuai didn't want to take them, nor did he want to eat. His gaze began to wander until he inadvertently noticed a bloody cut on Fu Yan's palm. "What happened to your hand?" Jiang Xinhuai furrowed his brows and grasped Fu Yan's hand. "It was an accident," Fu Yan replied. "When?" Jiang Xinhuai stopped mid-sentence as he remembered the watch on his father's raised hand. He found it difficult to lift his head, his voice squeezed out of his throat. "Did my dad hit you just now?" Fu Yan chuckled lightly, withdrawing his hand and patting his head. "No." Jiang Xinhuai fell silent. He suddenly blamed himself for his weakness earlier. This was his matter. Why had he hidden behind Fu Yan? Fu Yan knew exactly what he was thinking. The sensitive side of Jiang Xinhuai's character made him feel uneasy. As the child's head dropped lower and lower, Fu Yan reached out to cup his icy cheeks until their eyes met. Only then did he speak seriously. "It's right for me to stand by you, do you know that?" "You." "No," Jiang Xinhuai interrupted, contradicting him. "It's not." Fu Yan paused, taken aback. Jiang Xinhuai looked into his eyes, taking a long moment before slowly opening his mouth. "My parents were always busy with work, and I rarely saw them when I was little. But I always felt they loved me deeply. Because I thought it was something they owed me, no matter what I did, they would never leave me." This was the first time Jiang Xinhuai had voluntarily mentioned anything about his family to someone else. "So when my parents decided to get divorced, I couldn't accept it at all, because both of them already had new families, and I wasn't their only child anymore. It wasn't a given that they had to love me. I got into trouble, I caused problems, and I believed, before they became just parents who might love me, that I deserved everything as a matter of course. But when I realized they no longer loved me, I understood how much of a burden I was, like an extra luggage piece nobody wanted. That's why during the divorce, neither of them wanted me. Fu Yan frowned. He understood what Jiang Xinhuai meant now, and his heart ached for him. Most of the time, you're busy with your own stuff, and I can't help with anything. When you talk with Zhang Yi about things I don't understand, I feel particularly useless. Jiang Xinhuai spoke haltingly but firmly, that's why I want to go work with Kong Cheng. I just don't want to be anyone's burden. Fu Yan felt as if his heart had been pricked into 1,000 holes. Resisting the urge to pull the boy into an embrace, he softly consoled him, you're still young, you have plenty of time to grow up. I don't like it when you say I'm young, do you think of me as just a kid? Jiang Xinhuai furrowed his brow, when you said you liked me, was it just because I'm younger and you were humoring me? Fu Yan found himself torn between laughter and tears at this logic. He'd never once considered Jiang Xinhuai unreasonable before, even though the younger man sometimes exhibited a bit of childish temper. But twisting reality like this was something entirely new. What are you laughing at? Jiang Xinhuai glared at him. If you want to go work with Kong Cheng, that's fine, just remember to stay safe. Fu Yan gently patted his head. Jiang Xinhuai froze, processing the words quickly. His eyes widened in disbelief, you actually agreed? Fu Yan gazed at him, suddenly reaching out to caress his cheek, feeling the soft warmth beneath his hand. The young face was innocent and tender, like a fledgling bird just leaving its nest for the first time, its soft wings flapping uncertainly against the wind. The wind could easily snap his fragile wings, yet in his gaze there was a fierce determination, as if the entire world couldn't sway his resolve. This wasn't a sparrow destined to hide in his arms, Fu Yan had known that from the start. It was his deep desire to protect Jiang Xinhuai that made him fear any harm coming to the boy. In fact, Jiang Xinhuai was braver than him. Fu Yan sighed softly, then smiled again. In a calm tone, he said, you're no one's burden. Have you forgotten? You saved me twice. Jiang Xinhuai froze in place. You're my little hero, Fu Yan added. Jiang Xinhuai floated on cloud 9 after hearing these words, losing balance for a while before regaining his senses. Clearing his throat, he straightened his back. The pride on his face was unmistakable as he looked down at Fu Yan with superiority, of course, that's who I am. Worship me. If you can obediently eat some green vegetables, I'll worship you even more, Fu Yan said, placing a full plate of greens near his lips. Jiang Xinhuai. Chapter 36. After eating one stalk of Chinese cabbage, Jiang Xinhuai refused to eat any more. He just stared at Fu Yan with wide eyes. Really not going to eat? Fu Yan asked seriously. Not eating. Jiang Xinhuai shook his head firmly. The two looked at each other. Fu Yan eventually gave in and stood up, walking forward. After a while, seeing no one follow, he turned back and said, let's go, I'll heat you some beef canned food when we get home. Jiang Xinhuai chuckled, quickly sprinted a few steps, and leapt onto Fu Yan's back. Fu Yan slightly bent down to hold him securely, just as his neck was embraced by a pair of arms. A clear confession came into his ears from the youth. Why are you so nice? What? Fu Yan turned his head to ask. I really like you, Jiang Xinhuai's voice was quieter this time. Wah. Don't pretend, old pervert. Jiang Xinhuai tightened his grip on Fu Yan's neck, ride. Though being treated like a horse didn't bother Fu Yan, as he carried Jiang on his back and walked back, but he still had to ask, what do you like about me? Without even a second thought, Jiang Xinhuai replied, I like that you're old and cute. I'll only get older, Fu Yan whispered half-jokingly. But I will also like you more, Jiang Xinhuai spoke softly yet resolutely. You're the one who's cute, Fu Yan said gently. Jiang Xinhuai smiled, turning his head and caught a glimpse of Fu Yan's smiling side face through the cracks of moist summer wind and tree shadows. Fu Yan isn't old, even if he does get old, he should be a handsome old man. He should still like wearing suits, have an upright waist and back, and continue to look at him seriously yet tenderly. You have a good smell, Jiang Xinhuai sniffed buried in Fu Yan's nape. Dog, Fu Yan teased scoldingly. Jiang Xinhuai blinked his eyes and turned around to look at the road they had come from. A group of people were still gathered at the canteen entrance, and Jiang Liangyuan was standing among them, as if he looked over or maybe he didn't. He took a deep breath, quietly wiping away a small tear and smearing it onto Fu Yan's suit collar. When he was younger, Jiang Liangyuan had carried him like this too, with the same broad back and strong hands. Time flew past, and now the person carrying him had changed. Jiang Xinhuai tightened his arms and closed his eyes. Fu Yan could tell that Jiang Xinhuai wasn't in a good mood, even though he seemed fine and acted lively. Yet the two little wet spots on his suit collar pierced his heart painfully. They didn't go to the cafeteria for dinner either because Fu Yan feared running into something unexpected again. But Zhang Yi found out they hadn't been there and brought quite a bit of food over. After washing off the damp dripping water from his hair, Jiang Xinhuai came out looking puzzled at the snacks on the desk. Who brought these? Zhang Yi, Fu Yan opened the package and handed over a piece of dried meat. Why did Aunt Cheng come? Jiang Xinhuai stuffed it into his mouth after receiving it, tempting me, huh? Aunt Zheng wants you to grow up a bit. Fu Yan poured a cup of water and placed it beside him. Who isn't mature? I am the most mature. Jiang Xinhuai huffed. That's what you say, Fu Yan laughed as he looked at him. Said it. Jiang Xinhuai nodded and confidently straightened himself. I'm working tomorrow, how mature. Remember to stay safe with Captain Kong Cheng, Fu Yan warned. Seeing Jiang Xinhuai nod casually, he felt even more uneasy. Kong Cheng is an active-duty soldier and has served as a special forces soldier with no insignificant military rank. The rules will definitely be strict, although the self-defense team doesn't need to venture out of the base as much as the search and rescue team does. Ensuring the safety within the base is equally important. Fu Yan worried whether Jiang Xinhuai would endure the boring training and high-intensity patrols and security checks. I'm sleepy. I want to wake up early tomorrow. Jiang Xinhuai flipped onto the bed. Don't cover your head completely, it gets cold at night. Fu Yan said, switching off the light. Good night. Good night, Jiang Xinhuai said good night, then paused after a while, doubt creeping into his mind. Wait, Chao Yi just came over to bring food? What else did you guys talk about? Was he? Jiang Xinhuai, Fu Yan sighed deeply, grow up. Jiang Xinhuai pouted, mumbled a couple of words, and in the end didn't ask anymore. He curled up tightly under the blanket like a mummy, sleeping with his anger straight-backed. Unaware of how long he had slept, Jiang Xinhuai woke up feeling suffocated heavily. He coughed lowly while leaning on his pillow, realizing his palm touching the cushion was damp with moisture. What is it? All he saw was pitch blackness. It must already be late at night. He tried to look at the fluorescent clock dial hanging by the wall to judge the time when he belatedly noticed the taste of blood in his mouth. Realizing the situation, Jiang Xinhuai hastily wiped below his nose and felt warm blood continuing to gush down. I'm bleeding from the nose again. Is it because of the heat these past few days? Jiang Xinhuai thought about this and decided not to wake Fu Yan in the middle of the night, so he quietly got out of bed covering his nose with one hand and grabbing the railing with the other, tiptoeing to find his slippers. What are you doing out of bed? Fu Yan's voice suddenly cut through the quiet. Startled, Jiang Xinhuai almost jumped, and as Fu Yan waited without an answer, he began to sit up. Panicking, Jiang Xinhuai blurted out a reason, I'm going to the restroom. Don't trip, Fu Yan said. Holding his nose, Jiang Xinhuai shuffled towards the bathroom. Turning on the light, he glanced at the mirror and was shocked. His reflection showed half of his face covered in blood streaming down to his neck, and even his t-shirt's collar was dyed red. It took Jiang Xinhuai a while to snap back into action, then he quickly shoved off his shirt and hid it in the cabinet under the sink and turned on the cold water tap to rinse his nose. After rinsing for quite some time, the bleeding finally stopped. However, when he stood upright, his head spun dizzyingly. Walking dazedly out of the bathroom, too tired to climb back onto the upper bunk, Jiang Xinhuai kicked off his slippers and skillfully curled into Fu Yan's arms without hesitation. Fu Yan instinctively embraced him, patting his back with a nasal-tinged voice, sleeping without clothes again. Clothes. Jiang Xinhuai's brain muddled as the last conscious thought crossed his mind, tomorrow must remember to wash the clothes during his spare time. He awoke just as the sky began to dawn. Fu Yan emerged from the bathroom and saw him sitting up, surprised. Why are you awake? It's only 6 o'clock. Jiang Xinhuai also felt confused as he looked at the clock. Indeed, why had he woken up? Soon, his attention was fully drawn to Fu Yan. Fu Yan had just come out of the shower, clearly not expecting him to wake up so early. He wasn't wearing a shirt. As Jiang Xinhuai's face grew hotter and hotter, he grabbed the blanket and buried himself under it. What's wrong? Fu Yan pulled the covers away. Nothing, I just want to sleep a bit longer. Jiang Xinhuai, tense, looked at his pants and clung to the blanket, unwilling to let go. Recently, his hormones were truly acting up. He could handle this much, but if 2 streams of blood flowed right there, that would be embarrassing. When he lifted the blanket again, Fu Yan had already dressed and was tying his tie, glancing back after hearing his movements. Jiang Xinhuai gritted his teeth and tugged the blanket over himself again. Fu Yan felt something was amiss. Take it off. Fu Yan said. Jiang Xinhuai, no. Take it off, Fu Yan repeated. Jiang Xinhuai had no choice but to take the cover off. Fu Yan, cover yourself back up. Jiang Xinhuai rolled his eyes and sat cross-legged. Fu Yan helplessly patted his head and smiled. Waking up like this in the morning is normal, don't be shy. Okay. Jiang Xinhuai rested his chin on his knees, lowering his eyelids as his ear tip stealthily turned red. I feel your complexion isn't good. Fu Yan suddenly furrowed his brow and placed his hand on his forehead. Nope, I don't feel unwell. Jiang Xinhuai fidgeted with his messy hair, looking around everywhere except meeting Fu Yan's gaze. Just a bit hungry. Knock knock knock, the sound of knocking came from the door. Fu Yan turned his head toward it. Who would knock so early? Who's there? Jiang Xinhuai asked puzzled. Fu Yan put on his coat and opened the door. Good morning, Mr. Fu, a deep male voice sounded. Captain Kong. Fu Yan was surprised. The man outside was Kong Cheng in full military uniform, wearing a cap, with a bright smile. Kong Cheng. Jiang Xinhuai rushed over. Kong Cheng, call me brother. Jiang Xinghuai, uncle. Kong Cheng relented, fine, call me Kong Cheng then. How did you come, Kong Cheng? Jiang Xinghuai was astonished. Here to pick you up. Kong Cheng lowered his voice, glancing at Fu Yan who had been stepping back since their conversation started. I think you can handle informing your parents. Absolutely. Jiang Xinghuai raised his eyebrows. I'll wait downstairs for you. Kong Cheng glanced at his watch. You have 5 minutes to come down and report to me. No delays tolerated. Saying this, Kong Cheng quickly turned and left. Jiang Xinghuai stood by the door, stunned for a moment, but soon snapped out of it and dashed towards the bathroom. Frantically squeezing toothpaste while bending down to take off his pajama bottoms, he urgently called out, Fu Yan. Get my clothes ready. They're already on the bed. Fu Yan calmly approached, took the toothbrush from his hands, applied the toothpaste properly, and handed it back. Slow down, no rush. After Jiang Xinghuai began brushing his teeth, Fu Yan picked up the pajama bottoms he had just taken off and added them to his own clothes that needed washing. However, as Fu Yan prepared to wash them, he noticed a piece of clothing was missing. Fu Yan turned his head and asked him, Where's your sleepwear? Jiang Xinghuai paused in brushing his teeth, not daring to turn around. Where was his sleepwear? Right now, his sleepwear was sitting blood-stained inside the cabinet under the wash basin. There was no way he could take it out now and explain. That blood looked like something from a murder scene. It would probably prompt Fu Yan to drag him off to the lab for investigation. Jiang Xinghuai was so startled that he gasped sharply, tiny toothpaste foam trickling down his throat and into his airway. Jiang Xinghuai bent over violently and started coughing fiercely. Didn't I tell you not to rush? Fu Yan frowned, filled some water, and held it to his mouth while gently patting his back. I'm fine, fine. Jiang Xinghuai recovered his breath, but his eyes showed unease. I don't remember where I left my sleepwear. Fu Yan nodded and suddenly bent down to pull open the storage cabinet under the wash basin. Wait. Jiang Xinghuai immediately grabbed his hand, his expression tense. What's wrong? Fu Yan looked at him. What are you doing? Jiang Xinghuai exclaimed. To get the soap, Fu Yan replied. Jiang Xinghuai. Do you really have to do laundry now? Go outside. Jiang Xinghuai argued unreasonably, I need to use the restroom. You're brushing your teeth, Fu Yan said flatly. Who says you can't brush your teeth while using the restroom? Jiang Xinghuai shoved him out as he spoke. Shutting the bathroom door, Jiang Xinghuai let out a deep sigh of relief, then turned around, opened the cabinet, and retrieved the sleepwear. He scanned every inch of the small bathroom. This time, it had been hidden in a small compartment behind the mirror. There was no soap in there. Nothing. He could just wash his sleepwear himself when he came back later. He must handle his own affairs. Having finished his bathroom duties, 3 minutes had already passed, and Jiang Xinghuai was truly in a hurry now, running around the room in his underwear, finally managing to get dressed with just enough time. What did he say that made you so anxious? Fu Yan bent down to zip up his coat for him. He said. Jiang Xinghuai looked down and saw his feet still in slippers, nearly going insane. Where are my socks? They're gone. Uncle, where are my socks? Wait. Fu Yan turned toward the wardrobe and found the socks. Only 1 minute left. Jiang Xinghuai sat on the bed and pulled on one sock while Fu Yan helped with the other. I'll come with you for registration, Fu Yan said. No need, Kong Cheng is picking me up. Jiang Xinghuai stood by the mirror, energetically combing his slick back hair after putting on his shoes. In that case, I'll pick you up for lunch. Fu Yan added. No, I'll eat with Kong Cheng. Jiang Xinghuai responded. Fu Yan suddenly felt something was amiss. Kong Cheng is still waiting for me downstairs. I'd better go. Jiang Xinghuai was about to leave when he opened the door. Wait, you. Fu Yan tried to say something more. Uncle, act mature, Jiang Xinghuai remarked. Chapter 37. Fu Yan helplessly ruffled his hair and handed over a water cup filled with warm water. Hold it well. After saying this, Fu Yan shooed him away. Go on. Goodbye, Fu Yan. Jiang Xinghuai took the cup and dashed towards the hallway entrance. Don't run. Before Fu Yan finished his sentence, the figure had already disappeared. Helplessly, he murmured, be careful not to fall. The moment his voice faded, Jiang Xinghuai who had just vanished around the corner suddenly reappeared, arms wide open as he charged back. Fu Yan thought he might have forgotten something, but before he could ask, Jiang Xinghuai already lunged into his arms. Taken aback for a moment, Fu Yan chuckled, lifting his hand to tightly embrace him. Come on. Jiang Xinghuai buried his face in Fu Yan's chest, his muffled voice barely audible, I will stand in front of you, protecting you. You will. Fu Yan patted his back and asked, but do you still have time? Jiang Xinghuai quickly let go and ran back, directly scaling the railing of the second floor without even looking back. He shouted, I'm leaving. I'll pick you up after work tonight. Their dormitory was on the second floor, not very high. Jiang Xinghuai climbed up the edge of the second floor railing, pushed off the wall with his feet, sank his body, released his grip, grabbed the wall again, and crouched down as he landed smoothly. Jiang Xinghua hit the ground supported by one hand, making his descent look like an awe-inspiring leap from above. This entire series of movements was completed within seconds, and his landing posture was extremely standard. He straightened up, brushed the dust off his knees, and turned his head, smiling as he looked at Kong Qing standing several steps ahead in the corridor below on the first floor. "Call me brother," he boasted. Kong Qing admitted he was startled, amazed at how skilled the young boy was. Much better than he had expected. No respect, Kong Qing approached while chuckling and messily ruffled his hair, barely qualified. "Let's go." "How barely?" As they walked, Jiang Xinghua unhappily lowered his head to comb through his hair. "I'm the leader of our club, okay? So your club's level isn't that high, then?" Kong Qing shrugged. "You." Drip, came a brief machine sound. Kong Qing composed himself, unhooked the walkie-talkie hanging on his shoulder, and pressed the left button. "Report, Captain, Search and Rescue Squad number 16 has successfully rescued 62 survivors from the library building. We will arrive at the base in 10 minutes. Please arrange for reception." A clear female voice came through the walkie-talkie. Kong Qing quickly responded after pressing another button. "Received, stay alert, return safely." At the next second when the walkie-talkie sounded, stars were already shining in Jiang Xinghua's eyes. After watching Kong Qing converse with the walkie-talkie, his eyes brightened like a small light bulb. After the virus outbreak, the signal towers were damaged, there was no signal, and mobile phones became useless pieces of metal. Until now, there was still no signal within the base, and mobile phones remained unusable. He knew that Fu Yan previously didn't allow him to join the self-defense team out of concern for him. Though he agreed, he could see that Fu Yan was actually very uneasy about him going alone. So would this walkie-talkie ease some of Fu Yan's concerns? "What are you looking at?" Kong Qing noticed his gaze. "Can I get 2 of these walkie-talkies?" Jiang Xinghua asked, adding another request. "Okay, brother. This is military equipment, limited in quantity, and you don't have the authority to own it." However, seeing Jiang Xinghua's expression grow heavier, Kong Qing changed the tone. "If you pass the test, I might consider rewarding you with one." "What test?" Jiang Xinghua quickly asked. "We'll discuss that at the training field." Kong Qing led the way and quickened his pace. The training field was the large gathering square of the former military camp converted into use. On this spacious and flat field, all kinds of troops in this military district gathered together. Huge helicopters landed amid roaring wind, military trucks that had just transported food returned, and there were even tanks splattered with blood and dust. This place was far from the residential area where civilians lived, yet quite close to the base gate. In order to deal with emergencies at any time, Kong Qing stopped Jiang Xinghua at the location of the military dogs, where several soldiers were training their dogs to bite on command. The barks of military dogs and their fierce appearances were intimidating. "That dog looks so cool," Jiang Xinghua marveled. "Those are military dogs." Kong Qing glanced at him with some implication, then loudly called out, "De Long. Bring Meng Wang over." Upon receiving the order, the soldier standing afar quickly came over with a dog. "Do you know which team among all the direct rescue squads in the military district now has the lowest casualty rate?" Kong Qing suddenly asked, seizing the opportunity. Jiang Xinghua scanned the entire area and pointed to that large and flawless tank. Regardless of whether these large military vehicles like tanks can enter the city, even if they did, it would be nearly impossible for them to carry out rescue operations in the city. If blocked, thousands of infected would easily trap this mobile giant. Kong Qing shook his head to negate the suggestion and instead pointed to the military dog that had just run over. "It's the military dog squad. Since the virus outbreak, they have always fought on the front line. Their sense of smell allows them to quickly locate survivors, their stamina can draw away large numbers of infected, and they can even take on 5 or 6 infected alone. The military dog squad has participated in more than 500 searches so far and successfully completed over 400 missions." "Do you know why?" Kong Qing asked again. "Because military dogs won't be infected by the virus?" Jiang Xinghua realized the answer. In a situation where even being scratched by an infected person's nails could cause infection, soldiers only have one life, while military dogs, as long as they are not mortally wounded, effectively have countless lives. Pretty smart. "So far, no cases of infection after bites have been found among the military dogs," Kong Qing said while looking at the military dog standing still before them. "Come on, say hello to King Meng." Jiang Xinghua looked at this solemn-looking dog and thought it resembled Fu Yan. King Meng was a purebred German shepherd, tall and strong with straight ears, exuding power and health. Jiang Xinghua squatted down to touch the black fur on its back, but King Meng glanced at him indifferently, keeping its chest puffed up as ever. "This is your competition opponent in this test," Kong Qing suddenly said. "What?" Jiang Xinghua froze. "Friendship first, competition second." Kong Qing bent down and patted King Meng's head, smiling. "King Meng, take it easy on the kid. You're asking me to compete against a dog?" Jiang Xinghua reacted. "That's a canine." Kong Qing suddenly shouted loudly. Jiang Xinghua jumped at the sudden roar. Kong Qing laughed again, patting his shoulder. "Go ahead." Jiang Xinghua. Crazy, unpredictable mood swings. The test consisted of basic climbing, balance, and sprinting exercises. There were 12 levels in total, each progressively harder. Jiang Xinghua familiarized himself with them briefly and rolled up his sleeves with determination, vowing to win the first place. Ready. Kong Cheng raised his hand. Jiang Xinghua prepared carefully, crouching slightly with tightened muscles, ready to go at full force. He gave a challenging look to his opponent and tried to blurt out something fierce, but the opponent wagged its tail. Jiang Xinghua. With the sound of the whistle, both man and dog bolted forward instantly, cutting through the air sharply. There were 12 hurdles, narrow balancing beams, towering wooden walls, various obstacles, just 100 meters in total, yet it was extremely unlikely for an ordinary person to even reach the end. The whistle blew again. 29 seconds. Kong Cheng pressed the stopwatch. Both arrived at the same time. Jiang Xinghua was dumbfounded. King Meng didn't give his all. If he really opened up, you wouldn't even be able to catch up with his tail. He liked you, so he ran along with you, Kong Cheng added. Jiang Xinghua was enraged, his already uneven breathing getting faster. At this moment, a middle-aged man in military uniform, with a cold face and towering figure, approached from not far away. Kong Cheng quickly stood at attention and saluted, "Greetings, Commander." The stern-faced man nodded, then looked at Jiang Xinghua next to Kong Cheng. Jiang Xinghua was still catching his breath, staring intently at the mineral water bottle in the man's hand. Gong Zhenhua handed over the water. "Thank you, uncle." Jiang Xinghua quickly took it, unscrewed the cap, and drank more than half the bottle in one go. "Call Commander Gong." Kong Cheng reminded him. Gong Zhenhua was currently the highest-ranking leader in the base, merely 45 years old, yet in a crucial position. This wasn't due to family background but iron-fisted leadership, making him greatly feared by almost all soldiers because of his well-established reputation. Where did this kid come from? Gong Zhenhua frowned as he examined Jiang Xinghua. "Are you of age?" "Report, Commander, I'm of age and voluntarily registered as a member of the self-defense team." After Kong Cheng finished speaking, he added another sentence, "and has very strong abilities." "Explosive strength is passable, endurance too poor," Gong Zhenhua commented flatly. "Too young. Where are your parents?" Gong Zhenhua asked further. "His parent is Mr. Fu." Kong Cheng answered. "Fu Yan." After receiving the answer, Gong Zhenhua turned to look at Jiang Xinghua, and an unusual expression appeared on his cold face. "Is Fu Yan your parent?" "Could you say that?" Jiang Xinghua hesitated and nodded. Mr. and Mrs. Fu were both highly accomplished medical doctors who specialized in aid missions to Africa. Their research on the Dikela virus vaccine saved countless lives. I admire them deeply, and I also see great potential in Mr. Fu because researchers are the guiding lights of this era. A hint of warmth softened Gong Zhenhua's otherwise cold, icy face. "What's your relationship with him?" "His younger brother." Jiang Xinghua thought for a moment. "He is my..." Beep, beep, beep. The radio dangling from Kong Cheng's left shoulder blared urgently. Gong Zhenhua and Kong Cheng exchanged glances, their expressions shifting at once. Kong Cheng quickly pressed the button. "Captain. Captain." The hoarse female voice nearly overwhelmed the radio. A knot tightened in Kong Cheng's stomach. Squad 16 has been attacked by more than 100 infected variants. All 62 survivors in the library building have been infected. The convoy is less than a kilometer away from the base. Requesting support. Requesting support. Kong Cheng immediately issued the command, "Draw the variants away. Head left toward the reservoir. Support will arrive in 5 minutes." Even before Kong Cheng had finished issuing his order, Gong Zhenhua was already waving a team together. "I'll lead the group over there, you guard the base entrance strictly. Starting now, no living creature gets inside without my permission." "Yes, sir." Kong Cheng saluted sharply. Jiang Xinghua froze the moment he heard the word variants. Infected variants, they'd encountered them before, those skeleton-like monsters that could easily scale a 30-story building barehanded. More than 100 of those monsters. Just 1 kilometer away from the base. The base alarm suddenly roared, low but piercing. This was the first time Jiang Xinghua had heard the alarm since arriving here. He remembered the soldier briefing him when he entered the base. "If you hear the alarm, hide immediately. You. Get in the car." Kong Cheng practically lifted Jiang Xinghua into a vehicle and barked at the driver, "Take him to the experimental building." Before Kong Cheng even finished speaking. Boom. An enormous explosion erupted, shaking the air violently as flames surged skyward. Everyone instinctively turned their eyes toward the mushroom cloud of fire rising in the distance. Jiang Xinghua leaped to his feet, banging his head painfully against the hard roof of the car. But he barely noticed the pain as his eyes widened, transfixed on the flaming direction to the southeast. That was the main gate of the base. Chapter 38. The blinding white light that exploded in the sky was even brighter than the rising sun in the east. Jiang Xinghua had only seen bombs of such power in movies. That kind of slowly spreading shock, which actually detonated outward from the center point in an instant, could make one's mind go blank immediately. "Get down." Kong Cheng pulled his small arm, pulling him out of the car and onto the ground, firmly pressing him into his arms. The powerful wave of air pressure arrived in the next second. The air was squeezed away, bodies were pressed, the earth was booming, trembling. Time suddenly seemed to freeze. When Jiang Xinhuai stood up with weak legs being held by Kong Cheng, his head was dazed, and his ears heard nothing. He had never felt the world so quiet. Jiang Xinhuai. Jiang Xinhuai. Kong Cheng tightly grabbed his shoulders and shook him. Jiang Xinhuai's stomach gave a spasm, and he dry-heaved a few times, throwing up what he'd eaten in the morning. When he straightened up again, his hearing returned to normal. You stay here, follow the Demon King. Kong Cheng looked pale. A bomb with such explosive force, whether it exploded inside or outside the base, was unimaginable. If it had exploded within the base and breached the gate, they would lose the barrier to block infected mutants. If it had happened outside the base. Outside the base was the temporary camp area, where thousands of ordinary people waiting for inspection as well as patrolling troops were stationed. Both consequences were beyond everyone's capacity to bear. Kong Cheng pulled down the dizzy driver and started issuing emergency orders through the radio while jumping onto the driver's seat to start the car. Jiang Xinhuai heard the roar of the car engine, saw Kong Cheng about to leave alone, quickly opened the rear car door and jumped in. The rear door hadn't been fully closed when Wang, the dog, leaped onto his lap. Kong Cheng then slammed on the gas pedal, sharply turning the steering wheel to the left. Jiang Xinhuai was still closing the door halfway when his body surged forward suddenly. Woof! Wang barked, bit onto the back of his collar and dragged him back, making Jiang Xinhuai fall backward, thereby closing the car door. Hearing the sound, Kong Cheng turned around swiftly to find a person and a dog on the back seat. How did you two get on? I'm coming to help you. Jiang Xinhuai clutched Wang, looking at him with an uncomfortable paleness on his face. Caused by the explosion shock earlier. Kong Cheng looked deeply at him, turned back, and floored the accelerator. Hold on. Kong Cheng said. The training ground was about a kilometer from the base gate. Jiang Xinhuai knew that even at a distance of approximately a kilometer, he had been affected by the bomb's after-effects. He could imagine how tremendous the impact must have been closer to where the bomb exploded near the base gate. However, when the car stopped and Jiang Xinhuai got out, he was still stunned. The situation was much worse than he imagined. Almost all soldiers were lying face down on the ground. Those who vomited were considered lightly injured, most had bleeding ears and noses and were directly unconscious. The best outcome was perhaps the base gate remaining intact, heavy and steadfastly standing there. Lend a hand. Kong Cheng jumped off the car and went directly toward the nearest overturned patrol vehicle. Under the car, a person was trapped. They pushed the car together, finding underneath it a soldier with a severely bloodied head but still awake, half opening his eyes, full of fear. Upon recognizing Kong Cheng, his lips quivered and he called out, Captain Kong. It's over, don't talk. Kong Cheng supported his head partially to prevent blood from entering his windpipe while swiftly taking down the radio. Medical team needs to reach the military district gate immediately. The soldier breathed heavily, swallowing saliva mixed with blood, trying to say something but triggered a cough. How did the explosion happen? Kong Cheng frowned further, continuing his inquiry. The military equipment department hasn't received any application for large-scale bombing weapons. Someone blew up the high-voltage electric room. The soldier gritted his teeth angrily. What? Kong Cheng was startled and angry. The outermost perimeter of the temporary camp was a layer of high-voltage grid, the voltage reaching 1000 V. Whether it was the infected or the mutants, anyone touching it would collapse instantly. And the power transmission of the grid was converted nearby by engineers using the high-voltage tower into the high-voltage electric room. Without mentioning the explosive power of the high-voltage electric room, it was uncertain whether anyone in the temporary base would have survived. However, the grid was definitely completely destroyed. That was their first firewall against the virus. Heavy and orderly footsteps came from the ground. Jiang Xinhuai turned around. It was the army coming over. Kong Cheng patted Jiang Xinhuai's head, saying, You help him get into the car, the medical team will be here soon, don't wander around, wait for me in the car. Jiang Xinhuai nodded. Kong Cheng looked at him, wanting to say something else but the nearby army had already gathered, so he just patted his shoulder to comfort him before quickly turning around and walking towards the army. Our captain. The soldier's eyes became bloodshot as Kong Cheng left. To protect us, he stood in front of the gate, and sacrificed himself. Jiang Xinhuai looked down at him, thought for a moment and took out the biscuits that Fu Yan had put in his pocket, placing them in the palm of the soldier's hand. I'll carry you over, how much do you weigh? The soldier looked at the small biscuit in his hand, then slowly smiled, laughing and crying all at once. He said, a bit heavy. The medical team arrived shortly, and the soldier was taken away with the biscuit. Jiang Xinhuai returned to the side of the car, looking at the blood on his hands from the soldier, then gazed up at the towering gate, his heart skipping a beat. He stood up, climbed onto the top of a nearby patrol car, stepping onto the hood of a large truck beside him. The military district gate was very high, and despite Jiang Xinhuai trying his best to tiptoe and see further, he could only catch a glimpse of a small part outside, but even this little portion was enough to make his legs go weak. Large patches of black scorched earth spreading out radially, half bodies blown to a bloody pulp, the camp ruins. Get down! Kong Cheng shouted from below the car. Jiang Xinhuai took a deep breath and climbed down, not waiting for Kong Qing to speak before opening his mouth firmly. Fu Yan must be scared out of his wits, I need to go comfort him. Jiang Xinhuai's tone was resolute, if you're fine, then I'll leave first. Kong Qing looked at his pale face, nodding, alright, I'll find someone to send. What person? Stop. A shout came from a distance. Stop. Don't run. The two looked towards the noise. A middle-aged man was stumbling over running towards them, carrying a bulging leather bag under his arm. His expensive suit was now wrinkled like a mess, one of his luxury brand shoes was missing. Kong Qing frowned after looking at him twice, stepping forward to block his way and raising his hand to signal the soldiers behind not to chase any longer. On seeing Kong Qing, the middle-aged man's lips quivered slightly and he actually stopped. Jiang Xinhuai narrowed his eyes at the approaching figure, finding the man familiar but couldn't immediately recall who it was. Kong Qing took a good look at the middle-aged man, Wang Qinhai. What are you doing here? Upon hearing Wang Qinhai's name, Jiang Xinhuai remembered. It was the bald man who met his father that day and also knew Fu Yan. It's Captain Kong. Wang Qinhai's eyes evaded, glancing back at the gate, revealing his terror again. He didn't expect this. More than half of the temporary camp was gone, at least 3,000 or 4,000 people dead, not to mention the soldiers, and maybe even a company commander. I'm asking why you're here. Kong Qing stepped forward, his sharp gaze fixing on him, his tall stature and his neatly pressed uniform exuding an oppressive presence like waves of the sea. Wang Qinhai took a step back, struggling to raise his chin, tugging on his torn suit, straightening his posture, seemingly regaining the sense of superiority he usually felt. I represent Su Group to bring supplies to the masses of the temporary camp, you know, our Mr. Su. Hey! Wang Qinhai was halfway through when he flicked his eyelids and saw Jiang Xinhuai standing behind Kong Qing, scrutinizing closely, astonished. Aren't you Mr. Zhang's son, is that right? Stars? Jiang Xinhuai raised an eyebrow and said nothing. True or false, he had clearly seen him earlier, now what pretense of recognizing him first? Stars, forgot me already? Wang Qinhai stepped closer. I'm a friend of your dad's, don't you remember Uncle Wang? I don't remember. Jiang Xinhuai said. No, Stars, your dad and I are old friends. He was actually very happy to see you that day, just a bit overly eager. Come on, follow Uncle Wang to see your dad, I'll definitely tell you all about him properly. Jiang Xinhuai gave him the middle finger. Wang Qinhai. Captain Kong, Wang Qinhai chuckled awkwardly, lifting his foot to turn and walk. If there's nothing, I'll take my leave. Wait. Kong Qing spoke in a low, deep voice. Wang Qinhai hesitated, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He didn't even dare to turn around. What's in your bag? Kong Qing squinted at the leather bag under Wang Qinhai's arm. Wang Qinhai sighed in relief. He took the bag down, unzipped it, and handed it over while opening it and laughing, just some cigarettes. Would Captain Kong like any? Kong Qing didn't look at the bag, he stared at Wang Qinhai's smirking lips, staying silent for a moment before suddenly gesturing with his hand. Mr. Wang is injured, take him to the medical team. Conduct a thorough check. Yes. A soldier not far away stood at attention, saluted, and quickly came forward to grab Wang Qinhai and walk away. Hey! I don't need help. I'm fine, let me go. Captain Kong. Colonel Kong. Kong. Do you know Wang Qinhai? Kong Qing looked at Wang Qinhai's retreating figure and asked. I've met him. Jiang Xinhuai hesitantly nodded. He knows my father and Fu Yan. Kong Qing turned around and glanced at him, smiling. Don't worry, this has nothing to do with you. Wang Qinhai, Kong Qing said, shaking his head helplessly, right now, 90% of the food supply for this base comes from their Su family group. They say they're handing everything over to the military and supporting the nation, but they're always controlling the output of food. They also have a so-called guard squad surrounding them. You've been to the cafeteria, right? People following Su Huaiwen get special food supplies while others only eat vegetables. With weak troops and strong civilians now, I feel that, sooner or later there's going to be trouble. We should start relocating people as soon as possible. Kong Qing didn't know his words were about to come true. Jiang Xinhuai furrowed his brows for a while before slowly speaking. My father seems to be related to them. You, Kong Qing was shocked and quickly covered his nose, asking with a frown, why are you having a nosebleed? Jiang Xinhuai froze, another nosebleed. It's fine, I just. Jiang Xinhuai said halfway when he suddenly felt dizzy and leaned forward. Kong Qing quickly held him up, shouting in panic, Jiang Xinhuai. Jiang Xinhuai only blacked out for a second, quickly regaining his composure. He stood straight, wiping the blood under his nose. It's nothing, nothing. I've eaten too much canned food these past few days, and the weather here is dry, making me internally overheated. It's fine, I was going back anyway. The heavy sound of an engine started. No need, Kong Qing raised his head to look ahead. Your parent has come to pick you up. Jiang Xinhuai turned back. A black SUV had stopped 50 meters away with its engine off. The car door opened, revealing black leather shoes stepping into the wind-whipped sand. Fu Yan was wearing a white lab coat over his suit, rushing straight from the lab. Fu Yan. Jiang Xinghai exclaimed in surprise. Fu Yan squinted, seeing Kong Cheng's arm around Jiang Xinghai's waist, stopping in his tracks. He then spoke, "Come over." Chapter 39. How did you come here? Jiang Xinghai ran to him in surprise. Fu Yan caught him with one hand, while taking a handkerchief from his pocket and pressed it under his nose. "What's wrong with your nose?" Jiang Xinghai didn't care, looking up at him. "Nothing." "Didn't you go to the lab building?" "I heard an explosion." Fu Yan furrowed his brow and looked around, the overturned cars, people lying unconscious on the ground, and a faintly seen burnt black corner through the gate. The situation was worse than he had expected. Fu Yan held Jiang Xinghai's back tightly. "What happened?" "Mr. Fu." Kong Cheng walked over and nodded in greeting. "Captain Kong." Fu Yan extended his hand, they shook hands briefly, then separated. The specific cause of the explosion needs to be investigated. The explosion occurred at the temporary camp outside the main gate. The base is temporarily safe but requires a curfew. Please take him back to the residential area as soon as possible, Kong Cheng said. "Thanks for your help, Captain Kong." Fu Yan expressed gratitude. "It's my duty." Kong Cheng smiled, turning to look at Jiang Xinghai. "Today's training ends here, count you as the winner. I'll have someone send the prize to you." "What do you mean by count?" Jiang Xinghai covered his nose unwillingly. "I can compete with it again." "Go back first." Kong Cheng reached out to pat his head. "Captain Kong, we'll leave first." Fu Yan put his hand on Jiang Xinghai's head first, smiling gently and said, "You handle it first." Kong Cheng raised an eyebrow, withdrew his hand, and smiled in agreement. After getting into the car, Jiang Xinghai lowered the window, waving goodbye to Kong Cheng outside the car. "Seatbelt." Fu Yan twisted his neck and pulled him back, then closed the window. Jiang Xinghai paid no attention to other things, focusing on buckling the seatbelt. Fu Yan turned the steering wheel left, avoided the soldiers coming, and asked, "Is the nosebleed still flowing?" "Seems not." Jiang Xinghai took away the handkerchief and tilted his head to show him. "Look up." Fu Yan glanced and confirmed that there was indeed no more bleeding. Jiang Xinghai looked up and said, "It's nothing, maybe just heatiness." Fu Yan watched the road ahead and reached out accurately, half holding his face beside him, rubbing the bloodstains below his nose forcefully with the thumb pad. "This is the second time I've told you not to eat less greens." Actually, it was already the third time, but Jiang Xinghai wasn't planning to reveal the blood-stained pajamas. "Oh no, I didn't eat them." Jiang Xinghai felt guilty and looked down, rummaging through the storage compartment. "Is there anything to eat?" "I'm hungry." "You mustn't eat snacks anymore." Fu Yan warned, "Go back and eat a proper meal." "I gave my biscuits this morning to someone else." His head got cracked. Jiang Xinghai looked down at the bloodstain on his own clothes, frowned for a moment, then lowered his voice. "I'll tell you, I heard someone said that the high-voltage power room exploded." "High-voltage power room?" Fu Yan paused in astonishment. "Why blow up the high-voltage power room?" "I don't know." Jiang Xinghai shook his head, then remembered what he saw standing on the car, becoming angry again. "You didn't see it, all those people outside the gate. They were all blown to death. I saw it from the top of the car." "Stop thinking about it." Fu Yan placed his hand on his occipital and patted him comfortingly like a little dog. Jiang Xinghai sighed, leaned his head against Fu Yan's palm and rubbed slightly, sorrowfully said, "Shit." Fu Yan didn't say anything, pinched the flesh on his neck, and looked out the car window. The car was driving between buildings. In the distance stood the tall iron fence of the original military zone, and outside it was a layer of barely visible burnt black iron mesh. Near the iron mesh, several people dressed in military uniforms were standing. This short scene quickly passed by. Fu Yan turned his head forward, frowning. The high-voltage power room was the supply source for the powerful electric fence around the entire perimeter of the base. Once destroyed, the external electric fence would stop functioning completely. Therefore, the high-voltage power room was closely maintained and accidents were rare. Who could run into the army's eyesight and blow up the high-voltage power room? And why would they? There is not a single person left. Jiang Xinghai rested his chin on the car window watching outside. The alarm rang for only 5 minutes. This speed is much faster than our earthquake drill at school. The alarm sound in the base had stopped by now. All the way into the residential area, everywhere in sight was empty. On the roads, more soldiers armed with guns began patrolling, their expressions solemn and serious. The usually noisy residential area seemed unusually silent. Fu Yan parked the car, and pulled Jiang Xinghai towards the dormitory building. Fu Yan walked ahead, while Jiang Xinghai trailed behind slowly, eating the bread and juice Fu Yan had given him. When Fu Yan stopped, Jiang Xinghai didn't realize it in time and bumped straight into his back. "What's wrong?" Jiang Xinghai swallowed a bite of bread and looked up, only to see an unexpected person. Jiang Liangyuan. Jiang Liangyuan was dressed in a slightly worn suit with sneakers on his feet, standing upright under the dormitory building. Upon seeing them, his expression turned uncertain as he shot a glare at Fu Yan before turning around and walking toward the green zone behind him. This was a sign for Jiang Xinghai to go alone. Jiang Xinghai glanced at Fu Yan, gripping tightly onto the bread in his hand, unsure what to do. Fu Yan patted his back. "I'll wait here for you." I won't go, I hate him, Jiang Xinhuai said, looking at Jiang Liangyuan's retreating back and taking another bite of bread. You decide yourself, Fu Yan replied. After several quick bites, Jiang Xinhuai finally managed to swallow the bread down with difficulty and said, I want to ask him. Go ahead. Fu Yan took the bread and drink from his hand, you can eat when you come back. Jiang Xinhuai nodded, wiped his mouth, and walked over. Actually, there wasn't much to ask. Without expectation in his heart, the missing piece that once felt significant no longer mattered. But he just couldn't let it pass. Whether he swallowed or spit out this bitterness, Jiang Liangyuan owed him an explanation. Aren't you even going to call me? The two stared at each other for a long time before Jiang Liangyuan broke the silence first. Dad! Jiang Xinhuai called out. Jiang Liangyuan's face clearly showed surprise, he didn't expect Jiang Xinhuai to so directly address him as Dad. Have you ever worried about me? Jiang Xinhuai asked. What? Jiang Liangyuan didn't catch it. If I had died at home, would you have been sad? Jiang Xinhuai repeated. What are you talking about? Jiang Liangyuan frowned, are you blaming me? Blaming me for not finding you first. How many times do I have to tell you, it was more dangerous for your aunt and the others. Back then. It was more dangerous for them, a woman and a child who needed him more than Jiang Xinhuai. It seemed like Jiang Liangyuan hadn't done anything wrong. The one who failed to understand was Jiang Xinhuai, unreasonable and throwing tantrums. Jiang Xinhuai didn't want to hear any more and interrupted him, okay, why did you come find me? Jiang Liangyuan hesitated, glancing impatiently at Fu Yan standing far away before lowering his voice and ordering sharply, go pack your things and leave with me. Leave with you? Jiang Xinhuai sounded surprised. You're my son. Jiang Liangyuan frowned as he said it. Do you treat me as your son? Jiang Xinhuai raised his eyebrows and countered. Don't I treat you as my son? Jiang Liangyuan grew angry, nearly shouting something loud before biting his lip and stopping himself. He glanced around, his eyes red with fury, whispering angrily, if I don't treat you as my son, would I come find you? If I don't treat you as my son, would I let you stay with that old man? Jiang Liangyuan abruptly clammed up, paused for a moment, and then irritably urged, fine, hurry up and go pack your things. Words were wasted. Jiang Xinhuai turned around and started to walk away. Wait. Jiang Liangyuan grabbed his arm, Jiang Xinhuai. Jiang Xinhuai turned back and looked at the hand holding his arm, suppressing the anger rising inside him, saying, Dad, from the last fight we had at your office until now, we haven't seen each other for more than a month. Yesterday when you saw me, your first question was how I got here. I thought you would at least say something. At this point, Jiang Xinhuai shrugged, finding it meaningless, pulling away from Jiang Liangyuan's grip, never mind, I'm not blaming you anymore. I used to blame you, but I don't now. So I won't be with you. I've told you before, I hate her, and I also hate your little son. But your usual habit is to ignore everything I say, so it's better this way, you'll never listen anyway. Jiang Liangyuan opened his mouth, speechless for a long time, and finally coldly said, I live in that small red-roofed house on the left. Before 7 o'clock tonight, if you change your mind, come find me. I'm still your dad, I won't harm you. How could you, forget it. That's all. After saying this, Jiang Liangyuan sighed heavily and walked away. Jiang Xinhuai watched his retreating back, furrowing his brow. He felt something was off. Jiang Liangyuan was someone who cared deeply about saving face. Just yesterday, they had a public argument which embarrassed him greatly. There was no way Jiang Liangyuan would take the initiative to come and ask him to move in with them after losing face like that. Jiang Xinhuai faintly sensed this abnormality but couldn't immediately connect it to anything. It was like holding several tangled strings in his hands, unsure where to begin untangling them. A broad hand patted his back, and he turned around to see Fu Yan. Fu Yan glanced at his face and patted his nose tip comfortingly, aren't you hungry? What's with the days? Let's go. I feel something is off, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Jiang Xinhuai furrowed his brows as he tried to recall what Jiang Liangyuan had said earlier. What's wrong? Fu Yan asked. He said. Jiang Xinhuai strained to remember Jiang Liangyuan's words but couldn't pinpoint the oddity. All that came to mind was Jiang Liangyuan's infuriated and commanding face, which reignited his anger. That side was more dangerous than this one, all sorts of pompous nonsense. The hell, that old bastard. He shouldn't have expected anything sensible from Jiang Liangyuan in the first place. Jiang Xinhuai grew angrier as he thought about it, damn it, that old man even called you old man. Wait, who's old? He's almost 40 and practically in his grave, yet he dares call you old. Fu Yan was between laughter and seriousness as he pulled him upstairs, calming him by asking, what do you want to eat later? Jiang Xinhuai got distracted, muttering under his breath, as long as it's not green vegetables. Chapter 40. The military base remained under lockdown all the way until evening without lifting. During this time, apart from when the army handed out food once in the corridors, no one was allowed to leave the dormitory building. The distant gunshots were intermittent, and no one knew the situation at the base's gate. It was only 6 o'clock, yet it had already grown mostly dark, with thickening clouds overhead. However, the rain still hadn't come down, as if an immense storm was building up. Jiang Xinhuai supported his cheek, unable to keep his eyelids from drooping. Knock knock. Fu Yan was reading a book in one hand while knocking on the desk with the knuckles of his other hand. Fu Yan, hurry up and write. Jiang Xinhuai pouted unhappily, I want to sleep. Fu Yan glanced at his watch, 10 more minutes of writing, then go take a shower. Why 10 more minutes? I won't write anymore. Jiang Xinhuai wailed, slamming his head onto the table and refusing to get up. Jiang Xinhuai. Fu Yan called out. Jiang Xinhuai didn't lift his head, muttering, I don't care, hit me if you want. Have I ever hit you? Fu Yan sighed helplessly, reaching to grab the back of his neck. Jiang Xinhuai let out a moan but kept his head down. Fu Yan took over the notebook, sighing at the sight of the messy scribbles with no problem solved. He thought seriously for a moment, dragged his chair closer to narrow the distance between them, and then said, Xing, Teacher Geng told me your grades used to be very good. So what? Jiang Xinhuai replied nonchalantly. You're not incapable of learning, you just don't want to. Fu Yan stated. I'm not dumb, Jiang Xinhuai mumbled. You're very smart, Fu Yan complimented. Jiang Xinhuai was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. Stop laughing. Fu Yan quickly turned serious, glancing at his watch before saying sternly, finish one question by 6:10, or I'll slap your palm. Jiang Xinhuai continued to chuckle but obediently picked up the pen, although he looked at Fu Yan instead of the problem. If you don't finish by 6:10. Before Fu Yan could finish speaking, something else that another person had said flashed through Jiang Xinhuai's mind. Tonight, if you change your mind before 7 o'clock, come find me. Before 7 tonight. Why before 7? Why does he have a time limit for me to go to him? Jiang Xinhuai suddenly said something that seemed unrelated. Huh? Fu Yan asked. Jiang Xinhuai said nothing, furrowing his brow tightly and grabbing his hair. I wouldn't have come to you unless you weren't my son, I wouldn't have let you be with that old man. Tonight. If you change your mind before 7 o'clock, come find me. At least I'm your dad, I wouldn't harm you. Sentence after sentence that Jiang Liangyuan had spoken flashed through his mind, and this time Jiang Xinhuai grasped the odd part. In the morning, at the base gate, Wang Tanhai rushed over in panic after the explosion. Something's wrong. Jiang Xinhuai suddenly stood up. Connecting what Jiang Liangyuan had said with Wang Tanhai's appearance at the explosion site clearly raised some questions. What's wrong? Fu Yan grabbed his wrist. Jiang Xinhuai repeated what Jiang Liangyuan had said himself and mentioned his own suspicions about Wang Tanhai. Fu Yan's expression changed. Because reversing the information made it clear. If the explosion was related to Wang Tanhai, then what Jiang Liangyuan had said was deeply meaningful. They exchanged glances for several seconds. Go find Kong Cheng. Jiang Xinhuai said. Before leaving, Jiang Xinhuai glanced at the time, 6:20. Outside, the sky had completely turned dark, with layers of clouds pressing down, as if the heavens were bearing down on people's heads. The car headlights pierced through the darkness, speeding towards the gate. If the explosion really has anything to do with Wang Tanhai and them, what are they trying to do? Jiang Xinhuai frowned tightly, puzzled, why would they bomb the high-voltage room? Are they crazy? The entire military area is surrounded by a ring of high-voltage electric fences. Fu Yan explained. Huh? Jiang Xinhuai didn't quite understand. Fu Yan turned his head to look at him and said softly, the electric fence blocks things from outside while also blocking people inside. Jiang Xinhuai froze, finally understanding why Jiang Liangyuan had come looking for him. Jiang Liangyuan truly intended to take him away. Why didn't they leave through the main gate? Jiang Xinhuai asked quietly. Fu Yan said nothing, sighing and reaching to gently touch his earlobe, they must have something that doesn't belong to them, we need to hurry. If they destroy the power grid and leave, the entire military area will be in danger, Jiang Xinhuai muttered. It was over 10 minutes by car from the residential area to the military base gate. Fu Yan stepped on the gas and drove all the way without stopping, taking exactly 10 minutes to arrive. The time was drawing near to 7 o'clock as mentioned by Jiang Liangyuan. Who's there? Stop. Get out of the car. As soon as the car stopped, a small group of soldiers jogged up and blocked the front of the car to ask questions. Fu Yan opened the door and got out, we're looking for Captain Kong Cheng. No. Please get out of the car immediately and go back to the residential building, the soldier didn't finish his sentence. Bang bang, bang. Suddenly gunshots rang out. Get over here. Fu Yan quickly circled around the front of the car and grabbed Jiang Xinhuai who had just jumped out from the passenger seat. Is it outside the gate? Jiang Xinhuai turned his head to look. Fu Yan nodded grimly, yes. You two, get back into the car and return to the residential area. The patrol soldier pushed them towards the car. I know Kong Cheng, I have important matters to tell him. Jiang Xinhuai clung to the doorframe and shouted loudly. Please cooperate with us and get in the car immediately. The soldier shouted loudly. Jiang Xinhuai said, we. Who's over there? A harsh voice accompanied by a bright yellow beam of headlights cut through the night. Jiang Xinhuai squinted his eyes. It was a truck loaded with weapons, and a uniformed soldier jumped down from the passenger seat. The patrol soldiers quickly lined up and saluted. "Report, Captain. During our patrol, we encountered Kong Cheng." Jiang Xinhuai recognized the man approaching and excitedly waved. "How did you get here?" Kong Cheng waved for the soldiers surrounding them to disperse and then looked surprised at Fu Yan behind Jiang Xinhuai. "Mr. Fu. There's some urgent business," Fu Yan said. "This isn't the place to talk." Kong Cheng pointed at the fine drizzle that was starting to fall from the sky and at the tent set up temporarily in the nearby work area. "It's about to rain heavily, come with me." "What were those gunshots outside the gate? What happened?" Jiang Xinhuai followed and asked urgently. A few infected individuals and mutants were attracted by the explosion. Kong Cheng pulled aside the tent door flap and let them in, but right now, it's just a few small groups of infected individuals. Around 9 o'clock, things will start to get serious. According to our monitoring, more than 100,000 infected individuals are heading this way, but there shouldn't be any major issues. We've dealt with zombie waves like this 2 or 3 times already. Why did you two come here? Kong Cheng handed over 2 cups filled with warm water, one for each of them. I suspect that today's explosion is related to Wang Tanhai, Jiang Xinhuai said. What? Kong Cheng furrowed his eyebrows and froze. Jiang Xinhuai recounted everything he knew to Kong Cheng and added after checking the time, "It's only 6:40, we should still have time. Even if it turns out not to be related to them, we..." Jiang Xinhuai's voice became quieter as Kong Cheng's expression grew increasingly severe. By the time Jiang Xinhuai stopped talking, Kong Cheng had already stood up from his stool, grabbed the radio hanging from his left shoulder, and turned to issue orders. What happened? Jiang Xinhuai glanced anxiously at Fu Yan. Is it serious? Fu Yan squeezed his hand. You've done well. Outside the temporary military tent, a loud thunderclap suddenly split the air, making Jiang Xinhuai shrink in fear. Mr. Fu, I'll arrange someone to send you both back. Kong Cheng finished giving orders with an urgent demeanor. Things aren't going smoothly, I need to report upwards. I don't have time. We can go back ourselves. Fu Yan pulled Jiang Xinhuai up. Pay attention to your safety. Tonight, please stay in your room no matter what. Do not go outside again. Kong Cheng parted the curtain of the tent. Raindrops as big as beans fell heavily from the sky, finally unleashing the accumulated storm clouds of the entire day. I have other things to attend to, so I won't see you off, Kong Cheng added while looking at Jiang Xinhuai and pulling a walkie-talkie from the side pocket of his military pants to give to Jiang Xinhuai. This is the reward we agreed upon earlier. Take good care of it. As he finished speaking, Kong Cheng rushed into the rainstorm, grabbed the door handle of the passing patrol vehicle with one hand, and leapt onto it. Kong Cheng. Kong. Jiang Xinhuai wanted to shout, but couldn't manage it in time. Let's go back first. Fu Yan took off his suit jacket, wrapped it around Jiang Xinhuai's head, and held him as they ran toward the car. Rolling thunder crashed in the distance, mingling with the noisy sound of the heavy rain. Sitting inside the car, Jiang Xinhuai panted, pulling down the fabric covering his head. He felt as if his ears were filled with water, sounds becoming unclear. In fact, when he called out to Kong Cheng just now, he originally intended to ask how bad it would be if Jiang Liangyuan was captured. It wasn't yet 7 o'clock, Jiang Liangyuan probably hadn't managed to leave. Jiang Xinhuai closed his eyes and leaned against the chair. He felt a bit dizzy. The gunfire grew denser as they neared the gate, interspersed now with the sound of small bombs detonating. As Jiang Xinhuai and Fu Yan reached the residential building, doors to tightly closed dormitory rooms began opening one by one. The noise and anxiety spread, as people, faces etched with fear, looked towards the military base gates hidden behind several buildings. Please remain quiet during the curfew. Back to your rooms. Stay calm. Wait for further notice. Be still. The patrol soldiers started moving upstairs to calm and maintain order among the crowd. Another bolt of thunder echoed as Jiang Xinhuai glanced up at the dark sky before entering the building. His heart skipped a beat. Is something wrong? Fu Yan patted his face in concern. Did that scare you? Jiang Xinhuai shook his head upon regaining his senses. I'm fine. Lie down on the bed for a bit. Fu Yan unzipped his jacket and helped him take it off, then ruffled his hair slightly. Don't be afraid. Jiang Xinhuai was indeed feeling a little unwell, with an unsettling pulsation in his eardrums making him feel nauseous. He obediently climbed onto his top bunk and turned around. Fu Yan stood with his back to him, loosening his tie and bending over to tidy things on the desk. Suddenly, Jiang Xinhuai's vision went black as he leaned forward and caught himself against the wall to prevent falling. With his other hand, he felt below his nose. Hot blood gushed out in steady streams. Woo woo, woo. The sharp air raid alarm rang out at this moment, fast and urgent. It was the evacuation signal. Soldiers rushed into the hallway swiftly, their bright military flashlights lighting through every window, shaking everyone's hearts. All personnel. Emergency evacuation. Head to the main playground. People inside. Did you hear that? Don't pack anything, leave now immediately. Go to the main playground. Fu Yan's expression immediately changed, and he shouted at Jiang Xinghai kneeling on the bed facing away from him, "Xing, come down." Jiang Xinghai swayed and collapsed onto the bed. Chapter 41. The moment the alarm sounded, Jiang Xinghai knew something bad was about to happen. His first reaction after collapsing was to get up, but he failed. Louder than the alarm in his ears were the ringing sensations of tinnitus. Xing Xing. Fu Yan's heart nearly skipped a beat in fright. Then, quickly rushing over, he climbed onto the bed. Jiang Xinghai's eyes were half open, and half of his face, including his neck, was covered in blood. He looked at Fu Yan trying to speak, but there was too much nosebleed, some of which directly flowed into his throat via the nasal cavity, causing uncontrollable coughing. "Don't move." Fu Yan pressed him down with a grim look on his face, partly supporting his head and laying it sideways on the edge of the bed. "Open your mouth." Because of severe ear ringing, Jiang Xinghai didn't hear clearly what Fu Yan said. Fu Yan reached out and opened his mouth, checking the throat cavity and then adjusted the position to ensure that the blood wouldn't be aspirated into the trachea. "Do you have dizziness or headache?" Fu Yan frowned, patting his face feeling that his consciousness was unstable. "Xing Xing. Xing Xing. Look at me." Jiang Xinghai still didn't hear clearly, but he understood that Fu Yan was calling him. He struggled to talk amidst the deafening ear ringing. "I can't hear." Fu Yan frowned deeply while hugging him. If it was only a rupture of veins within the nasal cavity, there shouldn't be an occurrence of deafness. But if it's something else, like hemopathy or acquired coagulation disorders, the former might need long-term meticulous treatment, but the latter could kill Jiang Xinghai right here. A large part of Fu Yan's shirt back had become wet. He extended his hand and waved it, indicating for him to look. "Can you see clearly?" "What number is this?" 2. Jiang Xinghai looked at the blood-staining Fu Yan's hands, his temple started throbbing painfully, and his heart began to feel anxious. Apart from occasional nosebleeds due to bumps when he was younger, Jiang Xinghai rarely experienced such frequent, uncontrollable nosebleeds. He didn't understand what was happening to him. Was he sick? What's going on outside? Why is there an alarm? Wasn't Kong Qing supposed to go arrest his father? Amidst the incessant rumbling in his brain, Jiang Xinghai clutched Fu Yan's arm in fear. Just then, the room door was vigorously knocked on, and an urgent urging by a soldier came. "People inside, come out quickly. There's an emergency situation in the military zone, please evacuate immediately. Please move towards the parade ground as soon as possible." After shouting, the soldier hurriedly went on to knock on another closed door. Screams, shouts, and the distant sounds of gunfire, chaos prevailed in the corridor outside the room as everyone panicked under the shrill alarms and ran for their lives. Jiang Xinghai became a bit anxious, unable to calm himself enough to speak. He pushed Fu Yan instead. "No rush, we'll leave in a little bit. It's too crowded now." Fu Yan brushed the sweat-drenched hair off his forehead and glanced worriedly towards the door. This military zone houses tens of thousands of people, and whether moving or evacuating, there was always the risk of a large-scale virus outbreak. What exactly had happened to prompt the military zone to decide on an emergency evacuation in the dead of night? "I'm nauseous," Jiang Xinghai said softly. His voice was too low, and Fu Yan hadn't heard clearly, placing a hand beside his cheek. "What?" With a loud wail, Jiang Xinghai vomited all over Fu Yan's hand. It was digestive matter mixed with blood. This indicated there were also bleeding spots in the abdomen. Fu Yan's face turned ashen at the sight, and using another clean hand, he wiped his mouth. Following which, he patted his lower abdomen. "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt." Jiang Xinghai frowned bitterly. "Uncle, what's wrong with me? I feel like I'm going to die." "Don't say nonsense." Fu Yan slapped his face gently, beginning to focus fully on judging Jiang Xinghai's current physical state. It grew quieter in the corridor outside until the last footsteps faded away from this building. Jiang Xinghai looked at Fu Yan, who held him closely, his heart suddenly dropping. All the people had gone. What would happen to him and Fu Yan? "I will carry you first, tell me at any time if you feel uncomfortable or the bleeding accelerates." After saying that, Fu Yan got up from the bed holding him. Jiang Xinghai suppressed the urge to vomit and quietly leaned against Fu Yan. Fu Yan had no time to gather things and only grabbed a bottle of water, feeding a sip to Jiang Xinghai before leaving the room. This floor was already deserted, with many items scattered on the corridor, lights sparsely shining from doors slightly ajar. The heavy rain hadn't stopped, cold winds carrying rain threads blew through the railings. Fu Yan shifted his body, blocking the rain as they walked forward. "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" "No." Jiang Xinghai finished speaking, but suddenly a wave of nausea overwhelmed him. Unable to suppress it, he opened his mouth and vomited. It was blood. The blood streamed down along Fu Yan's shoulder. The mouthful of blood shocked both of them. Fu Yan stopped, leaning against the wall to put him down, not daring to move him any longer. Outside the building, it grew quieter as tens of thousands of people had already run away within a few minutes. The sounds of car engines starting nearby and in the distance echoed intermittently. "Are they all gone?" Jiang Xinghai asked. "We'll drive after them, remember? Our car is downstairs." While speaking, Fu Yan took off his coat and covered it over him. "Do you still feel like vomiting?" "No." Jiang Xinghai swallowed down the bloody taste in his mouth. Good, let's rest a little more. Fu Yan used water to clean the thick blood under his nose. Before Jiang Xinhuai could finish his sentence. There was a sudden sizzle. Both of them looked up at the same time. The light above their heads flickered twice and went out. The entire building turned pitch black instantly, the heavy breathing of both men standing out even more in the darkness. Let's go. Jiang Xinhuai tightened his grip on Fu Yan's arm. Fu Yan patted his back and stood up again with the person in his arms. They lived on the second floor. Normally, it took Jiang Xinhuai less than 10 seconds to run down, but today Fu Yan carrying him walked for several minutes. The heavy rain poured down in torrents, drenching both of them as soon as they stepped out of the building. The streetlights were also off, the entire world plunged into darkness, only occasionally illuminated by distorted lightning that briefly lit up their path forward. Hold your clothes tightly. Fu Yan panted and looked down at him with the flashing light. It seemed that the nosebleed from Jiang Xinhuai had gradually stopped. Fu Yan sighed in relief. Hold on to me tightly. Jiang Xinhuai raised his hand to wipe the rain flowing down his face. Good boy. Everything's fine. Put your hand back. Fu Yan had no free hands, so he bit the collar of the suit covering Jiang Xinhuai with his teeth to shield his face. Before they came up, they parked the car on the empty ground beside the residential building. Approaching the car, Fu Yan opened the passenger side door and gently placed Jiang Xinhuai inside. Then, he circled around the front of the car and got in. The rain was too heavy, the headlights could barely pierce through the curtain of rain. Observing Jiang Xinhuai's condition while driving, Fu Yan didn't go fast. The assembly point was the large playground, the place farthest from the main gate of the military zone. There was no one on the road now, only increasingly dense gunfire and bombing sounds in the distance. Fu Yan knew, there wasn't much time left. The situation must be serious if the military zone decided to evacuate at such an hour with such urgency. Fu Yan also knew he must catch up with the evacuating forces, because he didn't have the confidence to drive out of this base without any information about the situation. He slightly increased the speed of the car and glanced back at Jiang Xinhuai, who hadn't said a word. Jiang Xinhuai was slumped against the window, holding the suit in his arms. Fu Yan reached out with a free hand, pulling at him. Xing. Jiang Xinhuai did not respond. The hand pulled by Fu Yan seemed to have lost its strength. The loosely held 5 fingers fell off Fu Yan's palm. Fu Yan slammed on the brakes. Leaning over, he nearly lost his composure. Jiang Xinhuai. Jiang Xinhuai's eyes were closed, his face flushed red with fever. After calling out several times, Jiang Xinhuai finally reacted, half opening his eyes. Fu Yan gasped heavily, first turning off the headlights, then moving Jiang Xinhuai to the back seat. Cold. Jiang Xinhuai mumbled drowsily. Don't fall asleep, okay? Xing, look at me. While talking, Fu Yan dried his hair and rummaged through the first aid kit for cooling ice patches. Until Fu Yan warmed him up in his arms, Jiang Xinhuai managed to keep his eyelids open, half looking at Fu Yan, who kept calling his name. A few minutes later, Jiang Xinhuai began regaining consciousness and grabbed Fu Yan's hand. Do you want some water? Fu Yan lightly patted his face. Jiang Xinhuai nodded, and Fu Yan twisted around to get the water bottle. Just then, there was a boom, a deafening explosion. Something had fallen on the car hood. Fu Yan immediately turned around to block Jiang Xinhuai. Before Jiang Xinhuai could react to the shock, there was another bang. The impact was so powerful that it felt like the entire body of the car rose an inch. Tensed muscles ready for anything, Fu Yan grabbed the flashlight, turned on the light and shone it toward. What was on the car hood was not a falling object from high above, but a weird creature that looked skeletal. The creature crouched near the car window, tilting its head, its dirty yellow eyeballs motionlessly staring at the two inside. As the light hit it, the skeleton jumped once more in front of the car. This was what the military zone had warned about, the mutated creatures. They had encountered one of these creatures before, its speed and strength far exceeded that of a normal person. Even with a gun last time, Fu Yan couldn't kill this kind of monster. How much less now when they didn't have any weapons at all. The skeleton, upon seeing the people inside the car, stopped testing them and leaped forward, slamming down, then jumping up again to slam. Soon, the sound of fine cracks appeared. The windshield of the car had already developed fissures, and one of the skeletal hands reached through a small broken hole into the driver's seat. Fu Yan shoved the flashlight into Jiang Xinhuai's hands. Can you run? Jiang Xinhuai nodded. Good. Fu Yan also nodded, zipping up his coat. When we get out of the car, run to the left. Do you remember the experimental building? Run upstairs to the second floor, go to my office. Jiang Xinhuai froze for a moment, realizing something odd in Fu Yan's tone. And what about you? Fu Yan looked at him and gave a very light smile without speaking. I don't want to. Jiang Xinhuai frowned, grabbing his hand despite being drenched in cold sweat and looking deathly pale. He still cursed, I'm in puberty, the most rebellious phase. You're going through menopause, the dumbest phase. Fu Yan. I know if we both run, neither of us will survive. So neither of us should leave. Tears welled up in Jiang Xinhuai's eyes as he spoke. Fu Yan looked at him, and Jiang Xinhuai extended his arms to embrace him. Fu Yan sighed, caving in. He reached out to pull up the partition between the front seat and the rear seat. The partition was soundproof. Once it was closed, the impact sounds of the creature smashing against the car became muffled. Fu Yan didn't know how long this could hold. Maybe 2 minutes, maybe 1. If you turn into a monster, would you bite me? Jiang Xinghuai suddenly asked. Bite where? Fu Yan glanced down at him. You come bite me. I don't want any other monsters biting me. Jiang Xinghuai said. Fu Yan chuckled deeply, puppy. Just like this. Jiang Xinghuai said, opening his mouth to bite Fu Yan's neck. Fu Yan gasped in pain, his face darkening. Jiang Xinghuai. Let go. Jiang Xinghuai grunted, letting go, and began to cry, we're both going to die. Fu Yan. Fu Yan wiped away his tears, lightly nipping at his nose. Jiang Xinghuai, sobbing, giggled, big dog. Spirits much better, Fu Yan laughed, patting his head. Still feeling nauseous. Still dizzy. There was a dog I met today that looks exactly like you. Jiang Xinghuai said. Are you done yet? Fu Yan sighed. You can't call it a dog, right? Kong Cheng said we need to call it canine, Jiang Xinghuai said. Do you want to meet it? Its name is King Demon. No thanks. Fu Yan covered his mouth. Jiang Xinghuai rested his hand free and felt a hard object in his chest pocket. What is this? Jiang Xinghuai fished out the item from his chest and examined it under the flashlight. It was a black rectangular device. Jiang Xinghuai, exclamation point. This was the walkie-talkie Kong Cheng gave him. Look. Jiang Xinghuai raised it in front of Fu Yan's eyes, a summoner. Chapter 42. When Kong Cheng arrived with his men, the skeleton monster that had fallen from the sky had already torn open the partition. Its fingers, barely covered by a layer of skin, were just millimeters away from the two people. Duck. Kong Cheng's voice rang out. Fu Yan pressed Jiang Xinghuai down under the seat. A few deafening gunshots sounded. The skeleton monster paused, then lost its strength and fell backward. Fu Yan kicked the car door open and got out of the car with Jiang Xinghuai in his arms. Jiang Xinghuai was panting heavily, weak in hands and feet. Leaning on Fu Yan, he almost couldn't stand steady. You're not doing well, you're scared like this. Kong Cheng jumped down from the car with his gun raised and reached to pat Jiang Xinghuai's head with a smile. As they approached, he realized there were abnormal amounts of blood on their bodies, especially on Jiang Xinghuai. Kong Cheng looked at them both, quickly extending his right hand towards the holster while signaling his teammates in the back seat to stop approaching. Who got bitten? It's my nosebleed. Jiang Xinghuai hurried to explain. Don't be nervous. No one has been bitten. Fu Yan frowned. Where is Academician Qian? Academician Qian has already withdrawn with the main group. We're staying behind for demolition work. Kong Cheng observed for a moment, put away his gun, stepped forward, looked at Jiang Xinghuai's pale face without a trace of blood color, and frowned asking, what happened to him? Why so much blood? He experienced a sudden massive blood loss, and I couldn't determine the cause. Fu Yan answered, adding, I need to see Academician Qian. Team leader. They're coming, someone shouted loudly. The wind carried faint sounds of some predator rushing toward them. Get back in the car. Kong Cheng ordered immediately. Fu Yan lifted Jiang Xinghuai horizontally into his arms and ran to get in the vehicle. The bus turned around and started speeding madly. Kong Cheng climbed up onto the roof, sniping at the mutants who were following them closely while shouting, go faster. We don't have enough time. Not enough time for what? Jiang Xinghuai looked up at Fu Yan. Kong Cheng said they are staying behind for the explosion, Fu Yan quietly told him. It was too dark inside the car to see how many people were there. Jiang Xinghuai tilted his head to look outside. The heavy rain hadn't stopped yet. Behind the pitch-black curtain of rain, spindly black human-like silhouettes occasionally flashed, looking like the creatures from bio-horror movies. The car sped incredibly fast. Not long after passing through the damaged electric fence exit, a large group of infected individuals suddenly appeared in front of them. They blocked the exit. Turn left. Kong Cheng shouted, jumped down from the roof, shut the sunroof tightly, and yelled loudly, everyone hold on tight. The driver violently steered the wheel, pressing the gas pedal to the floor, causing a roar as the car gained speed again. Everyone's backs were pressed tightly against the seats as they gripped the handrails, eyes wide watching the car charge toward the swarm of zombies. This second stretched endlessly, as if slowed down countless times. Everyone clearly saw broken limbs and yellowish blood that oozed out, sticking messily to the windshield. In the next second, the car's bright headlights burst through like escaping from hell. With a pang sound, the car landed. A sound of vomiting came from the back of the carriage, before everyone could even recover from the suffocating experience of blood and body parts flying at them. 1, 2, Kong Cheng shouted loud, 3, cover your heads and close your eyes. In that instant, all sound disappeared from everyone's ears. Behind them, a fiery red bloom erupted in a thunderous explosion. The car continued forward, riding the shockwave, quickly leaving it far behind, soon shedding the mushroom cloud in its wake. Jiang Xinghai turned in shock to look behind them, only for Fu Yan to gently turn his head back, warning, be careful with your eyes. Jiang Xinghai sniffed and wiped his nose again. The bleeding had completely stopped. He lifted his face to indicate this to Fu Yan. They were so close that Fu Yan misunderstood and leaned down to kiss his nose lightly. Jiang Xinghai let out a soft sound of surprise. Fu Yan saw him unmoving. Clutching his eyes shut, Jiang Xinghai decided to lean forward and return the kiss, but due to a bump in the car, it landed on Fu Yan's chin instead. The rain has stopped, Fu Yan said softly. Hearing this, Jiang Xinghai turned his gaze out of the window. The torrential rain had slowly ceased. As the vehicle steadied, light clouds dispersed, and the pale moonlight filtered through the windows, filling the bus interior. Having moved away from the danger, the bus interior remained eerily silent, quieter than before. No one spoke. Kong Cheng cleared his throat hoarsely, glanced around the entire cabin for a long pause, then asked sternly, who just threw up on my foot? Sorry, uncle, a little boy in the corner timidly raised his hand. No problem. Kong Cheng's strained face slowly broke into a smile. Call me brother. It was around 9 o'clock at night, and it wasn't safe to continue driving forward. The car stopped near a farmhouse. After clearing out the scattered infected nearby, Kong Cheng arranged for the remaining survivors on the bus to rest on the spot. Jiang Xinghai looked around after getting out of the car and counted roughly 20 people. 5 of them were soldiers, while the others included Jiang Liangyuan's group. It hit Jiang Xinghai then, Kong Cheng had come to arrest Jiang Liangyuan. Had he succeeded? Jiang Liangyuan held onto a woman with one hand and led a little boy with the other. When they got out of the car and saw Jiang Xinghai, he paused for a second. Then, upon seeing Fu Yan standing beside him, his eyebrows furrowed as if ready to approach them. Great! Everyone, gather here. Kong Cheng clapped his hands. Now, I have some good news and some bad news. Fu Yan also noticed Jiang Liangyuan. He glanced down at Jiang Xinghai briefly before leading him to the back of the crowd. Do you still feel unwell? Fu Yan placed an arm around his shoulder and asked softly. Jiang Xinghai shook his head. His condition had improved significantly, aside from slight weakness in his limbs, the discomfort all over his body was gone. The good news is that we've temporarily escaped danger. The bad news is that we're heading in the opposite direction of the evacuation team. But don't worry, there are too many people in the large unit, making them slow. We are few in number but fast. We're expected to catch up with the main force by 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. After summarizing their situation, Kong Cheng added briefly, we'll stay here tonight. If you have any questions, raise your hand. All right. Comrades Wang Qinhai and Jiang Liangyuan will remain behind. All other comrades please find a place to rest. You must file a report if you wish to leave this house. Of course, I don't recommend anyone go outside at night. The group of 20-odd people immediately dispersed. The assembly point was a 2-story rural house abandoned by its owner. The house was clean and spacious. But housing over 20 people still felt cramped. Several men and women even argued on the second floor over a single room. Will noodles do? Fu Yan, who had entered the kitchen first, asked. Add 2 eggs, Jiang Xinghai replied while leaning against the kitchen doorframe, keeping his eyes fixed on Kong Cheng in the living room who was scolding Jiang Liangyuan and Wang Qinhai. Although our overall leader fell victim to chaos, all of you involved in this plan bear an undeniable serious responsibility. You've caused an unpredictable disaster for the lives and property of all the military district's population. Specific punishments will be decided after we reunite with the larger unit. Jiang Liangyuan stood silently with a grim expression, while Wang Qinhai interrupted hurriedly, Captain Kong. Those mutants weren't summoned by us. We had no idea it would turn out like this. We just wanted the power grid to stop temporarily, but who would have known? Comrade Wang Qinhai, you certainly have the right to defend yourself, but not now. Kong Cheng frowned and silenced his loud protests. Please take this time to compile a list of everyone involved in this plan, then hand it over to me. Captain Kong. I. Taozi. Kong Cheng called loudly. Here. Lei Pengtao, who was carrying food inside the door, immediately straightened up and saluted. What's going on upstairs? Go check it out. Kong Cheng said, looking around momentarily and turning toward where Jiang Xinghai was standing as he walked. On the way, he said, I have something else to do, Wang Qinhai comrade. Please ask the corporal over there wearing only one shoe for paper and pen. Jiang Xinghai tilted his head slightly, watching Kong Cheng reach into his chest pocket when he approached. Itchy? Jiang Xinghai asked. Kong Cheng shot him a glare, finally pulling out a pack of beef jerky from his pocket with difficulty. He handed it over and looked at his pale face, you can barely stand straight, and yet you're cracking jokes. He asked again, what happened? What do you mean, what happened? Jiang Xinghai took it absent-mindedly and stuffed it into the suit jacket pocket draped over his shoulders by Fu Yan. Your nosebleed. Kong Cheng said. I don't know. Jiang Xinghai unconsciously sniffed again, it just happened suddenly, and I thought I was dying. Don't worry. Academician Qian is the top domestic expert in blood disease research. He will definitely cure you, Kong Qing assured. Okay, Jiang Xinhuai nodded, involuntarily glancing past Kong Qing towards the living room. Kong Qing sensed this quickly, glanced back once. It was Jiang Liangyuan's family. Turning his head again, Kong Qing looked at Jiang Xinhuai, thought for a moment, sighed softly, and said, "We can't confirm yet whether your father participated in this plan, but simply knowing about it and assisting means committing a crime." Okay. Jiang Xinhuai nodded. You. Kong Qing wanted to say more, but Fu Yan walked over with a bowl of steaming hot noodles. "There's only one egg left, so I added a tomato for you," Fu Yan said to Jiang Xinhuai before nodding at Kong Qing. "Would Captain Kong like some?" "No, no thanks." Kong Qing rubbed his nose. "You eat first, I've got something to do." Kong Qing turned and walked away. "Enjoy it while it's hot," Fu Yan said, using chopsticks to feed him a bite of noodles. Jiang Xinhuai opened his mouth to receive the food and chewed. His cheeks puffed up a little as he asked through bites, "Where are we going to sleep later?" "All the rooms have been taken. Earlier, 2 people almost came to blows over it." "Don't talk while eating, open your mouth," Fu Yan fed him another bite. "Can you beat them if you need to?" Jiang Xinhuai obeyed and opened his mouth. "Beat who?" Fu Yan was confused. "Those who took the rooms," Jiang Xinhuai asked unclearly due to chewing. "You." "Jiang Xinhuai, come here," Jiang Liangyuan's voice called out. Jiang Xinhuai swallowed the noodles unhappily. "I knew he'd come looking for me." "I don't want to see him," Jiang Xinhuai muttered. "If you don't want to, then don't," Fu Yan said. "But every time I think about how much less he wants to see me, the more I want to see him," Jiang Xinhuai chuckled. "Fu Yan. Will you come with me?" Fu Yan wiped the soup residue from his lips. "Are you afraid of him?" Jiang Xinhuai said. "Huh?" Fu Yan was startled. "Don't worry, he's not your father-in-law yet," Jiang Xinhuai patted his shoulder. "I'm not ready to recognize him as my father just yet." Chapter 43. The moment Jiang Xinhuai saw Jiang Liangyuan getting out of the car, he knew that Jiang Liangyuan would definitely want to have a conversation with him along the lines of, "I'm your father, you are already so old, how can you be so undisciplined?" Jiang Xinhuai took a deep breath and turned around. Jiang Liangyuan stood a meter away from them, his expression not looking very good either. Just as Jiang Liangyuan was about to speak, his gaze fell on the bloodstained t-shirt of Jiang Xinhuai and paused for a few seconds. Seeing that Jiang Xinhuai had no intention of speaking first, he glared at him and said, "What happened?" Dad. I want Dad." The boy's crying voice came through. "Liangyuan." The woman holding the child, with a face full of difficulty, walked over. "Anen has been continuously fussing for you, I. Jiang Liangyuan glanced at Jiang Xinhuai, sighed, then turned to embrace the crying boy, saying, "Let me hold him." "You go rest first. Didn't you twist your ankle?" "Alright, you've worked all day, get some rest early." After she spoke, she looked at Jiang Xinhuai, nodded at him, then turned and left. "This is Anen, we haven't met before." Jiang Liangyuan patted the kid while comforting him. "Call him brother." "Not calling." Anen huffed and buried his head into Jiang Liangyuan's chest. "Not calling then fine." Jiang Xinhuai also huffed. "You humph what?" The little boy turned his head. "What's it got to do with you?" Jiang Xinhuai didn't want to deal with him. "Jiang Liangyuan." "Jiang Xinhuai." Jiang Liangyuan scolded. Jiang Xinhuai stared back, but couldn't help but look at the little boy held in his arms, feeling his nose sting, and his eyes suddenly reddened. Jiang Liangyuan used to hold him just like that. He turned his head and sniffed, "If you have something to say, say it. I still need to eat noodles." Just as Jiang Liangyuan was about to open his mouth, he saw the tears sliding down Jiang Xinhuai's cheeks and was shocked. It seemed like he hadn't seen this child's tears for a long time. Ever since their divorce, Jiang Xinhuai changed into someone else, becoming rebellious and obsessive within these few short years, prone to start conflicts with anyone he disliked. Jiang Liangyuan didn't know how Jiang Xinhuai had turned into this. He almost forgot about the younger Jiang Xinhuai who used to act cute when returning home from school a few years ago. Fu Yan leaned down to wipe away Jiang Xinhuai's tears. Looking up again, he directly stared at Jiang Liangyuan, his tone firm, "Mr. Jiang, if you're willing, we could talk privately." Jiang Liangyuan was still stunned. Fu Yan didn't wait for his response and continued, "Xing still has a slight fever. Let me take him to rest first." Jiang Liangyuan reacted and nodded silently, accepting the offer. In a bad mood, Jiang Xinhuai let Fu Yan pull him out of the door and boarded the bus parked outside the gate. When Fu Yan grabbed the blanket and climbed back aboard, Jiang Xinhuai realized something astonishingly and asked, "We sleep on the bus? There isn't enough space in the house. The soldiers have to guard at night and will stay in the vehicle," Fu Yan explained while laying a blanket on the seat and placing a small quilt there. "Then," he said, "take off your clothes outside." "Ah. Oh." Jiang Xinhuai completely undressed, wrapping himself in the quilt, only exposing his red and childishly innocent face. Fu Yan bent down abruptly, leaning closer, and kissed his forehead. Fu Yan's lips were soft and cool. Jiang Xinhuai froze. Fu Yan chuckled lightly, tapped his nose with his fingertip, without waiting for Jiang Xinghuai's reaction, and turned around to leave the bus with his dirty clothes. Jiang Xinghuai sat stunned for quite a while. His flushed face cursed softly, shit, and hid in the quilt. The warmth on his face didn't subside for a long time. Thinking to catch some fresh air, he popped his head out to pull down the window. Only to see Fu Yan and Jiang Liangyuan standing outside the house. It was dark outside with only a faint light leaking from inside the house. Jiang Xinghuai couldn't clearly see their expressions. But Jiang Xinghuai felt surprised. When Fu Yan mentioned wanting to talk to Jiang Liangyuan, he didn't take it seriously. There was no way Jiang Liangyuan would agree to talk to Fu Yan. But what astonished him more was that the two of them were really standing together right now. Lowering his head carefully peering out the car window, Jiang Xinghuai was worried that his dad might hit Fu Yan. It wasn't because he was concerned Fu Yan wouldn't win, Fu Yan certainly wasn't the type to beat an elder. What made Jiang Xinghuai's mouth drop even wider was that the two of them had been talking calmly for nearly 10 minutes. Until Fu Yan looked over. Jiang Xinghuai immediately lowered his head. Clang 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 dash. The window above his head was knocked. Jiang Xinghuai hesitantly peeked out, spotting Jiang Liangyuan, and froze without moving. Jiang Liangyuan cleared his throat, glancing at him awkwardly a couple of times before speaking. Fu Yan said you still have a slight fever, so you should go to sleep early. Huh? Jiang Xinghuai didn't understand what he was talking about. What do you mean, huh? Jiang Liangyuan furrowed his brows as he looked at him. There are no video games or phones to entertain you at night. Don't think about staying up late. In the past, never mind, I'm too lazy to bring up the past. You go to sleep early. Tomorrow, I'll bring you something to eat. Fu Yan mentioned that you're picky with your food. Look how skinny you are. Who's even thinking about being picky? You don't know anything. Jiang Liangyuan originally wanted to say more but then remembered Fu Yan's words and swallowed them back. Finally, he just waved his hand, sighed, and turned away. Jiang Xinghuai's eyes widened in disbelief. How long has it been since his dad last talked to him properly? What did Fu Yan say? The sound of footsteps approached from the cabin, and Jiang Xinghuai turned his head. It was Fu Yan. You haven't gone to sleep yet. As Fu Yan walked, he began unbuttoning his shirt cuffs, reaching Jiang Xinghuai and pinching his cheeks lightly as he asked, "What are you spacing out for?" Jiang Xinghuai immediately hugged Fu Yan's waist and looked up at him, asking, "Did you threaten my dad?" Fu Yan arched an eyebrow, "Yes." Liar. Jiang Xinghuai didn't believe him. There was no way Fu Yan would threaten anyone. Fu Yan was honest and kind-hearted. I told him, Fu Yan pinched the skin on the back of his neck, that Jiang Xinghuai is a good child. Jiang Xinghuai froze momentarily, his nose suddenly stinging. Maybe it was because he lost too much blood from his nose tonight, making his nose easily sensitive. How could you do this to me? Jiang Xinghuai lowered his head to complain. What's wrong? Fu Yan caressed his head tenderly. Too paternal love. Jiang Xinghuai chuckled and pulled Fu Yan down by his collar, kissing him suddenly. It was his first kiss ever and he couldn't control the force well, producing a loud, popped sound. Jiang Xinghuai blushed bright red and tried to retreat backward. But he was held firmly by the nape of his neck and couldn't escape. Fu Yan pulled him back in and kissed him deeply. A few minutes later. Jiang Xinghuai, uncle, you're pressing against me. Fu Yan. Jiang Xinghuai, let me press against you too. Jiang Xinghuai received a slap on his butt and closed his mouth. Chapter 44. Jiang Xinghuai's low-grade fever disappeared the next morning after he got up. Fu Yan checked him over again carefully. Apart from the pallor on his face due to excessive blood loss, the little kid had regained his usual liveliness and energy. After breakfast, he enthusiastically grabbed Fu Yan and kissed him several times. It wasn't until everyone sleeping in the house came out and got into the car that he reluctantly reined in his restless mouth and hands. Sit properly. Fu Yan wiped the crimson lips he had kissed and adjusted his seatbelt for him. We're about to drive. It's not good with so many people around, is it? Jiang Xinghuai chuckled. Fu Yan. The military truck had ample space inside. The two of them sat on the last row, with Jiang Xinghuai freely touching and moving without any concern. But when Fu Yan truly pinned him against the window, Jiang Xinghuai's face flushed red yet again. He muttered something about having a headache, sore legs, and stomach pain. Though Fu Yan knew Jiang Xinghuai was lying to him, he still released his hold and patted his stomach gently. Professor Qian has extensive research experience on blood diseases. Once we find him, we'll conduct a thorough examination. At the mention of this, all of Jiang Xinghuai's excitement vanished instantly. He exhaled in disappointment. It shouldn't happen like this. Why would I suddenly fall ill? I'm usually in great shape. I eat well, and, well, I excrete a lot too. Fu Yan felt awkward at this statement. Jiang Xinghuai paid no heed to what he had said, his mood dipping. He leaned on Fu Yan and didn't speak anymore. Due to the road being blocked by abandoned vehicles, the car could not move very fast and frequently had to change routes or detour. As the car rocked back and forth, Jiang Xinghuai couldn't help but close his eyes and soon started nodding off. They stopped around noon, where they distributed food and addressed physiological needs. Food supplies on the vehicle were limited, only a box of compressed biscuits. On the other hand, Wang Qinhai and his group had plenty of food, clearly prepared beforehand. Kong Qing did not interfere much but gave more compressed biscuits to Jiang Xinghuai and Fu Yan. Are they forming a clique? Jiang Xinghuai munched loudly on his biscuits, eyeing the group outside who looked like they were enjoying a spring outing on the grass. I feel like they're plotting something bad, don't you? Water. Fu Yan unscrewed the bottle cap and handed it to him. I've sent someone to keep an eye on them. Kong Qing glanced casually at the group, then shifted his gaze back. Punishment is unavoidable, there's no way for them to escape. After hearing this, Jiang Xinghuai instinctively looked toward a family of 3 sitting at the front of the vehicle. The Jiang Liangyuan family hadn't joined the spring outing and were also eating the compressed biscuits. Mr. Jiang did not directly participate in the sabotage of the base, he assisted in some aspects, so the punishment won't be too severe. Kong Qing noticed his glance. Oh. Jiang Xinghuai blushed slightly, turned his head away, and no longer stared at them. Kong Qing, having understood, stood up to leave. You two eat first, I will. That's Devil King. Jiang Xinghuai suddenly scrambled to peer out of the window and stick his head out. What? Kong Qing paused for a moment. It's Devil King. Without waiting for their reaction, Jiang Xinghuai flipped out through the car window, jumped down, and sprinted through water puddles towards the direction. Jiang Xinghuai. Fu Yan hurriedly got out of the car following him. In front of them was a towering German shepherd covered in blood, its hind leg injured but still running quickly despite its injury. When Jiang Xinghuai reached Devil King, the dog halted, panted heavily as it cast a glance at him, then collapsed. Seeing its bloody condition, Jiang Xinghuai panicked immediately and only half embraced it for fear of hurting it further. Fu Yan. Fu Yan, quick, look at it. Jiang Xinghuai shouted as he turned back. Fu Yan and Kong Cheng were the first to arrive. Kong Cheng's expression darkened instantly. Will it die? Jiang Xinghuai frowned deeply. Don't worry. Fu Yan furrowed his brow, crouching down first to check the dog's neck, then opened its mouth to observe closely. There's nothing serious, it's just exhausted. Fu Yan then glanced at the gaping wound on the dog's hind leg. It requires immediate treatment. Fetch the medical kit. Kong Cheng snapped back to his senses and immediately turned around to shout. As if finally catching its breath, Devil King attempted to stand but failed. It let out a low whine in frustration. Jiang Xinghuai held the dog down, fearing it would aggravate its wound. Didn't Devil King follow the main troop during the transfer? How could it possibly be here? Jiang Xinghuai's words trailed off as he raised his head to look at Kong Cheng. Kong Cheng's grim expression gave him the answer. Fu Yan briefly tended to the various large and small wounds on the dog, followed by securing its severely wounded hind leg. All the passengers on the vehicle had gathered around by now, none understanding what had occurred. Only when Wang Qinhai pointed out in surprise, isn't this a military dog? How come it's in such a state? There was a moment of silence in the crowd, before murmurs of suspicion arose. Kong Qing glanced at Wang Qinhai, causing Wang Qinhai to retreat a step and laugh nervously. Kong Qing calmly issued orders, have you finished eating? If so, everyone go back to the bus and sit properly. Kong Qing had been smiling cheerfully these past 2 days, but the sudden coldness on his face silenced everyone. After a bit of pushing and shoving, they all got back onto the bus, frequently turning their heads to look out the window. Daozi, take the fastest car and search along the route Devil King came from. Be careful. Kong Cheng turned around and started talking with several soldiers. The heavy rain from yesterday carried over into today's cloudy weather. Though it was midsummer, the temperature remained unusually low. Sitting on the ground and holding the dog, Jiang Xinghuai looked at the long cement highway where Devil King ran from, seemingly stretching endlessly. A gust of wind blew from that direction, making him shiver. Fu Yan took off his jacket and draped it over his shoulders, then stood up to stare down the road with an uneasy expression. Everyone waited in place for over 2 hours. Passengers went back and forth between the vehicle and outside, all watching the road taken by the 2 soldiers. As time passed, murmurs of impatience grew longer. It wasn't until Kong Cheng's walkie-talkie buzzed that things changed. Jiang Xinghuai turned his head towards Kong Cheng. Kong Cheng pressed the button, followed by a static sound. An uncertain voice from the soldier came through, Captain, you should come take a look. The car started again. An oppressive silence filled the vehicle, only interrupted by the creaks of tires running over uneven gravel. Devil King remained anxious and restless in Jiang Xinghuai's arms, and he hugged the dog tighter. More than 2 hours later, the car stopped at a high slope. 2 soldiers were standing atop the slope, looking down. Upon receiving the confirmation of safety, Kong Cheng led the group to climb up the slope. The wilderness lay deathly still. Despite numerous speculations and mental preparations, what greeted them still exceeded everyone's expectations. Chapter 45. Below the hillside, car after car had overturned, exploded, and burned, stretching for miles, leaving a desolate scene. Infected beings roamed among the many partially devoured corpses and congealed blood. They moved about aimlessly, unaware of their surroundings. The entire scene was heart-wrenching. Kong Cheng and the few men who had insisted on following him from above had collapsed onto the ground. Their legs kicked in panic as they tried to move backward inch by inch. Jiang Xinghuai took a breath in and let it out but still couldn't stop his legs from going weak. He grabbed Fu Yan's arm tightly. Fu Yan wrapped an arm around him and gazed at the horrifying view, trembling fingers betraying his own shock. Everyone, down the hill, Kong Cheng, though gripped by fear, quickly calmed down and began directing everyone to help each other down the slope. As Kong Cheng walked beside Fu Yan, he lowered his voice, "Mr. Fu, can you estimate when they were infected?" Fu Yan, carefully holding Jiang Xinghuai as they descended, paused briefly before answering, "Based on the state of the skin decomposition and the blood color, it should have been between 2 and 4 o'clock this morning." This morning. Kong Cheng glanced back up the hill, his face ashen. There were over 50,000 people here. This doesn't even include, his teeth clenched, he couldn't continue. When the virus first broke out, the country realized the gravity of this epidemic and, due to its unique nature, rapidly mobilized the military to establish shelters across various provinces, rescuing civilians. However, the situation turned far worse than anyone could have imagined. In the early stages, there were 38 quarantine zones established nationwide. Within a week, only 9 remained standing. All others had fallen, among them, their military zone had managed to survive. By now, a month had passed since the complete outbreak of the virus, yet not a single incident had occurred within their district. Their refuge was known to be the most robust and well-organized in terms of both manpower and weaponry. Kong Cheng had never imagined that they would encounter such disaster. Nor did he ever imagine that their entire defense would crumble under the virus. The crowd around the vehicles fell silent. No one could bear the weight of this reality and the suddenness of the virus's attack. Hearts filled with fear and unease, they all shared the same dread. "What's wrong?" Fu Yan turned his head toward Jiang Xinghuai. The boy hadn't said a word since coming down the hill, and his complexion looked terrible. Jiang Xinghuai shook his head silently, unsure of how he felt. It was just, painful. So many people. Those he knew, those he didn't, had all transformed into monsters within hours. They were all dead. Fu Yan wrapped his arms tighter around Jiang Xinghuai's shoulder, pulling him closer into a protective embrace. Jiang Xinghuai leaned his head into Fu Yan's chest, silent but heavy-hearted. After some time, his muffled voice came through, slightly nasally, "I'm a little scared." Fu Yan's hand paused on the boy's back for a moment before letting out a sigh. He hugged him even closer. From nearby, a woman's subdued sobs could be heard along with the low groans of distant infected beings, reaching everyone's ears. Fu Yan brushed his chin gently against the top of the boy's head and whispered almost inaudibly, "Me too." The wind grew stronger, worrying Kong Cheng that it might carry signals to the infected hundreds of meters away. Quickly recomposing himself, he urged the collapsed individuals to get back into the vehicle. Only Moang refused to board, clinging to the door of the vehicle. It paced anxiously, even barking a few times at Kong Cheng. "Moang. Quiet. Do you hear me? Be quiet." Kong Cheng held onto the leash, lowering his voice to give commands. Uncharacteristically, Moang ignored his instructions, struggling against the leash, attempting to drag Kong Cheng forward. "What's going on?" Jiang Xinghuai asked, looking out the window. There was nothing visible outside. Fu Yan glanced at the disappearing concrete road and frowned. A military dog would not disobey orders without good reason. Unless. Kong Cheng realized the same thing and squatted down, unfastening Moang's tether. Moang wouldn't ignore commands for no cause. Its frantic attempts to lead them back to that road could only mean one possibility: there were survivors in need of rescue. "Moang. Search." Kong Cheng issued the command. Moang let out a short growl and darted off like an arrow toward the right side of the hill. Kong Cheng leapt into the vehicle, shouting, "Drive." The military bus turned around and started again. The journey was short. 20 minutes later, Moang stopped, limping outside a field of crushed wheat. A wrecked minivan sat in the middle of the field, with a large infected person pressed close outside its door. Hearing the sound of their arrival, the infected being turned its head, locking eyes with Moang, who crouched low and snarled but refrained from attacking. "Fire." Kong Cheng gave the order to Lei Pingtao on the roof of the bus. Lei Pingtao raised his gun, aimed, and hesitated after seeing the face of the infected creature. "What's wrong?" Kong Cheng asked. "Commander, it's the commander." Lei Pingtao's eyes reddened, his hand trembling as he lowered his gun. Kong Cheng froze in shock. The infected being wore a military uniform with shoulder badges on its left side stained in blood. It let out a low growl and staggered toward Moang. Moang kept retreating. As the distance between man and dog shortened, Moang let out a whimper and glanced back at the people in the vehicle before stopping its retreat. It crouched down, not attacking, just wagging its tail, just like the first time they had met. The infected being approached. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The infected collapsed, landing next to Moang. Moang licked its cheek. Kong Cheng's hand gripping the gun couldn't stop shaking. The wind swept across the wheat fields, carrying faint sobs almost inaudible. "What's wrong with Moang?" Jiang Xinghuai frowned as he watched Moang lying on the ground without getting up. "Its leg." Moang was the commander's dog. Kong Qing explained softly before leading the soldiers off the bus to check the tightly shut minivan. Just as they reached within 1 meter of the car, the door opened from the inside. A pale hand gripped the doorframe, revealing a head. Dr. Zheng. Kong Qing lowered his raised gun in surprise. I'm fine, do you have any antipyretics? Dr. Zheng turned back and carried a little girl from the car. Ran has a fever, we must deal with it immediately. Professor Qian's daughter. Kong Qing took a few steps forward and took the little girl into his arms. We should still have some medicine, Mr. Fu brought them. Is Mr. Fu Yan with you? Dr. Zheng looked up in pleasant surprise. Yes, Mr. Fu. Mr. Fu. Kong Qing ran ahead with the little girl in his arms. Mr. Fu Yan saw the situation from afar and got off the bus carrying a medical box. Jiang Xinhuai followed behind him and nearly jumped in surprise when he saw Dr. Zheng approaching. What are her symptoms? Fu Yan asked while taking the little girl for examination. High fever, Dr. Zheng replied. She must reduce her fever immediately. Qian Ran, can you hear me? Fu Yan walked toward the bus with the little girl in his arms. Get into the car first. He had just turned around. Wait. Kong Qing furrowed his brows and grabbed the little girl's calf that was hidden under her skirt. He lifted her skirt. On the little girl's delicate and fair calf was a torn bite wound. The flesh around it had already turned purple and green, with strange black lines wrapping underneath her skin. This was a typical symptom of an injury caused by an infected bite. What happened? Kong Cheng's face turned serious as he looked at Dr. Zheng. She was bitten. Dr. Zheng calmly responded, meeting his gaze. Kong Qing took the little girl back into his arms. Dr. Zheng, even if she is Professor Qian's daughter. She was bitten, but this wound occurred more than 10 hours ago. In the following hours, her wound began slowly healing itself and didn't further deteriorate or rot, Dr. Zheng added. What do you mean? Kong Qing stared in disbelief. Didn't you guess? Dr. Zheng turned to look at Fu Yan, his eyes shining brightly as he spoke each word deliberately and with strength. She might be a carrier of the antibody. Chapter 46. Qian Ran burned with fever for the entire night, finally regaining consciousness the next morning. The wound on her leg began to heal after being treated, the black thread-like material that had encircled it had all faded away. This was self-evident of its meaning. She was getting better, and she wasn't turning into a mindless monster. She was hope. Commander Gong communicated with me about Ran's condition just before losing consciousness. He then ordered Devil King to go seek help, and told me, we must take Ran to the underground base. Zhang Yi looked down at the scorching potato in his palm, then looked up at Kong Qing. She may be the only case, irreplaceable. Please ensure her absolute safety. It is my duty. Kong Qing nodded solemnly. The military airport prepared for evacuation is safe. I'll confirm our current position and then set out immediately. After handing the water to Zheng Yi, Kong Qing got up and went over to discuss with Lei Pingtao and others who were patrolling nearby. Zheng Yi swallowed half a potato and lightly smiled, looking downwards. I didn't expect to see you again. Star encountered some problems, we couldn't catch up with the main force's retreat. Fu Yan turned his head and looked at Jiang Xinhuai who was giving water to the dog beside the bus tire. Captain Kong saved us. When we received the urgent notification that a large number of mutants were invading, I and Academician Qian as well as the professors who remained in the laboratory boarded the military protection vehicle together. At that time, I wanted to find. Zheng Yi stopped here, took a deep breath, changed the topic, and asked lightly, you said the kid encountered some problems, what did he do? Scared to walk. Fu Yan slowly furrowed his brows, he isn't doing well. Seeing his troubled face, Zheng Yi was stunned for a moment. What happened? After a while of silence, Fu Yan explained Jiang Xinghuai's condition and his judgment. After hearing this, Zheng Yi knitted her eyebrows immediately. Based on the situation you've described so far, my judgment aligns with yours. Zheng Yi paused for a moment before continuing, therefore, you understand, there are no current conditions under which treatment can be administered to him, nor even a definitive diagnosis. Fu Yan nodded silently. Only by delivering Ran to the underground base as soon as possible will there be instruments, equipment, and medicines there. After saying this, Zheng Yi slightly lowered his head, you and him. Fu Yan, what are you two talking about? Jiang Xinhuai suddenly stood up and walked over. How come you're now calling Fu Yan by name? Didn't you used to call him uncle, young man? Zheng Yi laughed and asked. Jiang Xinhuai narrowed his eyes, sat next to Fu Yan, hugged his arm, then leaned his head against Fu Yan's chest, and said, Uncle, what are you two talking about? Zheng Yi. This child was becoming more and more annoying. How's the Devil King? Did you change his medicine? Fu Yan patted his head with a smile. Exactly as you said, all done. Jiang Xinhuai raised an eyebrow proudly, no steps were missed. I feel like I have some talent for being a doctor myself. Is that so? Medical university isn't easy to get into. How about your grades? Zheng Yi asked with a smirk. Jiang Xinhuai. You. Captain Kong. Aren't you a bit too? Have you considered everyone else's opinion? Mr. Wang, this isn't my personal decision, it's my mission. If you have nothing further, please return to your seat, replied Kong Cheng, frowning as he turned to leave. Wang Tanhai drew a deep breath and stepped boldly in front of Kong Cheng, raising both hands near his ears in mock surrender, saying, "We are willing to make amends. That place has ample food and is secure. We should. This mission cannot be altered," rejected Kong Cheng. "Why should we follow you to die?" burst out Wang Tanhai, grabbing Kong Cheng's collar. "Why should we die? Are you crazy? Just because of you 5 soldiers going across provinces, do you think we deserve to die how many times? Damn." Watching the argument between them, Jiang Xinghai frowned and stood up. "What's Wang Tanhai on about? Wang Tanhai, say it again." "This is my task," the expression in Kong Cheng's eyes darkened. "This is the first and last warning I give you. Let go of me." "So what, hit me, right? Soldiers think they're above all, huh?" Wang Tanhai laughed, loosening his grip and stepping back a few paces. "Today I want to see how you hit me." As Wang Tanhai finished speaking, people slowly descended from the bus behind him. They stood behind him. One after another. "Can we have a decent conversation now?" Wang Tanhai adjusted his suit tie. "Captain Kong." "Shit." Jiang Xinghai abruptly stood up and rushed forward. Kong Cheng quickly reacted by grabbing him around the waist, lifting him off the ground so that Jiang Xinghai's legs almost kicked Wang Tanhai in the face. "What makes you think you're somebody?" Jiang Xinghai raged uncontrollably. "You killed so many people. How dare you say such things with a straight face?" Wang Tanhai sneered. "Didn't your parents tell you not to interrupt adults when they're talking?" "No," said Jiang Liangyuan. "And who are you to talk back to me like that?" Wang Tanhai glared at Jiang Liangyuan who had appeared opposite them. "You even begged me to let you into the base back then. And now you play the righteous hero. Isn't that disgusting? Will you stop if I feel sick from your disgust?" Jiang Liangyuan snorted coldly. "Wang Tanhai, watch yourself. My son doesn't need your lecture." "Your son? Isn't he supposed to be sitting inside the bus? When did you pick up this older son?" "Oh, I get it, because this older son is close to Mr. Fu, right? So." Wang Tanhai continued as he took a few steps forward. Kong Cheng raised his gun and ordered coldly, "Stay where you are, and raise your hands." "So what if I have a gun?" Wang Tanhai stopped moving, but soon several terrified and panicked children were pushed to the front of the crowd. "Go ahead, hit me." Wang Tanhai tilted his head, looking defiant and fearless. Kong Cheng froze as a child began crying nearby. His grip on the gun started to tremble. "That little girl over there has the antibody, right?" Wang Tanhai's attention was drawn to the small girl descending from the bus. "Don't you point at her." Jiang Xinghai stepped in front of Qian Ranran. Since waking up, Qian Ranran hadn't cried once. She remained silently still in the car without uttering a word. At this moment, she didn't react to Wang Tanhai's movements either, merely holding on to Jiang Xinghai's fingers. Fine, let's not go off topic. I just have one idea here. Captain Kong, think about it, really think hard." Wang Tanhai changed his tone, starting to persuade. "If all of us stayed in our company's industrial park, we wouldn't need to raid the city for food, and since our industrial park has laboratories, Mr. Fu and the rescued doctor could possibly develop a vaccine. You should actually know that with only 5 soldiers taking her to some underground base, you'd just be walking to your deaths." "We've received professional training," Kong Cheng responded. "Professional training? Wasn't your main force professionally trained too? Didn't they all die anyway? What can 5 soldiers represent? We represent the will of the people, the strength of the nation. Neither of which can be broken." Kong Cheng stepped forward, speaking with a firm and resolute tone. "Even if the main force is gone, I am still here. The law still exists. The country still stands. You must take responsibility for everything you've done." "So what?" Wang Tanhai raised his chin. "What can you do to me?" A bright red dot flashed across his eyeball, and then shifted to his chest. Startled, Wang Tanhai looked down, following the angle until he saw the source. Standing on the top of the bus was a soldier, rifle aimed steadily at him. "The muzzle is pointing directly at your chest. Believe me, Corporal Lei Pingtao is one of the most outstanding snipers in our military district," Kong Cheng said. Wang Tanhai raised both hands slowly. Cold shining silver handcuffs clicked tightly around his wrists. "Before we reach the underground base and your verdict is announced, you are restricted in your freedom," Kong Cheng declared. The people on the bus were divided into 2 groups, an isolation barrier established between them in the middle. 2 soldiers armed themselves and sat in the center of the bus. Jiang Xinghai changed Devil King's medicine again. He glanced backward at the group of people and then looked over at Jiang Liangyuan sitting just on the other side of the aisle. His eyes felt a little sore. He opened his mouth as if wanting to say something. "Don't start saying, thank you, or any nonsense like, you're my father." Jiang Liangyuan stiffened his neck, without even glancing this way, as though he had foreseen what Jiang Xinghai would say, rushing through it first. "I don't care what you thought before, but I've never failed to consider you as my son. You'll always be my son, and that's undeniable. Although I may have made some mistakes, are you asking me to apologize to you now?" Jiang Xinghai paused momentarily. Jiang Liangyuan clenched his fists. 4. It's not Dad. I was just going to say, Jiang Xinghuai grinned, revealing his teeth, show some good behavior and try to get a sentence reduction. After your sentence, make sure to be a new man. Chapter 47. The airport was to the west, 4 hours drive away. Under Kong Cheng's plan, they only needed to cross a large expanse of uninhabited wheat fields and one intermediate supply station. This supply station was located in suburban villa complexes. Not only were their supplies of food and drinking water running low, but their vehicle was also almost out of fuel. The journey went relatively smoothly, and they managed to arrive at the perimeter of the villa complex before the bus completely shut down. From the outside, the villa complex looked picturesque with blooming flowers and lush trees. If you ignored the sporadic infected people along the road and the broken-down cars in the middle of the lane, everything seemed unchanged from before. Taizi and old Zhang go down to search for supplies, the rest stay behind. Kong Cheng climbed up onto the roof of the car and set up his rifle for them. Upon receiving the order, the two soldiers opened the door and went out. With the continuous rain and overcast sky, the temperature was already low. Inside the bus, with more people, it stayed warm, but as soon as the door opened, Jiang Xinghuai sneezed immediately. In their rush to escape, Jiang Xinghuai had only grabbed a thin hoodie. Fu Yan had taken off half of his suit jacket. Jiang Liangyuan heard the sound, turned his head to look over, then pulled out a jacket from the seat and threw it over. It's a bit big, but it'll do. Without saying anything, Jiang Xinghuai quietly put on the coat that Jiang Liangyuan had thrown him. Fu Yan helped zip up the coat all the way up on Jiang Xinghuai's back and softly asked, "Did he start talking?" Jiang Xinghuai remained silent for a moment, touching the edge of the clothes. After a long pause, he finally whispered, "If he were your father, I'd definitely not talk to him. But he's my dad." Jiang Xinghuai looked up at Fu Yan, helplessness in his eyes. "Do you understand what I mean?" Fu Yan nodded, patting him on the head. "I really hate him so much. When he left me in that house to save them, I never wanted to see him again." Jiang Xinghuai buried his chin into the collar, expression calm, "But I still remember when he was good to me. The first time he held me, the first time he bought me toys, how he comforted me when I was sick. I won't forgive him, but that's all I can say about it." Jiang Xinghuai finished by saying this. Fu Yan patted his head again and responded with a single word, Anyway, I didn't mess around too little either, even sending him to the hospital. He didn't ignore me though. It's all even now. Jiang Xinghuai shrugged. Actually, after Mom divorced him, she remarried right away and moved abroad, marrying some guy with blue eyes. Jiang Xinghuai paused here for a moment and asked, "Do you think the zombies overseas bite harder or the ones here?" "Theoretically speaking." "Open the door." Kong Cheng's voice rang out from the roof. Jiang Xinghuai stood up and looked out of the window. The two soldiers who went out to search for supplies returned carrying a lot of things, leading a few people back with them. There were 4 or 5 infected chasing after them. Kong Cheng had been setting up his gun on the roof, waiting for them to run within firing range before immediately opening fire. Bang bang bang. The infected chasing behind them fell to the ground instantly. There were 4 people rescued in total, 3 of whom were a family, a father, mother, and their daughter. The girl appeared quite young, roughly the same age as Qian Ranran. The other person was a young man with dyed yellow hair. He wore a sleeveless shirt with worn-out patches and appeared tall and skinny, not someone easily approached. Yellow hair and he must have a lot to chat about, thought Jiang Xinghuai upon seeing the yellow-haired male, unable to avoid worrying about his godfather's situation, especially since old Gung had been infected by the virus. He pondered for a while and then lowered his voice, asking, "If we take an airplane, can we rescue Teacher Gung?" "Sorry, our top priority is to escort Qian Ranran, the child who carries the antibody, safely to the underground base," Kong Cheng interjected unexpectedly, tossing 2 packets of instant noodles into Jiang Xinghuai's arms. Winking mischievously, he whispered, "But after this task is completed, I will apply to participate in a search and rescue operation at your location. Tell me what your teacher looks like, and I'll pay special attention." Jiang Xinghuai nodded solemnly, "He's fat." "Understood," Kong Cheng agreed seriously. The bus continued forward, and after about 2 hours, everyone caught sight of the airport. Based on Kong Cheng's estimation, the airport was not highly dangerous because troops had sent people to clear it before. However, no situation was ever absolutely safe, so caution remained paramount. The group split into 2 columns moving forward vertically. Even though the airport appeared very quiet and secure, no one dared to make loud breathing sounds. Including Kong Cheng, there were 5 soldiers stationed at the front, back, left, and right sides of the group. Lei Pingtao took the lead, quickly securing an aircraft, and began finding machinery to refuel it. Kong Cheng pushed the boarding ladder into place and had people start boarding. Jiang Xinghuai and Fu Yan stood toward the back of the line, their positions arranged by Kong Cheng. Ladies and children were in front, and men were at the back. No one spoke, they simply stepped one after another onto the boarding ladder. Snap! A sudden sound broke the quiet space. Zheng Yi was just stepping onto the first step when he froze upon hearing it. Losing his balance, he began to fall to the side. Jiang Xinghuai, walking right behind him, quickly grabbed his arm. Everyone remained still, afraid to move. No problem, Lei Pingtao smiled sheepishly, indicating that the noise came from his side where they were fueling the plane. It was a false alarm. Keep going, Kong Cheng whispered commands. Jiang Xinghuai released Zheng Yi's arm, mockingly saying, Uncle, your courage is. He didn't finish his sentence. Suddenly, an unclear swallowing sound rang out. Jiang Xinghuai paused for a moment, then realized something and stiffly looked up. A bony skeleton-like monster was hanging upside down from a tall light pole, and that sound came from its throat. Strings of long saliva hung from its mouth. The monster tilted its head, opening its huge mouth as it stared at Jiang Xinghuai. A harsh grinding sound came from its throat. Hell! Jiang Xinghuai reflexively grabbed the iron stick hidden in his waistband, startled. As if sensing a threat, the monster opened its mouth again, about to scream, when several bullets consecutively struck its mouth. Kong Cheng fired the gun. Get on the plane. Everyone, get on now. Kong Cheng shouted while jumping off the boarding ladder. After rolling upon landing, he shot several more bullets at the monster hanging above them. The loud gunshots seemed to pull back the curtain of chaos. Screams from the crowd mixed with the howls of the monster. Everyone scrambled, pushing and shoving to climb aboard. Jiang Xinghuai held Zheng Yi, who had been knocked askew, with one hand, and grabbed an unknown little boy squeezed next to him with the other. He pulled and ran. While running, he realized Fu Yen wasn't beside him and immediately called out, Fu Yen. A hand pushed against his back, and another took the little boy from his hands. Fu Yen said, Run. The mutant jumped down from the high guiding lamp. It moved too fast, and Lei Pingtao, closest to it while fueling the plane, had no time to escape. He was yanked by the monster, falling to the ground and bleeding profusely from his forehead. Kong Cheng rushed over, firing several consecutive shots at the monster's head. The monster's head was blasted half away before it finally stopped writhing and fell to the ground. Breathing heavily, Kong Cheng helped Lei Pingtao up, slightly calming down. Oh! Another scream. Kong Cheng turned sharply. There was another monster. Ah! A woman, somehow pushed to the back of the line, was dragged by her foot and pulled away in seconds. Kong Cheng chased after her. The monster roared loudly while dragging the woman. This roar was deafening. Everything happened in an instant. Fu Yen turned around, his eyebrows twitched, and he pushed the little boy along with Jiang Xinghuai into the plane door. Turning back, he shouted, Kong Cheng. Come back. Kong Cheng couldn't stop his feet, his eyes were red as he watched the woman screaming for help continuously. That woman was someone he had saved earlier today. The creature's screams eventually drew a group of bloodthirsty monsters. They came en masse, charging wildly forward. Captain! Lei Pingtao screamed while holding his gun. Kong Cheng started running back. Close the door. Kong Cheng shouted. He wasn't sure if he could outrun these mutants, but if he couldn't, waiting any longer would put the people inside the plane in danger. Captain! Lei Pingtao fired several more rounds. Close the door. Kong Cheng roared in anger. Fu Yen grabbed the heavy door and pulled it shut. Everyone inside the plane watched as Kong Cheng sprinted toward the slowly closing door. 1 second. 2 seconds. Kong Cheng darted into the cabin just in time. Fu Yen used all his strength to close the door. Snap. The door sealed perfectly, completely isolating even the air outside. In the enclosed space, only rapid breathing could be heard. No one spoke, too frightened. Kong Cheng collapsed on the floor, looking at his convulsing calf as he let out a soft laugh while catching his breath. This tiny chuckle was like tearing off the suffocating plastic bag that had been covering everyone's heads. Amazing. Shit. Scared the hell out of me. No one knew who started the clapping in the crowd, but soon applause echoed throughout. A narrow escape from death. Get ready to take off as soon as possible. Kong Cheng found a place to sit with the help of his teammates. Everyone then took their respective seats. Wang Qinhai glanced at the long scratch on his arm, pulled down his sleeve, and fixed his eyes on a little girl sitting ahead. She was the girl he had saved yesterday. Wang Qinhai knew she had the antibodies. Wang Qinhai lowered his head and clenched his trembling palms. I need to use the restroom. Jiang Xinghuai handed his jacket over to Fu Yen. I'll come with you. Fu Yen stood up. I'm not a little girl, do I need to hold hands just to go to the bathroom? Jiang Xinghuai laughed. Don't forget to wash your face and head while washing your hands, Fu Yen reminded him, or you'll catch a cold. Nagging. Jiang Xinghuai climbed over Fu Yen by leaning on the backs of the seats. I need to use the restroom too. Qian Ranran turned around and looked at Jiang Xinghuai. Wow, you finally speak, Jiang Xinghuai stared curiously at her. Qian Ranran turned away again. Alright, let's go. Jiang Xinghuai stood up, holding her hand. Wang Qinhai lowered his gaze, slowly stood up, and said to a soldier standing nearby, I need to use the restroom. Wang Qinhai didn't wait for the soldier's response and continued walking forward. The soldier hesitated, watching where he was going, and shouted, Wait. There are 2 people ahead, you need to go to the back. Wang Qinhai acted as though he hadn't heard and kept walking faster instead. Hey. Wait. Did you hear me? The soldier shouted again. This time, Wang Qinghai charged directly toward the backs of the two people ahead. Stop him. Kong Qing, sensing something wrong, suddenly jumped up from his seat. Chapter 48. Fu Yan stood up and rushed forward just a second before Kong Qing jumped. But it was too late. Jiang Xinghai noticed the wind behind his ear and turned back. It was Wang Tanhai rushing over. Before he could react, his wrist tightened. Wang Tanhai ran over and took the hand of Qian Ranran that Jiang Xinghai was holding. Jiang Xinghai was stunned, having no idea what had happened, and subconsciously followed closely. Jiang Xinghai. Stop. Fu Yan's voice came from behind. Jiang Xinghai didn't stop, he lunged forward, attempting to grab Wang Tanhai by the ankle of his pants. Everything unfolded in this split second, this fleeting moment of pause. In this second, the crowd realized something was happening, everyone got up from their seats and desperately fled to the rear of the cabin. Kong Qing roared angrily as he was shoved to the back by the crowd. Fu Yan was running forward urgently. Jiang Xinghai fell to the ground trying to catch Wang Tanhai. The next second. Ah! Qian Ranran let out a scream filled with terror. Jiang Xinghai's heart leaped fiercely, he quickly climbed up from the ground, and the scene he witnessed froze all his blood into his brain. Wang Tanhai bit down on Qian Ranran's delicate neck, and fresh red blood instantly sprayed out. Jiang Xinghai, eyes bloodshot, his breath exploded. IF *****ing swear to grandpa. Jiang Xinghai. Fu Yan finally caught up, pulling Jiang Xinghai, who wanted to rush forward again. But failed. Jiang Xinghai didn't change his rushing posture, bending low, jumping off, supporting himself with one hand on the chair back, spinning halfway through the air, his supple waist cutting through the empty space. His descending leg struck the side of Wang Tanhai's head with a powerful kick, using all his strength. Fu Yan was shocked, frozen in place until Jiang Xinghai landed. In the next second, Wang Tanhai heavily crashed to the ground. Fu Yan snapped back to reality, rushing forward and pressing down Wang Tanhai, who tried to rise again. Wang Tanhai's pupils began to turn yellow, though his mind had already become confused and muddled, he knew he couldn't let go. Antibodies in the blood. He needed antibodies. He wouldn't allow himself to turn into a thoughtless monster, there was no way he'd just die like this. Qian Ranran lay on the ground with her mouth open, struggling to breathe. She looked at Jiang Xinghai, unable to say a word. Shit. Jiang Xinghai dashed over and delivered one punch after another to his face. Let go. Let go. Let go now. Wang Tanhai struggled in pain but was held immobile by Fu Yan. Fists continued to pound his temples, one after another. Soon, Wang Tanhai's vision started to blacken, his consciousness fading. Unknowingly, he loosened the grip of his teeth that were biting down tightly. Fu Yan. Jiang Xinghai carefully moved Qian Ranran's small convulsing body away. Fu Yan tore apart his own shirt and pressed it hard onto Qian Ranran's bleeding neck. Zheng Yi. The first aid kit. Fu Yan shouted loudly. Jiang Xinghai feared Wang Tanhai would wake again, so he removed his jacket and bound his hands behind his back. Zheng Yi arrived, his hands shaking violently while holding a simple respirator. Hold it steady. Fu Yan grabbed the respirator and put it on Qian Ranran, then looked up shouting, Jiang Xinghai, come over. To my back. Jiang Xinghai panted, slowly relaxing when looking at Wang Tanhai lying still with his eyes closed. He straightened his back, turning toward Fu Yan. How's Qian Ranran? Jiang Xinghai's words were interrupted. Get down. Fu Yan suddenly erupted. Jiang Xinghai had never seen such an expression on Fu Yan's face before. That was panic. Before he could figure it out, a sudden stinging pain shot through his wrist, and instinctively, he flung his hand away, looking back in shock. Bang! Wang Tanhai was kicked by Fu Yan, flying more than a meter away, but he didn't even stop for a second, standing up strangely and rushing back over. Boom boom boom. Gunshots rang out suddenly. Wang Tanhai wavered while rushing forward, then smashed heavily to the ground. Kong Qing, drenched in cold sweat, slowly lowered his gun. Jiang Xinghai remained stunned, looking at Wang Tanhai lying by his feet. In that instant, his pupils sharply contracted. Jiang Xinghai's heart plummeted continuously, seeing the black lines crawling up Wang Tanhai's neck. His back soaked in sweat instantly. Wang Tanhai had been infected. Come over. Fu Yan turned around and picked up alcohol from the first aid box. Jiang Xinghai was surprised, lowering his head to look at the deep tooth marks on his wrist, which had already oozed out fresh blood. Slowly, he stepped back one step. I said, come here. Fu Yan's face was icy cold, but his eyes seemed to harbor a blazing fire. The veins on his temples twitched. I. Jiang Xinghai felt both afraid and flustered. He wanted to go to Fu Yan, but... I've been infected. Jiang Xinghai tried to smile despite his suffering face, but tears welled out instead. I'm going to turn into a monster, uncle. Jiang Xinghai sobbed uncontrollably. Disinfect first. Fu Yan took a few steps forward, grabbed his hand, and poured alcohol over it. Jiang Xinghai winced in pain and cried even harder. Fu Yan's hand gripping the bottle trembled uncontrollably, He gritted his teeth, his bloodshot eyes fixed on that wound as his complexion grew increasingly grim. Until Jiang Xinhuai suddenly hugged him. In this second, all of Fu Yan's repressed emotions finally broke loose, and he turned around, tightly hugging the boy. Jiang Xinhuai buried his head in Fu Yan's chest and wept loudly. He didn't want to become a monster, didn't want to leave Fu Yan, didn't want never to see Fu Yan again. He felt an ache in his heart, and even thought, maybe he should bite Fu Yan. He was simply too terrified of being alone. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Fu Yan's voice was hoarse. He restrained himself with all his might, just lightly kissing Jiang Xinhuai's hair and saying, I'll stay with you. Jiang Xinhuai froze, hiccuping. He loosened his grip on Fu Yan. He started feeling guilty about how selfish he had been. Ran. Qian ran. Zheng Yi suddenly screamed out loud. Jiang Xinhuai jolted awake, wiping away his tears, wanting to check on Qian ran but didn't dare. What's happening? Kong Cheng's face turned pale, kneeling down while pressing hard on Qian Ran's wound. The bleeding won't stop, there are no surgical conditions. Zheng Yi held on to the unconscious girl in despair. Is she not breathing? Lei Pingtao. Bring another oxygen bag. Kong Cheng shouted loudly, his voice trembling. Yes. Lei Pingtao quickly ran back. It's useless. Zheng Yi suddenly yelled, the bleeding can't be stopped. She lost consciousness. She's dying. Kong Cheng froze. He bent down and carefully examined the little girl who wasn't even as tall as his thigh. The slight rise and fall of her chest were almost invisible now. Kong Cheng supported himself against the wall, standing up shakily, and then kicked the wall fiercely. Ah! Kong Cheng hugged his head and knelt down in agony. How many people in China have antibodies? How low could the probability be? It also meant just how important Qian Ran was to everyone. As the little girl's heartbeat grew weaker, the entire cabin fell into a deathly silence. Zheng Yi adjusted Qian Ran's dress neatly, wiped the blood off her face carefully, and then sat down holding her in his arms. Kong Cheng panted heavily, striving to remain calm. Maintaining the crowd, cleaning the cabin, preparing for takeoff, regardless of everything else, he still had an airplane full of passengers to protect. Finally, he walked toward where Fu Yan and Jiang Xinhuai were sitting apart from the crowd. Mr. Fu. Kong Cheng began. I will stay with him, Fu Yan said, we're going to the rear cabin. Kong Cheng remained silent for a moment before nodding. Then he handed over a restraint band from his toolkit, by the time we reach the main base, perhaps, there will be some way. Fu Yan accepted it silently. I've hidden a pack of beef jerky for you. Kong Cheng smiled faintly, pulling out a small pack from his pocket and handing it to Jiang Xinhuai. After pondering, he added, you remind me so much of my younger brother. Big brother. Jiang Xinhuai grinned. I didn't protect him well, nor did I protect you. Kong Cheng's eyes slowly reddened. He bent down slightly and gave Jiang Xinhuai a gentle hug, whispering, I miss him. Jiang Xinhuai patted his back and stood up, following Fu Yan. Fu Yan closed the cabin door, blocking the curious gazes of the others. Jiang Xinhuai found a seat and fastened his seatbelt. Give me your hand. Fu Yan sat beside him, holding gauze and iodine tincture in his hands. I've never traveled in economy class on an airplane before. Jiang Xinhuai extended his hand, pretending to sound casual as he shrugged, it's not as crowded as I imagined. Next time Jiang Xinhuai paused mid-sentence. There would be no next time for him. The next time, I'll accompany you. Fu Yan finished applying the gauze and gently embraced him. Yeah. Jiang Xinhuai felt a lump in his throat. The engine roared, and the plane began to move slowly. Jiang Xinhuai started feeling dizzy, and his vision became blurred. He knew he was probably about to turn into a monster. Until his stomach growled. Uncle, I feel a bit hungry. Jiang Xinhuai said hesitantly. What do you want to eat? Fu Yan asked. Steak, Jiang Xinhuai replied. After tying him up, Fu Yan went to the galley and actually found some steak. Even after eating the steak, Jiang Xinhuai still felt half dead, but now he was thirsty. A little salty, Jiang Xinhuai smacked his lips. Fu Yan held a cup of water to his lips. I want to drink cola, Jiang Xinhuai said weakly. Fu Yan stood up and rummaged through the food storage cabinet and found a can of cola. Jiang Xinhuai drank half the bottle in big gulps. It would be great if I could play a game after having my fill, Jiang Xinhuai sighed with his eyes closed. Seeing the rosy cheeks of Jiang Xinhuai after eating and drinking, Fu Yan's gaze grew darker. For a long time, he finally trembled as he slowly lifted the bandage on Jiang Xinhuai's wrist for a look. Then he turned around and somehow managed to find a gaming console for Jiang Xinhuai. Half an hour later. Shit. This thing froze. How can't I beat this muscle guy? How do I jump over that? Hey. Here comes the muscle guy again. Yes. Cleared the level. Jiang Xinhuai lazily drank his cola and made another request, Uncle, I still want. Fu Yan applied another layer of medicine to his wound, covered it with the bandage, took away the cola by his mouth, and also collected the gaming console, saying, "You cursed a few times earlier, so do a math problem for each one. Finish them before dinner, I'll check." Jiang Xinghuai was shocked and tried to act feeble. "I feel so terrible," Jiang Xinghuai said. "Do you have a headache?" Fu Yan asked. "Terrible dizziness." Jiang Xinghuai nodded. "Can't see clearly?" Fu Yan asked again. "Yes." Jiang Xinghuai answered. Fu Yan didn't say anything. He stood up, the veins on his hands gripping the chair near his ear protruded. "What's wrong?" Jiang Xinghuai paused, confused. Suddenly, Fu Yan leaned down forcefully and kissed him hard on the lips. "Bad boy." That's what Jiang Xinghuai heard Fu Yan mutter. Chapter 49. "Before I die, I have one last wish." Jiang Xinghuai said this weakly lying on the seat. Fu Yan stood calmly beside, looking at Zheng Yi and Kong Cheng who were called in by him. His words to be announced were interrupted by Jiang Xinghuai's drama. "Speak," Kong Cheng said with red eyes, trembling lips. Zheng Yi also had a pale and heavy face. Despite the boy's bad-tempered and reckless nature, he was undeniably a hero for his selfless act of saving that little girl. Even though this young hero wasn't very mature, he was respectable. "My last wish is..." Jiang Xinghuai turned his eyeballs. I want to play a game." "Okay. I'll play with you." Kong Cheng immediately nodded. "But I don't have a game console." Jiang Xing said faintly. "I'll find it." With his past first-class detective skills, Kong Cheng quickly found Fu Yan's hidden small game machine at the second row of the third set. Zheng Yi wasn't easily deceived. He suspiciously looked at Jiang Xinghuai and then at Fu Yan. Jiang Xinghuai suddenly covered his mouth and coughed, appearing to be in great pain. Zheng Yi hurriedly said, "I can also accompany you to play. Although I've never played games, I learn things pretty fast." "That still wouldn't help you beat me," Jiang Xinghuai said quickly. Zheng Yi. Fu Yan. "All right." Fu Yan, watching the three already gaming, pinched his nose bridge helplessly. "There's something I need to tell you." 1 minute later. "What?" Zheng Yi abruptly stood up. "Antibody." Kong Cheng, shocked, turned around, loosened his control over the character in the game, allowing Jiang Xinghuai to seize the opportunity and kill the character with a series of consecutive moves. "Oh yeah. He won." "You mean his wounds started healing?" Zheng Yi asked again, staring seriously and tensely at the wound on Jiang Xinghuai's wrist. "He has an antibody." Kong Cheng shouted again. "I guess his previous nosebleeds and unexplained fever could all possibly be the body's antibodies fighting against the virus," Fu Yan said. "What does this mean?" Jiang Xinghuai asked with surprise. "What does his nosebleed have to do with this?" "It means you've been infected before," Fu Yan said. "Was it when I first met you too?" "That variant?" Kong Cheng recalled the day he rescued Jiang Xinghuai and Fu Yan. He was holding a gun and pointing it at the injured ankle of Jiang Xinghuai, suspecting if he'd been infected. "It's quite likely," Fu Yan nodded. Jiang Xinghuai suddenly touched the nearly invisible toothmark scar on the back of his neck and recalled it as the beginning of everything. The woman who went crazy in the bar. Actually, it might have been earlier. Oh. The plane suddenly swayed violently. Kong Cheng and Fu Yan held onto their seats to steady themselves. Jiang Xinghuai grabbed Zheng Yi, who fell down due to the sway, and secured him before asking, "What happened?" "Turbulence." "Sit properly." Fu Yan walked over in the shaking and helped Jiang Xinghuai buckle his seatbelt. "Stay seated." As Jiang Xinghuai grabbed his hand, he didn't wait for Fu Yan to pull him down. Suddenly, there were several men screaming from the front cabin, and then the crowd began to become restless. The voices were too chaotic. Jiang Xinghuai only vaguely heard some unclear words about something outside. Instinctively, he turned his head toward the airplane window. "Captain." Lei Pingtao rushed in at this moment. "What's wrong?" Kong Cheng leaned against the seat rest. "There's something outside the plane." Lei Pingtao's sentence made everyone's backs shiver. "Where?" Jiang Xinghuai yelled, clinging close to the window. Everyone looked out the airplane window. Several monsters clung tightly under the wing with both arms stretched out. The wind speed was too fast, and one monster's body tilted, unable to hold on, instantly getting sucked into the spinning wing. Boom! A blood mist erupted as the entire creature was instantly crushed into meat paste within the spark-laden wing, vanishing without a trace. The plane swayed abruptly. In the next second, the remaining monsters got dragged into the madly spinning wings amidst the turbulence. In the next second, the spark-emitting turbine exploded thunderously, sparks flying everywhere. The plane lost power on one side and immediately veered to the other. A sudden disaster had arrived. Screams and frantic crowds. Everyone knew that once the plane crashes, no one here would survive. Lei Pingtao. Calm the passengers. Kong Cheng struggled to stand up amidst the violent shaking, grabbing the intercom. The bin. Report on the plane's condition. The left turbine has completely failed. The plane cannot fly steadily with only the right turbine. "We're expected to lose control in 10 minutes, came the voice on the intercom after a pause, followed by, "I suggest, we land now." Kong Cheng hesitated for a moment. Without the control tower or runway, no one could guarantee a safe landing. "Return to your seats. Fasten your seatbelts. Don't panic. We will ensure everyone's safety." Lei Pengtao's voice came from the front cabin. "Agree to land." After saying this, Kong Cheng quickly organized the soldiers to help fasten the seatbelts for all passengers. The 5 soldiers then spread out and fastened their own seatbelts at the last possible moment before the landing. Jiang Xinhuai turned his head to glance out the airplane window. He knew the plane was descending rapidly and unstably. Yet he couldn't understand why he didn't feel any fear or panic inside. Maybe it was because an hour ago, he thought he would die but survived instead. Or perhaps, it was simply because Fu Yan was holding his hand. Jiang Xinhuai's hand was tightly held in Fu Yan's. "You can hold my hand," Kong Cheng said to Zheng Yi. "Thank you, no need," Zheng Yi replied with a perfunctory smile. In the next instant, the plane hit the ground. Jiang Xinhuai was thrown off his seat by the tremendous impact and yanked back forcefully by the seatbelt. A second later, he was tossed to the left side and pulled back again. Then shoved to the right and hauled back once more. This cycle repeated endlessly. Jiang Xinhuai felt such excruciating pain in his waist that he almost believed it was broken until his head smashed into the front chair back. Before losing consciousness, he tried to look at Fu Yan, but all he saw was darkness. After a few seconds or maybe a few minutes, Jiang Xinhuai could feel the enraged plane had calmed down. But his ears were ringing so severely that he didn't know how long it took before he faintly heard someone shouting his name. "Jiang Xinhuai! Jiang Xinhuai!" It was Fu Yan's voice. With great difficulty, he opened his eyelids. He saw blood streaming down Fu Yan's forehead. He reached out to touch it. Fu Yan leaned down, kissed his cheek lightly, and unbuckled his seatbelt. "It's over." Jiang Xinhuai's head throbbed painfully, his stomach churning violently as he vomited everything out. "Stay seated and don't move." Fu Yan handed him a bottle of water and then moved toward another unconscious person. While drinking water, Jiang Xinhuai got up slowly and looked around. The plane was severely deformed from the collision but appeared to be made of good quality material, at least it didn't break apart. Most people had passed out, while Fu Yan and Zheng Yi swiftly conducted preliminary checks on those who were unconscious or injured. "Feed him some water." After saying this to Jiang Xinhuai, who was helping nearby, Fu Yan went to treat wounds for another person. Jiang Xinhuai squatted down and placed the water bottle near a little boy's lips. "Is he your dad?" the little boy asked Jiang Xinhuai. "What about it?" Jiang Xinhuai looked ahead toward Fu Yan. "Your dad is so cool for being a doctor," the little boy praised. "That's true," Jiang Xinhuai smirked confidently, continuing excitedly, "Well, not exactly, what do you mean, cool? My dad is not only exceptionally skilled but also a pro at polishing shoes, ouch." Fu Yan turned around and covered his mouth. No one on the plane was in critical danger, and the most serious injury was just a fractured finger. Upon hearing this information, the tension Kong Cheng had been carrying eased, and he kicked open the already deformed plane door. With his gun raised, he scanned his surroundings quickly. It was spacious and filled mostly with low and dilapidated buildings, looking like an abandoned factory. Kong Cheng sighed in relief. In a place like this, there shouldn't be a large group of infected people gathered. But before Kong Cheng could fully take in this relief, he spotted something disturbing in the distance, a head tilted unnaturally, a face crawling with black veins, and a body smeared with blood. He raised his gun and prepared to fire. A second one. A third one. An 11th one. From all directions, the slow, staggering infected surrounded them. "We're done for." Kong Cheng heard someone behind him say this. All the soldiers stood at the forefront with guns drawn to shield everyone. Most of these people had lost their ability to move, so breaking through seemed almost impossible. They could only brace for a fight to the death. At that moment. Whir. The sound of a helicopter's propeller spinning rapidly broke through the air above them. Everyone looked up. A small helicopter hovered right above them. Before Kong Cheng could react further. "People below. Find cover." "I'm about to fire the cannon," shouted someone on the helicopter through a loudspeaker. "Get down." Kong Cheng quickly reacted, pushing down a group of stunned people. After a low boom, bombs exploded wildly around them. In a few seconds, when Jiang Xinhuai stood up again with ringing ears, nothing remained around but scorched black earth. The helicopter that had been hovering in the sky slowly descended. Jiang Xinhuai stared at the helicopter marked with blue letters, suddenly feeling it was somewhat familiar. Why does this helicopter seem so familiar? Jiang Xinhuai turned his head and quietly said to Fu Yan. "I feel like I've seen it somewhere before." Fu Yan looked at the helicopter, unusually raising an eyebrow. The familiar-looking helicopter slowly landed right in front of Jiang Xinhuai. "Wait. This is your helicopter." Jiang Xinhuai suddenly realized. This helicopter marked with the blue letters FLYY was the very same one they had seen in Fu Yan's villa courtyard. A round-headed figure appeared by the cockpit door. Jiang Xinhuai joyfully shouted, "Godfather! Chapter 50. The word, Godfather, rang out. Zhu Gaofei, who had just stepped off the plane with one foot, startled, stumbled and fell forward after rolling a circle before standing up again. By now, his face was streaked with tears and snot. Stars. Zhu Gaofei sprinted forward. Godfather. Jiang Xinghuai also ran. Stars. Zhu Gaofei opened his strong arms wide. Godfather. Jiang Xinghuai spread his arms as well. With his eyes closed, Zhu Gaofei embraced him with satisfaction. Then, he lifted both feet off the ground and directly soared into the air. He was picked up by Jiang Xinghuai. Jiang Xinghuai spun him twice, bit his teeth, and prepared to whirl him for another round. But halfway through, he lost strength accidentally and threw him to the ground. Zhu Gaofei. Jiang Xinghuai's face flushed with embarrassment, saying, "Why have you gained so much weight?" Having lost over 10 pounds these past few weeks, Zhu Gaofei wiped away his tears and nodded while climbing up. "Yes, I've gained 20 pounds, no wonder you can't carry me." Fu Yan stepped forward, wiping away the sweat beads on Jiang Xinghuai's nose, saying, "It's not safe here. We need to change places. People are already notified to drive over." Zhu Gaofei then furrowed his brows and asked seriously, "Mr. Fu, weren't you supposed to go to Beijing to find your friend? Why are you on this plane?" "We made it to Beijing and found his friend." Jiang Xinghuai knitted his eyebrows. "But, Brother Fei." A male voice sounded. Everyone followed the sound to see several minivans rapidly approaching. "The cars are here. Everyone get in first." Zhu Gaofei called out as he helped people get out of the car and lift the injured. Then, taking advantage of others carrying the wounded, he leaned close to Jiang Xinghuai's ear and asked softly, "Have you found your father? He passed out from the crash and hasn't woken up yet." Jiang Xinghuai casually pointed to the back of the queue. Jiang Liangyuan lay there unconscious with his eyes tightly shut. A woman was holding the boy beside him and greeted Zhu Gaofei lightly when she saw him look over. Zhu Gaofei nodded silently without words, wrapping an arm around Jiang Xinghuai as they got into the vehicle. "From now on, you're my son." "No." Jiang Xinghuai chuckled and leaned toward Fu Yan who was tending wounds inside the cabin. "My new dad is over here saving lives." Zhu Gaofei. Fu Yan patted his head helplessly and smiled. Once everyone was aboard and the rear doors slammed shut, the vehicle started moving forward. "Hello, I'm Kong Cheng." Kong Cheng extended his hand toward Zhu Gaofei. Former member of Special Operations Squad 13, now captain of the 4th Search and Rescue Team assigned for special missions. "Hello, I'm Zhu Gaofei." Zhu Gaofei straightened his posture and gave a salute. Former captain of Squadron 1 of the Brave Tiger Special Forces, retired due to injury 10 years ago. Kong Cheng hesitated for a moment, then returned the salute immediately. Zhu Gaofei patted his shoulder and asked, "What happened to you guys?" "Our refuge base was hit by a sudden massive attack from mutated creatures. Out of the entire base population of 56,718 people, only the 27 of us remain," Kong Cheng said. Zhu Gaofei was silent for half a while before slowly speaking. "I established a small concentration camp with dozens of brothers near Mr. Fu's villa and recruited volunteers for training. Together we carried out small-scale rescue operations across our city. Up until today, we have successfully rescued 312 people in total." The cabin fell silent. Zhu Gaofei looked around the group. "What I want to say is, this unforeseen virus has made us seem powerless, and our society has fallen apart in just 2 months. However, the mutual aid of the people will be our greatest force in resisting. If we unite as one, if we are steadfast in our resolve, then we will soon triumph." The convoy arrived at its destination half an hour later. Around the villa was a full circle of barbed wire and various obstacles. Outside, armed men patrolled while inside makeshift tents had been erected, and steam from food wafted through the air. The group who had escaped the crisis visibly breathed a sigh of relief after getting out of the vehicles. This place was safe. Once Zhu Gaofei had arranged everything for them, Jiang Xinghuai quickly asked, "How's old Gung?" "Gung teacher." Zhu Gaofei hesitated for a moment, then sighed, "His condition isn't good." "What happened?" Jiang Xinghuai became anxious. "After you left with Mr. Fu, we followed Mr. Fu's instructions and gave him intravenous glucose daily to maintain his vital signs," Zhu Gaofei explained as he led them into the villa. "But within this week, the black lines on Gung teacher's wounds have started to spread to his body. None of us know anything about it, the only doctor we have said that Gung teacher's condition is deteriorating. The virus keeps mutating. The temporary agent can't suppress this self-evolving virus. He could transform into an infected person or die immediately at any moment," Zheng Yi said. "I have antibodies in me, so shouldn't old Gung be alright?" Jiang Xinghuai quietly sought reassurance. Fu Yan, however, paused without answering. "What's wrong?" Jiang Xinghuai felt a sudden unease. "Lacking a solid experimental basis and time, the success rate is low," Zheng Yi briefly answered nearby. Jiang Xinghuai, "But antibodies? What kind of antibodies?" Zhu Gaofei turned around in surprise. Fu Yan stopped both of them. "Let's talk upstairs." Just as they were going up the stairs, Zhu Gaofei grabbed Jiang Xinghuai. "Why do you?" Clang. A door at the far end of the corridor was abruptly pushed open. Dachuan. Zhu Gaofei flinched sharply. What's wrong? Big brother Fei. Dachuan's complexion was terrible as he struggled to suppress his voice. Gung teacher's not doing well. Jiang Xinghai immediately dashed past everyone, rushing into the room at the end of the corridor. By the time the others realized what was happening and rushed in, they only saw Jiang Xinghai standing motionlessly outside the glass enclosure. Inside the glass enclosure, tied to the bed, Gung Manhong opened his completely vacant, milky eyes, struggling wildly against the restraints holding him down. Zheng Yi glanced once and immediately said, "Prepare for blood extraction." Would injecting the antibody still work even though he's almost fully transformed into an infected? Kong Qin questioned. This virus is a new type, exhibiting fast mutation and extreme virulence. I participated in this experiment. In the early stages, this strain was merely intended for medical research. During the later phases of the experiment, they altered the study direction, which caused the loss of control. There is an incubation period for this virus. During the incubation period, there are no symptoms. After the incubation period ends, the virus mutates in the human body, Zheng Yi explained while picking out the tools needed for drawing blood on the workbench. Some infected individuals will undergo secondary mutations after absorption. Those become skeletons, or second-stage infected individuals, referred to as mutants by academician Qian. They're real monsters. Their infection transmission times can shorten to within several seconds. The real monsters, Kong Qin frowned, catching on to the critical point. What exactly does that sentence mean? I observed the first stage infected on the way to Beijing earlier. They subconsciously know things like avoiding rain, etc., and academician Qian also conducted experiments reaching similar conclusions. Even before the military zone's destruction when the research wasn't completed yet, samples were obtained. Academician Qian proposed a hypothesis. After developing a vaccine, if a first-stage infected person hasn't sustained extensive trauma or fatal injuries within 3 to 5 days after infection, they might regain consciousness after being injected with the vaccine. Fu Yan supplemented his explanation. You mean there's still people? Kong Qin widened his eyes. In theory, yes, it's just a hypothesis. No one can currently prove it. Fu Yan calmly pulled out a syringe and glanced around at everyone in the room. Once they lose their senses and start attacking others as carriers of the virus, they are no longer themselves. I hope you all understand this. Kong Qin sat heavily, feeling weighed down. Clench your fist. Fu Yan gently tapped at the vein on Jiang Xinghuai's arm before binding the tourniquet. Jiang Xinghuai tilted his head, staring through the glass as Gung teacher wrestled and growled weakly. His heart sank continuously. Gung Manhong had been his homeroom teacher since freshman year of high school, all the way to senior year. He was never a compliant student, even considered a bad one. Brawls, skipping classes, and being dead last in exams were his trademarks. No one liked him, his family didn't, his classmates didn't, and his teachers eventually stopped noticing him altogether. Only old Gung had repeatedly, tirelessly reminded him not to give up, not to run away, not to fall into despair. The crimson blood flowed smoothly into the large syringe through the transparent tubing. Fu Yan looked at the tube, then glanced at the pale-faced Jiang Xinghuai. Xing, Fu Yan called out softly. Jiang Xinghuai looked up. Fu Yan leaned forward and lightly kissed the corner of his lips. Jiang Xinghuai froze for a moment. You've grown a beard, he said. Did it prick your face? Fu Yan smiled. It felt like a sea urchin kissing me. Jiang Xinghuai muttered quietly. Fu Yan withdrew the needle and handed the blood sample to Zheng Yi. With Gung Manhong's precarious condition, a shock or death could happen any second. In the next 10 minutes, Zheng Yi and Fu Yan rapidly conducted repeated tests and eventually obtained a vial of light pink antibody. As the liquid in the syringe was slowly injected, the violently struggling Gung Manhong gradually calmed down. But only half a minute later, in the next instant, Gung Manhong opened his eyes wide. He started heavily gasping through his nose and mouth. Ah! Next, his body on the bed began writhing violently. His chest heaved excessively, and from neck to face, they turned purplish red in an instant. Fu Yan rushed over to press down on his chest, shouting urgently, breathe. Keep breathing. Jiang Xinghuai tightened his fists, his complexion paler than normal. His thin white t-shirt was drenched with cold sweat. Zheng Yi rushed over to check Gung Manhong's pupils. The situation doesn't look good. Just as Zheng Yi finished speaking, the struggling Gung Manhong suddenly stopped all movement, including his breathing, as if someone had pressed the pause button. His whole body stiffened and remained frozen in its previous posture. Everyone in the room became rigid simultaneously. It wasn't until Zheng Yi gently closed Gung Manhong's bulging eyes. What are you doing? At this moment, Jiang Xinghuai couldn't even hear his own voice. He took 2 steps forward, his throat feeling as if it was clogged with sand. After a long time, he finally managed to ask, what does that mean? It failed. Zheng Yi frowned. Fu Yan exhaled deeply, closing his trembling hands due to exhaustion. He looked at Jiang Xinghuai, whose expression suddenly turned dazed, and spoke hesitantly, stars. It won't, it can't be. Jiang Xinghuai shook his head, interrupting Fu Yan. He nudged Gung Manhong's emaciated arm, calling out, old Gung. Old Gung, wake up. Old Gung. We need to dispose of this immediately. The virus mutates quickly, and the mode of transmission still cannot be fully determined yet. Zheng Yi signaled someone outside the glass door, then gently covered Gung Manhong's head with a white cloth. Get out of the way. Jiang Xinghuai pushed Zheng Yi aside and slapped Gung Manhong's chest. Old Gung. Old Gung. Fatty. Wake up. Stars. Fu Yan grabbed him by the waist, trying to drag him back. Fatty, you damn well better get up. Jiang Xinghuai struggled furiously, kicking the edge of the iron bed, screaming in anger and grief, didn't you say you'd take me through the college entrance exam? Get up. I'll fail every subject. And blame it on your teaching. You better. Jiang Xinghuai's threats were interrupted when Gung Manhong's body on the bed violently trembled. He let out a heavy breath. Awakened from shock. Chapter 51. Fu Yan was surprised and loosened his grip on Jiang Xinghuai, neither did Jiang move anymore. Everyone in the room turned their gaze toward Gung Manhong, who was slowly opening his eyes again. Gung Manhong's eyes opened very slowly. He saw faint white light and several blurry faces. He couldn't tell who these people were in front of him, but he heard Jiang Xinghuai call him Fatty. In the entire school, only Jiang Xinghuai dared call him that. Ah. Gung Manhong tried to call out to Jiang Xinghuai but found his tongue stiff and immovable. Triple A. Triple A. Gung Manhong attempted once more. Old Gung. Realizing it now, Jiang Xinghuai lunged forward and hugged Gung Manhong tightly. Ah. This time Gung Manhong wasn't trying to speak but caught his breath after almost choking under the boy's weight. This kid would suffocate someone. What's wrong with old Gung? Jiang Xinghuai heard Mr. Gung making an abnormal sound. Fu Yan put on gloves, checked thoroughly, and briefly answered, tongue muscles are stiff, not just the tongue. The virus will cause all of his limbs' muscles, including the trunk, to be in a rigid state. Everything needs time to recover. Ah. Mr. Gung called out again. Get up, you brat. What is he saying? Jiang Xinghuai thought for a moment but still couldn't guess. What do you want to say to Mr. Gung? Fu Yan lightly smiled and asked in return. Triple A. AA. Mr. Gung said again. Get up. Jiang Xinghuai stared at old Gung who looked like he had lost half of his weight for a while, then smirked, holding him and burying his head in his shoulder. Old Gung. Mr. Gung strained heavily for breath. Get up, you brat. I miss you, Jiang Xinghuai whispered softly. Old Gung was startled for a moment and then raised his stiff hand, slowly circling around him. 2 hours later, Teacher Gung could get out of bed by himself, although he was unsteady on his feet and needed more time to adjust his body. Does this prove that the antibody succeeded? Kong Cheng looked at Teacher Gung who was leaning on Jiang Xinghuai practicing walking behind the glass wall with delight, then turned to look at Zheng Yi, then can this antibody be injected into others? Regardless of whether it can be mass-produced or not, we simply cannot judge its safety. Personally, I think this simply extracted antibody is highly risky. Zheng Yi shook his head, taking off the protective suit, and we don't have experimental equipment or conditions here. Kong Cheng hesitated for a moment, turned his head to look at Jiang Xinghuai who was smiling and waving toward them, and immediately said, he must safely reach the main base. Zhu Gaofei frowned, what do you plan to do? Drive there? Not feasible, we've almost exhausted our weapons, driving there has too high a risk, and we can't afford even the slightest possibility of danger. Kong Cheng furrowed his brows and thought for a moment, now there's only one method, we must find a way to contact the main base. We have a machine to send messages, as long as we have a signal, we can contact the main base. Our signal went down completely after one day when the virus fully broke out. I considered sending people to fix the signal tower before, but due to professionalism and height issues, nothing came of it. Zhu Gaofei said, and also, because of its location, many infected have gathered there, I don't think it's a good solution. Where is the signal tower? Kong Cheng asked. I've been there, it's extremely dangerous. Zhu Gaofei scrunched up his brows, your chances of success won't exceed 10%. Where is it? Kong Cheng asked again. How far is the main base from us? Helicopters consume a lot of fuel, but we dash. Brother Zhu, what I've thought of, I've already planned out. Contacting the main base now is the best way to protect the antibody. Kong Cheng smiled lightly, interrupting him, it's my mission. Zhu Gaofei looked at him and, after a pause, opened his mouth, it's adjacent to the university district, in the suburbs of the city. For us special forces soldiers, what concept is 10% brother Zhu, you've forgotten. Kong Cheng patted Zhu Gaofei's shoulder, laughing, 1% chance for us is 100%. Zhu Gaofei cursed under his breath with a smile. I'm leading a team tomorrow. Taozi stays behind. Kong Cheng said. Captain, Lei Pingtao immediately got upset. If we don't return, you need to take over my position. Kong Cheng added, looking at Lei Pingtao, you must ensure the safety of the antibody until we make contact with the main base. Hope can't once again be extinguished in our hands. We are soldiers, absolutely cannot become criminals. Lei Pingtao's eyes were tinged red. He was the youngest in this small team, and Kong Cheng always took care of him and guided him through everything. He understood this was an order, as well as final guidance. Even if Kong Cheng doesn't come back, he won't let the military uniform Kong Cheng wears be soaked in blood in vain. He will definitely complete the mission. Yes. Lei Pingtao gritted his teeth, stood at attention, and saluted. The next day, as the sun just peeped its head out from the morning fog, a pale, thin golden light spread over the edge of this desolate and abandoned city. The infected, attracted by the intense wind sound, stiffly tilted their heads upward, gazing at the helicopter flying away towards the distance. Chapter 52. When the sunlight slightly became less dazzling, Zhu Gaofei began directing everyone to reinforce the iron fence surrounding the villa. Add another circle on top. Zhu Gaofei, carrying a box of water, passed it to the men working while walking. Hurry up, we'll add something extra for dinner tonight. Kong Cheng set off at 6 a.m. with his 3 soldiers to head toward the signal tower. By now, 5:30 p.m., there was still no news. No signal gun indicating success, no signal gun for help either. Though no news may be good news, Zhu Gaofei always felt a bit uneasy. It could be because the place where they fired the cannonball yesterday during Jiang Xinghuai's rescue wasn't that far from here. He was afraid those monsters would come upon hearing the sound. Brother Zhu. A shout interrupted Zhu Gaofei's thoughts. What is it? Zhu Gaofei turned around to look. That side is too high, the load-bearing capacity isn't enough, and none of us can get up. Dachuan wiped the sweat off his forehead and jumped down from the roof. Wire. Zhu Gaofei turned back and loudly shouted toward the house direction. After a few seconds, the second-floor window was pushed open. Hey! Jiang Xinghuai responded, biting into a chicken leg. Come give a hand. Zhu Gaofei pointed at the iron mesh halfway suspended high up. Coming. Jiang Xinghuai finished the chicken leg in a couple of bites, directly flipped out from the window, and leapt down skillfully. Tools. Zhu Gaofei handed him a tool bag, saying, just tighten them. Here you go. Jiang Xinghuai took the tool bag, placing the chicken bone in his hand, then casually smeared some oil on his belly. Hey! Hey! Zhu Gaofei hurriedly patted his only intact branded t-shirt, jumping around in anger shouting, it's not mealtime yet. Who gave you the chicken leg? Who did? Fu Yan gave it to me. So what? Jiang Xinghuai, one hand holding onto the net, the other opening the bag with his teeth, laughed down at him carefree. As twilight approached, the wind picked up, blowing the boy's hair and revealing his smooth forehead. Zhu Gaofei was startled, this smile he hadn't seen for a long time. He suddenly felt like Jiang Xinghuai had changed quite a lot, reverting back to being the Jiang Xinghuai he'd known since childhood. That lost Jiang Xinghuai during the rebellious phase was gone. It was as if the young bamboo that had grown crooked had corrected itself, standing straight without him noticing, somewhere unknown, guided by someone. Did I stun you or what? After finishing the work, Jiang Xinghuai jumped down, smiling and slapped the dazed Zhu Gaofei on the stomach. Damn brat. Zhu Gaofei cursed and smiled, amused by his little white teeth. Let's go, have dinner. Where's your Fu father? Call him down to eat. He's checking old Gung with Zheng Yi, said he'd eat later, Jiang Xinghuai said as he hugged him and hopped towards the dining area. What's for dinner? Is there steak? Oh, baby, steak. Zhu Gaofei patted his back. Snap out of it, we're eating potatoes today. I won't eat. Jiang Xinghuai was about to turn around and leave when his attempt failed. Hey. What are you doing? Let me down, didn't you hear? No throwing, no throwing. I'll eat, I'll eat. Jiang Xinghuai struggled fiercely while being held aloft by Zhu Gaofei. When everyone finished dinner, it was already past 6 o'clock. The sun had set halfway, and beautiful pale pink clouds stretched out far away. Fu Yan removed the mask and took the instruments off Mr. Gung. It should be fine now, Zheng Yi helped Mr. Gung up. Hard work. Not hard, not hard, you've worked hard. Mr. Gung smiled and patted the arm supporting him, then looked at Fu Yan. Didn't stars just call you outside? Fu Yan nodded, complaining that his godfather hit him. I ignored him, and he left by himself. Saying this, he went to open the door. Outside, there were 3 thermal lunch boxes, 2 small ones and 1 large one. There was a note attached. The handwriting was ugly, messy, and poorly formed. The big one is for old Gung. Wow, Mr. Gung got up from bed and came over, eyes crinkling with laughter. Star's writing has improved. Indeed. Fu Yan also smiled and nodded, taking a step outside. Eat first. Walking a circle, Fu Yan found Jiang Xinghuai at the watchtower, frowning seriously while holding binoculars to look afar. You can't see anything. Kong Cheng went very far. Fu Yan sighed, climbed up, and took the binoculars away from him. The university district isn't that far from us. Jiang Xinghuai let out a long breath, turning to Fu Yan, stunned for a moment. You shaved? Fu Yan nodded. Jiang Xinghuai reached out and touched his chin, then suddenly said, I want to shave my beard too. Fu Yan lowered his head, reached out to check his chin, and smiled. You haven't grown a beard yet, have you? On Jiang Xinghuai's jawline, there was only a faint circle of tiny fuzz, so light it was almost invisible. I'm developing just fine. Jiang Xinhuai felt embarrassed, lowering his head to touch his mouth. Hair growth is hereditary. My dad didn't have much of a beard either. I asked him before, he grew his first at 20. I'm almost there, soon I can shave too. Kid. Fu Yan chuckled and kissed him on the forehead. Jiang Xinhuai tilted his head to look up at him sideways. No more kisses. What? Fu Yan asked. Just one kiss. Jiang Xinhuai frowned. Why don't you ever put your hands on my butt? Fu Yan. Jiang Xinhuai, I've become an adult already. Isn't it time we start doing what adults should do? Fu Yan. Fu Yan coughed. You. What's that? Suddenly, Jiang Xinhuai pointed off into the distance and grabbed the binoculars for a closer look. Fu Yan turned to see, in the field of view, far away on the highway, a small van driving toward them. Hurry, hurry. Jiang Xinhuai leaned down to shout to the men on watch, call Brother Fei over. Someone's coming this way. Within less than half a minute, Zhu Gaofei came rushing over with a roll of toilet paper in one hand and holding his pants up with the other, in a fluster. What's going on? A small van is heading our way. Jiang Xinhuai said. The car is stable, turning correctly, the people inside seem normal. Fu Yan added a sentence. Are there any infected following? Zhu Gaofei asked. No. After checking the situation behind the van again, Jiang Xinhuai shook his head. There's nothing trailing behind. Big Chun, lead a group to place roadblocks 100 meters away to stop them. Zhu Gaofei quickly made the arrangements. The others take their weapons and wait inside, follow my signals. 5 minutes later, the small van appeared within everyone's line of sight. Dachuan made a stop gesture, but the van didn't slow down. Stop. Zhu Gaofei shouted as a warning. Still, the van didn't slow. Bang. Zhu Gaofei immediately raised the gun in his hand and shot at the rearview mirror, giving a final warning, stop the car. The van swerved sharply, screeching brakes echoing, as the entire vehicle skidded to a halt 10 meters away from the barrier. As the dust settled and the air became still. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The car remained motionless. Zhu Gaofei signaled for everyone to be vigilant, then slowly approached the small van. Click. At this moment, the driver's side door of the van opened abruptly. In the next instant, a weary boy wearing black-rimmed glasses emerged with unease. Infected? Zhu Gaofei quickly inspected him from head to toe and then lowered his weapon. The boy shook his head, looking at the armed crowd around him and exhaling deeply. We're all students from Nan University. None of us are infected, those bitten classmates, they all went away themselves. We need to check. Zhu Gaofei said. Everyone get out, the boy with black-rimmed glasses called into the van. The back doors were pushed open, and a few young men and women who looked exhausted and nervous gradually stepped out. Several girls got out of the car, directly sat on the ground, and burst into tears. We fled from school, shaking off all the infected individuals. Only one, a monster resembling a skeleton, wouldn't go away. It ran extremely fast and had incredible jumping power. The boy with black-rimmed glasses recalled fearfully, turning around and pointing at a dent on the hood of the small van, but thankfully, because the monster moved too fast, we accidentally hit and killed it. Mutant? Jiang Xinhuai frowned. He'd encountered such an infected individual before and knew how terrifying they could be. Mutant? The boy with black-rimmed glasses questioned, so that's what you call these monsters? Or did you obtain national information from somewhere? A mutant is a level 2 infected individual, extremely rare, appearing where large numbers of infected gather. They possess extraordinary body strength, spreading the virus in less than a second. Even a well-trained army facing these monsters may be wiped out instantly if not careful. Fu Yan explained to Zhu Gaofei and then furrowed his brow, saying, find someone to inspect that mutant's corpse. Zhu Gaofei nodded and quickly found 2 people who drove off in the direction described by the boy with black-rimmed glasses. After all 8 college students had been thoroughly checked, they were allowed to enter the secured area surrounded by iron nets. 20 minutes later, the 2 men who went out to search for the mutant's corpse came back. The body's gone, reported one of the patrollers. That's impossible. We smashed that monster into the wall. The boy with black-rimmed glasses stood up in shock. I even hit it twice more just in case it wasn't dead yet. What does it mean if the body's disappeared now? It meant that this highly contagious monster had traveled less than 20 minutes from where it was killed and was coming their way. Be on high alert immediately. Have everyone outside come in, normal iron nets can't hold a mutant, Fu Yan said urgently. Zhu Gaofei rose grimly and quickly headed out, issuing orders as he went, initiate level 1 alert. Women, children, and elders should go inside the villa immediately. Everyone else begins 24-hour patrols, until Kongqing returns. Zhu Gaofei paused. Of course, that's the best possible outcome. All those not tasked with patrols took refuge in the villa under the last glow of the sun. The doors were tightened, and windows locked. As time passed, the sun slowly set and darkness enveloped everything like a massive dark cloth falling down. Safety zone encircled by thin iron nets silently breathed in the darkness, trying its best to hide. Chapter 53. Clouds obscured the moonlight, plunging the entire world into darkness. Wind wailed and carried faint distant howls. A few hundred meters away from the signal tower, broken stones lay scattered in a dilapidated short building, with some weak yellow lights flickering beneath them and low breathing sounds audible. Captain. I'm fine. Just a broken bone. It's no big deal. Dashi leaned against the cold, hard stone slab, breathing heavily. Don't talk anymore. Kong Cheng wrapped another layer of bandage around his leg. Dashi clenched his teeth and mustered the strength to push away Kong Cheng, who was treating him. You guys go ahead. Fix the machine, then come find me. Xiao Yao will stay behind, and the rest follow me. Kong Cheng patted his leg. No, I can manage. This is an order. Kong Cheng lowered his voice but looked straight at him. Dashi stared at him with bloodshot eyes, unable to say anything. He knew how dangerous the signal tower could be, and there were already too few of them to leave someone behind. Get ready. Kong Cheng picked up the nearby backpack. Check your equipment. Dada, dada. Suddenly, several almost imperceptible scratching sounds were heard. Kong Cheng froze, looking up. A mutant was sniffing around the heavy rock crevices. Ayahaha. What's with the screaming? Zhu Gaofei kicked the shrieking man. There's noise. The man quivered uncontrollably, hugging Zhu Gaofei's legs as he collapsed on the ground. Where's the noise? Zhu Gaofei frowned deeply. In the toilet. In the toilet. The man cried. What a bunch of cowards. Even my peeing scares you. Jiang Xinhuai walked out of the toilet looking exasperated. The man paused for a moment, blushed red then pale, and stood there blankly before walking off with his head bowed. Where's Fu Yan? Jiang Xinhuai asked. Your Uncle Fu's upstairs cleaning his shoes. Zhu Gaofei made a funny face towards the third floor. What a time to clean shoes, huh? Oh. Jiang Xinhuai chuckled, he's good at that. Wow, so cleaning shoes is a super skill now. Look at how you admire him. Zhu Gaofei poked his chest with a serious face. Don't get so close to him. He's old, and you're young. Why stick to him? Who's old? Who's old? Jiang Xinhuai glared angrily, upset. Can you speak properly? Huh. You. Zhu Gaofei laughed sarcastically. No need to get mad, grumpy dog. Who are you calling dog? Who? Jiang Xinhuai repeatedly poked his chest, forcing Zhu Gaofei to step back until Jiang Xinhuai was grabbed by the neck from behind. Jiang Xinhuai, look back. Who's pulling you? Do you want an apple? Fu Yan released his grip from the collar of his shirt and pinched his cheek. Yes. Jiang Xinhuai took the apple, rubbing his cheek. Where'd you get it? Saved it. Fu Yan replied. You have one too. Jiang Xinhuai bit into it and held it out again. Have yours. Fu Yan refused. You eat. Jiang Xinhuai insisted. Fine, you eat. Fu Yan said again. You. Jiang Xinhuai repeated. You. They exchanged lines back and forth. Zhu Gaofei. Ayawa. Another piercing scream echoed from the direction of the toilet. What's your name again? Zhu Gaofei, hearing it was the same man from before, was extremely annoyed. Dachuan, go take a look. Dachuan picked up a rope, ready to tie the man up. Upon entering the toilet, apart from an overturned trash can on the ground, there was no one around. Except for the night wind howling in. Dachuan suddenly turned his head and looked at the broken window. Ah, Brother Fei. Dachuan's voice echoed through the hall. Zhu Gaofei rushed into the toilet just in time to grab Dachuan's calf that was being dragged out of the window. Dachuan kept struggling. Someone. Get a gun. Zhu Gaofei gritted his teeth, shouting loudly as he leaned his body back and braced his feet against the wall, using his weight to hold on tightly. Lei Pingtao stabilized the panicking crowd in the hall and immediately rushed into the toilet, quickly locking the door from inside. Daddy. Jiang Xinhuai rushed to the door, his heart frozen instantly like a stone sinking. Everything happened too suddenly. After a few shots were fired, the struggling and shouting inside the toilet stopped. Daddy! Daddy! Jiang Xinhuai couldn't bear the sudden silence and started pounding on the door hard. The next second. Lei Pingtao opened the toilet door, but Jiang Xinhuai was stopped by Lei Pingtao when he tried to rush in. Zhu Gaofei sat on the floor in the toilet, hearing Jiang Xinhuai's voice, and looked up, smiling as usual before saying, Go outside, stars. Jiang Xinhuai paused for a moment and noticed 3 nail scratches on Zhu Gaofei's wrist, which were bleeding. Mutant. Lei Pingtao said with a serious face, it's escaped. All of Jiang Xinhuai's blood seemed to rush to his head, leaving him numb all over. He knelt down but Fu Yan caught him. Draw. Jiang Xinhuai opened his mouth, but couldn't hear his own voice. Breathe. Fu Yan slapped his face hard, breathe. Jiang Xinhuai. Jiang Xinhuai finally reacted, drawing a heavy breath. He raised his trembling hand and grabbed Fu Yan, draw my blood. Draw my blood. Get out of the way. Zheng Yi ran over with a cold storage medicine box. By this point, Zhu Gaofei's mind was already not very clear. He looked towards Jiang Xinhuai, but a dark fog was slowly enveloping his vision, raising his hand then letting it fall. Zheng Yi took out a tube of temporary suppressant, quickly preparing the needle and injecting it directly into the artery. Zhu Gaofei sharply gasped for air, his eyes wide open, blue veins popping up in his neck. It might work, or it might make him die faster. Zheng Yi held down Zhu Gaofei and turned around to shout for help, tie him down. When the crowd in the hall saw Zhu Gaofei being tied up and carried inside, they completely lost control. Everyone was consumed by fear. Fear didn't just bring cowardice, it also brought anger. He was bitten, how can we stay together? Throw him out. There's virus on him. All of us will be infected. No one listened to any explanation amidst the chaos. More than 10 brothers of Zhu Gaofei pointed their guns at these people they had once protected. Some people began to calm down and started inciting. Our position has already been exposed, we can't stay here. They have weapons, let's seize them, break out by car. Yes, we'll run ourselves. Can those monsters catch up with a car? Men began to echo the proposal. The entire situation only lasted half a minute before 6 or 7 men rushed forward and seized 4 guns. They couldn't really fire at their own people. Next, they watched as these 6 or 7 men opened the heavy door and went out. The sound of cars starting could be heard outside the heavy doors, followed closely by "Ahahaha! Fire! Fire! Save me! Monster! Save me! Ahahaha!" After several disordered shots, the cries didn't stop. When the voices finally stopped, the entrance started echoing with chewing sounds, meat, crunching bones, so vivid and cruel. Some women couldn't withstand such stimuli and fainted right away. Heavily fortified objects blocked all doors of the house, and the windows were also reinforced, but they knew, they were dealing with mutants. This fortification would not stop them. How many weapons do we have left? Lei Pingtao looked at the positions near each window. Not many, Binzi standing beside Zhu Gaofei replied, our bullets are almost gone. 1 person per direction, we must hold firm. Lei Pingtao started making assignments. Zhu Gaofei was not in good condition. He kept trying to breathe, but nothing was getting into his lungs. Jiang Xinhuai could even hear the dry, rasping sounds coming from Zhu Gaofei's chest cavity, yet there was nothing he could do about it. Outside, the mutants started attempting attacks. The windows began to shatter, and the front door rattled violently. Jiang Xinhuai tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand, standing in front of Zhu Gaofei, breathing heavily, gritting his teeth, and keeping a close watch on the piece of glass directly in front of him that was about to break. Creak. The glass started cracking from the center point. In that instant, through the slowly expanding cracks, Jiang Xinhuai saw the open mouth of a skull. He pulled the trigger. The bullets flew into the mutant's mouth like flames. A loud bang was followed by a sharp, unnatural scream. Nice work. Lei Pingtao turned his head from his own position and gave Jiang Xinhuai a thumbs up. Jiang Xinhuai forced a smile, glanced back at Zhu Gaofei struggling to breathe, and saw Fu Yan inserting silver needles near Zhu Gaofei's convulsing throat. Soon, Zhu Gaofei was able to breathe normally again. But Jiang Xinhuai's expression did not relax even a bit. A layer of something resembling black mist was spreading in Zhu Gaofei's black pupils. This was a symptom of infection. Suddenly, a red light reflected in Zhu Gaofei's pupils. Jiang Xinhuai froze for a moment, then quickly turned around. Far away, in the dark night beyond the broken window, a bright red light flashed across the distance. It almost illuminated half the night sky. That's the captain's signal flare. They're coming back. Lei Pingtao shouted with joy. They've contacted the main base. Chapter 54. In everyone's once desperate and dark eyes, the gleam of that red light now shone brightly. Jiang Xinhuai pointed toward the light, looked back at Fu Yan, and a smile filled with excitement spread across his face. Kong Cheng is coming back. They're coming back. Jiang Xinhuai was nearly jumping for joy. He squatted down and grabbed Zhu Gaofei's hand, laughing and crying simultaneously. It's alright, Godfather, you're not going to die. Zhu Gaofei tried to smile, his stiff hand closing slightly as he weakly held on to Jiang Xinhuai. Because of the creeping fear, people who had been hiding nervously and desperately began stepping out of their hiding spots to start doing what they could. Men carried cabinets and tables, blocking them behind doors and using iron grids to urgently repair the shattered windows. Women wiped away their tears, picked up wooden sticks and shovels, gathering the children and elderly together for protection. Hope reignited in everyone's hearts. The mutant that had been hit by Jiang Xinhuai's shot earlier must have been in great pain, and remained quiet for quite a while. Once everyone regained confidence, a shrill howl suddenly broke out, one after another without ceasing. It's attracting other infected individuals. Fu Yan frowned, looking at the dark area outside the house. Turn on the headlights and find it. Lei Pingtao nodded decisively and switched on the powerful external lights. The mutant was seen crouching on the pillar of a lookout tower, its gaping mouth staring at the people inside the house with pitch-black eyes. Lei Pingtao set up his weapon and pulled the trigger. Bang! The mutant darted away to avoid being hit, and an arm was directly shot off. Lei Pingtao furrowed his brow, looking rather grim. He had aimed for the mutant's head. It's too fast. Jiang Xinghuai furrowed his brows as well, trying a few shots, but with the mutant moving at such an eerie speed, not a single bullet came close. There's some movement. Lei Pingtao focused on the continuously shifting mutant in the distance and signaled downward to the ground. Jiang Xinghuai crouched down, pressing his ear against the floor. His expression immediately soured. We're finished. The infected were coming. The commotion made by this mutant had attracted monsters that were rushing here en masse. Turn on the electric grid. Fu Yan spoke sternly. Everyone, move things and block the entrance. The electric grid was activated, and the gate was fortified with heavy objects. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly, holding their breath as they awaited further events. The mutant also grew silent, lying in wait in the darkness, ready to strike at any moment. Time passed slowly among the tense breathing of the group, when the first infected individual stepped into view. Hold. Lei Pingtao stopped those wanting to fire prematurely. The first infected was quickly electrocuted beneath the grid. The second, the third, the 10th. The pile of bodies beside the grid grew larger and larger as more gathered behind, unable to move forward. Lei Pingtao pulled out a grenade, unscrewed the safety pin, and hurled it forward. A loud explosion resounded with a boom. Blackish red blood and limbs splattered everywhere. Due to the proximity, the sights and smells were absolutely horrifying. Jiang Xinghuai couldn't help but bend over and vomit. The kids should stay at the back, not in the front line, Binzi chuckled as he patted his back. Go and guard beside your godfather. Who's the kid? Don't look down on me. Jiang Xinghuai wiped his mouth with his arm, stood straight, and rolled his eyes. Uncle Bin, I'm almost. He didn't finish his sentence before he bent over and threw up again. Hey, how old are you? Finish what you were saying, Binzi laughed while looking back to shout, pass a bottle of water here. Fu Yan had just returned from blocking the back door with a group when he saw Jiang Xinghuai clutching his stomach and vomiting. He grabbed a bottle of water and ran over, patting his back. Are you done with your side? Jiang Xinghuai panted, pulling Fu Yan away while feeling uncomfortable. Don't look that way. Do you have a stomachache? Fu Yan wiped the dirty stuff off his chin. It's fine. Jiang Xinghuai drank some water, which suppressed the nausea somewhat, and smiled, just a little longer, and I'll be fine soon. Explosions echoed outside, with flames lighting up the sky. Jiang Xinghuai was disheveled, his hair messy, and his face smeared with black ash in unknown places. He looked up and smiled. The kid was truly good-looking. Fu Yan couldn't help but lower his head and kiss him. Jiang Xinghuai froze for a moment, then tilted his head and followed by kissing him back as Fu Yan's lips parted. Hey! Over there! Binzi shouted loudly, we're filming a zombie siege, not a sweet kiss or single old dogs. I'm coming right now. Jiang Xinghuai responded, turned around, and looked at Fu Yan. What is it? Fu Yan asked. Once we're safe. Jiang Xinghuai's eyes sparkled brightly, let's do what adults do, I've been holding back for too long. Alright. Fu Yan couldn't help but laugh. There weren't many grenades left, and they were quickly depleted. One corner of the iron net began collapsing under the pressure of the massive and continuous influx of infected individuals. Fire! Lei Pingtao ordered, dense artillery fire pushing back the surging infected and creating some distance. Tao! We can't keep this up. Lu Chongbin shouted through the gunfire. Our weapons can't handle such sustained large-scale attacks. How much time do we have? Lei Pingtao asked. 10 minutes. Lu Chongbin shouted. That's enough. Lei Pingtao yelled, our captain will return. I believe in him. Good. Lu Chongbin gritted his teeth and nodded. Suddenly, an enormous explosion occurred. All the infected behind were blown flying. Before everyone could react, a towering SUV drove in, running over bodies and delivering heavy firepower suppression. The enormous SUV directly blocked the broken iron net, plugging the breach. Kong Cheng. Jiang Xinghuai pointed in excitement at the man jumping out of the driver's seat. What happened? Kong Cheng angrily roared after shutting the car door and hurriedly came inside with his team. Captain. Lei Pingtao called happily. Why are there so many infected? Kong Cheng slapped Lei Pingtao on the back of the head, what are you eating? Is this how you protect the people? We saved a busload of university students, they were attacked by mutants, who tracked us here. Lei Pingtao held his head, nearly crying from the pain. Mutants? Kong Cheng looked back. Where? At the watchtower, Lei Pingtao answered, it took a shot from Jiang Xinghuai, then another one from me that blew off half its arm, and since then it hasn't come down. Lei Pingtao, prepare. Kong Cheng rushed out. Lei Pingtao hesitated for a moment, quickly realizing, and rushed to the top floor terrace to set up his gun. Mutants are different from ordinary infected. Their physical constitution has changed due to the mutation of the virus, whether its strength or speed surpasses normal humans. The infection rate is also too fast. They must be taken care of, otherwise the risk is too high. Kong Cheng climbed onto the lookout tower alone, immediately firing several shots at the mutant. He missed, and the mutant jumped down, grappling Kong Cheng. Kong Cheng let go, falling to the ground. As they both hit the ground, Kong Cheng flipped over and managed to suppress the restless mutant. Lei Pingtao. Kong Cheng held the mutant's neck with one hand and the remaining arm with the other. Lei Pingtao steadied his breathing and aimed at the mutant's head through the sight. When their heads moved slightly apart. This is the moment. He pulled the trigger. Powerful bullets with penetration capability instantly pierced through the mutant's head in less than half a second. The mutant was as if its power supply had been instantly cut off, all of its movements stopped. With half of its brain exploded, it collapsed straight onto Kong Cheng's chest. Kong Cheng shoved the corpse off himself and gave a thumbs up to those upstairs. How many bullets do you have left? Kong Cheng took the towel handed by one of his teammates to wipe his face. The mutant is dealt with. Now, everyone go to the second floor and stay there. Fighters remain. We don't have much weaponry left. Binzi responded, did we make contact with the main base? How long will they take to arrive? Kong Cheng glanced at his watch, 1 hour later. No way, Binzi shook his head, all of us will die here. I suggest breaking out by car. Do you still have heavy weapons? The mortar shell we fired upon entering is the last one we have. Kong Cheng frowned, even if we can break through, most people here will die. The number of infected that surrounded this place from all sides is far more than what you see. We need to ensure the survival of the majority. So can we hold on by staying inside the house? Binzi asked, brows furrowed. We must hold on, Kong Cheng firmly replied, as long as the sun rises, the army will come. All civilians were moved to the second floor, while combatants stayed on the first. 5 minutes later, the iron net collapsed completely. 10 minutes later, the villa gate was pushed down. Half an hour later, everyone retreated to the third floor, piling up everything they could find in the hallways. But soon, the items were dragged downstairs one by the infected. 40 minutes later, everyone stood on the rooftop, watching into the distance, despairingly waiting for the sun to rise. 50 minutes later. The first infected broke open the roof door. It's over. All weapons had been depleted, not even a single bullet remained. Woof. 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 Moong extended its chain around its neck, fiercely barking and lunging forward, biting off the neck of the infected. Another infected squeezed through the narrow rooftop door and rushed forward. Kong Cheng stood in front of all the civilians, drawing the military knife from his waist. He kicked, followed by a back throw, and with a swift thrust, stabbed the infected directly in the eye socket. The third infected came, Lei Pingtao charged forward. The fourth, Binzi rushed towards it. The fifth. A heavy rotor sound suddenly appeared in the sky, and everyone looked up to find the source. A little girl, however, was captivated by the sliver of light at the horizon, tugging her mother's hand and saying, Mom, look, the sun has risen. Helicopters landed one after another, under the golden glow of the rising sun. Soldiers in military uniforms dangled on ropes like celestial reinforcements, landing in front of the exhausted group. Uncle. Jiang Xinghai leaned heavily against Fu Yan, gasping for air. The wooden stick tightly held in his hand slid from his grip due to sheer exhaustion. He smiled as he looked at the sun that had risen halfway above the horizon. Hurry up and kiss me. Chapter 55. Helicopter after helicopter, each armed with heavy firepower, swept through and eradicated all the infected individuals on the upper and lower floors in record time. The soldiers and medical staff quickly took control of the situation. The people on the rooftop lay down directly when they saw this, gasping for breath and relieved to have survived the crisis. Kong Cheng. An officer strode over. Which one of the civilians has natural antibodies? This was Commander Yu, who had previously led Kong Cheng. Kong Cheng hurriedly stood at attention, turning to face him and pointing with his hand, that's him, his surname is Jiang, and his name is Jiang Xinghai. Jiang Xinghai was currently hugging and kissing Fu Yan. Commander Yu. Commander Yu, which one? The younger one. Kong Cheng explained and added, the other one is the head of Fulin Medicine and also one of the individuals I mentioned in my report who independently extracted a temporary suppressant. Board the aircraft first. Commander Yu waved his hand and turned away. Everyone was arranged onto the aircraft. Dozens of helicopters swiftly ascended into the sky, pulling away from the ground. The rays of the rising sun shone once again over the desolate city and empty streets. I heard the main base is underground. Jiang Xinghai curiously asked Commander Yu, who was sitting across from him. It's not completely underground, just mostly so. It used to be a large air raid shelter, which the country later expanded into an emergency refuge. Commander Yu's square features looked quite serious. After the disaster occurred, our country conducted major expansion and renovation there. That place has absolute isolation and absolute safety. This absolutely isolated and absolutely safe base appeared before Jiang Xinhuai's eyes about an hour later. He looked through the aircraft window at this vast and solemn location. Tall silver iron railings were erected around the perimeter of the main base. Patrol vehicles moved about while fully armed weapon platforms were stationed strategically. And the immense landing pad showcased an impressive presence. Shit. A fighter jet. The kind from movies. Jiang Xinhuai was shocked. Fu Yan, look. Sit properly, we're about to land. Fu Yan checked the safety belt around his waist and turned his head that was gazing out the window back around. The helicopter descended gently amid swirling winds, and the cabin door opened. A group of people dressed in military uniforms and white coats stood ready in front of them. What is this? What are they doing? Jiang Xinghuai, looking at the grand ceremony, hastily combed his hair and adjusted his clothes. He leaned toward Fu Yan and lowered his voice. Are they welcoming us? Isn't it too much? Hey, is that the premier? Stand properly. Fu Yan smiled, patted the dust off his sleeve, and straightened his clothes. On their side, Commander Yu walked forward, stood at attention and saluted, exchanging a few words with the people over there. Then, a spirited middle-aged man walked over. Comrade Jiang Xinghuai, hello. The middle-aged man enthusiastically shook his hand. Hello, hello. Jiang Xinghuai had only seen him on the news and instantly became a bit nervous. You are the second case nationwide where self-healing has been observed, which will provide enormous impetus to our vaccine research. The middle-aged man paused briefly as he spoke, his joy gradually fading, replaced by sorrow. We learned that the first case was a little girl, but unfortunately, she perished. We deeply mourn her loss. It was Qian Ranran. That lively and clever young girl. Jiang Xinghuai had witnessed her closing her eyes. When the middle-aged man brought her up now, he fell silent. Little Fu. Suddenly, someone from the welcoming party came forward. It was an elderly man with white hair in a white coat rushing directly to Fu Yan. Teacher. Fu Yan quickly moved forward a few steps to meet him. The two tightly embraced each other. I never thought I would see you again. The old man fiercely patted Fu Yan's back. Fu Yan showed rare instability in his emotions, his eyes rimmed with redness. Teacher, are you all right? I'm fine. When the virus first appeared, I was evacuated by the state immediately, but I couldn't help you then. As the old man said this, tears welled up, since as a neighbor, he had watched Fu Yan grow up. Later, Fu Yan entered his school under him. He had never married, having no children of his own, practically treating Fu Yan as a half-grandson. Then, Fu Yan's parents, as frontline researchers for the X virus, went to Africa for assistance work and tragically sacrificed themselves there. These two could say were the closest people to each other in the world. I submitted several application reports to find you and finally received communication not long ago saying that you were found in the Beijing military district, so I submitted another report to transfer you here. But just a few days later, news came that the entire Beijing military district had been wiped out, at which point. It's okay now, teacher, I'm fine. Fu Yan held back tears, consoling the old man who was choked with sobs. As you can see, I'm still intact, don't worry. Jiang Xinghuai had never seen Fu Yan show such emotion towards someone before, and watching the old man gasping for breath while crying, he didn't know what to do. He patted his pocket on one side, then the other, until Commander Yu handed him a tissue. This is Academician O, currently the leader of the research team at the Academy of Sciences working on the vaccine. Commander Yu introduced. Academician O. Academician O. Jiang Xinghuai nervously passed the tissue over. Teacher, this is Jiang Xinghuai. Fu Yan took the tissue from his hand, used it to wipe away his teacher's tears, and introduced Jiang Xinghuai by holding his hand. You can call him Stars. So this is the young friend who produced natural antibodies. Academician O gradually calmed down, looked at Fu Yan, then at their intertwined hands, paused briefly, and smiled. Stars, call me Grandpa. Ah. Grandpa, hello. Jiang Xinghuai responded with uncertainty and slight bewilderment. Fu Yan thought his expression was amusing and patted his head. Teacher is family to me, don't be restrained. I'll take good care of him. Academician O patted Fu Yan's shoulder. We'll return to the Academy of Sciences first and conduct a basic examination and analysis. The group quickly moved their base to the Academy of Sciences. Jiang Xinghuai changed into a set of loose white clothes and completed the basic examination and blood draw within half an hour. They drew quite a bit of blood, leaving Jiang Xinghuai feeling dizzy. The body is very healthy, but nutrition is slightly insufficient, though it's not serious. Academician O withdrew the needle as Fu Yan took over with a cotton ball to press on the puncture site. Are you okay? Fu Yan asked. A little dizzy, Jiang Xinghuai truthfully answered. Young man, have a good meal soon, your blood production speed is fast. Academician O laughed and finished speaking, then took off his gloves to pat Jiang Xinghuai's head. But thank you for your contribution to the country's vaccine research. Not at all, Jiang Xinghuai hastily waved his hands. The state will reward you, is there anything you desire? Academician O chuckled and asked. To skip college entrance exams and directly go to university? Jiang Xinghuai didn't hesitate to say. Fu Yan. Academician O pondered, let me apply for that. If only that were possible. Jiang Xinghuai's eyes lit up. Of course it's impossible. Fu Yan patted his head, lifted him up in his arms. Teacher, I'll take him first. Alright, dormitories are already arranged, I'll have someone lead you there. Academician O saw them to the academy entrance and then told Fu Yan, starting tomorrow, come help me as my assistant. What about me? What can I do? Jiang Xinghuai's dizziness disappeared, and he jumped down from Fu Yan's embrace. What do you want to do? Fu Yan held his hand and followed the person leading the way forward. Play games. Jiang Xinhuai finished, and after some thought, added, play games by your side. After the virus stabilizes and is under control, the college entrance exam is unavoidable. So what you should focus on is doing homework, Fu Yan added after finishing his statement, doing homework by my side. Jiang Xinhuai. And so Jiang Xinhuai started preparing for the college entrance examination. Mr. Gum was responsible for his science subjects, and Fu Yan was responsible for humanities. Kong Cheng took charge of bringing materials while conducting field missions outside. While Jiang Xinhuai was buried deep in study, he also occasionally had to assist with blood draws. His life became monotonous, boring, but safe. The dangerous and terrifying world outside seemed to leave him behind instantly. Yet Zhu Gaofei, that plump guy, was still lying there, having lost weight even lying down. As long as the virus wasn't eliminated and the vaccine remained unresearched, the dangerous world was still only a wall away from them. Half a month later, 2 more people joined Jiang Xinhuai in being subjected to blood tests inside the laboratory, a middle-aged man and a young woman. One was brought by Hunan military forces, being a carrier of antibodies, while the other was transported by Shenyang military forces. After the initial chaos and panic, the national army began gathering forces, and the people started self-rescue efforts, united in spirit and purpose. A month later, significant progress was made in the vaccine research, and it entered the experimental phase. 2 months later, China successfully developed vaccine number 1 and began putting it into use. There were no adverse reactions or side effects. After 6 months of battling the virus, the curtain was finally beginning to slowly draw down. How much longer until we move out? Jiang Xinhuai leaned on the lab bench, watching Fu Yan who was checking data with his assistant. Fu Yan was now in charge of vaccine production and testing, so he was always busy. With little to do every day and a small activity area in the base, Jiang Xinhuai was practically growing moss from boredom. The variants still need to be detected and eliminated, their attacks are too strong, so they remain a threat. Fu Yan handed over the verified data to the assistant. This batch can go out. The assistant nodded, took the documents, and smiled at Jiang Xinhuai. Did you finish your homework today? Jiang Xinhuai. For 2 months, he had been struggling with assignments while trailing around Fu Yan, and every single person asked him daily if he'd finished his homework yet. The virus is basically under control now, and the college entrance exam is not far away, Fu Yan added. Jiang Xinhuai. Jiang Xinhuai turned to leave but thought of something he had just received. He hesitated for a moment, then stuck close to Fu Yan after the assistant left. I want to show you something. Jiang Xinhuai whispered as he opened his pocket. What? Fu Yan set aside the report and looked down. Once he saw it, his pupils darkened slightly, and he pinched Jiang Xinhuai's ear. Where did you get this? I applied for it through the state. Jiang Xinhuai boasted proudly. Fu Yan. Tonight then. Jiang Xinhuai grinned, wrapping his arms around Fu Yan's neck. We probably don't need to draw blood anymore, right? Fu Yan's hand slid to his waist while the other hand gripped his bottom, lifting him up directly. Hey! What are you doing? Jiang Xinhuai was caught off guard, still confused even after being placed on the small bed Fu Yan usually napped on. Why were you taking my clothes off? What do you think? Fu Yan leaned down. The end.